Chapter 1. The Commencement of Road Survival. Breakups should be dignified. Let's not utter our farewells. The abrupt cessation of the song left a stark silence in its wake. How could heartbreak render even the simplest act of listening to music so profoundly unsatisfactory? I'm sorry, Kiki, but I don't have feelings for girls. I have always viewed you as a sister. Beyond mere confusion, the implications of these two succinct statements caused the temperature of Su Guiyin's blood to plummet abruptly. Had she ever confessed her affections? Certainly not. So why, then, did he feel compelled to convey such inexplicable sentiments? Every fiber of Su Guiyin's being trembled in anguish, as if her muscles were shattering. Clenching her fists, her mind was a blank slate, save for the relentless echo of "I see you as a sister" and "I don't like girls" reverberating within her thoughts, growing louder, threatening to shatter her entirely. She felt as though she had turned to stone, slumped over the steering wheel, motionless for what felt like an eternity, her shattered heart mingling with tears that cascaded down. Two seemingly innocuous rejections wielded such devastating power. How could she feel as though her heart had been ripped out and discarded, her self-esteem shredded to pieces? After several days of lethargy and despondency, Su Guiyin observed the club's group chat, where messages that appeared to offer concern subtly reveled in her misfortune, like snowflakes drifting carelessly through the air. So this is what it feels like to be the subject of gossip. Gazing into the mirror at her disheveled reflection, she pondered who this disheveled woman was. How could she have allowed herself to succumb to such despair over someone who didn't reciprocate her feelings in just a matter of days? A bitter smile escaped her lips as she aimlessly drove along the road, lost in thought. In merely 6 months, he had managed to elicit a spectrum of emotions within her, spanning from estrangement to the heights of ecstasy and the depths of despair. Ding! The incessant notifications from WeChat pierced through her thoughts. Su Guiyin pulled over to the roadside, her irritation mounting as she retrieved her phone. Now, the sight of her device evoked a visceral discomfort. Su Guiyin likes Yu Zhanxi, and Yu Zhanxi likes Dan Cheng. Everyone knows that. How boring. As she beheld the screenshot of her friend's group message, her hair stood on end, once again experiencing the pain that words could inflict. The relentless barrage of screenshots flooded in, all eager to witness her humiliation. In that moment, she found herself unable to discern her emotions. Was it anger or embarrassment? All she knew was that the typically reserved and composed version of herself was now overwhelmed with a desire to vanish into the earth. Su Guiyin, you truly have feelings for him, don't you? Why are you deceiving yourself? Otherwise, why would you have attended every event he participated in over the past 6 months? Why did you constantly orchestrate those chance encounters? How did you allow yourself to spiral into this state in just a few days? For 24 years, Su Guiyin had lived a life of contentment and clarity. Yet once a stoic heart becomes enamored, it faces irrevocable ruin. The past came crashing down upon her, the suffocating weight rendering her reliant on the steering wheel to maintain the last vestiges of her dignity. Little did she anticipate that the car's music player would play an appropriate tune, prompting her to break down completely, sobbing over the steering wheel. Why, for the first time in her life, did love come hand in hand with such profound heartbreak? Why was she being treated this way? Why was love so agonizing? Welcome to the road survival game. Reminder, please remember the survival rules. They will form the foundation for your journey on the road. 1. The road ahead is endless with no intermission. You start with only a van, keep moving forward. 2. The dangers of the road at night are twice that of the day. Strive to travel during daylight. 4. You have only one chance. Failure results in death. Cherish your life. This game will select 5 billion participants based on the median age of the planet. This challenge will take place on the beginner's track. The challenge will commence in 3 seconds. Please open the beginner supply box. This box is non-transferable and cannot be opened after the time limit. Countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Dazed, Su Guiyin raised her head, blinking as tears streamed down, bewildered as she clutched the treasure box in her arms. She was oblivious to how she had ended up abandoned on this desolate road, her once sturdy Beetle transformed into a dilapidated and fragile van. 10 lanes of traffic flanked her, a gentle breeze brushing against Su Guiyin's face. Upon hearing the system's announcement, her mind, overwhelmed with confusion, instinctively opened the treasure box. Congratulations! You have acquired the talent bounce back. Please select the initial items you wish to carry. A bucket of purified water. A spare tire. A vehicle system. Furrowing her brow, Guiyin recognized each word, but found their combination utterly baffling. Her overwhelming sorrow had yet to abate, yet now she was expected to muster the strength to make choices, as though she were savoring a meal while having her bowl whisked away. I choose the vehicle system. If one were to ask Guiyin why she opted for this, the answer was simple. She had yet to finish that song, and she was unwilling to let it go. While Guiyin and countless others remained immersed in their unfamiliar surroundings and treasure boxes, the road survival game had quietly commenced. Roar! Grr! A black gorilla charged forth, pounding its chest as it approached, baring its fearsome teeth, leaving Guiyin startled. This creature appeared unfriendly even from a distance, let alone up close, and it seemed she had become its prey. This is a matter of life and death. Guiyin's eyes widened, red and swollen from tears. Having wept dry, she took off running, desperate to escape this horrid place. Alas, her two legs could not outrun its four. Just as Guiyin slammed the car door shut, the gorilla lunged at the van like a spider, and her eyes flickered as she swallowed hard. Just a moment ago, she was drowning in emotional turmoil. Now, she faced physical peril. In this narrow confrontation, only one could emerge victorious. Boom! The decrepit van's engine roared to life, pushing itself to maximum speed. Guiyin gripped the steering wheel tightly, executing a sharp turn, recklessly aiming for the massive tree that loomed ahead. If you cross my path today, don't blame me for sending you to meet your ancestors if I'm in a foul mood. Cough, cough. Guiyin grimaced, clutching her chest where the impact had struck, coughing a few times. Her ribs ached. She was likely injured internally. In this dire situation, she felt no remorse for harming a wild animal. If the gorilla were to face her in an unknown, it would easily overpower her. Besides, this was an act of self-preservation. There was nothing wrong with that. The barely functioning van had endured a harrowing experience, and now was utterly wrecked in less than 10 seconds. Guiyin's heart raced with anxiety. If the system refused to enlighten her on why she had suddenly found herself in this strange place, could it at least clarify the nature of this chaotic game? What was she to do if her vehicle was rendered inoperable before the game even began? She gazed despondently at the crumpled front of the van. What was she to do if the system offered no assistance? If she attempted to hit the road in this wreck, would it not disintegrate before her very eyes? Roar! Roar! The echoes of growls reverberated from the treetops. Just as her foot barely touched the car door, bang! The gorilla plummeted from the tree, crashing into Guiyin's back. The gorillas, upon witnessing such a grim spectacle, Guiyin's eyes sparkled with excitement, her breath quickening not from fear of the corpses, of course. Supply crates. They're all supply crates. A veritable windfall. And there was a car. I'll say it done. Its sleek, brand-new silver-gray body exuded understated elegance, making the nearby van appear as nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. Guiyin took a deep breath to quell her surging emotions and called upon the system. She opened the panel, revealing 5 major modules. Race communication channel. Trade. Crafting area. Private messages. Vehicle information. She accessed the race communication channel. Welcome to track 111. Contestant 1111111111. A frown crossed Guiyin's face, which she deemed unworthy of romantic prospects, simply because she was a mere stick figure. Aware of her somewhat romantic tendencies, Guiyin felt particularly sensitive to the number 1. Second day of the road, 10:39 a.m. So, she had been unconscious for so long that it was already the second day. Remarkably, she had not encountered any danger. It seemed the system had been quite helpful. I'm parched. The water from the pond gave me diarrhea. I've lost quite a bit of it. That kind-hearted brother gave me some drinking water, and once I'm out of here, it'll definitely pay you back 10,000 bucks. Is the talent we drew effective? I feel like enhancing my vision was pointless. Normally, I'm bad at games, but in this apocalypse, it's just as bleak. Did any of you open a treasure chest to find a stinky sock just one? What a disgrace. Filtering through the useful information, Guiyin began to ponder. Before losing consciousness, she had witnessed a horde of gorillas surrounding her. Yet she was not only alive, but also unscathed. What a stroke of luck. Guiyin discovered that the chat was indeed under a real name system with avatars. The number 1111111 displayed her own avatar and name, rather than the code used by the system. She scrutinized the group information, which showed 7461001000000 participants. Goodness, 1 million people participating in the competition? With such a high number, now is not the opportune moment to check for familiar faces. In just one day and night, over 250,000 had perished. Such a staggering mortality rate was undeniably alarming. If it continued at this pace, the track would be wiped out within a week. Would the remaining racers be as scarce as in a game? This analysis stirred Guyin's interest. Having awakened with a somewhat dulled emotional state after all, she had faced death once. Her fervor had waned. She knew she had to prepare meticulously. The information she needed to gather was crucial. If the mortality rate mechanism remained unchanged, they might cross paths again. Ideally, however, she wished they would never have to enter this nightmare again. From the chat channel, Guiyin summarized that they needed to travel at least 68 kilometers each day, lest they be forcibly eradicated. The key to survival lay in vehicles, which could be upgraded through dropped fragments. The crafting area was barren, containing only a dismantling option. Guiyin clicked on the vehicle information and approached the new car step by step, starting it with a smooth ignition exceedingly fine. It was incredibly seamless. "Welcome back, Master. I am the adorable Guiyin, and I can assist you in driving the vehicle." The playful wave of the voice stirred something in Guyin's heart, making it race. This was splendid. The vehicle system was impressive, capable of autonomous driving. How convenient. Guiyin, plan the route. I wish to collect the gorilla corpses and supply crates as swiftly as possible. Master, the route planning function is not enabled. Please drive the vehicle yourself and choose the path forward. Oh, it appeared that the system was still awaiting an upgrade. For the time being, Guiyin set aside thoughts of its intelligence and manually drove the vehicle to work. Collecting supply crates was one aspect. She also dared not stray too far from the vehicle. Who knew what else she might encounter? She might not have time to escape. Guiyin maneuvered the car skillfully, avoiding the gorillas and reaching her intended location. She opened the door and began gathering the scattered corpses, including the supply crates. In total, there were 10 white supply crates, 2 green ones, and 1 blue crate. She did not overlook the abandoned van either. Although metallic, it held once again sent sprawling by collision. Guiyin clutched her waist in silent resentment. Her gaze fixated on the van, poised to crush her a second time. Swiftly, she administered a surge of adrenaline, instantly igniting her body into a heightened state of exhilaration, awakening her cell's vitality and dulling her pain. While she remained uncertain if adrenaline in reality worked as effectively, this moment marked the onset of her retaliation. The initial surprise attack had caught her off guard, but now, with the van in her sights, the tables had turned. They no longer held the advantage. The outcome of this confrontation was now uncertain. At that moment, the two assailants, previously filled with pity, were consumed by rage upon witnessing Guiyin rise from the ground unscathed. One of them slammed his foot down on the accelerator, exclaiming, "This damn woman is still fine." The van's speed was not beyond her comprehension. She could clearly discern its trajectory as it barreled towards her. Suppressing her pain, she confronted the oncoming vehicle heat-in, her mind remarkably clear. Calmly, she raised her hand crossbow and took aim. Thwack! The driver's head was instantly punctured, a gaping hole erupting from which blood and shattered glass splattered over his companion. The van spiraled out of control, careening into the stones and coming to a halt. The man in the passenger seat hastily flung open the door and stumbled away in panic. Thinking you can escape now? Too late. Guiyin calmly released the trigger of her hand crossbow, delivering a decisive blow. A thick, metallic scent of blood swiftly enveloped the surroundings. Guiyin had anticipated feeling guilt over taking a life. Yet reality proved otherwise. She experienced little more than a mild sense of nausea. If pressed to describe it, it was merely a physiological aversion. That fleeting discomfort quickly faded, overshadowed by the prospect of yet another prize to claim. The burden of excess spoils was indeed a delightful dilemma. She collected the green resource boxes dropped by the two men. Another van lay in ruins, its parts strewn about. The components were of first-tier quality, while her own car was only second-tier, rendering them largely useless. The only items of potential utility were the fragments of vehicle parts. White quality vehicle upgrade fragment 2. Having inspected the vehicle prior to disassembly, Guiyin noted a missing piece on the dashboard. These fragments were meant to fill that void. She had acquired a total of 7 first-tier vehicle upgrade fragments, some of which were duplicates, indicating their rarity. A glimmer of opportunity danced before her as she envisioned the small fortune awaiting her. With a calm demeanor, she acknowledged that driving 60 kilometers daily was a simple feat. It was still only a little past 10, leaving her nearly 8 hours of daylight. Though her new vehicle had a top speed of merely 60 miles per hour, it would suffice. Confirmed disassembly of gorilla carcass. Disassembly successful. Acquired 600 pounds of red meat, 10 sheets of gorilla hide. In the blink of an eye, a pile of meat and hide lay upon the damp ground. At this juncture, Guiyin found herself troubled. Once more, she could not transport the meat. If left to rot in her vehicle, it would surely spoil. Moreover, she had no desire to consume gorilla meat. The hide was coarse and of a dull red hue, lacking any significant appeal. Thus, she resolved to sell it, though she kept the most aesthetically pleasing piece of hide for herself. After some contemplation, she realized that many were not yet at the brink of starvation, and thus might be unwilling to purchase gorilla meat. She decided to sell in bulk after all. It was an unexpected windfall. Selling gorilla meat. 1 pound of meat exchanges for 1 unit of resources. Inquire privately for pricing on blueprints. After 10 minutes of listing, no buyers had emerged. Waiting idly for customers felt like a waste of time. Guiyin understood that she had perhaps listed too early. Other players lacked the purchasing power, and stronger individuals likely dismissed the low-quality meat, indicating a market not yet fully developed. What could she do to stimulate sales? 100 milliliters of purified water exchanges for 1 piece of bread. No free riders allowed. Does anyone have food? I beg you, name your price. Eureka! Water resources. It was rumored that while the water in these puddles appeared clear, it would cause illness if consumed. Many had met their demise from dehydration due to diarrhea, their poor health and digestion serving as a cautionary tale for others. Contestant Liu Peiqi died from drinking contaminated water. Contestant Wang Han died from gastrointestinal disease. Additionally, there were numerous bizarre reports of deaths. For instance, some were gored by wild boars, others fell to their demise, and some succumbed to freezing temperatures. Though it wasn't raining at present, the air was humid, and her purification device had already stored 1/3 of its capacity in purified water. This impressive accumulation meant she had an abundance of purified water, and since she had no need for such a surplus, she might eventually have to discard excess. Given the high demand for purified water, selling gorilla meat alongside, it seemed a golden opportunity. As for the notion of buying the box and discarding the pearl, Guiyin was unconcerned. She simply needed to raise her prices. She revised her trading information. Selling gorilla meat. 1 pound of meat exchanges for 2 units of resources, with an additional 50 milliliters of purified water. System guarantees fairness. Inquire privately for blueprints and special items. All offers accepted. Wow, this is some serious meat. How much do you have? Meat isn't the priority. I need purified water. I want some too. Is this for real? You can acquire so much meat and water this early in the competition? I don't believe it. It must be a scam. Just look at her name. She's obviously a woman. Can a woman be this capable? Rich lady, seek sponsorship. Guiyin paid no heed to the snide remarks, her attention wholly captivated by the steady stream of transactions heading her way. You have acquired 4 pieces of green quality bulletproof glass. You have acquired 1 green quality spare tire. You have acquired 1 unit of gasoline. You have acquired 1 box of Indulging canned sauce, including Indulging canned sauce, which, while useful as a condiment, was otherwise quite lackluster. In a flurry of transactions, over 200 pounds of meat quickly exchanged hands. I want 100 pounds of meat and 1 liter of purified water in exchange for blueprints, came a confident voice, clearly expecting Guiyin's agreement. Intrigued, she opened the details. Green quality car, tire blueprint. Requires 10 units of metal and 1 green quality car. While her car had been upgraded, she understood that this meant it could now accommodate green quality car parts. Even without modifications, it would still be more durable than a white quality vehicle. Thus, Encountering higher-tier car parts was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. Transaction accepted. Do you have any other blueprints? I can continue trading based on their value. Guiyin was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. She still had 200 pounds of meat, which her vehicle could not accommodate. How many gorillas did you kill? You're a woman, how did you manage that? Guiyin chuckled to herself, knowing full well she was merely riding a wave of good fortune. She was no extraordinary figure, it was simply luck, the chosen one, indeed. Yet, such thoughts remained unspoken. Simple kitchenware set, pots, bowls, utensils, spatula. Blueprint for lighter production. Blueprint for green quality solar tube lights. Blueprint for air purification and oxygenation device. These items can be exchanged for 100 pounds of meat plus 1 liter of water. Guiyin found herself genuinely tempted by these items. However, none were of immediate necessity. She needed to negotiate. While I'm not opposed to a trade, you understand the current situation. Food scarcity will inevitably increase, and the value of your items cannot compare to what was previously discussed. Therefore, I can only offer you 80 pounds of meat and 200 milliliters of water, non-negotiable. Seeing Guiyin's firm stance, the other party conceded swiftly, handing over the items as if fearing her change of heart, leaving her with a slight sense of having been shortchanged. What a vehicle it must be to accommodate such an abundance of meat. Surely, it was filled to the brim with fresh produce. How would she even store it? Guiyin realized that she had merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck among 3,000 players. Who knew how many were exceptionally fortunate? Athletes or individuals with particular skills would possess advantages far surpassing those of the average person. Thus, she resolved to proceed with caution, seizing this opportunity to expand her assets like a snowball rolling downhill. The remaining 100 pounds of meat fit easily into her vehicle, and without delay, Guiyin started the engine, embarking on her road journey. Her eyes remained vigilant. Having missed the first day of competition, there was much she still needed to learn. Damn it, my glasses shattered on the first day. Fortunately, the enhancement talent I drew cured my 30-plus years of nearsightedness, freeing me from glasses at last. Otherwise, I would regret not undergoing corrective surgery. Driving in the rain without good vision would be a recipe for disaster. I have completely cured my asthma, for which I am profoundly grateful. However, I would much prefer to continue gasping in reality. Who could fathom the agony of opening a supply box only to find a few tattered plastic bags? This is truly a recipe for starvation. If you ask me, encountering mere trash would be preferable. I happened upon someone who unearthed a monster on the road, and I promptly fed it, which terrified me into a hasty retreat. I'm utterly exhausted. I cannot drive. Had there been no one else around, I fear I would have rear-ended countless vehicles by now. The chat channel is inundated with messages, a cacophony of information, with many sharing their unfortunate tales. One can only imagine the chaos that ensued when everyone first arrived yesterday. As the dawn breaks, complaints seem futile. The imperative now is to hit the road and open those supply boxes. Aside from private trading, Guiyin quietly seeks the information she desires or simply purchases some inexpensive yet useful supplies. At this moment, Guiyin does not linger. She has remained steadfast in her position, driving a speed of 40 miles per hour. I have adjusted the speed as per your command. Please commend Liu Guang. Liu Guang is splendid. Now, the forthcoming journey shall be entrusted to Liu Guang. Tralala, thank you for your praise, master. Liu Guang will continue to strive. It seems having a smart vehicle assistant is quite advantageous. Otherwise, Guiyin would surely perish of boredom. She drives while perusing the chat channel, simultaneously observing the road conditions. She genuinely believes Liu Guang is exceptional, and she is immensely relieved by her decision. Otherwise, she would be like those in the channel, struggling to drive alone, unable to afford any lapses in mood, and those who cannot drive will be particularly unfortunate. The first thing Guiyin does upon acquiring the blueprints is to install them. After all, why leave them idle? Her goal is to equip her vehicle with every possible device she lacks, transforming it into an all-terrain tank complete with the amenities of a motorhome and the fortitude of a tank. She has gathered all the necessary materials for crafting the blueprints and opens the crafting panel. The craft option is illuminated, featuring blueprints for a simulated solar lamp, air purification and oxygenation device, and lighter. With trade notifications consistently at 99, all materials for these fundamental crafting blueprints are ready. Guiyin merely needs to lift a finger, free from worry, to smoothly ascend to the next level. This is the primal accumulation of capital, brutal and sanguinary, compounding profit upon profit. She hums joyfully, thinking, scoundrel, do not let me encounter you again. When I do, you'll be unable to reach my heights. Seated within her car, a burst of upgrading light flickers. The unassuming sedan transforms as its material density becomes remarkably smooth, and the vehicle enlarges by 5. The steering wheel and dashboard instruments gain a solid, refined tactile quality, no longer resembling the shoddy construction that would deteriorate after mere days of use. Wow, Master is amazing. Just one day, and Lugang's home has been completely revamped. Encountering you is truly Lugang's fortune, not to mention Lugang's delight. Guiyin, though familiar with the system's exquisite craftsmanship, finds it astonishing to experience firsthand. Though her beetle is still a distant dream, it is not beyond reach. This thought fills her with motivation to strive. Simulated solar lamp. Solar device. 3 units of metal, 1 unit of wire, 1 unit of glass. Lighter. 1 unit of metal, 1 unit of plastic, 1 unit of gasoline. After completing the crafting, Guiyin drapes a blanket over herself, cleanses the grime from her body, and activates the solar lamp. Although the sun is absent, the presence of light suffices for the solar lamp's operation. In such damp conditions, turning on a light offers a semblance of psychological comfort, even though it consumes gasoline. How could she continue to strive without some small comforts? She ought to procure a portable bathtub to facilitate bathing. Any surplus lighters are promptly listed for sale in the trading section. If you ask me, how many resources does the enchanting Guiyin possess? I just happened upon some cigarettes, intending to start a fire with wood, only to find it all damp and infuriating. Yet here you are with a lighter. Does the beauty know some insider information? Miss, save me. Am parched and dare not exit the vehicle to search for supply boxes. If you rescue me, I shall be your humble servant. Does the elder sister lack a partner? Perhaps we could widen the search to include different genders. I'm quite sweet. Reading the private messages makes Guiyin's lips twitch. This is becoming increasingly absurd. Moreover, it is astonishing that some still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation, waiting for others to come to their rescue or to beg for alms. This is the apocalypse, and yet, how naive they remain. With even a modicum of awareness and a dash of courage, they would not continue to cower like turtles in a van. The incessant stream of messages dazzles Guiyin. After all, this channel boasts over 70,000 participants, and alongside the messages, the number of participants fluctuates like the ticking of a countdown clock, never pausing. However, it is possible to discern the channel's discourse, as each individual is allotted 3 speaking opportunities per day. Effectively managing the situation, even if it strains the eyes, clarity can still be achieved. Chapter 2. The resurgence of Guiyin. As Guiyin drove slowly, her mind wandered through the intricacies of the rules. The situation mirrored the announcements made. Each individual, alone in their vehicle, faced the unpredictable nature of fortune. With some destined to encounter others on the highway, survival hinged entirely upon personal skill and a dash of luck. Regrettably, she had missed the bustling first day of the channel. It was likely that others, like herself, had also encountered bugs upon their entry. Humming a tune, Guiyin shifted her gaze to the scenery outside the window. The landscape appeared somewhat haphazard, a single lane accommodating 3 cars side by side. The road composed of mud that would turn into a slippery mire with the slightest rain. Surrounding the highway lay desolate lands, occasionally punctuated by a few trees and puddles. The temperature was indeed pleasant, yet the weather carried a melancholic undertone, reminiscent of a book she had read. Today, she resolved to embody the role of a composed adult, proceeding with calm determination like a valiant warrior. After the first day, it seemed that nearly everyone had moved on from their initial positions, and the reason was quite straightforward. They had perished. The longer one lingered in a spot, the more formidable the monsters became. And vehicles at the spawn point visibly deteriorated over time, as if aging did in just 12 hours, a vehicle could reduce to nothing but a mere shell, while the steering wheel and engine remained intact. The car was barely operable. Holding on to metal while driving posed the risk of tetanus from even minor injuries, and humans could not survive within a mere shell of iron. The only glimmer of hope lay in relentless forward motion. This road race was not a place where one could remain static and expect to adapt. Waves of monsters would only grow stronger as competitors advanced. They amassed spoils, enhancing their own capabilities, and if the monsters did not also increase in strength, the race would become unbalanced. Such a bug in the competition was simply illogical. Moreover, those who entered the fray likely found themselves abruptly teleported mid-activity, with no time to prepare. It was conceivable that some might not even know how to drive. A truly unfortunate predicament. Then another question arose as Guiyin furrowed her brow. Why had she not noticed the large vehicle right before her? Could it be coated in some sort of paint? Or perhaps it bore a special title. There had been no warning during the disassembly, nor had she seen any titles. Yes, there were 2 boxes in the back seat. Let us take a look. Green quality vehicle invisibility potion. Theoretically, could reflect visible light to achieve invisibility, although it could not maintain this state under radar detection, lasting for 12 hours and having its effectiveness upon contact with water. Green quality sunscreen. These 2 items were of rather low quality, resulting in minimal drops, yet they were practical, surpassing the quality of items dropped by a horde of gorillas. This was the difference between manually claiming the spoils of combat and resorting to trickery. The sunscreen was of no immediate use, so she placed it in the car, while she had other plans for the invisibility potion. Guiyin was accustomed to opening supply boxes whenever she encountered them while driving. Though sometimes surprises awaited her. Upon opening the green supply box, a dull-colored grasshopper with vibrant eyes leaped towards her. What on earth, a grasshopper? Not every supply box contained usable resources, as evidenced now. Had it not been for the adrenaline still coursing through her veins, she might not have dodged the grasshopper's sudden advance. Engaging in combat with the grasshopper, unarmed, left her at a disadvantage. Her hands were inevitably slashed by its sharp forelegs, especially since this grasshopper was no small creature, with wings that extended nearly a meter long. After a fierce struggle, she finally subdued the creature, but yielded nothing of value. With a keen eye, Guiyin noticed the corner of another supply box peeking from behind a stone in a nearby depression. She casually collected a few branches and stones, tossing them atop the supply box to test for traps. The sound echoed back without incident, so Guiyin prodded the stone with a branch. Waiting a moment before opening the box, green quality baseball bat blueprint. It seemed the previous box had released a monster, while this one offered compensation. The blueprint for the baseball bat was immensely valuable. Moreover, it presented a splendid method for generating income. A single baseball bat required only 1 unit of iron, 1 unit of wood, and 1 unit of hide. Given Guiyin's efficiency in producing purified water, able to create a 500 milliliter bottle in just 15 minutes under normal humidity, she could sell a bottle for 3 units of iron, 3 units of hide, or 5 units of wood. Within an hour, she could craft 3 baseball bats, which in turn could be exchanged for 3 blueprints. After all, this was already the second day of the game. On the first day, the demand for purified water had not been as pressing, but after a day without water, one would surely seek means to quench their thirst. With determination, Guiyin decided to utilize her stored purified water to craft 5 baseball bats. Keeping one for herself and selling the remaining 4 before listing her wares, she had browsed the trading channel, seeking to acquire tools. Given that the competition had only just commenced, the monsters were not too powerful, leading to a very low drop rate. Her hand crossbow had been a stroke of luck, yet it was unlikely many shared her fortune, making the baseball bats a marketable commodity. Once she listed the weapons, Guiyin patiently awaited trading notifications. Opening the information page, she remained unfazed by the 99 notifications, having grown accustomed to such occurrences. Big shot. Do you have the blueprint for the baseball bat? How did you acquire so many resources? Could you share your methods? And do you have any purified water? I'm on the brink of dehydration. Guiyin calmly perused the messages. Although seeking help might be a shortcut, why would anyone extend their assistance? Relying on others is often less fruitful than relying on oneself. Skimming through the inconsequential messages, one trading inquiry caught her attention. Hello, Miss Sue. I have 1 unit of compressed gasoline, green quality, to trade for 2 baseball bats and items related to vehicle repair. Guiyin clicked to view the green quality compressed gasoline. Green quality compressed gasoline. 1 unit can fuel a vehicle for 100 kilometers. Guiyin had found gasoline in supply boxes before, but it had always been in white quality and measured in units. She had never encountered green quality or compressed gasoline, and the items the other party sought were precisely what she could provide. Guiyin was determined to secure this deal that I'll offer a vehicle repair robot, white quality, for the trade. While gasoline is valuable, it is not yet scarce, but as far as I know, I have not seen anyone selling vehicle repair robots. The well-built man did not hesitate long before agreeing to the trade, and Guiyin beamed as the compressed gasoline was sent to her. This gasoline was incredibly convenient. It could be replenished in the fuel tank at any time based on the fuel levels and took up no space, making it an essential item for the road race. In the end, the baseball bats garnered her 6 items in return. Green quality portable washing machine blueprint, green quality bread maker, white quality antibiotics 6, kettle, induction cooker, green quality camping kit, tent, moisture barrier, sleeping bag, camping lantern, and rain jacket set. Guiyin immediately used 2 of the antibiotics, pocketing the rest. The white quality items were akin to ordinary goods sold in reality, while the green quality items boasted advanced technology. She had yet to encounter any blue quality items. The items suitable for trade were rather mundane, yet she understood that truly valuable goods were typically kept for personal use, leaving the less desirable for trade. After half an hour of selective browsing, she finally settled on these few decent items. It was now noon. Having driven over 20 kilometers, it was time for a meal. She consumed some fruit and then, using her exchanged resources, purchased a bowl of braised beef noodles. The young man selling the noodles had previously bought gorilla meat from Guiyin. Big shot, I can prepare any dish as long as you provide the raw materials. And I do not charge a processing fee. This is my freshly made braised beef noodles, a family recipe, simply exquisite. Guiyin recalled this individual, as he had purchased the least amount of gorilla meat from her. Had she not set a minimum purchase of 1 kilogram, she suspected he would have bought even less. Now, seeing him sell braised beef noodles and claiming it was a family recipe, it seemed he had developed a new product from the gorilla meat. By the second day, he had managed to gather the ingredients solely for braised beef noodles, indicating he was no ordinary character. The ingredient for the dish required flour, beef, pots, bowls, and a means to boil water and cook, certainly not something one could extract all at once from supply boxes. In fact, the reality was quite similar to what Guiyin had surmised. Qi Shiheng's family lineage had a history of imperial chefs stretching back 3 generations, with their culinary heritage traceable to the Ming dynasty. Although many recipes have been lost to time, Qi Shiheng could confidently assert that even dishes like silk-wrapped noodles and crab golden wrap balls were mere fundamentals. Failing to master, even these would earn him a reprimand from his ancestors. Acquiring gorilla meat is a stark reality, as such a pure ingredient is nearly unattainable. The quality of farmed produce pales in comparison to that of the wild. Alas, financial constraints hinder any aspirations to procure more, compelling one to settle for a meager quantity instead. Speaking of luck, it seems he has indeed been fortunate. Upon his introduction to the game, he received a blue-quality universal kitchenware set from the novice gift pack, enabling him to effortlessly dispatch a cow with the included kitchen knife. The dropped resources conveniently included flour and seasoning, affirming Qi Shiheng's innate culinary prowess. It is thanks to his ancestors insisting he personally slay cattle and sheep on their family ranch, under the pretext that the freshest ingredients must come from one's own hands. Otherwise, even towering at 188 cm, he would find himself intimidated by a wild buffalo. Guiyin, whose name sounds delicate, appears to be a formidable individual in reality, given the strong scent of blood from the gorilla meat. It may be prudent to observe her further. She could potentially become a long-term collaborator. For now, a trial run is in order, and he is confident that once Guiyin tastes his noodles, she will be utterly captivated. Thus, a steadfast, revolutionary friendship may blossom from their exchanges. However, one can only hope that fortune does not abandon the hero midway. Upon this thought, Qi Shiheng absent-mindedly scratched his head, as if cursing her fate. I end their trade. Guiyin exchanged 5 pounds of gorilla meat for a bowl of beef noodles, regrettably lacking vegetables or a poached egg. A drizzle of sesame oil and a few sprigs of cilantro would have been absolutely delightful. With only around 100 pounds of gorilla meat remaining, resources were dwindling, and it seemed that food would soon become unaffordable. Naturally, Guiyin did not overlook the scattered remnants encountered on the road. Zombies, perhaps? They bore a striking resemblance to characters from a certain animated series, vividly animated in their grotesqueness. After satiating her hunger, she wielded a baseball bat to swiftly dispatch a zombie, severing its head with a clean blow. Since her revival, she has felt a remarkable enhancement in her strength and control over her limbs, far surpassing even the peak of her ballet training years prior, where she could not achieve such precise command over every muscle in her body. Upon opening a supply box, she was greeted by green quality kettle. A printed duck-down quilt and green quality recipe grants a random recipe upon use, which illuminated her eyes. With night approaching, the duck-down quilt became an essential item for warmth, alleviating her reliance on a meager blanket made from gorilla hide. Guiyin boiled a pot of hot water, but lacked a cup. A simple exchange of 20 milliliters of purified water for a cup sufficed. Such extravagant actions swiftly yielded the desired item. The chat channel was bustling with activity. Aside from the earlier substantial exchanges of hundreds of pounds of meat and dozens of hides, there was little to stir the waters in a channel of 700,000 participants. Chapter 3. Initiation of the Zombie Extreme Escape Challenge. With another recipe in hand, Guiyin immediately thought of someone and opened her previous temporary conversation history. I have an unknown recipe here. Would you be interested? The influx of private messages was overwhelming, prompting her to enable filters, only accepting messages related to item trades. Of course, esteemed one, what do you desire in exchange? I would even sell my soul for that recipe. Ha ha ha. Guiyin's excitement surged upon seeing the recipe. He too had a recipe to offer, an improved version of beef noodles, featuring a 10 reduction in ingredients and a 10 increase in success rate. This felt almost like cheating. Guiyin raised an eyebrow at Guiyin's message. His eagerness suggested he was inexperienced, revealing his desperate need right from the start, as if inviting others to inflate the price. Although Guiyin was not one to exploit, who could resist the chance to profit from such a plump sheep? How about beef noodles 3 times a day for 2 days? She suggested, tying her shoulder-length hair into a braid. Very well. Guiyin hastily agreed, not fully considering what Guiyin sought. His fingers acted faster than his mind, and as the realization dawned on him, he gasped. This was no small price to pay. Regret was futile now. Rubbing his hands together, he assessed his available ingredients: beef, rice, and flour, along with a recently hunted wild chicken and several onions, plus 2 50-pound pumpkins. Do you have any dietary restrictions? None, Guiyin replied with a light chuckle, appreciating the young man's attentiveness. Breakfast would consist of pumpkin buns and pumpkin porridge, lunch would feature onion stir-fried beef over rice, and dinner would be shredded chicken cold noodles. Guiyin prepared the meals based on his available ingredients. It must be said that Guiyin was exceedingly handsome, with long, curled eyelashes framing large, round eyes, pure black pupils, a gracefully defined jawline, and sharply defined features. A striking visage indeed. Thank you, esteemed one. I am at a loss for how to repay you. Let us maintain correspondence. I will gladly serve as your personal chef. Guiyin was overjoyed as he received the small refrigerator and recipes sent to him. It seemed this esteemed individual was generous, not greedy, and rather likable. Guiyin felt proud that he had earned this trust so quickly. Without even exchanging food, he had already received a reward. What splendid fortune! As Guiyin busily prepared the ingredients, he was blissfully unaware of Guiyin's rich inner thoughts. I could see that moment. A system notification captured everyone's attention. Congratulations to all contestants for successfully surviving 36 hours. To increase rewards, we are now initiating a temporary challenge. The Zombie Extreme Escape Challenge. Rules. Players must confirm their participation in the challenge 3 minutes from now. Those who survive the challenge will receive a blue supply box. The minimum quality of randomly dropped supply boxes during the challenge will be green. Friendly reminder. The challenge's difficulty is 50 higher than that of the novice survival path. Please assess your abilities and consider your participation carefully. A temporary challenge for Zombie Extreme Escape. Blue supply boxes as the minimum quality. While Guiyin typically opened green supply boxes, she had never encountered a blue one, with at least one blue treasure chest at stake. She felt compelled to participate. As for the risks and potential for death, such concerns would not deter her. Fortune has always favored the bold. As she organized her vehicle, she glanced at the chat channel filled with messages. What now? This dreadful road is up to no good again. Do they want us to perish even faster? Whoever wishes to die can go ahead. I'm not joining. The time has come to showcase my skills. Just watch how I fill my pockets. Should I go or not? What a dilemma. What do you all think? Share some useful thoughts that I say. If survival outside becomes impossible, why not take a chance? Who knows? My bicycle might just transform into a motorcycle. As everyone else joined the competition, the outside would surely become safer. Perhaps more supply boxes would emerge as well. Each option had its pros and cons. Seeking stability versus pursuing wealth depended on one's perspective. Please confirm your participation in this competition. Confirming participation. Without hesitation, Guiyin clicked to confirm, and in the blink of an eye, she and her vehicle were transported to a new location. Bang! Guiyin's vehicle was violently struck, sending her sprawling over the steering wheel, her prominent nose aching from the impact. Had it not been for her genuine nose, she would likely have succumbed to the pain, suppressing her anger and discomfort. She twisted the steering wheel, executing a swift drift that crashed her car into the one that had attacked her. The assailants, likely caught off guard by her rapid counterattack and impressive driving skills, were left reeling. Had it been an ordinary girl, the force of the collision would have left her incapacitated. However, Guiyin, with her robust constitution, swiftly abandoned thoughts of retaliation, opting instead to speed away as a horde of zombies swarmed behind her. And falling behind would mean succumbing to their relentless assault. These raiders, having tasted the sweet fruit of robbery, grew increasingly brazen, seeing only a lone woman in a high-level vehicle as an easy target. And they struck with malice. Humanity, it seems, often succumbs to greed, where self-interest trumps conscience. With disdain, Guiyin sped away, the chilling howls of the undead echoing behind her as the van crumpled under the zombie onslaught. A quick glance in the rearview mirror confirmed her urgency, and she pressed the accelerator to escape the chaos. Chapter 4. A bridge of terror before her lay a vast river, its surging waves effortlessly consuming all in their path. The only means of crossing were two vehicles traversing a precarious. With clear intent, she aimed to leap across the furious river. The zombies trailing far behind her continued their pursuit, after half an hour without encountering any other vehicles. She wondered if this race was simply a matter of driving forward and conserving fuel. As she ascended the bridge, the sturdy structure suddenly began to sway violently, jolting the vehicle as if it were a mere ornament. The impact rattled against the glass, producing a cacophony of sound. Her gaze shifted to the window. She was now nearing the bridge, her speed reaching its peak. The bumpy terrain exacerbated the vehicle's instability, and the wheels threatened to derail. Guiyin gazed out at the scenery beyond the window, her hands gripping the steering wheel with an iron resolve. Amidst the tumultuous jolting, she felt not a trace of panic or fear. Instead, her heart surged with exhilaration that it was in this moment that she realized the remarkable extent of her mastery over the vehicle's control, as Guiyin understood that this sensation was extraordinary, a skill not commonly possessed by the average person. The vehicle served as an autonomous transport for the human body, a completely independent apparatus that required special modifications to carry more than just the human form. The strength and agility of a person were directly related to the weight they could bear. The more a person could carry, the faster their speed would be. However, this was relative. The human body had its limitations, and thus, there was a cap on the weight it could support. The human limit was a mere 60 meters per hour. And even for Guiyin, maintaining this extreme velocity was a formidable challenge, let alone surpassing it. Furthermore, regardless of her physical prowess, reaching a speed of 150 miles per hour was inconceivable. Such velocity represented a superlative level of speed, far beyond human capacity. In her view, this pace was utterly unattainable. Yet, she had accomplished it. This was indeed a world brimming with infinite possibilities. The sensation was profoundly mystical, the kind that, once experienced, could never be forgotten. Waves of excitement surged within her heart. Creak. Guiyin abruptly slammed on the brakes. Her complexion changed. This was not the first time she had felt pain since entering the competition. But she knew it was merely fleeting discomfort. The current situation was dire, as the once stable suspension bridge began to sway violently beneath her as she drove onto it. undulating like a breath, causing her to be startled and forced to decelerate abruptly. Her vehicle teetered precariously on the edge of a cliff, mere steps away from tumbling into the abyss below. Sugiyin's pupils constricted. She recognized the impending danger. Her speed had reached its peak, and she was acutely aware that continuing on this path would lead to a catastrophic demise. The sense of urgency gripped her. She felt that if she hesitated even for a moment longer, she would face annihilation. She was unwilling to perish, reluctant to embrace death. Chapter 5. The oncoming crisis, however, at this moment, remaining stationary on the swaying bridge was clearly not a prudent choice. She had to traverse it, for who could predict the unforeseen events that might unfold behind her? Summoning every ounce of strength, Guiyin pressed the accelerator once more, her vehicle roaring to life. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead as she sped forward, the seemingly short suspension bridge appearing interminable against the backdrop of the raging Huangjiang River. After navigating the perilous few hundred kilometers at breakneck speed, Guiyin exhaled deeply, casting a glance back at the bridge she had left far behind. She knew her driving skills had improved significantly. Yes, Guiyin sped along. A sudden flash of green caught her attention, a supply crate in the middle of the road. With a sense of delight, she halted her advance and dismounted to collect the treasure, only to discover that her body was soaked with perspiration, leaving behind damp imprints. After hours of racing with little to show for her efforts, this newfound motivation was invigorating. Just then, a jet-black zombie, sporting short, fleshy wings, suddenly descended, lunging towards Guiyin with a ravenous bite. This creature was massive, towering nearly 1.5 meters in height, its body cloaked in darkness and adorned with sharp, bony protrusions. Upon glimpsing its grotesque form, Guiyin's brow furrowed. Though she bore the remnants of pain from her earlier collisions, it was not life-threatening. She had meticulously surveyed her surroundings before dismounting for the supply crate. How could such a zombie appear so unexpectedly? Was it perhaps the guardian of the treasure? Guiyin dared not underestimate the threat. The visible zombie was one concern, but she knew that should she falter, others might lurk behind her, waiting to pounce. Maintaining a safe distance from her vehicle was paramount. If the zombie were to damage it, her chances of completing the competition would be obliterated. Drawing her crossbow, she aimed and unleashed 3 bolts at the beast. The projectile struck its arm, shattering bone and spraying a mixture of blood and marrow. Taking a deep breath, Guiyin prepared to retreat. The zombie had deftly evaded her arrows, and the impact of her attack was negligible. Retreat was her best strategy. However, as she turned to leave, she was met with the sight of a stranger, a man whose pallid complexion exuded a foul stench. His skin was decomposing, revealing ghastly white bones beneath. I could see that moment. He was fixated on Guiyin's feet. Glancing down, she noticed her shoes were smeared with bright red paint, prompting her to hastily remove them. The soles of her feet were stained a dark crimson, emanating a repugnant odor. The wave of dread washed over her. She had not anticipated that this man would resort to such a trick to ensnare her. Even more alarming was the realization that she had been utterly oblivious to his presence. Understanding the treachery of human nature, driven by greed and desire, she reflected on the lengths to which individuals might go to obtain what they sought. Engaging in acts of cruelty that were deeply troubling, she aspired to be a person of conscience, yet reality forced her into a corner. Filled with indignation, Guiyin resolved not to become one of those who would compromise their integrity for gain. She did not perceive her actions as wrong. She had never considered herself a paragon of virtue. While she would not engage in acts of kindness, the harshness of reality often compelled her to adopt a ruthless demeanor. Though she did not extend this to everyone. Some individuals compromised due to familial circumstances, yet that did not mean all could become so callous. Such people were reprehensible, as their actions could lead to the untimely demise of many innocents. Guiyin's heart brimmed with resentment, her fists clenched in determination. She would not abandon her quest for vengeance. Those who had conspired against her would reap the consequences of their actions. She would spare neither the zombie nor the man who was so close to becoming one. Even if she were to perish, she would take a piece of them with her. Chapter 6. The allure of greed. Human nature is treacherous, driven by greed and desire, willing to commit heinous acts to obtain what they covet. Guiyin found herself besieged by 2 zombies, struggling to retaliate. Suddenly, A cacophony reached her ears, prompting her to look up. In the distance, the roar of an engine echoed, and a dark figure raced toward them. Guiyin opened her eyes to see a young man on a motorcycle speeding in their direction. The bike's velocity was astounding, and it quickly came to a halt beside her and the zombies. The young man dismounted, tall and robust, clad in athletic gear that marked him as a sports enthusiast. With a swift motion, he brandished a long sword, dispatching the troublesome zombies with ease. Guiyin felt an overwhelming sense of relief. But skepticism lingered. Such coincidences were hard to believe. She watched his retreating figure with keen interest, her guard still up. If his motives were solely to claim the rewards from the zombie treasure, that would be understandable. However, if he sought to exploit her, she would not back down. Guiyin effortlessly drove his sword into the bloodied and scarred face of a zombie that had sought to ensnare Guiyin. "What are you staring at?" he inquired upon noticing her. "Nothing. Just thought you rode quite splendidly," Guiyin replied with a smile. "What is your name?" "Thank you for your help today," she inquired. "Could you tell me what you actually want?" Naturally, the intention was to save her, for Guiyin had encountered many who were driven by selfish motives to harm her. In contrast, Guiyin appeared remarkably different. "Honestly, I'm not sure why I helped you," he replied after a moment of silence. "And my name is Guiyin. You are the first person I've encountered in this race. There's no need for gratitude. I merely acted on impulse." His words were resolute, as if propelled by a formidable force. "Regardless, I must thank you. My name is Guiyin, and here are your spoils. Keep it. There are plenty of those supply crates, and I don't particularly need them." Guiyin replied dismissively that, "Oh, very well." Having observed the young man's prowess, Guiyin found no reason to doubt his sincerity. His confidence, born of such ability, was indeed enviable. "Come, let me help you with some zombies. Your vehicle is too low level. You need upgraded components, or those zombies will easily dismantle it." Leaning against his motorcycle, Guiyin's gaze swept over Guiyin's car. "I don't want your help with the zombies. I want to face them myself." Guiyin declared resolutely, "It's not that I reject your kindness, but I must confront this reality on my own if I am to survive in this perilous world." "All right then, follow me and keep up. I'll guide you through the horde," the young man said with a resigned nod, turning toward the throng of zombies approaching in waves. "Indeed, let us walk together. For I too aspire to be as formidable as you." Guiyin nodded, turning to stride towards the horde of zombies. "I believe you will undoubtedly succeed." He gazed at Guiyin for a brief moment before choosing to remain silent. Chapter 7. Gradual Enlightenment. Guiyin drove leisurely behind Guiyin, maintaining a speed of 120 miles per hour. As for Guiyin, his pace was effortless, seemingly considerate of Guiyin, though he never vocalized it. They paid no heed to the burgeoning tide of zombies behind them, for their increasing numbers merely indicated a decline in their level, resulting in the majority of supply boxes being of inferior quality, which inevitably consumed time. They only paused to eliminate higher-level zombies, and Guiyin waited for Guiyin to collect the supply boxes before continuing onward. In reality, Guiyin likely hailed from a wealthy family. Guiyin, though unspoken, could sense the air of someone who regarded wealth as trivial, a notion that was quite evident as for his motorcycle. It was perhaps a mere hobby, or potentially indicative of a career as a professional racer. The car moved gracefully, akin to a fish gliding through water, exuding a sense of freedom. This revelation led Guiyin to realize the endless possibilities that this apocalypse presented. Driving was merely one facet. As the zombies encroached, she resolved to press onward, bidding him farewell. "However, I wish to impart that while humanity indeed harbors much malice, there exists a benevolent side as well. You must retain a measure of kindness." With that, Guiyin departed. Perplexed by his parting words, Guiyin found herself adrift in thought, her mind a tempest of confusion. Though her life had not been particularly affluent, she belonged to the middle class. Often occupied with work, yet her situation had improved over time. Long hours spent on the racetrack had left her weary, yet the supplies within the boxes sufficed for her needs. However, the solitude of traversing alone and the treachery among fellow racers made her nostalgic for life before the apocalypse. Guiyin had a passion for road trips and had joined a camping club, where she met a group of friends, including Jean 11. While Jean was aloof and cherished freedom, plagued by obsessive-compulsive tendencies and a penchant for cleanliness. Yet he was adept at navigating social interactions, forever seeking unique landscapes and extraordinary travel experiences. During a camping competition with substantial rewards, he found his existing team unsuitable and sought out Guiyin, who possessed commendable skills. Initially, she was put off by this blunt man, yet repeated encounters revealed his remarkable ability to provide emotional support, and she gradually succumbed to his charm. Guiyin became so enmeshed in following Yuzhanchi that she neglected her family and career. "I regard you as a sister. I am not fond of girls." Upon reading these two statements, Guyin's heart shattered. Understanding the context, she could not fathom how her relationship with Yuzhanchi had devolved to such a state. Tears streamed down her face as she was abruptly thrust into the apocalyptic road race, the long-anticipated end of the world arriving 20 years late. Survival on the road commenced, with the first round of selection taking place, and the system announcing that the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled would not be included in the initial selection. Guiyin soon discovered the allure of this new world beneath the apocalypse. Being an adventure enthusiast, she adapted swiftly to her surroundings. Li Yuan's background was shrouded in complexity. She yearned to befriend someone so refreshing. Yet the mysteries of the apocalypse loomed large, making it a daunting task to investigate. She resolved not to act recklessly and invite trouble upon herself. With this thought, she steadied her mind and continued towards her ultimate destination. The vehicle entered a thick fog, and only when the radar alerted her that the road ahead had vanished did Guiyin slow down and exit the car. This radar had been a fortuitous gift from Li Yuan after he helped defeat zombies and opened a treasure box, effectively upgrading her vehicle's intelligence system, a most useful tool. Parking at the edge of cliff, Guiyin leaped out and stood at the precipice, gazing down into an abyssal gorge that appeared bottomless. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that the gorge had no end, shrouded in a layer of mist at its summit. Furrowing her brow, she found the peculiar nature of this gorge unsettling. As she stepped closer, she noticed numerous tall trees surrounding the gorge, teeming with flora and fauna, yet she was at a loss as to how to identify them. Her gaze fell upon the sheer cliffs flanking the gorge, polished to a bronze sheen and remarkably sturdy. After a moment of contemplation, she diverted her attention to the small caves dotting the cliffs, from which flickers of red flames danced faintly. A daring thought ignited within her. She resolved to explore the depths of this gorge, determined to uncover its secrets, confident she would not falter. Guiyin ventured into the small caves. Enveloped in darkness, with only the dim flames guiding her path, as she proceeded, the smooth rocks beneath her feet offered no impediments. Suddenly, she heard a faint noise, prompting her to halt, holding her breath, and cautiously advance 2 steps before crouching down. A rush of warm air emanated from the cave's entrance, causing her to marvel at the presence of hot springs within. Carefully following the stream of warmth, she soon encountered a thin wall. Her heart surged with joy, for it indicated a door lay beyond, obscured by the wall's narrowness. She attempted to push the door open, but after several futile efforts, she realized her body faced no resistance. The wall felt as fragile as paper. In her exploration beyond the road, she discovered a nest of mutated creatures, earning her a marking ability, and stumbled upon a mural depicting 9 radiant stars encircling a 9-pointed star. As Guiyin swore, she had seen such imagery in a film before. Yet never had she experienced a scene as thrilling as this. Awed by the peculiarities of this world, she pressed forward with renewed caution, careful not to disturb the debris underfoot. Upon gazing at the mural, she felt a strange luminescence emanating from the 9-pointed star pattern, bright as sunlight, compelling her to shield her eyes. Stumbling slightly, she barely managed to steady herself against the mural, lowering her hand as the searing sensation faded. Her gaze turned complex as the brilliance of the 9-pointed star gradually dimmed, revealing that her scrutiny had tarnished the mural beyond repair. While its value was significant, it held no utility for her current situation. However, the mural sparked a hypothesis. The secret beyond it might be intertwined with her destiny, that if she could unearth this secret, it could lead her to the information and weaponry she desperately sought. After contemplating the mural for a time, she departed. Only upon exiting the gorge did Guiyin exhale in relief. Despite the wealth of information the mural had imparted, it also illuminated a glimmer of hope. Chapter 8. The next battle, Guiyin knew she must find a safe haven to recuperate. Otherwise, recovery would be impossible, and she needed to leave this place promptly. She had not forgotten that she was still in a competition. Just as she prepared to depart, a shadow descended from the heavens, landing before her. The beast was as robust as a man's arm, towering over her with a menacing physique. Its skin was dark, with sharp teeth protruding from its cheeks and nose, its large eyes glinting with ferocity, and its mouth curled into a savage grin, revealing a row of menacing fangs. Guiyin stared at the creature, which unleashed a long, purple-black tongue adorned with serrated teeth, letting out a furious roar. Startled, she stumbled backward, her foot catching on a large stone, sending her crashing to the ground. A sharp pain coursed through her leg as she touched the source, discovering a gaping wound on her right knee, blood oozing profusely. She couldn't help but lament her misfortune. Was she cursed? The creature emitted a low growl, fury burning in its eyes, with a sudden burst of energy. It lunged at Guiyin with the speed of an arrow, its power terrifying enough to obliterate an ordinary individual. Seeing the beast charge toward her, Guiyin gritted her teeth and retrieved a dagger from her pack, hurling it at the monstrous creature. Though the dagger was small, its sharpness pierced the beast, eliciting a howl of anguish. Momentarily halted, the beast then charged at Guiyin with renewed ferocity, and she found herself pinned beneath its weight. She felt a suffocating pressure in her chest, as if something were yearning to burst forth from her throat. A beast opened its jaws and clamped down on Guiyin's throat. As Guiyin's eyes widened in shock. This creature was formidable. She struggled fiercely a few times, but to no avail. The thought that this beast would soon sever her neck made her pupils constrict to the size of pinpricks. Desperately, she covered her throat with her hands, attempting to thwart the monster's assault. The beast opened its mouth, seizing her throat, and she felt a metallic sweetness flooding her mouth. Memories of the initial moment she was bitten by the creature rushed back to her. In that instant, she felt as though she had already perished. She gasped for air, striving to alleviate the choking sensation. She inhaled with great effort, hoping to ease her suffocation, yet her body grew heavier, and she gradually found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Just then, she witnessed the monster slowly leaping away from her. It lunged towards her with its massive jaws agape, prompting Guiyin to scream and retreat with all her might, simultaneously covering her mouth and nose, swallowing hard. The dagger she had wielded earlier had taken effect, and her arrow had struck the beast, delivering yet another devastating blow as the creature crashed to the ground. A blue supply crate appeared in its place. A wave of relief washed over Guiyin. Her body no longer ached, nor did it hurt. She felt rejuvenated. Gazing at the object before her, she suddenly remembered that she had yet to eat. She glanced at the words inscribed on the supply box. Her hunger was overwhelming, and nourishment would surely invigorate her. Guiyin opened the crate, which contained several pills and a few bags of water. She poured the contents of a medicinal pouch into her mouth, a refreshing sensation enveloping her, revitalizing her spirit. She swallowed the pills, eyes closed, savoring the cool energy flowing into her, and soon her entire being felt extraordinarily invigorated. Chapter 9. 3 men once restored. Guiyin departed from the cliff, and as the fog lifted, a path emerged before her. She pressed onward, sensing that the competition was nearing its conclusion. While driving, Guiyin noticed that her vehicle's onboard system, Blue Upgrade Legend, had a central steering wheel with an odd indentation, as if it were missing something. However, she could not identify the issue, so she chose to abandon it, not wishing to risk further complications. Guiyin murmured, gazing at the road ahead. Back home, car engines upgrade themselves, but here, they require manual intervention, especially on this rugged terrain. With that, she fell silent. The car sped along, the jolts causing her body to bounce. Yet she maintained her composure. She understood that she was racing ahead, and soon she would not only have to pilot this vehicle, but also a more powerful combat machine as the others evolved. Here, anything was possible. She knew she had to succeed. Otherwise, her life would be at an end. She looked ahead. A blinding white light flashed. A colossal truck, towering at 2 meters high, loomed before her to the rear of the truck. A thick iron chain dangled, tethering a heavily armored military Humvee. Suspended behind the Humvee was a large box filled with unknown contents, something Guiyin had never encountered due to the sheer size of the vehicle. Upon it stood 3 men clad in black suits and polished shoes, wielding submachine guns and donning sunglasses that it was perplexing how such advanced vehicles and weaponry could exist alongside the dilapidated vans everyone else was driving. Yet, she felt no fear, as Guiyin never anticipated encountering them here. Although the reason eluded her, she understood that if they captured her, the consequences would be dire. Little girl, surrender obediently, and I assure you, your life will be far happier than it is here, said the leader of the suited men with a smile. As Guiyin shook her head defiantly. What if I say no? I advise you to comply, for you're no match for us, the man in black retorted with a grin. If you doubt it, feel free to call for help, as Guiyin scoffed, disregarding his words, and turned her gaze towards the Humvee behind her, eager to test her newly acquired skills, drawing a dagger from her waist. She gripped it firmly in her right hand and swung it violently towards the Humvee, producing a dull thud as the vehicle's window shattered. With a swift kick, she sent the door flying off its hinges. This was the effect of the muscle refinement potion she had just obtained, combined with her newfound ability of indestructibility, resulting in extraordinary power. Chapter 10. Robots. The 3 men inside the vehicle were evidently taken aback by her audacity to attack. Momentarily frozen in shock, that by the time they regained their senses, Guiyin had already leaped from the car, sprinting towards the Humvee. Damn woman, the leader of the suited men cursed. Brothers, pursue her, no matter who she is. Yes, the 2 subordinates replied immediately, giving chase, as Guiyin regarded the 2 men in black with a cold smile gracing her lips. Her movements were light and nimble, as if she were treading on clouds. Though her pace appeared slow, as she closed in on the men, she would suddenly leap, knocking them down with a single blow. Her figure left a phantom in the air as she approached the suited man, who sensed the impending danger and instinctively jumped aside. However, in that moment, Guiyin sprang up, seizing his hair and slamming his head in the ground, pinning him down and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing him to howl in agony. That moment, the 2 subordinates rushed to the scene, but upon witnessing Guiyin's fierce countenance, they froze, unable to move. They gazed at the beautiful girl before them. Realizing she had transformed into a demon, a bloodthirsty aura emanated from her, instilling an indescribable fear. After subduing the man in black, he fixed his gaze upon Guiyin, who appeared utterly unfazed by his stare. She turned her attention back to the 2 subordinates and softly declared, "It's over, robots. This potion is truly effective." Guiyin mused, initially hesitant that relying solely on driving would not counterbalance the muscle power from the potion. But it seemed that everything falls into place with a stroke of luck. Following her previous transformation and the refining effects of the potion, her body had reached the peak condition of an ordinary person. Had it not been for this peculiar world, she might have perished from the excess energy upon first using the refining potion. Of course, the indestructibility ability also played a part in her survival. As for why Guiyin identified them as robots, the reason was simple. Their eyes were inorganic, and the sunglasses obscured empty voids beneath. They were unmistakably bosses rather than mere humans. Robots, abundant energy, usable by humans, containing a special electric current that can resonate with the human body, activating internal electromagnetic waves. The other 3 robots can upgrade vehicles to bulletproof off-road vehicles. As Guiyin attempted to touch the robots, she felt a surge of warmth coursing through her arms, clashing with the energy from her refining potion, ultimately causing her immense pain. She sensed her flesh tearing apart only to be reconstituted. The rampant energy within her was unbearable, as she desperately needed to expel it. Fortunately, a final flicker of rationality restrained her from destroying her vehicle, redirecting her surplus strength towards the Humvee instead. Chapter 11. The power of the refining potion. The sensation of her flesh being reborn was extraordinary. Guiyin hastily gathered her spoils, not daring to delay, and resumed her journey. She was determined to rank in the top 10 of this competition, especially after having encountered powerful adversaries like Guiyin. She was unaware of how far she had traveled, only noticing that the environment had grown increasingly desolate. Eventually, there were no plants lining the roadside. The landscape was barren, comprised solely of desiccated sand and yellow earth, with a rare tree standing alone, devoid of any vegetation. After consuming some rations and drinking a bit of water, Guiyin embarked on a new quest. She had devised a training regimen for herself, planning to run, roll, climb trees, leap from cliffs, dive, rock climb, shoot, and engage in combat daily. Only with consistent training could Guyin's physique grow stronger, though utilizing the refining potion during this period would yield even better results. In the absence of it, she would gradually enhance her physical abilities. Just as she parked her vehicle at a low slope to rest, a piercing and shrill sound echoed from afar, prompting Guiyin to become alert. It seemed that something was rapidly approaching her direction. Guiyin, feeling a sense of urgency, swiftly unsheathed her weapon. Yet before she could even take aim, a powerful gust of wind swept past her. In the next instant, she felt a sudden tightness in her wrist, and the crossbow bolt she held soared several meters away, landing amidst a pile of rubble. Trembling with fear, she raised her gaze, only to behold a colossal black zombie wolfhound before her. Its body was covered in fur as sharp as blades, and within its enormous eyes flickered a savage, bloodthirsty light. Its mouth gaped open, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white fangs, and a viscous, foul-smelling liquid dripped from its maw. Behind the wolfhound, hundreds of smaller black canine creatures gathered in menacing clusters, each emanating an aura that sent chills down her spine, their eyes glinting with malice as they fixed their gaze upon her. A ferocious howl erupted from the zombie wolfhound, its haunting green eyes brimming with fury. A stream of putrid liquid gushed from its nostrils, splattering Guyin's face with a crimson hue. Overwhelmed with terror, she instinctively recoiled, but the speed of a zombie wolfhound was astonishing. In mere blinks, it was upon her. Was she to face this lone wolf or the horde? The wolfhound lunged, its razor-sharp teeth tearing through Guyin's clothing, igniting a searing pain in her chest as blood oozed from the wound. With a thunderous roar, the zombie wolfhound attacked again, its vicious jaws shredding her garments, while its claws raked across her skin. Guyin's flesh contracted violently, a strange resilience surging through her. This clawing was no mere scratch. The wolfhound let out a low growl, suddenly releasing her before leaping high, its gaping maw aimed at her throat. In that critical moment, Guiyin brandished her dagger, a glimmering arc descending from above, striking the zombie wolfhound squarely on the head. Chapter 12. Breaking through the siege, the zombie wolf king fell, and the smaller canines scattered in terror. Capture the leader first, and the rest will falter. With the wolf king slain, everything thereafter became considerably simpler. A mournful howl escaped one of the remaining zombie wolfhounds. It turned, its crimson eyes filled with madness and hatred, yet it did not relent in its assault, charging toward the source of the glimmering light. Guyin's dagger unflinchingly pierced its skull, and the beast collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Exhausted, her stamina waning, Guiyin knew that another encounter with an enemy could spell her doom. At this stage of the competition, it was essentially a battle of endurance, even if she weren't fighting monsters. The mere act of driving had drained her of energy. She closed her eyes, resting for a brief quarter hour, regaining a modicum of strength. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she inhaled deeply and started the vehicle, departing from the scene. Not long after, she received the long-awaited notification. Competition concluded. All participants are to proceed to the rest area for a 1-hour recuperation, based on distance traveled and overall performance. The top 10 in each sector have been determined. Shortly, rewards will be distributed to each contestant's vehicle. Please check after resting. As the system announcement faded, Guiyin found herself before a temporary modular structure. After confirming her surroundings were utterly secure, she parked her vehicle in the adjacent maintenance area. Congratulations, you have received a super deluxe indestructible vehicle maintenance package. Would you like to use it? Yes, astonished. She watched as the dents and scratches on her vehicle began to mend at a remarkable pace. She then stepped inside the modest yet well-equipped rest area, likely hastily constructed for this purpose. Beneath her feet lay a platform, while the walls displayed several paintings devoid of any significant information. This rest area is designated exclusively for the first-place contestant of Sector 7983323. enjoy the luxurious treatment befitting a champion. No time for joy, only overwhelming fatigue. She entered the bathroom, discovering the bathtub filled with warm water, adorned with flowers, fruits, and toiletries to have such lavish sanitary facilities was utterly perplexing. Without hesitation, she disrobed and submerged herself in the bathtub. The warm, comforting sensation enveloping her, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. Despite her weariness, Guiyin forced herself to remain alert. She knew she had to readjust swiftly to regain her peak condition. After a night of recuperation, she finally felt revitalized. Opening her eyes, a radiant gleam shone forth, her mental acuity fully restored. Rising from the bath, she dried herself off and donned a fresh set of pajamas, then pushed open the bathroom door. Stepping into the living area, the room was furnished with a sofa, coffee table, and television, while a dining table displayed an array of sumptuous dishes and fine wines. It was then that Guiyin noticed a set of clothes and footwear placed on the back of the sofa, her exclusive rewards. Approaching, she examined the garments and footwear. Chapter 13. Time to reap, beginner competition. Plum blossom set, blue quality. A blue quality set, indeed. Guiyin had anticipated a blue resource chest as the reward for first place. Yet she was pleasantly surprised with this ensemble. The clothing and shoes boasted simple styles, yet were crafted from exquisite materials, remarkably lightweight, likely made from some advanced technological fabric. Regardless, acquiring such items was an unexpected delight. She picked up a blue-gray shirt embroidered with a delicate plum blossom pattern, the craftsmanship exquisite. Upon trying it on, she felt significantly refreshed. Though basic in design, it fit her as if custom-tailored. Additionally, a pair of light purple sneakers matched the outfit perfectly. Slipping them on, she found them a perfect fit, and with a new outfit, she appeared remarkably vibrant. This set inherently possessed functions such as water resistance, fireproofing, and protection against metallic abrasions, and it also reduced resistance by 20. Content: she patted the hem of her outfit and stretched, feeling an unparalleled lightness as the fatigue of the previous day dissipated. Even her muscles and bones felt healthier than before, a clear enhancement in her physical conditioning. Though the competition had been perilous, Guiyin emerged victorious, having vanquished numerous foes while covering considerable distance. Standing before the full-length mirror in the center of the living area, she marveled at her transformation. Gone was her previously drab appearance. She now wore a special plum blossom-printed top and light purple trousers, her hair styled in a high ponytail, her gaze sharp enough to pierce through the mundane. Indeed, the most profound change lay within her spirit. She brimmed not just with confidence, but also an undeniable aura of dominance. With a spring in her step, she made her way to the kitchen, where an array of delectable foods awaited. Chicken, vegetables, fruits, and milk, all part of a lavish self-serve buffet. Guiyin selected several bottles of red wine and a fine goblet, arranging foie gras sushi, king crab, braised pork rice, and a vegetable fruit salad on the dining table. She swirled the wine in her glass. A smile graced her lips. Sheer bliss enveloped her. What a delightful experience! She inhaled the aromatic bouquet of the wine, savoring its richness. Lifting the goblet, she downed its contents in one go. Her tolerance for alcohol undoubtedly enhanced a post-evolution. Her appetite had also increased. Where she once felt satisfied after a few pieces of sushi, she now polished off the entirety of her meal alongside 3 bottles of red wine. With a satisfied belch, she stretched her limbs, leaning against the cool wall with her long legs crossed. Her fitted pants accentuated her shapely thighs, while her delicate calves curved slightly to reveal a patch of soft, pale skin. Her beautiful face flushed a charming pink, her gaze dreamy. She adored red wine. Having downed 3 bottles in one go, yet still craving more. So delightful. Who could resist such exquisite indulgence in this harsh environment? Chapter 14. Chat channel. Guiyin opened the chat channel for the competition. Eager to grasp the current state of affairs on the apocalyptic roads outside during the final 20 minutes. Welcome contestant number 1111111 to track 111. Road day 3, 12, 28. She reviewed the group messages, noting the alarming statistic: 61004010000 participants. The death rate remained unsettlingly high. Did you see those things? Someone shouted in the chat. What things? Guiyin inquired. Zombies, a cacophony of voices erupted in the chat, gradually quieting down. I've seen them more than once, but there are simply too many to fight off. And as time goes on, they only grow stronger with various zombie breeds emerging. My goodness, how terrifying. Zombies, various races. Fortunately, I did not venture in. Given my petite frame, survival would have been highly improbable. My goodness, that truly frightened me. It appears that the road ahead will only become increasingly perilous, with no telling what strange and bizarre entities may emerge. I have acquired a wealth of powerful weapon schematics and formidable equipment from this competition. I must hasten to visit the merchant. With such remarkable spoils, I had believed I was destined for first place. Yet unexpectedly, Guiyin has seized the top spot. Next time, I shall certainly surpass her and claim the title for myself. I am merely curious about what reward she will ultimately receive. They must be substantial. Sue, my esteemed competitor, please showcase your treasures in the trading zone, so we may behold them. It's merely a stroke of luck for a woman. Had I entered as a professional racer in reality, would she have still secured first place? As the competition concluded, the leaderboard displaying the top 10 participants rolled across the screens before all those who had taken part and survived, leaving no doubt as to who the true powerhouses of this region were. In Guyin's mind, visions of the schematics and various weaponry she possessed flooded her thoughts. Alongside records of zombies and mutated beasts, she found herself deep in contemplation regarding her forthcoming choices. Torn with indecision, yet the answer began to crystallize. She is a woman yearning for immense power, control, and the glory of high status. Yet she is simultaneously timid and fearful of death, reluctant to embrace risk. To her, embarking on this competitive journey equates to a near-certain death. She must deliberate thoroughly. However, akin to business where profits compound, one must continually advance, lest they stagnate. Well then, since I am here, retreating is not an option. Moreover, Guiyin clenched her jaw, resolved to pursue wealth through peril. This path, though fraught with danger, is replete with opportunity. Even if it demands a hefty price, Guiyin is determined to firmly secure her position atop the rankings. Her eyes sparkled with determination as she declared her belief in her own success, bolstered by sufficient courage and wisdom to overcome all obstacles on the path to becoming a ruler. She shall relentlessly press forward. After all, who can resist the glory of being crowned first, along with the accompanying material rewards? It seems the hour of respite has come to an end. She sat within her vehicle, which was infused with a subtle, refreshing fragrance following its maintenance. Chapter 15. Vehicle Maintenance and Alluring Spoils. This maintenance primarily addressed the following aspects. 1. Repair of damaged lighting fixtures, rectification of the tilted body and leakage issues, and replacement of the doors, engine hood, trunk lid, and glass, all restored to a like-new condition. Even a previously silent, intelligent onboard system now greeted Guiyin warmly. Point 2. Examination of the status of all warning and indicator lights. And upon starting the engine, verification of their extinguishment. Point 3. Ensuring all engine attachments are securely fastened, with no leaks present at any junctions. Adjusting the tension of belts, inspecting the fixation of each pipe and wire. Replenishing coolant and checking the density of the battery's electrolyte. Point 4. Cleaning the exterior of the vehicle, inspecting for and replacing any damaged bulbs and lampshades, and ensuring the stability of body decorations and rearview mirrors. 5. Inspecting the tires for bulges and abnormal wear, as well as any signs of aging or severe damage. Cleaning the surfaces of the radiator, oil cooler, and air conditioning radiator of debris, and removing surface oil stains and repairing any chipped paint on the body. 6. Cleaning the engine exterior, washing or replacing the 3 engine filters and oil, blowing away dust from the air filter with compressed air, replacing the fuel filter, and adding a filter net to the washing pipe joints while changing the oil and fuel filtering device. 7. Checking the battery terminals for corrosion, washing the exterior of the battery with hot water to remove any corrosive substances, and measuring and adjusting the electrolyte density. Guiyin felt as though she could almost let out a triumphant howl. Was this not akin to receiving a brand new vehicle? Composing herself, she eagerly transitioned to the exhilarating task of sorting through her spoils from the battles fought, Aside from the essential medications and food, she had only opened 2 supply crates while replacing her tattered clothing. The remaining crates still lay in the vehicle. In total, including the open crates, she had acquired 16 green supply crates and 4 blue ones. With a single click, the crates were opened. You have received the following items: fuel-efficient tire schematics, 14 vehicle upgrade fragments, 10 energy water capsules, each enhancing stamina by 10, usable only 3 times a day, 10 units of green quality compressed fuel. 1 unit allows for a journey of 15 kilometers. 3 adrenaline shots, schematics for hemostatic pads, schematics for dagger forging, schematics for cargo expansion, schematics for shock-absorbing clothing, a pair of solar-powered mining lamps, and a solar-powered stabilizing stove for vehicles. All items obtained from the green resource crates are of green quality, along with various supplies such as toilet paper, wet wipes, toiletry kits, kitchenware sets, dining sets, and canned goods, as well as staple foods such as bread, instant noodles, rice, cooking oil, chicken eggs, duck eggs, and quail eggs. Having completed the green quality resources, it was time to open the blue crates, which excited Guiyin immensely. 1. Click to open. You have received the following items: a pair of constant temperature load systems, schematics for anti-inflammatory drugs, schematics for repair robots, schematics for composite bows, and a pair of blood-sucking daggers. All of these are of blue quality, plus a sunshade net, an automatic fishing net, a defogging agent, and compressed gasoline. However, no blue puzzle fragments for vehicle upgrades were found. Chapter 16. Coveted Spoils. Lastly, she received a unique title, Waiting for the Rabbit. Wearing this title increases the likelihood of animals colliding with her vehicle by 1-0. As Guiyin smirked at the description. A mere 10% chance seems almost trivial, especially given its already low baseline. Current title capacity is 2. Would you like to equip it? Her car could upgrade to level 3, which would allow for an additional title slot, leaving 1 position vacant. If the onlookers in the chat channel learned of the rare resources Guiyin had amassed, enough to facilitate a level 3 vehicle upgrade, they would surely turn green with envy. Guiyin's level 2 vehicle dashboard also featured a gap. Upgrading from level 2 to level 3 necessitated 9 green fragments, and fortuitously, she had acquired 9 different fragments for this upgrade. However, the basic resource gap required for vehicle upgrades remained substantial. From her recent haul, only 5 green upgrade fragments remained, and the cargo expansion schematics could be sold. Given that cargo expansion is green, and Guiyin's vehicle was set to upgrade to level 3, she had no need for it. She opted to use all remaining schematics. They would not circulate in the early market, and as for food and daily necessities, Guiyin had no intention of selling those either. The 10 units of green quality compressed fuel were placed in the back seat of her vehicle. As even compressed, each unit occupied a volume of 10 cubic centimeters, the 10 energy water capsules, and 3 adrenaline shots. Alongside the anti-inflammatory drugs she would later manufacture, were kept on her person, as they were vital medical supplies. The solar-powered mining lamps, vehicle-mounted solar stabilizing stove, and constant temperature load system would not disappear with the vehicle's upgrade. Only the owner could replace them with higher quality versions, as Guiyin secured the pair of blood-sucking daggers to her thigh. After organizing her inventory, she proceeded to access the crafting menu, with numerous schematics at her disposal. Many crafting options illuminated her screen as Guiyin reviewed her current crafting possibilities. Lighter crafting schematics, simulated solar lamp tube crafting schematics, air purification and oxygenation device schematics, green baseball bats, bottled water, fuel-efficient tires, green quality water purification devices, hemostatic pad schematics, dagger forging schematics, shock-absorbing clothing schematics, anti-inflammatory drug schematics, repair robot schematics, composite bow schematics, and portable washing machines. She selected components that would enhance her survival rate for crafting and selling. While for weaponry, she would only consider the baseball bat and dagger, as the composite bow is a lethal weapon she would reserve for when she found something even more formidable. Having chosen her crafting items, she utilized the accumulated raw materials from her vehicle, and while waiting, she accessed the trading section. Now, she could list the crafted items for sale, as the system could autonomously operate given the necessary raw materials. Trading displayed a plethora of high-quality goods compared to her previous listing, including the herbal materials Guiyin required, which surely held appeal for fortunate individuals capable of procuring herbs. However, in the absence of knowledge regarding their uses, they could only be sold. It's worth noting that in such harsh environments, the risks of foraging for herbs, akin to Shinong's legendary trials, are not only perilous but also demand considerable bravery. The categories Su Guiyin listed were immensely diverse, ranging from weapons, simulated solar lamp tubes, green baseball bats, bottled water, fuel-efficient tires, hemostatic pads, shock-absorbing clothing, anti-inflammatory drugs, repair robots, portable washing machines, to lighters. Truly a comprehensive array of essential wilderness survival items, all priced in raw materials, making it quite a bargain. Consequently, her offerings quickly became highly sought after. Chapter 17. Vehicle upgrade. It can be said that the moment she listed her items, the private messages exploded once more. The chat channel buzzed with discussions regarding Su Guiyin's actions. I shall articulate my thoughts. It is evident that Su Dalao is poised to undertake significant actions once again. As anticipated, every item that has been listed is an absolute necessity, a veritable currency of survival. What? Su Dalao has also made provisions for equipment. I must hasten to take a look, lest I arrive too late and find everything snatched away. Ha! I managed to secure a dagger. Astonishingly, it can be exchanged for mere materials, one exceedingly low threshold. With the simulated solar lamp, I shall cultivate my vegetables with greater efficacy. Anyone in need, do seek me out. Hemostatic tablets, actual hemostatic medicine. My heavens, I can now hunt in the wilderness without fear of bleeding wounds. Furthermore, there is a robot for vehicle repairs. I shall promptly gather materials. None shall compete with me. Soon, the supplies were entirely sold out, and water proved even more coveted than before, ignoring the cacophony of chatter in the communication channel. Su Guiyin clicked to upgrade her vehicle. The brilliance of the enhancement shimmered as her Level 2 sedan transformed into a Level 3 off-road vehicle. This vehicle boasts remarkable defensive capabilities, its exterior clad in robust armor capable of withstanding conventional firearm assaults. The interior is spacious enough to accommodate several individuals, featuring a dedicated fuel storage compartment and a suggested kitchen. The shelves within are adorned with a variety of equipment, food, and water, even a portable bathing tub for convenience. Especially with the abundance of purified water, should others learn of Su Guiyin's extravagant lifestyle, indulging in baths with purified water, they might well be consumed by envy. This off-road vehicle surpasses her previous creation, offering ample power and traversing the wilds as if gliding over flat terrain, capable of sustaining speeds of up to 180 kilometers per hour for extended periods. Presently, I possess two weapons. Guiyin inspected her gear, her compound bow and dagger. Both exceptional implements. The compound bow, crafted from a special alloy, possesses considerable power and range, allowing for precise strikes against living targets within 500 meters. At this moment, two questions began to surface in Su Guiyin's mind. Firstly, the merging of channels is accelerating. It will not be long before it impacts her parents, and how shall she reunite with them while ensuring their safety? Secondly, as long as one remains alive after the channel merges, Su Guiyin is bound to encounter her former club members. How shall she confront them? It is worth noting that after the calamity, she ceased to participate in club activities altogether. Her right hand instinctively moved to her waist. With a snap, a silver palm fell onto the vehicle. This was a prized acquisition of Su Guiyin, said to be forged from the scales of a python. Silver scale gloves. Su Guiyin picked up the gloves and donned them. Feeling their essence, with a soft chuckle, she mused, "Indeed, my conjecture was correct. The silver scale gloves can absorb metallic energy and vitality, converting it into a replenishment of my physical strength. Though minuscule, it is not to be underestimated when accumulated." Subsequently, she retrieved 2 apples and leisurely began to munch on them. These apples are delightful. So sweet. Su Guiyin squinted her eyes in bliss, reclining on the plush leather chair, relishing the delectable fruit, her spirits soaring as she savored the joys of life. Chapter 18. The battle with the python. At this moment, she had been traversing the road for half a day. In this apocalyptic world, beyond the ruins lies desolate mountains and wilds, occasionally dotted with trees. Their leaves long decayed and branches laden with frost, indicating a harsh environment. Unyielding, Su Guiyin piloted the vehicle through the night, the moon obscured by dark clouds, with only a sliver of silvery light illuminating a vast expanse of barren plain ahead. This desolate plain stretched endlessly, devoid of any structures or vehicles, not even the traces of wild beasts, as if it were a forbidden zone. What secrets does this plain hold? Guiyin murmured to herself, her keen mind sensing that it must conceal some mystery. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the human desire to explore has only intensified. Now, hundreds of thousands of players have surged onto the highways of the plain, seeking secrets and treasures. Yet to date, no news has emerged. Guiyin meticulously scrutinized her surroundings, observing every blade of grass, every insect and bird, even a single drop of dew. But alas, nothing was revealed. This place is indeed peculiar. Guiyin muttered, accelerating the vehicle. Driving her level 3 black off-road vehicle, which, despite its lower chassis, boasted numerous features and impressive speed, she pressed the accelerator. A roar erupted from the engine, and the vehicle trembled as it surged to a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Like a wild stallion galloping uncontrollably, the surrounding desolation was eerily silent, and the exhilaration of speed was utterly delightful. Along her journey, Guiyin encountered various mutated flora and fauna, such as giant centipedes, spiders, and snakes, as well as numerous zombies, all of which she dispatched with ease. Suddenly, she turned her gaze forward. Before her lay an enormous creature, a python, its entire body shimmering in golden hues, its scales glistening. Fangs flashing menacingly, it spanned approximately 4 meters in length and weighed over 800 pounds, with a walnut-sized crystalline core embedded in its abdomen, emanating a dark red glow. This is Guiyin's eyes widened in astonishment. The color of the crystal was exceedingly strange, black, radiating an aura of terror. Abruptly, her gaze shifted to the python's tail, her expression shifting. Could it be that the earlier scent of blood emanated from its maw? Boom! The golden python seemed to sense Guiyin's scrutiny, abruptly raising its head, its colossal pupils fixated on her. Hisses! The golden python opened its massive jaws, its crimson tongue unfurling towards Guiyin. Dodge! Guiyin gasped in surprise, swiftly maneuvering her seat aside, narrowly evading the attack. However, as she had neglected to close the window, her seat suffered the consequences. The python's tongue ensnared the seat and yanked fiercely, instantly shredding it and dragging Guiyin down towards its gaping maw. Fiend! Guiyin cursed, diverting the python's attention elsewhere to prevent further damage to her vehicle. Bang! Roar! With a commanding shout, Guiyin clenched her fists and struck the python's head with all her might. The force of her blow sent the python reeling, disoriented. Seizing the moment of the python's daze, she propelled herself off the ground, her right leg soaring high before delivering a devastating kick. Thud! Guiyin's kick shattered the python's skull. Blood gushing forth. Chapter 19. The siblings. The python's elongated body collapsed to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. However, the python was not her primary focus. Guiyin retrieved a green supply crate and approached the rocks. Before her stood a pair of siblings. The boy, Jing, aged 20, possessed striking features, fair skin, bright eyes, a prominent nose, and full lips. Clad in a white suit and polished shoes, he exuded an air of gentlemanly elegance. His sister, Changmash, was equally beautiful, her voluptuous figure accentuated by a delicate oval face, making her an exquisite beauty. How stunning! Guiyin silently praised, her gaze sweeping over the siblings' perfect forms. Jing and Changmash bore fair skin and delicate features, their expressions imbued with determination and composure. What stirred Guiyin's heart was the emptiness of Mash's right pant leg. A girl in the bloom of youth, yet physically impaired. How tragic! Thus, Guiyin remained vigilant, refraining from departing immediately. Please help us. Changmash, having witnessed Guiyin's clever confrontation with the python, saw her as a beacon of hope. Since their arrival here, despite being fortunate enough to reunite with her brother, the environment's perilous conditions rendered her brother's skills ineffective while burdened by her disability. Hence, she fervently wished for Guiyin's assistance, even if it were just a modicum of help. Yet, whether Guiyin would extend aid remained uncertain. I can offer assistance, Guiyin replied with a smile, but you must understand that medical supplies are in short supply. Do you possess anything of value to exchange? Items. I possess none. Chung Mosh bit her lip and said, but if you would take us in, we could serve you. Labor? Su Guiyin shook her head. I am not in need of laborers. I am willing to do anything. Chung Mosh insisted earnestly. Our food will soon be depleted. If we do not act, we shall starve. Her tone was filled with desperation, as if she had surrendered her dignity at T18. She was a flower in full bloom, trapped in the wilderness for months. Suffering from hunger and thirst, teetering on the brink of despair. In such dire circumstances, she had no choice but to place her hopes in Su Guiyin and other outsiders. Very well, Su Guiyin contemplated before speaking. You may accompany me. If I find you both suitable, I shall accept you. Upon hearing Su Guiyin's words, Chung Mosh was elated. Thank you. Thank you. Let us go. Su Guiyin greeted Chung Moshu, leading the unconscious Chung Qing towards the vehicle. She administered anti-inflammatory medication and hemostatic tablets to Chung Qing, and when he gradually regained consciousness, Su Guiyin provided them with food and water. Where are your vehicles? Su Guiyin inquired. Our vehicle was destroyed. We were being pursued by monsters, and, in our haste, we ran too far, Chung Moshu explained, a shadow of sorrow crossing her face. Chapter 20. Two young brothers. The essence of survival in this game lies in transportation. Regardless of your individual capabilities, it is exceedingly difficult to transcend human limits for survival, Su Guiyin elucidated. Observing their expressions, she had already articulated her thoughts with considerable tact, mindful not to inadvertently hurt their feelings. Fortunately, both had enough sense to absorb her words. Subsequently, Su Guiyin taught them how to operate the vehicle, guiding them on controlling speed and direction. Both demonstrated remarkable aptitude, requiring little effort on her part to impart the necessary skills. Throughout the teaching process, her demeanor remained composed, unlike her instructor, whose examples had once included catastrophic mishaps in driving schools. Remember, Moshu, in this apocalyptic world, we must rely on ourselves, Su Guiyin stated gravely, that if danger arises, it is imperative to maintain a calm judgment. Fleeing is the wisest course of action. Understood? Yes, Chung Moshu and Chung Qing nodded obediently. You must always prioritize your safety, that if survival is not guaranteed, never engage recklessly. Do you comprehend? I understand, Chung Qing replied. Being 3 years older than his sister and inherently more mature, he recognized that Su Guiyin's admonitions stemmed from her concern for their safety. Let us find a secure location to rest, Su Guiyin suggested. Indeed, the siblings agreed, and after 2 days of companionship in this dim and bleak environment, Su Guiyin had assumed a leadership role. Moshu. Suddenly, Chung Qing exclaimed. What is it? Su Guiyin queried. Chung Moshu, in a state of alarm, exclaimed, there are wild wolves chasing us. Do not panic, Moshu. Brace yourself, Chung Qing replied with a calm smile, accelerating the vehicle with determination. In an instant, the engine roared to life, unleashing tremendous power, and the car seemed to soar. Reaching a staggering speed of 150 miles per hour, the velocity was nothing short of astounding. Su Guiyin was taken aback not only by Chung Qing's driving prowess, but also by his audacity. As he matched her speed in a world gone awry. Mastering the vehicle was not merely a trivial task. It demanded exceptional skill and finesse. Without such expertise, one could not hope to navigate the treacherous terrain of the apocalypse, where a lack of proficiency could lead to fatal accidents. As Su Guiyin maneuvered through the darkness, the vehicle surged forward at an uncanny speed, encountering numerous wild creatures along the way. Yet, she did not linger but swiftly evaded these troublesome pursuers. Chung Qing and Chung Moshu sat within the vehicle. Although they possessed strong mental fortitude, their recent encounters with zombies left them somewhat fearful. Not fear, Su Guiyin reassured them as she skillfully steered the car. These animals pose no real threat. Should we encounter them, I have means to deal with them. Just relax and refrain from making rash movements. Chung Qing and Chung Moshu nodded in agreement. Both were astute and perceptive, fully aware that this was not the time for heroics. Obeying Su Guiyin was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Chapter 21. Racing. Su Guiyin drove the off-road vehicle through the desert, the moonlight casting a silvery glow upon her face, enhancing her beauty. The vehicle hurtled down the road at an impressive speed, and as she surveyed the landscape, a thrill of excitement coursed through her. The exhilaration of unrestrained driving was utterly intoxicating. She had her reasons for keeping her vehicle private. Having traveled with the siblings for nearly a week, she had yet to extend an invitation for them to join her inside. At that time, Cheng Qingjing and Cheng Mashu's vehicle was merely a van assembled from ordinary materials Su Guiyin had acquired. After several days of battling monsters, it had transformed into a compact car that could keep pace with Su Guiyin's Hummer. One must always be wary of others, yet harbor no ill intentions. Su Guiyin mused with a faint smile. It had been a while since she checked her private messages, which remained perpetually at a count of 99. She primarily looked at links providing information on item availability, noting that the highest quality items were of green grade, as blue ones were absent, though she had procured some potentially useful items. Nothing particularly special had surfaced. It was evident that, even after 13 days of the apocalypse, resources remained scarce. She pondered whether this was unique to her channel or a common trend across all. Reflecting on this, she thought of Li Yuan, who she later discovered was not in the same channel. One advantage of traveling with the siblings was their extraordinary luck. The monsters she encountered had multiplied, leading to an abundance of resources. However, none of the three excelled in culinary skills, which made meal preparation rather awkward. "Let us find a place to stop and have a meal," Su Guiyin suggested to the siblings. Noticing their hunger, Cheng Mashu's eyes lit up. "Really, sister?" "Yes," Su Guiyin affirmed. "Great." Cheng Qingjing licked his lips, lamenting the lack of tasty meat that day. "Fear not," Su Guiyin reassured him. "This time, there will be not only delicious meat, but also vegetables." Cheng Qingjing's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Though their days of roughing it had been arduous, they had managed to find some comfort. Cheng Qingjing's palate had become accustomed to finer tastes, and now the mere scent of meat made him salivate. Su Guiyin located a clear patch of ground, parking the vehicle and retrieving the pre-prepared cooking utensils and camping gear. She then pulled out a bag of cookies, handing them to the siblings as an appetizer. Cheng Qingjing took a bite of the cookie, his taste buds ignited, and he exclaimed, "Wow, this is so sweet." While the compressed cookie was somewhat less sweet, it was a pure nutritional food devoid of additives. With a delicate and soft texture that far surpassed any store-bought alternative, it was thanks to Qi Shuheng's ingenuity that he realized the profit from these cookies far exceeded that of regular food. He had taken the initiative to gather various vegetables and meats, chopping and mixing them into a broth, which he then combined with the compressed cookies, adding starch to the mixture. That was the simplicity behind the cookies. And the dishes Qi Shuheng created were uniquely delightful, not only in taste, but also in their nutritional value. Chapter 22. A culinary genius in the realm of reality, such culinary delights were trivial. Yet in the apocalyptic context, the flavor and convenience of food shone brilliantly in trade. Cheng Qingjing savored the soup while exclaiming, "This is exquisite! I've never tasted such delicious cookies." Cheng Mashu eagerly nodded. "These are amazing, sister. You must try them." Cheng Mashu, usually demure and well-mannered, expressed her delight, revealing the restrained emotions of a young girl who had never experienced such delectable food. Su Guiyin smiled softly, remaining silent as she savored a sip of the soup, which was smooth and fragrant, rich in flavor. She inwardly marveled at Qi Shuheng's exceptional skills and considered the possibility of collaborating with him in the future. As Su Guiyin and the Cheng siblings relished their meal. Elsewhere in another off-road vehicle, Qi Shuheng was enjoying a serving of roasted duck. "Delicious," he praised, savoring a piece of marinated duck neck, one of his favorite pre-apocalypse treats, known for its refreshing and tender flavor. How wonderful it is to finally indulge in abundance during this apocalypse. What could be more blissful? He felt fortunate to be associated with the affluent Su Guiyin, for life had become increasingly delightful. The variety of ingredients was ever-flowing, and now their vehicles had become small homes, making their journey through the apocalypse increasingly luxurious. Unbeknownst to Su Guiyin, Qi Shuheng's thoughts were drawn away by the siblings. Cheng Mashu's gaze lingered on Su Guiyin, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Noticing this, Su Guiyin couldn't help but ask, "What is it?" Cheng Mashu shook her head, softly replying, "It's nothing, I just suddenly think my sister is beautiful." Su Guiyin burst into laughter, affectionately ruffling Cheng Mashu's hair. "My sister is beautiful too. A light-hearted jest left Cheng Mashu momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing. Cheng Qingjing observed this, casting a glance at Su Guiyin. Mashu, Su Guiyin called, then addressed the siblings. Let us be on our way. We should continue our journey swiftly, for we do not know what unforeseen events may lie ahead. After finishing their meal, the trio resumed their travels. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Moreover, many configurations within have been upgraded under the craftsmanship of Su Guiyin's blueprints. Of course, Su Guiyin is not without cost. All resources and supplies earned by the siblings through their labor belong solely to her. Congratulations to all contestants for successfully surviving 18 days. The Novice Track Advancement Challenge is about to commence. Participation is mandatory for all, with reward for successful advancement and annihilation for failure. Rules. This challenge is divided into 3 difficulty levels, with players confirming their chosen challenge difficulty after 3 minutes. Contestants opting for the Extreme Challenge on the Novice Track will receive a red supply box upon successful survival, while the minimum quality of supply boxes randomly dropped during the challenge will be blue. Those choosing the difficult challenge on the Novice Track will receive a blue supply box upon survival, with a minimum quality of randomly dropped supply boxes being green. Contestants entering the Ordinary Challenge on the Novice Track will receive a green supply box upon survival. Friendly reminder. The challenge's difficulty is elevated by 50 compared to the Novice Track's survival difficulty. Please assess your capabilities carefully before deciding to enter the challenge. Successful survivors in the Extreme Challenge will receive hints for the new track, with titles awarded to the champion and the top 3 contestants. Strive for the generous rewards in your own survival, comrades. Chapter 26. Novice Track Advancement Challenge. Su Guiyin's heart raced as she read the game prompt. If she chose to enter the Extreme Challenge, should she successfully advance, her vehicle would have a significant chance of acquiring blue car fragments, which had eluded them despite many days of survival in the wild. Taking a deep breath, Su Guiyin resolved to take the plunge. I've decided to participate in the Extreme Challenge. What about you two? She inquired, looking at them with an expectant gaze. Cheng Qingjing and Cheng Mashu exchanged glances. They both wished to join the Extreme Challenge as well, since acquiring blue fragments would mean greater opportunities to upgrade their vehicles and obtain superior equipment. Cheng Qingjing declared, I am willing to enter the Extreme Challenge. I too hope to acquire higher-level car upgrade fragments. However, as we have no prior experience in challenges, I suggest we settle for the difficult challenge instead. Cheng Mashu smiled and said, I know you are considerate of me. Brother. Cheng Mashu was his only sister, and he felt compelled to look after her. Thus, he could not simply disregard her safety in favor of entering any challenge. Cheng Qingjing spoke slowly yet resolutely. I believe we should opt for the Ordinary Challenge. The substantial rewards of the advanced tier come with high risks. Even if we participate in the Ordinary Advancement Challenge, as long as we can clear it, our survival will open up all possibilities. Cheng Mashu understood in her heart that her brother was inherently a risk-taker. His choice was undoubtedly made with her well-being in mind. As Su Guiyin nodded, observing their subtle interactions. The brother's attentive care and the sister's resilience and thoughtfulness would undoubtedly help them go further in this apocalyptic world. Very well, Su Guiyin said with a smile. Let us begin our preparations. We will soon enter the challenge area. I hope that when the competition concludes, we can all reunite. The siblings nodded in agreement. Su Guiyin continued. Relax your minds and close your eyes. We will be transported to the challenge space immediately. They then closed their eyes, and the system's voice echoed in their ears. Welcome to the Novice Track Advancement Challenge. You are currently on the edge of a wasteland. Your objective is to traverse this wasteland within 24 hours and earn 9,999 points to advance to the Extreme Challenge. Good luck. Upon opening her eyes, Su Guiyin found herself in the challenge arena. If the chatter in the chat channel was accurate, the advancement challenge was likely vehicle-based, and Cheng Qingjing and Cheng Mashu should currently be nearby. As she drove, she remained vigilant of her surroundings. The wasteland was sparse in vegetation, with only yellow sands and arid air stretching endlessly before her. Beyond her line of sight, she saw no living creatures. This area was utterly desolate. The means of acquiring points would likely involve slaying beasts or human lives. Only by vanquishing enough creatures could she amass points. Yet, the wasteland appeared devoid of any immediate threats. This was precisely what made it most perilous, Guiyin's heart raced with exhilaration. Although she was determined to enter the most challenging advancement contest, this was still a gamble with her life. Chapter 27. The difficulty of earning points. Guiyin had never engaged in such a thrilling endeavor, especially when she was expected to hunt the enemy before they appeared. Assessing her surroundings, she noted the peculiar nature of this area. The winds were gentle, and as she drove, her vehicle produced a soft, rustling sound. In the distance, she spotted a dark figure rushing toward her. It was a giant spider. Damn it! Guiyin slammed the brakes, halting her vehicle, and aimed her compound bow at the monstrous arachnid. The moment she laid eyes on the giant spider, her face went pale. Each spider measured 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width. Their bodies covered in hard shells, with a row of sharp teeth encircling their abdomens and a venomous stinger glistening ominously. Just as her feet touched the ground, she heard a chime. The system informed her that she had earned 10 points. Just as the giant spider vanished from her sight. Cursing her oversight, Guiyin chastised herself for neglecting to survey the terrain. Fortunately, she had managed to injure the spider, had it charged at her unscathed. The outcome would have been dire. This terrain was indeed an excellent hunting ground, Guiyin mused, yet she could not linger here. She needed to vacate this cursed place. Guiyin pressed on, driving cautiously due to the challenging terrain, where even the slightest misstep could result in a rollover. Suddenly, a foul odor assaulted her senses, and her vehicle jolted violently, as if struck. Regaining control of the steering wheel, she steadied herself, her heart racing as she gazed ahead. Before her lay a throng of massive spiders, swarming in a dense mass. Their colors varied: red, purple, black, and silver. Over 20 in total, all slowly advancing toward her. Had she stirred a hornet's nest? Taking a deep breath, Guiyin raised her bow once more, targeting the nearest red spider. Drawing her bowstring, she released an arrow that pierced the spider's head. The largest of them measured 0.5 meter, while the smallest was no larger than a fist. The spider's mandibles opened, revealing sharp fangs and a crimson tongue flickering menacingly. Despite her audacious nature, the sight of so many giant spiders filled Guiyin with trepidation. Clenching her fists, she inhaled deeply. Releasing the bowstring, her arrows flew swiftly, striking the second spider, then the third, fourth, and fifth, adjusting her aim to perfection. Every spider, no matter how distant, fell to her single shot. Her archery skills sharpened, becoming more precise and adept. At last, the entire swarm lay defeated on the ground, their blood staining the wasteland, a scene of carnage permeated by the pungent aroma of blood. With the system's alerts chiming, Guiyin exhaled a heavy sigh. Earning these points had proven arduous. She glanced at her score, only to find she had amassed a mere 300 points. The fleeting joy of her successful hunts was swiftly extinguished. Chapter 28. The constriction of the poison circle. Guiyin continued driving, determined to seize every fleeting opportunity that crossed her path. However, opportunities like the spider horde were not encountered frequently. After some time, she had accumulated less than 500 points, while 2 hours of competition time had already elapsed. This map was utterly treacherous, Guiyin muttered under her breath, contemplating that if this trend continued, advancement would remain an elusive dream. Was she truly left with no choice but to resort to desperate measures? Under normal circumstances, she would never willingly take such a risk, but when her life was at stake, all else paled in comparison, and she would have to push through. Fortunately, the system made a choice for Guiyin. Warm reminder: you have survived for 3 hours in the competition. The wasteland roads are about to constrict. As the system's announcement faded, Guiyin sensed the air around her beginning to warp, as if the very fabric of space were being torn. Quickly sharpening her focus, she scanned her surroundings. To her surprise, the 4-lane road that had previously been occupied solely by her vehicle now had others weaving through, with 2 cars blocking her path between her vehicle and another. Frowning, Guiyin pressed the accelerator, seeking to overtake the 2 vehicles. However, as her speed increased, more cars surged forth to obstruct her. Cursing inwardly, she realized that unless she forced her way through, she would be unable to escape her current predicament. The vehicles were pressing in from both sides, leaving her with no alternative routes. Only the 2 lanes directly ahead remained accessible. Guiyin suddenly slammed on the brakes. The the tires screeching against the asphalt, bringing the vehicle to an abrupt halt. Through the glass, she observed two compact cars parked side by side beside her, evidently eyeing her exquisite vehicle, perhaps believing that a woman would be an easy target. Sensing the precarious situation, one man in the other car hastily pressed the accelerator and sped away. Two individuals leapt from their vehicle. One brandished a gun while the other, bare-chested and adorned with a myriad of grotesque tattoos, glared menacingly. "Hey, who do you think you are? You're blocking our way." "So scram," the tattooed man bellowed, his eyes wide and fierce. With a cold smile, Guiyin retorted, "Do you have any idea who I am, daring to speak to me like that? You're courting death." She swiftly opened the car door, leapt out, and drew a dagger from her waist. Gripping the blade backwards, pointing it directly at the tattooed man's head, "Be wise and get lost." Upon seeing this beautiful young woman pointing a knife at him, the tattooed man could not suppress his laughter, letting out a series of guffaws. I've never seen such an arrogant woman in my life. It's downright hilarious. Have you laughed enough?" Guiyin seethed with rage, kicking away the machete that had been discarded on the ground and bringing her weapon down hard toward his head. "Since you like to laugh so much, I will send you down to join your friends." Ouch! The tattooed man dodged to the side but still suffered a cut, a pain scream escaping his lips as blood sprayed onto the car, marring his face and rendering him even more terrifying. "You filthy bitch! I'll kill you today!" he roared, seizing the machete and lunging at Guiyin. Chapter 29. The value of life yet, before he could close the distance. Guiyin swung her dagger, and the tattooed man collapsed, blood gushing from his throat, painting the ground crimson. The air seemed to be saturated with the scent of blood. The dying man's expression was filled with deep resentment. Unable to believe he had perished at the hands of a mere girl, a disgrace to his masculinity, his companion, paralyzed with fear, wet himself and knelt trembling on the ground, the gruesome scene sapping his will to fight. Guiyin spared no mercy for his accomplice. She had never shown compassion to those who viewed her as easy prey. After collecting usable supplies from both vehicles, the system notified her of an 800-point reward. It seemed that 2 lives were worth a mere 800 points. The system must have been desperate, relying solely on murder for points, devoid of any humanity. Yet, when the prospect of killing for tangible benefits arose, it seemed everyone would be willing to take risks. After all, to survive, one could either wait for points to fall from the sky or gamble their life. It was either kill or be killed. Those who chose to enter such extreme challenges could hardly be considered cowards or weaklings. This was not the first day of the apocalypse. Guiyin felt a weight lift from her conscience. The rules were stark and unchangeable that if one could not alter the rules, then they must adapt. Wasn't it simply about helping those in need when one encountered injustice? Naturally, it would be even better if more fools delivered themselves to her doorstep. She contemplated her next moves as she sped along the track in her vehicle. "Where are my points, oh points?" After racing down the smooth asphalt for several minutes, Guiyin spotted a supercar, a stunning black Ferrari that exuded an air of exclusivity. The motorcycle of Li Yuan had left a lasting impression on her, but this supercar was in a league of its own. Her eyes sparkled with the thrill of the chase as she raced alongside the supercar. However, noticing that its driver showed no inclination to attack, Guiyin, despite her eagerness to use her compound bow, restrained herself. After all, she could not be the one to instigate violence. At a speed of 200 km/h, the supercar maintained a steady position beside her, occupying an entire lane. "Beautiful lady, may I inquire if you require an ally?" Xiaoting leaned from the passenger's seat, grinning at Guiyin. Clad in a floral shirt, with a distinctly charming face and adorned with a diamond pendant on a delicate necklace, his ears were dotted with various earrings and rings, presenting a dazzling appearance reminiscent of a young scion. Guiyin assessed him. Xiaoting was equally scrutinizing her. Guiyin's complexion was notably fairer than that of most women, her figure exquisitely outlined by a form-fitting outfit, exuding an allure that was undeniably captivating. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with amber eyes that sparkled beautifully. "My name is Xiaoting. May I ask how to address you?" "Fair lady?" "Guiyin. Shall we form a team to accumulate points together? If we encounter other vehicles, We can combine forces to defeat them. I believe we would make excellent partners, Guiyin suggested with a cheerful demeanor. Chapter 30. Breaking through, of course, but let us first address the imminent threat. Guiyin replied, a glint of danger flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, the previously smooth road was strewn with sharp steel needles and shards of glass. Gleaming menacingly, Guiyin pressed the accelerator, deftly maneuvering to evade the rows of spikes. For those she could not avoid, she simply crushed them under her vehicle, which performed remarkably well, allowing her to pass through the obstacles with only a slight jolt. Not only was Guiyin nearing the end of the gauntlet, but her ally Guiyin was as well. As smoke began to billow from abandoned vehicles lining the roadside, appearing as though lifeless corpses had vanished into thin air. Exchanging glances with Guiyin, they both sensed something was amiss. Suddenly, a green-skinned creature brandishing a shovel rushed towards them, seemingly frantic at the prospect of losing its prey, its mouth agape and saliva flying, creating an utterly repulsive sight. Guiyin scoffed, so it's you causing the ruckus. With a swift motion, she drew her bow and released an arrow, which soared like a shooting star, piercing the creature's head. The system chimed, notifying her of an additional 100 points. Bang, bang, bang. Guiyin quickly knocked another arrow, targeting the surrounding green creatures, dispatching them with precision. Su is truly impressive, Guiyin remarked, concealing his astonishment as he leapt from the sports car, donning fist wraps and joining Guiyin in the quest for points. Upon hearing his words, Guiyin raised an eyebrow. This man proved to be quite intriguing. Though he appeared slight, each of his strikes was fierce and decisive. Every move infused with an air of ruthlessness. The green creatures surged forth in a relentless tide, creating a spectacular scene. Despite the ferocity of their assault, Guiyin remained unfazed, her arms extending gracefully as she weaved through them like a serpent. Soaring like an eagle, her movements fluid and elegant, Guiyin's steps were light and agile, her body as supple as a willow, as she danced among the creatures, effortlessly displaying her martial prowess. Her hand struck out repeatedly, sending the creatures tumbling to the ground. Ding, ding, ding. The system notifications chimed as her points continued to climb. At that moment, she glanced at Guiyin. Though he appeared carefree, his strikes were unyielding and decisive. Showcasing a high level of combat proficiency, the green creatures could scarcely approach him, and each of his punches claimed the life of one of them. Just mere monsters. How dare they act tough before me? Guiyin's expression turned dark and cold, his form flickering like a specter, moving with astonishing speed. With every punch, he dispatched a green creature, and in the blink of an eye, half of them lay defeated. The remaining monsters now wary of Guiyin. Roaring in fury, the green creatures charged at Guiyin and Guiyin, seemingly endless in number. Damn, these are indeed troublesome. Guiyin frowned, realizing that while the thrill of accumulating points was exhilarating, the overwhelming numbers of the green creatures would soon deplete their stamina. Guiyin understood that it was not the time to show off. Their lack of intelligence in setting traps suggested a leader orchestrating their movements. We need to take down the leader. Chapter 31. The boss, what initially started as a point-gathering endeavor, had devolved into a desperate struggle, as the speed of their kills could not keep pace with the reinforcements. In less than half an hour, the road ahead was completely blocked by the green creatures. Together, they fought through the horde, pushing deeper into the fray. Guiyin, a close-range fighter, was now stained with blood. His shirt tattered and his chest marred with wounds, presenting a rather tragic sight. As the monster's lair, Guiyin shouted, "Fall back!" Before them loomed a massive encampment that should have been visible while driving. As if hastily erected upon the arrival of intruders, Guiyin turned to flee. Guiyin smashed through a blocking tree with a powerful strike, following closely behind her. Almost instantaneously after they turned, a gigantic, grotesque green head appeared where they had just stood, bearing its sharp fangs and exuding an aura of sheer terror. As the number of green-skinned creatures increased, it seemed to provoke this tribe, and the green-skinned monsters attacking them were remarkably twice the size of ordinary ones. Howling, the green-skinned creature roared to the heavens, casually crushing the smaller ones in its path, appearing clumsy yet surprisingly swift as it charged towards the two individuals. Soon, a green-skinned creature wielding a wooden staff appeared before the towering monument in their camp, shaking its staff and muttering strange incantations with a thin, elongated mouth. Shi Zhaoding and Su Guiyin exchanged glances, both sensing the imminent danger. Yet retreat was no longer an option. They could only fight. The two once again joined forces, hacking away at the green-skinned creatures while making their way closer to the monument. Above the monument, a figure radiating green light hovered, encircled by a faint yellow aura that securely shielded it. "What is this?" Su Guiyin's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the glowing figure. Shi Zhaoding spoke in a grave tone. "That is the leader of the green-skinned creatures." "What should we do?" "This fellow seems formidable," Su Guiyin queried, feeling the pressure emanating from the green figure, far greater than that of the previous creatures. Su Guiyin was bewildered. He had never encountered such an energy entity before, but it was undoubtedly extraordinary that a vague sense of crisis began to envelop him, spreading from his feet throughout his body, sending chills down his spine, raising the hairs on his arms, causing his heart to race and breath to quicken. Su Guiyin felt an inexplicable threat. This glowing figure was likely the guardian of this camp. If they could not eliminate it, they would have no choice but to retreat. Shi Zhaoding regarded the glowing figure with a slightly solemn expression, yet since it was the guardian of the green-skinned creatures, they would acquire points from it. "You and I together should manage this," he said. Both understood that while the intimidation from the glowing figure was profound, it was not an impenetrable defense if they could seize the opportunity. They could breach its protective layer, and no problem. Su Guiyin nodded, though he was uncertain about the amount of points the glowing figure might yield. "We'll find out soon enough." Shi Zhaoding swiftly donned a new pair of gauntlets as they approached the green-skinned creatures, only to see that the staff held by the glowing creature was adorned with intricate carvings and various gemstones, emanating a soft glow that became particularly dazzling as it chanted its incantation. Chapter 32. The brave battle. Shi Zhaoding and Su Guiyin paused, waiting for the right moment to find a breakthrough. Roaring, the green-skinned creature waved its staff, casting a gentle light that enveloped the entire camp. The other green-skinned creatures seemed to respond to some mysterious call, converging towards the source of light. Shi Zhaoding glanced at Su Guiyin, and the two moved in perfect harmony. Su Guiyin wielded his twin daggers, slicing through the few green-skinned creatures that lunged at him. Thud! With two swift strikes, he pinned one of the attacking creatures to the ground while another was dispatched by his companion. The green-skinned creatures, incensed, let out furious roars. One creature swiped at Shi Zhaoding with a powerful gust of wind accompanying its attack. Shi Zhaoding dodged just in time, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, these crafty creatures have no intention of facing me head-on. They're merely baiting me into attacking while targeting my weaknesses." With a swift motion, Shi Zhaoding raised his right arm, fingers outstretched like claws, and aimed for the head of the shielded creature. The green shield cracked under the force, threatening to shatter completely. The hulking green-skinned creature writhed in midair. Enraged, its eyes wide with fury as it charged at Shi Zhaoding, that he quickly sidestepped. Boom! A loud explosion erupted as a fireball detonated, sending sparks flying and igniting nearby trees and underbrush with crackling sounds. Su Guiyin hurled a Molotov cocktail, which exploded and ignited a wooden shield. The glowing green-skinned creature glared at Shi Zhaoding with rage, opening its mouth once more to chant incomprehensible incantations as surrounding green-skinned creatures closed in. Encircling be careful. It's using the energy of the surrounding creatures to heal its wounds, Shi Zhaoding warned. Upon hearing Su Guiyin's voice, the glowing creature's form began to shimmer, and, to their astonishment, it vanished into thin air, along with the green-skinned creatures that had been surrounding it, leaving only debris and severed limbs in its wake. Su Guiyin frowned. The glowing creature actually fled with them. This is a serious problem. We must leave this place quickly. We are already far from our vehicle. Although their master was alive, the vehicle could not be commandeered by others, yet Su Guiyin feared that it might be destroyed if left unattended. Despite their superior strength compared to ordinary people, bolstered by potions, they still found themselves outmatched against the elite of the green-skinned creatures. Thus, they resolved to hasten their departure. Just a few hundred meters down the path, they suddenly heard the call of the glowing figure. Following the sound, They spotted it perched atop a large tree, its expression ferocious as it glared at them. Staff raised, Guiyin and Shi Zhaoding exchanged glances. And Shi Zhaoding whispered, "We need to find the vehicle, quickly." Agreed, Guiyin nodded. Chapter 33. The Vengeful One. They discovered a woman scrutinizing a sports Guiyin and Shi Zhaoding exchanged looks, and Guiyin gestured to Shi Zhaoding. The two stealthily approached the girl, who remained oblivious, absorbed in her examination of the car. "Hey, beautiful. Have you had your fill? If so, it's time to pay up," Shi Zhaoding said with a grin, while Guiyin stood by. Watching the scene unfold, startled, the girl turned to face them, and Shi Zhaoding struck a pose. "See? My looks are just as good as that car." The girl gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. She wasn't taken aback by Shi Zhaoding's charm, but rather by the disheveled state of the two men. Noticing their predicament, she quickly explained, "What happened to you? Did you encounter monsters?" "All right, I mean no harm. I just thought your car looked luxurious and wanted a closer look that I saw the bodies of green-skinned creatures." "Did you run into them?" Her question darkened their moods further. Let's not dwell on that. "We should leave quickly, or we'll have more green-skinned creatures on our tails." Guiyin urged that, "Do you have any information about the green-skinned creatures?" Shi Zhaoding inquired, noting her interest. "The green-skinned creatures are the most cunning and treacherous. Once they latch onto you, they won't let go. That if they can't defeat you, they'll flee immediately." "What kind of green-skinned creatures did you encounter?" The girl remarked, perceiving the creature's peculiar tendency to prey on the weak. "That, of course, we won't let them succeed. Instead, they became furious and attacked us." Shi Zhaoding recounted the battle briefly. As Guiyin chuckled, "These green-skinned creatures have quite the intelligence. They know to pick on the weak." The girl nodded in agreement. "I have a way to lure them out." With that, she retrieved a dagger from behind her seat and opened the trunk to pull out a bundle of ropes. "What are you planning to do?" Shi Zhaoding and Guiyin approached her. She tied one end of the rope to the car's roof and then, to their shock, slashed her wrist with the dagger. Blood gushing forth and staining the car's roof, the crimson liquid mingling with the gasoline. "Are you insane?" Shi Zhaoding exclaimed in disbelief. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing," the girl replied, continuing her ritual. Shi Zhaoding could hardly contain himself as he watched her pierce her flesh. Muttering, "Damn, this girl is ruthless." Ignoring his protests, she smeared her blood onto a wooden plaque etched with strange symbols. The basketball-sized plaque gradually turned a deep red as she finally ceased the bleeding. Discarding the dagger and bandaging her wound. "Your blood can attract them?" Shi Zhaoding asked, half convinced. "Absolutely," she affirmed with conviction. Guiyin and Shi Zhaoding stepped back, watching her intently. She had thoroughly stained the wooden plaque with her blood, transforming it into an eerie crimson hue. "Damn, we better leave now. If those green-skinned creatures are truly drawn here, we won't be able to fight again." Guiyin felt that the girl might possess some hidden abilities. However, the reality was that the green-skinned creatures only yielded points, not resource boxes, and having secured points earlier, it wasn't worth risking their stamina for another confrontation. Both settled into their vehicle, engines revved and ready for a swift escape. The girl remained unfazed, casually responding to their concerns. She then took her position at the front, closed her eyes, and began murmuring an incantation, a faint blue aura surrounding her, forming a circular halo. Upon opening her eyes, her gaze was sharp and serious, seemingly entirely focused. Suddenly, she threw the wooden plaque into the air. A chill shot through Guiyin and Shi Zhaoding's bodies. They promptly jumped into the car, flooring the gas pedal. Racing away into the distance. Boom! The plaque erupted instantly, igniting a sea of flames and sending thick smoke billowing into the air. The mist dissipated. A bewildered green-skinned creature appeared in mid-air. As Guiyin and Shi Zhaoding stood frozen in place, gazing incredulously at the girl. She clapped her hands and, with a satisfied smile, approached the two. "What do you think? I've practiced this technique for several years," the girl boasted. Suddenly, several flames illuminated the gray, misty sky ahead. As three vehicles slowed down behind her, gradually drawing closer, Guiyin cast a glance at the girl and then turned his attention to the approaching SUVs, pondering to himself, what a treacherous place this is, where even the slightest misstep could lead to one's demise. Each of the three vehicles contained two men clad in black tactical gear, wearing headsets and armed with equipment. Chapter 34. Growing more lively. What is your name? Shi Zhaoding asked coldly, eyeing the approaching group. My name is Wang Yue. But you can call me Wei Wei. The girl replied with a shy smile that we should leave now. Shi Zhaoding had completely abandoned the idea of engaging in a fight. Guiyin felt the same way. With a sigh, Shi Zhaoding rolled up the window and drove away, with Guiyin following closely behind. The two drove off in their vehicles, leaving a trail of exhaust in their wake. Guiyin was taken aback by the girl's unconventional behavior, but he knew he couldn't concern himself with her antics and simply had to move on. Watching the diminishing taillights, Wang Yue scratched her head, wondering if her good intentions had inadvertently caused trouble. However, undaunted by danger, she was aware that at the conclusion of this game, she would be rewarded handsomely, far beyond the typical rewards for ordinary players. Her health was approximately 10 times that of a regular player, and she possessed both healing and offensive abilities. Thus, the green-skinned creatures posed no threat to her. Rather, if she did not replenish her health quickly, she risked falling in battle. She needed to hasten her progress. After a moment's thought, the girl retrieved a vial of plasma from her waist pocket, an extraordinary remedy for healing wounds. She twisted off the cap and drank the plasma, feeling it transform into a warm flow that coursed through her body, bringing her immense comfort. Next, she took a pill, chewed it, and swallowed. With her eyes closed, she took several deep breaths to promote blood circulation. Feeling her blood begin to boil with vitality. Roar, roar. The green-skinned creatures screeched as they charged towards her. This plasma is truly remarkable, she mused inwardly. Wang Yue then produced a knife. Though rusted, it remained exquisitely sharp, capable of slicing through the green-skinned creatures with ease. Gripping the hilt tightly, she swung the knife with vigor, sending a silver arc of blades slicing through the air. A muscular arm flew into the sky, landing several feet away with a thud. Excellent, the girl exclaimed, impressed by the quality of the knife, which possessed armor-piercing attributes. She continued to wield the knife, each strike leaving irreparable marks on the protective shields of the green-skinned monsters. The creatures seemed to harbor a deep resentment towards Wang Yue for summoning them, choosing to engage her instead of pursuing the two who had fled. After a brief respite to catch her breath and wipe the sweat from her brow, she reflected, these green-skinned creatures have formidable defenses. I'm fortunate not to have been bitten, or it would have been disastrous. With a furious roar, a green-skinned creature lunged at Wang Yue. She deftly dodged while slashing at it with her knife, keenly observing its movements. Finally, the creature faltered. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Yue delivered a powerful kick to its abdomen, flipping it over, and then leaped, driving her knee forcefully into its head, slaying it instantly. Ding! A system notification chimed. Congratulations, player. You have slain a Tier 2 goblin and gained 2 points of bloodline power. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your basic taming skill is about to level up to level 3. Keep up the good work. In real life, Wang Yue was an animal trainer, and when the apocalypse struck, she fortuitously learned this taming technique, drastically enhancing her abilities. This skill allowed her to tame animals, and eventually, even wild wolves and tigers. However, lacking a dedicated trainer, she had yet to reach the true mastery of animal taming, merely managing to subdue them for now. Moreover, this skill had its limitations. It required a natural talent for taming as well as a certain amount of experience points, which Wang Yue currently lacked, causing her taming abilities to stagnate. While the skill was powerful, she could not yet unleash its full potential, but it was sufficient for her self-preservation in this desolate world. Unbeknownst to Wang Yue, her struggle against the green-skinned creatures prompted the approaching vehicles to think twice, and they opted to drive away. Guiyin had already distanced himself entirely from the green-skinned creatures and Wang Yue. This apocalyptic world was truly a melting pot, and Wang Yue's abilities seemed to revolve around summoning. It remained uncertain whether she could control her summons. If not, caution was warranted, as summoning at the cost of blood was no trivial matter. Setting aside such thoughts, Guiyin gradually reduced his speed. After all, enduring a protracted battle was exhausting. Even with healing potions, while physical pain could be alleviated, mental fatigue remained unhealed. Susu, how many points do you still need? We have 10 hours left in the competition, Shi Zhaoding inquired, leaning out the window. Checking her points, Guiyin noted she was close, just 3,000 points shy of reaching 10,000, but still need just over 3,000 points. And you? She asked in return. Having fought side by side, they had developed a certain rapport, drawing their bond closer and solidifying their camaraderie. I wonder if I'll encounter that group of monsters again. Sure, Xiaoting said with a chuckle. Perhaps. After all, my points are nearly sufficient, Guiyin replied with a smile. The sporadic monsters accumulated into a significant total of points, and time seemed to pass swiftly with each kill. The number of elite goblins is random. Each goblin carries its clan's young and hunts surviving players. Players who slay an elite goblin will gain 300 points and a blue treasure chest as a reward. Slaying Goblin Kin will yield 50 points and a green treasure chest. Good luck, survivors. The system alert rang out, causing both to grow serious. It was a dangerous signal. While they possessed the ability to protect themselves, they still needed to exercise caution when facing organized monsters, especially with the potential of encountering elite goblins. As Guiyin and Sure Xiaoting continue their drive, maintaining their course towards the elite green-skinned creature. Resolute not to squander such an excellent opportunity to earn points, they excelled at confronting elite goblins in coordinated assaults, as their numbers were few and, despite their heightened attack power, could be dispatched with teamwork. Given that points were awarded for the final blow, Guiyin and Sure Xiaoting tacitly agreed to each target one green-skinned creature. With swift precision, Guiyin dispatched goblins one after another. Sure Xiaoting, too, was on the hunt for his target elite goblin. But this particular goblin proved cunning, hiding among the foliage, making it difficult for him to locate. After searching for a while, Sure Xiaoting had no choice but to abandon his pursuit and shift to another area in search of prey. Meanwhile, Cheng Mozho and Cheng Qingjing were not as fortunate. The monsters lurking around them were scarce, and they could easily evade them with caution. Unfortunately, they had just been ambushed by several smaller creatures. Sustaining serious injuries, Cheng Mozho had bandaged his wounds, yet they continued to bleed, which was why he could not use healing items, as their effectiveness was minimal. Cheng Qingjing was similarly afflicted, having taken a kick to the chest, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, but suffering internal injuries that slowed his movements considerably. The two stood back to back, vigilantly scanning their surroundings to prevent ambushes. Suddenly, Cheng Mozho leaped up, delivering a powerful punch that shattered a tree the thickness of a bowl. Seizing the moment, Cheng Qingjing drew a crossbow bolt left for them by Guiyin. Unfortunately, his aim was compromised by the creature's swift movements, making it challenging to lock on. The monsters, having detected Cheng Mozho and Cheng Qingjing, charged towards them with alarming speed that'll draw their fire. You run, Cheng Qingjing shouted. Brother, you go. I'll distract them, Cheng Mozho insisted. Due to his own impaired mobility, the siblings had always been cautious, avoiding risks and remaining in the vehicle whenever possible. However, fate had other plans. After 5 hours, they encountered a fresh wave of monsters, all formidable foes far exceeding their capabilities. If they banded together, they would have no choice but to disembark and confront them. Cheng Mozho could not simply watch his brother battle the monsters from the safety of the vehicle. The monsters closed in faster, their growls growing louder. Cheng Qingjing, his expression grave, wasted no time and swung his dagger at one of the creatures, successfully bringing it down. Green liquid spraying forth, he hastily dodged the liquid, but forgot that the ground beneath him had begun to rot, causing him to sink into the muck. Cheng Mozho struggled to rise, but it was too late. His legs were ensnared in the mire, and his desperate writhing proved futile. His face flushed with despair as he watched a creature charge towards them, its jaws snapping around Cheng Qingjing's neck. Cheng Qingjing felt a sharp pain in his throat as blood gushed forth, and with only this one monster left, he fiercely clutched its neck, determined to fight back. The monster weakly released its grip, while Cheng Qingjing found herself ensnared in the mire, unable to struggle any longer. Go. Hurry! Cheng Qingjing's eyes widened, blood trickling from her lips as she fixed her gaze on the direction of Cheng Mozho. Her lips moving but silenced by the suffocating mud that engulfed her up to her head. The heart that yearned to protect Cheng Mozho had ultimately succumbed to despair, witnessing her brother being devoured by the monster. Cheng Mozho's spirit shattered, and she let out a primal scream. No! Stop! Brother! Go! The once resilient girl now wept uncontrollably, tears blurring her vision. her head pounding as if it would explode. The ringing in her ears and dizziness overwhelmed her. And memories of Cheng Qingjing's final moments flooded her mind, intensifying her grief which tore at her very soul, fueling an urge to annihilate everything around her. That very moment, a dart sliced through the air, grazing the skin of the lizard beast before embedding itself in the ground, severing the creature's claw in an instant. That a man emerged leisurely from the thicket, dusting off his hands as he approached Cheng Moshui. Meanwhile, Su Guiyin remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding. Engrossed in discussion with Shi Zhaoding. 5 minutes prior, an announcement echoed. Emergency event activated. The wrath of the Goblin Chief. The Goblin Chief has respawned in the Goblin Nest. All contestants must make haste to the Goblin camp within 5 minutes. The goblins possess far greater strength and intelligence than ordinary monsters. Failure will result in disqualification for all participants. Prepare yourselves for battle. We wish you and your friends good fortune. The two immediately sped towards the goblin camp. A thunderous explosion resounded, shaking the mountain and rustling the leaves. Roars and screeches intertwined, creating a cacophony of chaos. Another deafening blast followed, as Guiyin and Shi Zhaoding could tell from the sound that it was far off. However, the next series of blasts reverberated nearby, causing their ears to ring and their heads to spin. The sounds became increasingly distinct, indicating they were drawing closer. Although unsure of the exact location of the goblin camp, heading towards the source of the noise seemed a foolproof choice. Guiyin crashed the vehicle into several trees before finally halting. While Shi Zhaoding reacted swiftly, braking just in time to avert disaster, Guiyin steadied herself, taking in her surroundings, which had transformed from a desolate forest into a chaotic scene strewn with debris and smoldering patches of fire. What just happened? She furrowed her brow and inquired. Shi Zhaoding surveyed the area, speculating. It seemed something exploded underground. Could it be the goblins? Regardless, we must find the camp quickly, Guiyin pondered before nodding in agreement. She assessed her injuries. Aside from a few minor cuts, she was largely unharmed. Before long, they encountered an increasing number of contestant vehicles, a diverse array of transports that left them awestruck. Though Shi Zhaoding voiced his thoughts, Guiyin felt no regret for the ostentatious appearance of their convertible. Chapter 35. The Monster Feast. The Goblin Camp, a colossal city nestled deep within a dense forest, was shrouded in complexity and harsh conditions, forcing the goblins to dwell underground, rarely seeing sunlight. The city was fortified with numerous protective walls to fend off other races, preventing incursions into their territory. After much toil, the goblins established their small fortress, serving as their refuge, complete with a vast goblin mother nest and ordinary goblins tasked with nurturing larvae and hunting prey. The heart of the goblin camp stood a magnificent, elliptical metal structure nearly 20 meters high, resembling a golden pearl radiating with brilliance. This tower, known as the Goblin Tower, was the residence of the goblin leader, with a passage leading deep underground. Surrounding the camp were thick vines, their roots connecting to subterranean caverns, encasing the goblin settlement securely. The sprawling vines were adorned with goblin larvae, each moment consuming tender shoots and fine threads, sprouting fresh leaves and tiny wings, only to repeat the cycle, multiplying their wings and vitality. The edges of the vines were guarded by goblin soldiers, forbidding entry to ordinary goblins while allowing only the elite access. Clad in thick leather armor, the soldiers stood vigilant, weapons at the ready. Beyond the vines, numerous ordinary goblins toiled in orderly lines, clad in black attire and wielding wooden tools, performing tasks fraught with minor peril, where a moment's inattention could lead to a grim fate. The goblins bore expressions of anguish, yet remained silent, heads bowed as they bore the weight of their arduous labor. Beneath their feet flowed a broad channel, brimming with various ores, the primary source of drinking water for the goblins. After quenching their thirst, they would retrieve fresh well water from nearby caverns. Along the edge of the channel, many goblins labored tirelessly, transporting ores on carts to waiting locations for the next delivery. The moon is exceptionally round tonight. Suddenly, a melodious song resonated through the night as a graceful girl adorned with sunglasses, her figure ethereal in a flowing gown, appeared in mid-air. Her long, slender legs and delicate features radiated an otherworldly beauty. Her lips rosy and full, skin like snow, her visage akin to a masterpiece, exuding an aura of elegance and grace reminiscent of a celestial being. Her eyes sparkled with life, as clear as a tranquil lake. Her beauty breathtaking and divine, evoking awe and reverence. "Look, who is that?" a goblin soldier exclaimed, pointing at the girl in the air. "Wow, she is absolutely stunning," another goblin marveled. "Indeed, she is breathtaking." The goblins gazed up, their eyes gleaming with avarice. "Quickly report to the Lord. A human has flown in from which tribe? Notify the boss immediately. Someone has infiltrated." In an instant, chaos erupted among the goblins. "Calm them down," a tall goblin bellowed, brandishing a blade, prompting a rush of goblins to charge forward. The sounds of collision echoed as goblins slammed against the rock walls, falling to the ground, struggling yet failing to rise, their lives extinguished, blood flowing from their orifices, their deaths gruesome and horrific. Many goblins, gripped by terror, fled in panic. The girl, however, showed no inclination to pursue. She flickered like a specter, vanishing in the blink of an eye into some concealed cavern in the depths of a dungeon beneath the goblin tower. Darkness reigned, the air thick with the stench of decay. The walls were adorned with skulls and withered bones, remnants of humans and other goblins. At the center lay a pool filled with foul, murky liquid, a dark mass writhing within, its form obscured. This was the goblins' feeding pond for their larvae. Surrounding the pool were a dozen goblins, kneeling with palms clasped in prayer, chanting incantations. "Great Goblin King, bestow upon your people stronger bodies." A suffocating darkness enveloped the dungeon, so dense it felt tangible, wrapping around all the goblins. The mass in the pool began to twist, forming a vortex that gradually revealed the colossal, menacing head of a goblin towering 3 meters high. With sharp tusks and claws, its crimson eyes fixed on the preying goblins, releasing a thunderous roar. The dungeon trembled ominously, as if on the verge of collapse. The imposing presence of the large goblin growing ever more formidable. Outside, competitors flocked to the plaza, their presence igniting fierce conflict. The goblins retaliated wildly, wielding an array of weapons: shovels, hoes, wooden sticks, stone hammers, and even massive axes and long-handled sickles. Though the competitors were relatively weak, their sheer numbers, amounting to tens of thousands, turned the plaza into a cacophony of battle, limbs and bodies flying amidst a gruesome scene. Weaker goblins were mercilessly reduced to pulp. The carnage appalling. Chaos reigned in the plaza as humans and goblins fought fiercely, blood staining the ground and anguished cries echoing. "Run!" In the plaza, humans struggled against the overwhelming goblin forces, the ground drenched in blood. The goblins, numerous and robust, proved formidable foes. Among the combatants, there were indeed skilled human fighters whose every move was imbued with immense power, cleaving goblins with ruthless efficiency, yet they were quickly overwhelmed by the tide of numbers. The anguished screams and wails of humanity reverberated across the square, inciting a greater fury among the goblins and intensifying their animosity towards humans. The goblin leader issued a command: "Charge!" with a cacophony of battle cries. The goblins surged forth like an unstoppable tide, fixated on the strongest among the humans. Ferocious and bloodthirsty, the goblins feared not death. They boasted not only their overwhelming numbers and formidable defenses, but also wielded powerful weapons. Once within striking distance, the fate of an ordinary human was sealed. The goblins' assault was relentless, leaving humanity utterly defenseless. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and a colossal umbrella loomed over half the sky, casting a dark pall that obscured the light. Whoosh! Thick, gnarled branches twisted and coiled like serpents, slicing through the air with alarming speed. Following this, a sound akin to a rustling cascade echoed, and the goblin leader, horrified, beheld the sight of countless vines ensnaring them, densely packed and shocking to behold. The vines were adorned with sharp barbs, and with the slightest tremor, copious amounts of viscous liquid dripped down. Within the mass of vines, a pair of icy, merciless eyes glinted, reminiscent of a demon's gaze. Swish, swish, swish! The vines stretched once more, dragging the lifeless bodies of the goblins into a gaping chasm. An eerie silence fell over the square. The earlier carnage felt like a mere illusion. Now, all were frozen in fear, powerless to resist as the vines consumed their kin. Slowly, the vines retracted, ultimately transforming into an ancient, towering tree, its branches stretched out in a lush embrace. Intertwining and spiraling, the trunk robust, its bark a tapestry of intersecting wrinkles. This venerable tree stood sentinel in the square, its trunk undulating like a mountain range. Groups of competitors frantically besieged a singular goblin. Roar! The goblin, brutal and savage, its muscles taut, wielded a massive axe that cleaved the air with a piercing whistle, splitting the chests of two goblin slaves and showering the ground with blood, staining the square crimson. A dwarf swung a spiked club with ferocity at the goblin, who raised its arms to block, but was still sent staggering backward, crushing a goblin slave underfoot into a bloody pulp. Roar! The goblin howled in madness, leaping high, its axe cleaving downward, a silver crescent arc of light tearing through the night sky, as if rending the heavens that a dwarf, caught unawares, was bisected in a single stroke. Thud! On the opposite side, a companion thrust a pickaxe viciously into the belly of a goblin elite. Clang! Sparks flew as the dwarf's wrist was jolted painfully. The goblin elite, encased in a layer of scaled armor, was nearly impervious to harm. With a violent shove, the goblin elite flung the dwarf aside, delivering a fatal blow to the neck of a human competitor. Crack! The head flew far away, and blood gurgled from the goblin's throat. One leg stomped on the goblin elite's abdomen, collapsing into a pool of blood. Roar, roar, roar! The goblin elite bellowed in a frenzy, swinging its axe upon another human, sending the man shrieking through the air. Bang, bang, bang! The high-ranking goblin relentlessly swung its axe, propelling one feeble human after another into the air. Nearby, Wang Yue, who had infiltrated the depths of the goblin encampment, furrowed her brow, glancing at the peculiar pond at the center of the dungeon. She understood why the goblins had suddenly gone berserk. This strange pond was siphoning the souls of goblin slaves. Once drained, the slaves would lose their wits, becoming mindless husks driven only by primal instincts. Wang Yue looked up towards the ceiling of the dungeon, realizing this pond was the dwelling of the Goblin King. She had to intervene. Wang Yue gasped. Yes, she stepped out to survey the area. She was taken aback by the sight of a massive statue of the Goblin King floating above the pond, crafted entirely from metal, lifelike and pulsating with vitality. Its features were indistinct, yet those vertical pupils shimmered with an otherworldly glow, as if imbued with sentience. Wang Yue sprinted deeper into the dungeon, knowing that the Goblin King at the bottom of the pond had awakened and was now watching the inhabitant of the dungeon with its unblinking gaze. Boom! The pond at the center of the dungeon erupted, sending towering waves skyward. These transformed into a hailstorm that swept through the dungeon, each icy pellet imbued with chilling energy as the hail struck the bodies of the slaves. They were instantaneously encased in ice, becoming frozen sculptures. Roar! The colossal Goblin King emerged from the water, enveloped in a faint blue aura, a strange energy radiating from it, as if repelling all nearby forces. The Goblin King, this is bad. Retreat. Hundreds of humans were paralyzed with fear upon laying eyes on the Goblin King, discarding their armor and fleeing for their lives, while they coveted the immense rewards the Goblin King promised. Facing its formidable and terrifying presence made them prioritize their survival. Damn it, we must leave now, someone shouted. Wang Yue, along with the crowd, hastily retreated deeper into the dungeon, a place designed to imprison criminals and the misguided goblins. At the center of the dungeon stood a massive stone wall, intricately inscribed with complex runes, forming a magical array that emitted a soft, yellow glow. Boom! The array on the stone wall suddenly erupted in a brilliant display of yellow energy, coalescing into a massive sphere that enveloped the wall. When the Goblin King charged, its enormous form was repelled like a cannonball. Roar! The Goblin King, its head throbbing from the impact, roared in fury, rising once more to charge at the array. Damn this array! I will destroy you, it bellowed. Towering over 3 meters, its grotesque visage was compounded by its blood-red eyes that a nearby competitor, Witnessing the Goblin King's charge, unsheathed a dagger without hesitation, lunging forward to stab at the Goblin King. The Goblin King swung its axe, shattering the dagger and swatting Wang Yue aside. The competitor spun through the air, spitting blood, and struggled to rise, glaring at the Goblin King. "Humph, you leave me no choice." Boom! Ha! The competitor felt a chill run down their spine as a wave of danger washed over them. Turning, they saw the Goblin King's right arm extending, its razor-sharp bone claws mere centimeters from their neck. Had it not been for their quick reflexes, they would have been crushed in an instant. Damn, the competitor thought, shaken. How do we break this array? Anxiety gripped everyone. The Goblin King's strength was overwhelming, and even their combined might was insufficient. Wang Yue scanned her surroundings, seeking an escape. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she spotted a hidden door deep within the dungeon. She attempted to enter, but the mechanisms were far too complex to activate. "We must leave immediately. If the Goblin King fully recovers, we are doomed," the competitor urged, seeing the hidden door at the dungeon's depths, gritting their teeth as they turned and sprinted towards it, leaping inside. Others, momentarily lost without a leader, followed suit, jumping into the darkness. Thud! Creak! The hidden door slowly opened, revealing a narrow, shadowy tunnel. The tunnel was enveloped in darkness, save for the faint glow emanating from Wang Yue's eyes. Gripping her dagger tightly, she raced down the tunnel, the echoes of thunderous strikes against the dungeon walls reverberating behind her, the sounds of the Goblin King's fury bang. Just as Wang Yue rushed into the tunnel, the stone door slammed shut behind her, sealing the pawn's entrance as it surged forth to fill the breach made moments before. Phew, I made it just in time. Wang Yue exhaled deeply, wiping the sweat from her brow. Ah, pain. It hurts. She suddenly winced, her brow furrowing as a pained expression crossed her face. Crack! The sound of breaking wood resonated, and Su Guiyin and Shi Zhaoting halted their conversation, turning to face the dense forest ahead. A colossal figure emerged from within the goblin structures that it was a massive, pitch-black, beaked green-skinned creature, towering 3 stories high, its physique immensely robust. Its coarse, oily fur glistened, and its elongated limbs were lined with razor-sharp teeth. Every step it took resonated with a dull thud. The gigantic green-skinned beast, upon spotting Su Guiyin and Shi Zhaoting, exhibited no signs of fear, instead letting out an excited roar as it lunged towards them. Damn monster! The two were far from the goblin encampment, arriving too late as the massive creature charged. Su Guiyin cursed and drew her bow, aiming an arrow at the beast. Whoosh! The bowstring twanged as a sharp arrow shot forth, striking the creature's hide, yet it left no mark, shattering upon impact. The creature's defenses were formidable. Shi Zhaoting felt a chill. This goblin beast possessed terrifying strength at the pinnacle of the second tier, and he was no match in a direct confrontation. Swish! Shi Zhaoting released another arrow, but it too proved futile, merely leaving a shallow dent on the beast's hide. "We can't fight it head-on. We must retreat while we can," Su Guiyin urged. Shi Zhaoting nodded, drawing his bow once more, aiming for the creature's head, and releasing the arrow. Howl! With a piercing shriek, the Goblin King was suddenly impaled, a gaping hole puncturing his skull, from which blood gushed forth. His massive form swayed precariously before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, stirring up clouds of dust. "Let's go," Su Guiyin called out, hastily retreating in the direction from whence they came. At last, Su Guiyin and Shi Zhaoting discovered the dungeon where the Goblin King resided, a foul stench wafting from within that was nauseating. They pushed open the door and rushed inside, revealing an enormous, desolate chamber. The only feature in the vast emptiness was an altar at the center, surrounded by countless grim white bones. The altar was constructed from various grotesque skeletal remains, with towering bone pillars adorned with strange symbols and patterns. Beside the altar lay a stone bed, upon which rested a beautiful woman clad in exquisite garments, her eyes closed in serene repose. "Wang Yue, what is she doing here?" Su Guiyin murmured, furrowing her brow in confusion. "Wait, something seems amiss here." Suddenly, Shi Zhaoting sensed an anomaly. There were no signs of monsters present. Had they all fled? Is there something wrong? Su Guiyin looked at Shi Zhaoting in astonishment. "When we entered, we were under heavy attack." Sure, Zhaoting explained. The number of goblin monsters is substantial. Look around. All we see are skeletons. There's no trace of the goblins. Sure, Zhaoting spoke. Sugiyin's realization dawned upon her. Indeed, they had been besieged upon entry. So why were there no monsters now? There is surely something amiss. We must leave, Sugiyin urged, grasping Sure Zhaoting's hand, determined to take Wang Yue with them. Wait, there seems to be something here. Yes, they took a few steps. They suddenly heard a faint sound ahead and quickly concealed themselves. A thick tentacle shot up from the ground, striking the earth beside them, unearthing a hideous visage. It was a goblin. Sure, Zhaoting let out a sigh of relief. Sugiyin signaled for silence, having sensed a sinister and malevolent force. The goblin's tentacles flailed wildly, uprooting several trees, ultimately locking its gaze onto the unconscious Wang Yue. This is bad. The monster has set its sights on us. Sure, Zhaoting exclaimed, as Guiyin was taken aback and quickly pulled Sure Zhaoting back. The goblin's tentacles pursued them relentlessly. Even the slightest contact would cause excruciating pain and rapid decay, potentially absorbing their very souls. Observing the system prompt indicating a soul absorption rate of 0.01. A strange sense of loss washed over Guiyin, a feeling of something elusive slipping away. For now, it was best to maintain their distance. You take Wang Yue and go ahead. Sure, Zhaoting gritted his teeth, clearly sensing the formidable nature of the beast. Guiyin hesitated, then nodded in agreement. Be careful. With that, she cradled the unconscious Wang Yue and dashed in another direction. Roar! The goblin roared in fury, lunging forward to seize Sure Zhaoting. Bring it on! Sure, Zhaoting shouted, swinging his sword at the goblin, but the creature nimbly evaded the strike. Bang! A powerful kick landed on Sure Zhaoting's chest, sending him crashing against the wall, where he fell to the ground. Thud! Sure Zhaoting struggled to rise. Are you all right? Sugiyin, not far off, quickly set Wang Yue down and anxiously inquired, I'm fine. Sure Zhaoting managed to force a smile despite the pain. Guiyin realized with a start that Sure Zhaoting was injured. Hold on. I'll carry her. We need to move quickly. As Guiyin crouched down to lift Wang Yue on her back. All right. Sure Zhaoting leaned against the wall to rest. His lips pale, his insides bruised, and his chest heaving as he endured immense agony. As Guiyin hoisted Wang Yue on her back and prepared to retreat. Wait, I'll buy you some time. You need to get her out of here. Sure Zhaoting gasped for breath, trying to dissuade her. If you stay, you'll only hasten your demise. As Guiyin shook her head, Sure Zhaoting's words. He suddenly chuckled dryly. Boom! A series of thunderous roars erupted from beneath them. Without hesitation, Guiyin hurriedly led Sure Zhaoting and Wang Yue towards the exit. Roar! The goblin let out a primal scream, its body swelling to a towering height of 5 meters. Guiyin and Sure Zhaoting halted, watching as the creature approached like a miniature mountain. This creature is likely taller than I am. Sure Zhaoting gulped, despair creeping into his heart. It's over. We are doomed. Its power is insurmountable. Guiyin took a deep breath. Then we shall fight. If we cannot conquer this beast, we shall meet our end regardless. But perhaps through struggle, a miracle may arise. The goblin charged forward, its massive foot slamming into a tree as thick as a bowl, causing it to explode in a shower of flames. This creature is terrifying. Sure Zhaoting stared in disbelief. How can we possibly fight it? Humph. Guiyin grunted, her right fist clenched as she concentrated a sphere of red light, unleashing all her strength to strike the goblin's head. Bang! A tremendous force reverberated through her arm, sending her staggering back several paces, her right arm tingling as she nearly fell. How are you? Sure Zhaoting asked with concern as Guiyin rubbed her sore left arm. Gazing at the goblin, it is powerful, yet not invincible. The goblin seemed to hear Guyin's words, letting out an enraged howl as it charged forward to attack, each step shaking the ground and causing fissures to appear. Sure Zhaoting furrowed his brow. The goblin's strength was terrifying, and with their current abilities, it was challenging to withstand. I'll cover you. You break through from the side. Sure Zhaoting urged, turning to face the goblin, employing his signature martial arts move. All right, Guiyin nodded. She felt utterly drained and needed to buy time to recover. Otherwise, Defeating the goblin would be impossible as shouting engaged the goblin in combat. The creature roared in fury, pummeling the ground, causing dirt to churn around it as its form grew larger. Seizing an opportunity, Guiyin launched a surprise attack on the goblin's leg, inflicting significant damage. The goblin's arms became entangled by Guiyin, giving shouting the upper hand for a moment. This creature's defense is extraordinarily high. Shouting gritted his teeth, his fists raining blows upon the goblin. The goblin's flesh was tough and impenetrable, impervious to ordinary blows. The only way to breach its defenses was through sheer force, requiring immense strength. The goblin roared in rage, unwilling to be bullied by the diminutive humans. With its arms bound by Guiyin, its tail became its sole weapon, striking shouting across the face. He was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spraying from his mouth and nose. His head swelling grotesquely as he lost consciousness. Guiyin's heart raced at the sight. Shouting had been knocked out. Though he was not dead, he would likely not survive much longer. Without him, there would be no one to impede the goblin. Awoo! The goblin opened its massive jaws and let out a shrill howl, charging towards Guiyin with lightning speed. This is bad. Guiyin cursed inwardly and hastily dodged. Boom! The massive beast trampled the ground, sending clouds of dust into the air. Cough! Guiyin choked on the dust, having narrowly avoided the goblin's lethal strike. Before she could catch her breath, another devastating blow struck her abdomen, tearing through flesh to reveal bone. Damn it! Guiyin gritted her teeth, blood staining her clothes as she writhed in agony. Struggling to her feet, she saw the goblin lumbering closer at a leisurely pace. Her vision blurred, and her consciousness began to wane. Was she truly destined to perish at the hands of this beast today? No, Guiyin resolutely refused to yield. She narrowly evaded another attack from the goblin, her body staggering unsteadily as if she might collapse at any moment. Roar! The goblin bellowed again, baring its massive jaws as it lunged at her. Guiyin barely managed to hold herself together. Evading the goblin's relentless pursuit, there was no avenue left for escape. The goblin seized Guiyin's slender shoulder, its sharp claws digging into her fragile flesh, pinning her in place. Crack! The goblin tore at her, ripping her arm from its socket. Pain shot through her, sharp as a knife, forcing a scream from her lips. Her left arm hung uselessly, blood pouring forth, flesh mangled. The goblin stepped on Guiyin, its other hand gripping her waist, preparing to throw her away. This was a battle of asymmetry. No. Summoning the last vestiges of her strength, Guiyin swung her right fist fiercely at the goblin's eye. The creature staggered, momentarily disoriented, releasing its grip on her. Guiyin gasped in relief as she seized the opportunity to rise, grabbing a broken dagger from the ground and fleeing into the distance. The goblin quickly regained its senses and pursued her. As Guiyin felt the goblin closing in behind her, she swallowed a pill, feeling her previously weak legs surge with newfound strength. Her speed increased, but the goblin was relentless, narrowing the distance between them. Boom! Just then, the Goblin King, having sensed the disturbance in its lair, abandoned the attackers outside to confront Guiyin and her companions. That a jolt of fear shot through Guiyin. Bang! 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 Each step the Goblin King took resonated deafeningly, shaking the very ground beneath them, its target unmistakably Guiyin. What to do? Her heart raced, beads of sweat forming on her brow, and she gritted her teeth. I'll fight! Guiyin gripped the dagger tightly in her hand and charged towards the Goblin King. Her movements were swift, yet the Goblin King was swifter, extending its arms like iron pillars to block her blade. Clang! Sparks flew. The skin of Guiyin's palm split, blood gushed forth, and the dagger was sent flying from her grasp. Bang! The Goblin King raised a foot and kicked her squarely in the chest, shattering 3 of her ribs. She was sent hurtling through the air like a severed kite, crashing against the wall and spewing a copious amount of blood. Chapter 37. The name of Guiyin resounds through the arena roar. The Goblin King let out a low growl and launched an assault on Guiyin. Caught off guard, she attempted to parry, only to be knocked to the ground by a powerful punch. Thud! 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 The Goblin King stomped down on her back, pinning her down and rendering her breathless. Congratulations, contestant. You have activated the Indomitable Progression Trial. You will now gain absolute immortal time. Please hold on. Breaking through the bottleneck will elevate your blue tier. Ding! A melodious voice echoed in her mind. What? Guiyin was momentarily stunned by the notification. Her expression shifting dramatically as a fierce desire to survive surged within her, overpowering the pain of her injuries. There was a chance to live. The Goblin King, exerting all its strength, knelt and brought its head crashing down onto Guiyin. Gritting her teeth, she braced herself for the impact. Thud! The goblin's head struck her neck, instantly rendering her unconscious. Howl! The Goblin King roared, slapping Guiyin across the face, sending her sprawling several meters away, disoriented in the dim environment. Guiyin struggled to open her eyes. Her vision remained hazy, obscured by darkness, devoid of any discernible shapes. Squeak! A sharp, piercing sound echoed in her ears, and a shadow darted from the darkness with blinding speed. Reaching her in the blink of an EYT was that cursed Goblin King. It bared its sharp fangs, inching closer to Guiyin, the stench overwhelming her senses, causing her to hold her breath. Summoning all her strength, Guiyin desperately turned her head to evade the Goblin King's attack, but it was faster than she anticipated. The Goblin King executed a whip-like kick, striking her in the abdomen. Instantly, she felt as if her insides had been rearranged, a searing pain coursing through her body, rendering her immobile as she collapsed to the ground. That moment, the goblin opened its mouth, revealing its razor-sharp fangs. Creeping ever closer, the foul odor intensifying, and Guiyin held her breath once more. Seizing the opportunity, she gathered her strength. Now was the time. A scream pierced the air as she delivered a powerful kick, sending the goblin flying several meters away, crashing to the ground and spraying a mist of blood that stained the floor. The goblin struggled for a while, but ultimately failed to rise, its wounds bleeding profusely. However, Guiyin was left drained from the exertion. The Goblin King, witnessing Guiyin injure its minion, was infuriated. It swung its arms wildly, its tentacles striking at her mercilessly. Lying on the ground, Guiyin closed her eyes, enduring the terrifying onslaught of the tentacles against her face. Hold on, Guiyin. You can do this, you must endure. Guiyin observed her indomitable talent nearing a breakthrough to the green tier. If she could just hold on, she could turn the tide. Suddenly, the Goblin King emitted a mournful cry, its massive body collapsing with a resounding thud. The tentacles that should have crushed her instead pierced through its colossal form. Pinning it against the wall, you've had me under your thumb for long enough. Now it's my turn for revenge. Feeling her strength gradually returning, Guiyin gritted her teeth and rose from the ground. Fists clenched as she charged at the Goblin King, prepared to obliterate it completely. The Goblin King was indeed formidable. Even after being stabbed multiple times, it still fought fiercely, as Guiyin had no choice but to apply more force. Landing a decisive punch on the Goblin King's head, in an instant, its skull exploded, splattering brain matter and dark purple fluid across her face. Disgusted, she wiped it away and stomped down on the Goblin-esque skull. Friendly reminder, the Goblin King has been slain by player Guiyin. Contestants, avoid the fate of elimination. Those who accumulate sufficient points will immediately clear and exit the progression arena. Contestants who have not yet gathered enough points may continue completing tasks within the remaining 2 hours. The players in the extreme competition arena breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the news, a wave of excitement rippling through every surviving contestant. Just moments ago, the Goblin King, which had been putting up a desperate fight, was effortlessly dispatched by a stunning goddess. How could this be? Guiyin had actually killed the Goblin King. This was astonishing. I'm impressed. Truly, she is a goddess. The Goblin King is dead, and we won face elimination. Now we can focus on accumulating points. Yes, goddess, keep it up. Goddess, you're simply a miracle in the gaming world, that if you weren't a goddess, I would truly question your prowess. But now I believe it. Goddess. Go for it. I'm not sure what to think, but I hope I'm just being overly anxious. I nearly met my end earlier. Regardless, I wish for my survival. This is indeed the most elite gaming arena. It's merciless. Damn it. That nearly scared me to death. It was terrifying. Regardless, I must survive. Damn it. I was almost frightened to the point of losing control. I thought I was done for. My goodness, Guiyin is truly incredible. She has actually taken down the Goblin King. She is indeed the best in this region. I can't shake the feeling that the Goblin King wasn't he that weak. I clearly saw it endure 2 heavy punches from Guiyin and spit out blood. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, each with their own thoughts, Guyin's name swiftly spread throughout the extreme competition arena. Those who had arrived after the last system announcement had personally felt the terror of the Goblin King. And it was astonishing that a single individual could dispatch the creature that had proven so formidable to so many. Everyone couldn't help but wonder if they possessed the strength to dominate an entire forest. What would they have to fear? Hidden in the shadows, a beautiful girl was also left dumbfounded. She had never expected Guiyin to be so ferocious, daring to slay such a terrifying creature as the Goblin King. This kind of audacity was not something an ordinary person could possess, especially the courage she displayed when faced with death, which commanded respect. Guiyin had no time to consider the reactions of those who had heard the announcement. She needed to recuperate and check her rewards. Game notification. Congratulations on your successful advancement. You're currently ranked first in this zone's extreme progression tournament. As Guiyin gazed at her attribute panel, she noted that aside from her indomitable level reaching the blue tier, her points had soared beyond 99.99. Taking a deep breath, she ventured into a dim, narrow corridor, the passage she had to traverse upon exiting the Goblin King's lair. As she walked, she suddenly halted. Ahead lay a vast cavern teeming with countless goblins and spiders, all swirling around a single egg, seemingly in the process of hatching. Surrounding them were various precious potions and an array of weapons. Guiyin collected everything, good and bad, into her inventory. Fortunately, the system had already transported vehicles to every contestant. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to carry everything from this goblin warehouse, just as Guiyin was engrossed in her collection. A commotion erupted in the square as vehicles descended and goblins fled in panic. Damn, where did these vehicles come from? Look at that. What on earth is that? Clear out the goblins. Don't let them escape. I still need half of my points. The square descended into chaos as many attempted to seize the opportunity, seeing others' vehicles arrive and hoping to snatch a few goods for themselves. A man observing this group of opportunists wore a scowl as dark as a pot's bottom. Get lost. Yet these individuals refused to budge, grinning instead. Hey bro, why so stingy? I've got a case of gasoline in my vehicle. Just consider it a helping hand. Damn you, you despicable scoundrel. I'll make you pay for this. The man, seeing a vehicle with a missing tire, realized their intent to strong-arm him, and he was instantly enraged, grabbing his weapon and advancing towards them. Others, witnessing the chaos, remained motionless, silently clearing out the fleeing goblins to accumulate points, choosing not to engage in the fray. Meanwhile, Guiyin finished gathering her spoils and turned her attention to the still unconscious Zhao. She produced anti-inflammatory medication and painkillers for him to consume before beginning to tend to his injuries. She placed a stone to stabilize his injured left leg, binding it with bark and wrapping it in bandages. The painkillers were one she had purchased at a high price. She took one herself, for her entire body ached. Zhao showed no signs of waking, but Guiyin had to leave. She should be the first to exit this progression arena in the blink of an eye. She found herself on the road, though this time she was not in the same location. Guiyin lifted her gaze towards the vast sky, where the stars shimmered brilliantly in the night. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, casting a gentle glow upon the earth. She tenderly caressed her vehicle, murmuring to herself, "Ultimately, I have triumphed." A subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes radiating determination. Her indomitable spirit filled her with fervor. Her longing for a life beyond the ordinary had finally materialized, as she took a definitive step forward in this world. Rising to her feet, she spread her arms wide and let out a long, resonant howl that echoed through the heavens, lingering in the air. Suddenly, the system's cheerful notification chimed in. System notification. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the Extreme Promotion Tournament, overcoming 3 challenges and earning the honor of first place. You have received a total of 109 blue resource boxes, 1 hero title, and a vehicle title. Enjoy! Upon hearing this, Guyin's eyes sparkled with delight. She had not anticipated such an abundance of rewards, far exceeding her expectations. It was a tremendous stroke of fortune. Clearly, her stellar performance had yielded a cascade of accolades. System notification. As the first player in this district to successfully complete the Extreme Promotion Tournament, you have additionally received the peak reward. 1. An extra red resource box. 2. Information regarding the upcoming road challenge. 3. A one-time vehicle level-up service. Upon reading this private notification, Guiyin felt her breath quicken. She had not anticipated that beyond the vehicle and resources, there were further gifts awaiting her. Staring at the message in disbelief, she marveled at how this gaming enthusiast had managed to garner such prestige in a post-apocalyptic world, earning a peak title, albeit a preliminary one. That was a testament to her prowess. Moreover, she had obtained a vehicle. Gazing at her vehicle, excitement gleamed in her eyes. It was a blue-quality, bulletproof Hummer. Although it was the most basic model, it remained a luxury vehicle for the average person. Especially for someone like Guiyin, who had an affinity for racing. An irresistible temptation indeed. System notification. As a peak player, you have the option to exchange for a set of vehicle armor and equipment, requiring 20 blue resource boxes for the exchange. Let us do it, Guiyin declared without hesitation. Subsequently, she exchanged for a set of silver metal armor, chosen for its high defensive capabilities, along with a blood-sucking dagger, as the dual dagger she had previously acquired had been destroyed in battle. Now, with the system's timely assistance, Guiyin was well-equipped for both offense and defense. This ensured that, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she would have means to enhance her chances of survival. After donning her equipment, the system's notifications continued. This time, it was a district-wide announcement. System notification. The district's highest honor rewards have been distributed, and individual rewards have been completed. Players are advised to check their notifications. The district leaderboard is now open. All players are encouraged to log in and observe the rankings. System notification. Congratulations. You have become the top player on the comprehensive strength leaderboard in this district. Upon receiving this news, Guiyin hurried to the leaderboard, and indeed, her name shone brightly in the first position. The leaderboard featured a total of 9,999 elite players, and considering the district's total population was a staggering 1 million, to emerge from among such a vast crowd was no small feat. Guiyin had risen to the pinnacle of this elite group, and how could that not be deemed formidable? Though the remaining players in the top ranks were few, her achievement held substantial merit among the surviving 100,000. As formidable competitors gradually exited the arena, they were left astounded by a series of system announcements. Who was this woman named Guiyin, and what extraordinary origins did she possess that allowed her to shine so brilliantly, so fiercely? Wow! How incredible! Is she even human? What on earth is this Guiyin capable of? This woman is beyond impressive. How can anyone be so powerful? Do I know Guiyin? I wish I did. What the hell? I can't believe I missed out. Why doesn't a woman like that belong to me? This is outrageous. I'm furious. This is a challenge to fate. I'm in awe. Why isn't this powerful being my partner? Who could possibly compete with such a formidable woman? Many gnawed their teeth in frustration, cursing the heavens for their unfairness. There were also diligent competitors who had poured their heart and soul into the battles, exerting far more effort than others. Now, knowing that despite their relentless toil, they still fell short against this dark horse, they were left on the verge of tears. All eyes were on Guiyin's prowess. Her level of strength surpassed that of the vast majority. The identities of the second and third place contenders became insignificant. All attention was captured by the first place holder, as most players were unfamiliar with one another. And naturally, they focused more on the top player, rendering the others inconsequential. Awakening, Xiaoding could hardly recall how he had exited the arena. He only remembered that prior to his unconsciousness, Guiyin had been the sole presence by his side. Now, she had become the top player on the leaderboard, and he was not surprised. In no wonder he had managed to survive the arena while in a coma. It must have been due to Guiyin's aid. Otherwise, even if his score had been sufficient, he might not have been able to leave. Unsure if he would have another opportunity to see Guiyin, he refrained from attempting to add her as a friend, knowing all too well the disparity between their standings. Although he recognized that Guiyin would not refuse his friend request, he felt an innate awkwardness about it, reluctant to take that step. It seems I must strive to achieve a higher ranking. Regardless, this journey through the arena had yielded abundant rewards, and he resolved to close the gap through hard work, glancing at his own 25th position on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, Guiyin had also taken note of Shi Zhaoting's 25th rank. Along with Wang Yiwei's presence in the top 100, however, she searched in vain for Cheng Qingjing and Cheng Mashu's names. Unable to locate them. Curious about their well-being, she attempted to message them, inquiring if they were safe. With an overwhelming number of resource boxes, the system had not facilitated their transfer. Instead, it merely reminded her to open the boxes within 24 hours. Lest they expire, Guiyin would never allow her precious resources to languish for 24 hours. Without hesitation, she initiated the opening of all resource boxes. You have obtained the following items. After tallying her resources, Guiyin discovered she possessed 89 blue resource boxes and 301 green ones, most notably having received a red resource box. Given that only the district's first-place player had been awarded a red resource box, it was likely a rare prize bestowed upon a select FEW in an instant. Her vehicle was overflowing with a dazzling array of supplies, leaving her no choice but to stand outside, as there was scarcely room for the driver. With even the front seat piled, Guiyin looked at her reckless actions with a frown, resigned to the task of organizing the resources. After opening the 301 green resource boxes, she found a plethora of food items. Raw materials, equipment, weapons, vehicular tools, vehicle upgrade fragments, blueprints, and daily necessities. An overwhelming bounty, as if they were free for the taking. Among the assorted fast foods and raw food materials, there were jerky and biscuits, as well as numerous canned vegetables and meats. After half an hour of diligent sorting, Guiyin finally accounted for all the food-related resources, stacking them at the front of the vehicle. She had amassed enough provisions to last herself a week, placing the excess in the trunk for sale. Unlike previous instances, this time she opted for bundled sales. 1 cabbage, 2 tomatoes, 5 bottles of drinks, 1 chocolate, 10 boxes of milk, 30 pieces of candy, and 1 each of scallions, ginger, and garlic. This would be the packaged offering, the price being a blueprint. 1 blue blueprint. Guiyin recognized that while all these items were valuable, their sheer volume posed a danger. Piled outside, they were vulnerable to lurking monsters. Thus, the best course of action was to sell them swiftly. Becoming the top player in the district, her name now gleamed in striking REDAS. She made a statement in the chat channel. It ignited a frenzy of responses. Wow! Bowing down to you. 6666666. Congratulations, Su Daolao, on clinching the district championship. Congratulations. What a formidable presence. Congratulations. Su Daolao, with this move, you're surely unstoppable. A fan chimed in. I think I should rush to buy some. I've already reserved 500 pounds of canned meat. I have reserved 30,000 pounds. Let us go. 1, 2, and 991. 999999999. Sudalao, we all support you. It is imperative to buy. Who says we will just throw away what we cannot finish? Sudalao is magnificent. If she had a spatial ring to store items, there would be no worry about space or provisions. How wonderful that would be. Unfortunately, it remains a mere fantasy. Despite the advanced technology in this apocalyptic world, it appears that the current capabilities of everyone are still rather limited, as there are simply no portable, novel-like spatial devices available. After Guiyin stocked the most space-consuming food items, her storage space suddenly felt more spacious. She continued to monitor her progress. Although the majority were eager to purchase good items, many envious individuals voiced their sour remarks. Humph. What use is such worthless food? It's merely waste repurposed. I see Guiyin has gathered a bunch of sycophants to promote her. Guiyin should take a good look at herself. Who would want to buy such trash? Do you think Guyin's actions are not foolish? Does she truly believe these food items will never be consumed? Ha ha ha! How amusing! We can hardly finish all this. Yet she sets up a stall to sell. It's likely just for the sake of clout. Upon seeing these comments, Guiyin snorted coldly, ignoring them. These kinds of people only become more agitated when you engage with them, and by disregarding the barking dogs, they will quiet down eventually. As Guiyin stored all remaining food in the trunk, piling the supplies high on the driver's seat, and began organizing the raw materials. She planned to upgrade her vehicle soon, so she left the materials outside, using the blueprints with a single click. She sold off the existing blueprints and in used supplies that in just 10 minutes, Guiyin collected 100 blue blueprints. It seemed that in this advancement competition, everyone was quite affluent, huh? It was as if they were working for her. Guiyin, thinking of this, made her smile even brighter. She felt no remorse in selling off the ordinary food, as it was hardly gourmet fare. The lower the quality of the treasure chests, the more basic the food obtained. So she sold off most, leaving only a small portion, considering there were still blue supply boxes to organize, right? This was merely surplus food available for sale, not to mention the more enticing supplies and equipment. A pair of wristbands. Upon use, they can increase your attack speed by 100. The wristbands seemed decent, and Guiyin put them on immediately, realizing there was only one pair, hence not for sale. Leather pants, undergarments, boots, leather jackets, and leather armor. Upon use, this set reduces stamina consumption by 10. This was a set aimed at reducing stamina expenditure, and Guiyin had 10 sets, keeping one for herself. Vest. Upon use, you will acquire an invisible cloak skill, which can lower the probability of being targeted and evade locks for 60 seconds. The vest's attributes made Guiyin's eyes light up. Her agility was lacking, and this would slightly compensate for her shortcomings, so she donned it at once. Additionally, there were scattered pieces of clothing with added attributes, totaling 19 items. Furthermore, she obtained 2 exquisite sets of armor, one made of brass and the other silver gray. Brass armor, 2 defense, 5 attack. Brass warhorse boots, 9 durability points, 6 agility, 6 attack. Brass chestplate, 8 defense points, 4 attack for movement speed, 6 attack range, 8 evasion rate. 6 defense, 5 attack speed, 6 defense for dodging probability. Brass helmet, for strength, 6 agility, 6 defense, 5 attack speed, 6 dodging probability. Brass leggings, 2 defense points, 8 agility, 6 dodging probability, 4 attack speed, for movement speed, 6 dodging probability, for defense. Brass knee pads, 3 defense points, 1 attack point, 3 movement speed, 2 defense points. Brass belt, 2 defense points, 5 agility, 3 attack points, 7 defense points, 2 movement speed, 5 recovery speed, 1 attack speed, for evasion rate. Brass bracers, 1 defense point, 4 movement speed, 2 defense, 1 attack point, 5 movement speed, 5 attack speed, 2 defense points, 8 defense, 5 evasion. Brass spear, 2 attack points, 4 attack speed, 6 defense points, 6 movement speed, 8 evasion rate. Brass helmet, 6 defense points, 2 attack points, 2 defense points, 6 speed. Brass represents a balanced set, while the silver gray armor emphasizes defense, with less focus on agility and evasion. Nevertheless, both sets of armor are quite impressive and appear satisfactory. Yet they hold little utility for her, so she decided to sell them. Guiyin sold off both sets of equipment, as they were inferior to the armor she wore as the competition's top contender. She realized that among these pieces, few directly increased health or constitution. So regardless of how fine the equipment, the fundamental fragility of flesh remains unchanged under average physical conditions. Additionally, she received a substantial array of green weapons, which she roughly sorted. 2 pieces of armor, 1 iron pickaxe for long swords, 8 dual swords, 2 crossbow bolts, 9 shields, 2 wolf teeth clubs for short knives, 3 daggers, 6 bows, 7 spears, 1 iron hammer, 3 knives, and 1 soft sword. Quite impressive. This haul was rather substantial, as Guiyin cheerfully addressed her long-neglected smart vehicle, as sometimes the joy of success is best shared with someone. After listing the unused weapons and equipment on the trading channel, Guiyin continued to share her sales list and promote the news. Thank you all for your tremendous support earlier. Are you ready? The second batch of supplies is on the way. And this time, it is weapons, so act swiftly if you wish to purchase. Guiyin set the starting price for the second batch of weapons at 2 blueprints per piece of equipment for the auction. She was rather generous, as she accepted any blueprints she did not already possess, even including many useless items, yet she did not discriminate and wanted them all. Look, the weapons are here, a man shouted excitedly. Wow, what do we have this time? All weaponry. Such items are in high demand and quite expensive. Chapter 39. The rush to buy. How wonderful. My weapons were all destroyed in the advancement competition, and these newly opened boxes contain items I cannot use, perfect for selling to acquire new ones. I want that spear. It looks so cool, even cooler than the real guns I've used. This dagger looks quite impressive too. I'll take that. I want that bow. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, clamoring for various weapons, some of which were even novel items, with 2 sets of equipment up for auction, along with rare offensive weapons like shields and spears. Hey, you lot are shameless. I found it first. Why should you get it? A young man shouted from the steps, his shifty eyes darting around, a sly grin on his face, exuding the demeanor of someone who had just pulled off a clever scheme. Cut it out. Clearly, you're just slower than the rest. What do you have to compare with them? Another youth in military attire scoffed. Exactly, none of these items are labeled with your name. What right do you have to claim them? Onlookers regarded the short man with disdain, feeling he lacked self-awareness. What's the matter? Want to throw down? The young man glared fiercely at the one in military garb, as if ready to fight at any moment. This youth, Lu Wei, stood around 1.75 meters tall, lean, with dark skin and a buzz cut, sported a defined jawline that gave him a fierce appearance, though he was not one to easily fly off the handle. Go ahead and swing. I'm not afraid of you, Lu Wei replied defiantly. All right, everyone calm down. The leader surveyed the raucous crowd and stated calmly, since everyone wishes to buy, let us auction in order. No cutting in line. Consider yourselves lucky, Lu Wei grumbled. Let us hurry and buy, urged those around him. Thus, the crowd began a frenzied bidding war, and in an instant, the entire screen was filled with a flurry of flashing characters. Damn it! All the blueprints I painstakingly fought for are slipping away. Seriously, these people have no shame, resorting to a bidding war. I can't believe this. I invested so much effort in acquiring these blueprints. They must not be cheap and for outsiders. I'm bidding too. I must get that dagger, or my efforts will be in vain. Don't forget about me. I absolutely need that shield. Across the screen, numerous players were red-eyed, fighting desperately for the blueprints. This is my blueprint. No one else can touch it. Whoa, that sword looks great. I want that dagger too. That wolf-tooth club is nice. I also want that bow. Finally, I can organize a hunt. Hey, look! Suddenly, a girl exclaimed in surprise as on the screen, a person named Wu Yi had audaciously purchased 10 items in one breath. Countless barrage messages flooded the screen in an instant. Wow. Who is this girl? Impressive. She managed to buy 10 pieces of equipment at once. That bow is mine now. Damn it, can we not enjoy the game anymore? You all clear out. That bow belongs to me. You're just a nobody. I spotted that bow first. I acquired this blueprint before anyone else. I was the one who drew that bow. Angry keyboard slam. Guiyin observed the barrage messages flashing across the screen, feeling somewhat speechless. These individuals were simply too amusing, truly a bunch of fools. All right, everyone be quiet. I want that soft sword too. Step aside. This blueprint belongs to me. Guiyin frowned as she gazed at the barrage messages on the screen, momentarily unable to discern what they were saying. Everyone, please hold on a moment. I've already investigated. At that moment, the assistant of the team stood beside the screen with a serious expression, stating, we have just confirmed that the purchase of 10 items was made by other team members. Guiyin should be a lone wolf without a team. Upon hearing this, the person who appeared to be the captain instantly became excited. The red area in the bottom right corner of the screen is the auction page. We have confirmed that we can acquire it at the most reasonable number of blueprints. A woman who looked like an accountant cheerfully addressed the crowd. I see. Upon hearing this, all the members became thrilled. The more items the team could acquire, the greater their chances of distribution. However, despite the rarity of the items, I advise everyone against rashly bidding. Li Yuan continued. These treasures are rare and hard to come by. If missed, obtaining them again will be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, everyone should recognize their value. It is best to think carefully. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, these were treasures that could not be sought after easily. And if snatched away by others, regret would come too late. Consequently, everyone frantically began purchasing blueprints, while some who knew they could never afford the items took this opportunity to sell off their long-accumulated but unsellable mediocre blueprints at inflated prices. I'll offer 5 blueprints, 6 blueprints, 7 blueprints, 15 blueprints. The numbers on the screen soared rapidly. However, after a few minutes, the competition ceased as everyone had given up bidding. Such precious items, no one was willing to waste more than their intrinsic value on acquiring green equipment. Not even the wealthy elites ranked highly on the leaderboard, who would not make such foolish decisions. Thus, the rush to purchase was either due to exorbitant blueprint costs or from players ranked beyond 10,000. Mostly those who barely passed on hard mode or survived on normal mode without receiving any rewards. Those fortunate enough to secure purchases checked the attributes of their equipment. It was a type of bow weapon. Yet its attributes were quite simple and easy to understand. The bow was forged from a meteorite fragment, boasting a range far exceeding that of conventional bows and crossbows. With tremendous power, its attributes were exceptionally formidable. 2. Accuracy. An additional 5 damage, a 2-meter attack range, a 10 increase in accuracy, and a 30-yard attack distance. Goodness, this bow is incredible. Indeed, it's practically a bug. If I can equip this bow, I will undoubtedly annihilate everything. I will be an unstoppable force on the battlefield. I believe this bow is meant for me. Possessing it would make me a true god of slaughter on the battlefield. The elated purchaser of the bow muttered to himself, his face radiating arrogance, as if he could already envision himself wielding the divine bow, rampaging across the battlefield. However, the player in the team who had been assigned the bow soon received a lot of unfriendly treatment. Do you think bows are something you pick up off the street? You want it just like that? The bow owner sneered. With such outstanding attributes, this bow must be a rare item. I advise you to dismiss that thought. Mind your own business. Who do you think you are to lecture me? Retorted the player, glaring. I can't be bothered to argue with you. The bow owner disdainfully rolled his eyes, clearly uninterested in engaging with Guiyin. Guiyin had previously examined that bow, and its attributes were indeed impressive. Not only was its attack power astounding, but it also included numerous effects, especially the extra damage and accuracy attributes, which made archers envious. Particularly the accuracy, as most individuals could only master it through practice, while this bow offered a 100 chance of enhancement, an extraordinarily overpowered attribute. What's so funny? The bow owner scolded. If you have money, buy it, you poor thing. That a teammate who knew he couldn't afford it disdainfully glanced at the bow owner. Why should I waste my money? I won't buy it. Without a word, the bow owner threw a punch at Guiyin. Surprised, the latter hurriedly dodged, but little did he expect that the bow owner had already planned ahead, swiftly delivering a vicious kick to his knee. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bone breaking, the kneecap of his right leg was brutally stomped by the bow owner. The teammate cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to the excruciating pain. The bow owner showed no mercy this time, directly kicking the teammate onto the vehicle. At that moment, the remaining players in the team stared in shock at the two, not believing that the bow owner could be so ruthless, incapacitating a teammate with a single move, which also incited widespread outrage. Bastard, how dare you treat a teammate so harshly? Do you all want to provoke me? Guiyin scanned the room with a cold gaze, speaking with a tone laden with disdain, as if he held no regard for the surrounding teammates. You think you can act so arrogantly? We'll settle this after the auction. A hot-tempered player couldn't help but shout that let's see who dares. The bow owner exuded an intimidating presence, showing no fear of the crowd's wrath. Seeing this, everyone could only swallow their anger. After all, the bow owner was a top player ranked within the top 1,000 in the district. Provoking him would easily lead to consequences like those faced by the teammate with a broken leg. I know you're all unhappy, but even if you are, you'll have to keep it to yourselves, as you lack the strength to contest me for this bow. The bow owner coldly stated. Now, please continue bidding. If you lack the strength, you might as well leave. The crowd gritted their teeth, glaring at him, wishing they could rush up and beat him up, but his display of overwhelming strength deterred them from recklessly charging in to meet their demise. They turned away, silently opting to purchase items. Interesting. There are always those who are blissfully unaware of their limitations in this world, the bow owner said with a faint smile, his eyes filled with excitement. Now, his strength was enough to serve as a vice-captain, and the captain would surely support him. However, the captain was not concerned about the bow owner's threat, as he had long since dismissed him. He was no longer the ordinary novice he had been when he first entered the game. He had reached the level of a top expert, even standing at the pinnacle of the entire district. How could he regard someone like the bow owner? After all, it is the reckless who are easiest to control. I assent it. We shouldn't waste words with these people. I believe we should quickly find that bow. Its attributes are far too tempting that I do not believe he can resist such allure, one suggested. Yes, I agree. That weapon holds immense appeal for me, as well that a companion gazed intently at the bow hanging at his waist. He too wished to possess it, but alas, he would have to defeat the bow owner to gain priority in distribution. Yet he secretly vowed that such powerful equipment would inevitably belong to him. So he must strive to enhance his strength to obtain the bow, lest he remain forever suppressed by this arrogant individual. Meanwhile, the bow owner, unaware of being targeted, ventured out to practice with his bow and arrows. Do you remember? The arrows we saw earlier possessed tremendous power. Another person remarked with a frown that I estimate that if we encounter those arrows, we would not withstand them and would undoubtedly perish. Indeed, we must be more cautious. Otherwise, we will gain nothing. Another person nodded in agreement that I believe we shouldn't search for the arrows. We should go directly to their camp, that I suspect the arrows must be left there. And if we go now, we could definitely obtain that bow. Those who had not secured purchases excitedly proposed to find their camp. We must head towards the direction for which the arrows flew. There must be their encampment, but that area is undoubtedly perilous, one warned. Exactly. Heading there now is tantamount to courting death. Another countered. Guiyin, of course, was unaware of all that was transpiring. After all, she had not anticipated that her equipment would cause such a stir. It seemed everyone had realized the importance of strength. Those who had given up entirely must have grass growing several feet high over their graves. Only absolute power could ensure survival in this dangerous world. At present, she was more concerned about which two sets of armor would ultimately end up in whose possession. Chapter 40. Whose flowers will fall? Guiyin was blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. After all, she had never anticipated that her equipment would incite such a considerable upheaval. It seemed that everyone had come to realize the paramount importance of strength. Those who had completely given up must be long buried beneath mounds of metaphorical grass. Only absolute power could ensure survival in this perilous world. This moment. Her primary concern revolved around which of the two sets of armor would ultimately find a new owner, should she acquire one of them. Her capabilities would undoubtedly double, enabling her to vanquish those mutated monsters effortlessly, even without her gear, given the extraordinary attributes of these armors. What are you planning to do? Another convoy, having witnessed the buyer of the armor in their previous competitions, knew precisely where he was located and believed they could pursue him with their team. Need I say more? Let us seize it. One of the teammates chuckled, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Who among you will make the attempt? The group exchanged glances, clearly confronted with a challenging dilemma. Why are you all staring at me? Do you think I fear that rabble? The man retorted, It's not that I fear them. But the man clad in flower-patterned shorts hesitated. But what? The short man pressed on. I've said it before, but I never mentioned that you should give me the other set. Are you out of your mind? The short man scoffed. The face of the man in flower shorts flushed crimson. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed, then let us partner up and seize it together. What do you think? Sounds good. But I want that silver armor. Despite his diminutive stature, the short man was resolute, his decision made with finality. The man in flower shorts was taken aback, responding, That is the finest armor in our team, and who else in your team? Besides me, could don the silver armor? Spare me the chatter. I must have that armor. The short man, previously confident in his strength but now uncertain, found his ranking of 350 on the leaderboard to be a compelling reason. The man in flower shorts fell silent, as indeed, no one else in the team could match his ability to wield the silver armor, and he was aiming for another set of well-balanced armor. Very well, then it's settled. However, remember this, we are inextricably linked, and no one is allowed to escape. Should you attempt any treachery against us, do not blame us for being ungracious, the man in flower shorts sneered. What are you so anxious about? The short man smiled. I simply desire a set of silver armor. I do not intend to monopolize it. We are friends, after all. Despite his words, everyone felt that Guyin's assertion was far too disingenuous to be trusted. I believe we should exercise caution. I just observed that these two individuals are quite clever and cunning, that we must not underestimate them, the man in flower shorts advised prudently. Rest assured, the short man patted his chest confidently. I detest being threatened, especially by the weak. The man in flower shorts replied with a sardonic smile. The short man suggested, let us hasten to find an opportunity to ambush these two brothers. Time is of the essence. Guiyin, reviewing her purchase records, noted that the individuals who had acquired the two sets of armor were ranked 271 and 480-5. It appeared that she would need to treat the top 500 with utmost seriousness, as their strength was likely comparable to hers, and facing them would require considerable effort. She remained oblivious to the extent of the stir her armor would cause or how long the situation would persist. The only option was to elevate her strength as swiftly as possible to avert impending calamity. By the time this batch of equipment was sold, it turned out that the number of blueprints acquired surpassed that of the previous food sales by a staggering 180. Totaling 280 blueprints, the two sets of armor alone contributed a remarkable 190 blueprints to her collection, leaving her overjoyed. After securing a substantial portion of space, Guiyin was finally able to settle into the vehicle. She utilized all the green blueprints, crafting an uncountable array of items, far too numerous for her to recall. Once the vehicle was upgraded, she planned to manufacture whatever could be utilized at AS for the green quality vehicle upgrade fragments. She decided to sell them off in complete sheets, totaling 27, alongside several fragments combined with various household items. A single blueprint could elevate the vehicle by one level, and Guiyin unleashed a significant move, including a vehicle repair kit as an added bonus. Unlike the previous minor challenge, this promotion round did not provide an opportunity for a breather, as it seemed that resources were abundant for those who survived. Consequently, the system did not offer such a precious chance. While Guiyin felt a twinge of regret at not being able to enjoy the moment, it proved to be immensely beneficial for her. After all, while she could not repair her vehicle, she could sell the vehicle repair kits. Injuries could not be treated, yet she could sell medical supplies. She had everything she needed, with a new challenge mode on the horizon. Even though she had yet to discern the nature of the challenge, the more blueprints she could craft, the better. This would ensure a continuous supply of resources to meet her ever-growing demands. Guiyin did not meticulously tally the specifics, as her supplies were exceedingly varied, with countless mundane items like chopsticks, hand creams, and lip balms, all sold off as freebies. There was a plethora of blue-quality materials, among which was a concoction called composite energy liquid, specifically designed for various attribute-based professions. Each bottle could potentially double or even triple certain attributes, with effects lasting approximately half an hour. However, the price was steep. One bottle cost 5 million RMB, and there were around 20 bottles available. Strength elixirs increases strength by 500 points. Enhancement potions boost agility by 2,000 points. Cleansing pills increases vitality by 2,000 points for 15 seconds. Enhancement potions, administrable once daily. Life spring water rapidly restores health. Forging techniques adds attributes to forged equipment. Culinary recipes for medicinal meals. Forging scrolls enhances skills, and forging scrolls capable of crafting a ring or necklace. Guiyin skimmed through the items and found an impressive assortment, not only of equipment, but also numerous high-grade potions, far more diverse than the singular healing boosts typically associated with green-quality items. 2 mental potions, each consumption enhances mental endurance by 10. Ring. Using it increases precision by 10 points for 10 seconds. This was also time-sensitive, as Guiyin discovered that as the level of the supply boxes increased, the number of time-limited items also grew. A pair of earrings, upon use, grant immunity to all physical damage for 25 seconds. This was a remarkable item, effectively providing 25 seconds of invincibility. And even if usable only once daily, it was exceedingly valuable. The composite energy liquid was specifically crafted for high-ranking competitors, as ordinary players could not utilize such items due to their inadequate mental resilience and physical constitution. For them, the energy liquid was essentially useless, as its potency would result in catastrophic consequences. In addition to the composite energy liquid, there were 5 other items for golden treasure chests and 3 skill books. One-time use item, Fire Dragon Bomb, a powerful explosive that ignites the surrounding air upon release, causing explosive damage. However, it requires charging before being thrown. Insufficient force will result in the bomb dissipating. Fire Dragon Spear, a 15-meter-long fire-type spear, with a red gem at the end of the handle, greatly enhancing long-distance damage, with a range of 30 meters. Thunder Cannon, a fire-type firecracker compressed and hurled at a target, inflicting 150 to 180 physical damage. Flame Dragon Shield. When using a defensive skill, a thick layer of flame shield forms, negating all damage for 3 seconds. Flame Dragon Spike harnesses the power of the Flame Dragon to launch a sharp, piercing spear at the enemy, dealing 800,1000 points of physical damage and inflicting a burning effect that immobilizes the foe for 1 minute. Fire-type skills were formidable, especially area of effect skills, boasting excellent damage amplification and durability. Reusable Ice Arrow, an ice-type archer skill that fires a chilling arrow, dealing 300 to 500 points of physical damage while freezing and immobilizing the enemy for 2 minutes, with an 8-minute cooldown. These weapons were quite impressive, having transcended mere weaponry to include attribute-based attacks, significantly amplifying their power. Guiyin could hardly contain her excitement. Although fire-type skills were powerful, they also consumed considerable energy, requiring 3 seconds of charging against a formidable foe. That time might prove insufficient. This highlighted the limitations of such items, suggesting that most competitors would likely shy away from fire-type skills due to their time demands. Yet exceptions existed, as some exceptionally strong competitors, like Guiyin, could easily disregard these minor restrictions. Despite the time constraints on the items, Guiyin remained convinced of their extraordinary value and chose to retain them. She had not anticipated that she would amass such potent weaponry, indicating that she had begun to break the game's conventional rules and was embarking on a new challenge mode. Guiyin felt increasingly eager for the potential rewards that lay ahead. Lost in contemplation, Guiyin found herself unable to part with her belongings, choosing instead to retain them, for each item proved to be exceedingly useful. Unfortunately, misfortunes seemed to follow her. She frequently encountered formidable adversaries, causing her weapons to deteriorate at an alarming rate, necessitating regular replacements. Thus, she resolved to keep these items for her own consumption and to pass on to her children, with a mixture of enhancement potions, marrow cleansing pills, and life elixirs. Guiyin consumed them in one swift gulp, little anticipating that this would propel her abilities to 1/5 of their potential, albeit with an indescribable agony accompanying the surge. She felt a warm sensation enveloping her, akin to being immersed in a hot spring, her skin seemingly ablaze. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain engulfed her, a tearing sensation with every meridian igniting in flames. Her body radiated heat, as if cast into a boiling cauldron, her skin flushed, beads of sweat forming on her brow, lips pale, cheeks flushed, her eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed. Yet a comforting warmth soon replaced the previous torment, the burning pain gradually dissipating. Gritting her teeth, Guiyin persevered. After a brief moment, she felt a newfound lightness, as if all fatigue had vanished, and she attempted to rise. The amalgamation of enhancement potions and marrow-cleansing pills with the life elixir clashed within her, the result being her own suffering. Having endured the painful ordeal, Guiyin continued to organize her belongings, uncovering essential supplies such as a flamethrower, Molotov cocktails, antiseptic solutions, medical bandages, and a trove of pills. She had utilized her forging skills and scrolls, even if they were not immediately needed. After all, having multiple skills is never a burden. Upon discovering the medicinal recipe, Guiyin promptly arranged for its delivery to Guiyin, intending to trade it for dinner that evening. Ultimately, she found herself unable to part with any of the valuable items from the blue supply box, left only with a heap of blue vehicle upgrade fragments to sell. After accounting for her own upgrades, she had 1.5 fragments remaining. This time, she had no intention of selling them as a complete set. Rather, she planned to sell them piece by piece, for she had her own calculations. Gifting a complete item would only invite enemies. Thus, a segmented sale was far more prudent. As she prepared to release her 4th wave of supplies, her intentions were swiftly discerned by other astute individuals, who promptly labeled her a cunning merchant. Ding! Congratulations, contestant, on successfully upgrading your vehicle. Your vehicle is now of blue quality. Please continue your efforts to upgrade further. The sense of security that accompanied the vehicle upgrade was profound. It was akin to having a fortified home in a post-apocalyptic world. The stronger the defenses, the more confidence one could muster, leading to a more restful slumber. Additionally, Su Guiyin had the option of a vehicle upgrade service, which she decided to employ. Vehicle upgrade service successfully utilized. The vehicle is upgraded to red quality, expending resources instead of upgrade fragments. What a delightful surprise! Please confirm if you wish to proceed with the upgrade. Upgrade. It was imperative. Only someone as financially audacious as Su Guiyin would perceive the early use of substantial resources for an upgrade as a stroke of fortune. Chapter 41. Red Supply Box. Though Su Guiyin had anticipated the possibility of upgrading her vehicle using fragments, she had not foreseen the ability to exchange resources for yet another upgrade. Not upgrading would be nothing short of foolish. Even if it meant sacrificing everything, Su Guiyin was determined to enhance her vehicle. At this moment, upgrading her vehicle became her most urgent task. Furthermore, she needed to promptly establish defensive measures. Whether through vehicle upgrades or newly acquired resources, protective measures were of utmost importance. This was the first day following the competition, and many contestants had yet to fully grasp the situation when new challenges emerged. Lacking adequate strength would prove to be a dire predicament. To her astonishment, the red supply box yielded but a single item, a revival potion. Although Su Guiyin had hoped for more, reality aligned closely with her expectations. Revival potion. Consuming it while still breathing will restore normal life indicators that if limbs are intact and have not decayed within 1 hour, full recovery is possible. This potion was undeniably valuable. Yet Su Guiyin wished for herself and those around her to never require it. However, she understood deeply that her abilities thrived on adversity. Survival hinged on navigating life and death situations, with greater power inviting greater peril. Thus, it was conceivable that the next critical juncture might necessitate the use of this potion. Upon securing the life-saving elixir, she continued her exploration. Heroic title. Kill a race king or obliterate an alien species to earn a heroic title. A heroic title symbolizes a player's honor, dignity, and status. The potency of the title directly influences one's intimidation factor within the game, with its strength affecting future development and potentially altering one's life trajectory. The higher the title's level, the stronger its unique attributes, and, consequently, the greater its intimidating presence. Moreover, during subsequent upgrades, additional effects may manifest, rendering it exceedingly precious. After perusing the details, Su Guiyin's lips curled into a slight smile. Title effects: increases attack speed by 5, evasion rate by 5, and defense by 2. The functionality of this title was undeniably formidable, representing a commendable enhancement to her equipment attributes. The defensive attributes bestowed by the silver metal armor also suited Su Guiyin well, as donning this ensemble amplified her offensive and defensive capabilities nearly fivefold. Such enhancements were the result of equipment attributes. Unless one possessed unique skills or specialized class abilities, compensating for attribute disparities through equipment was essential. Additionally, there remained a vehicle-mounted title, which proved to be quite intriguing. Absolute trajectory title. Doubles the vehicle's movement speed. Within a range of 500 meters, instantaneous movement is possible. Usable once every 24 hours. The attributes of this title were impressive, each serving a distinct purpose. Currently, Su Guiyin possessed 3 titles, and with the vehicle upgrade, she could acquire yet another vehicle-mounted title, leaving room for more. However, titles, unlike equipment, are fortuitous acquisitions. Securing even one is commendable, and there is no need for greed. Opportunities for further titles would arise in due course. Among her findings was a magical crystal energy stone, which left Su Guiyin astounded. Magical crystal energy stone. A stone imbued with abundant magical power. Magic, as the name suggests, is a vast energy source. And this particular stone contained remarkable magical potency, indicating that the Goblin King was either a sorcerer or an archer. Su Guiyin examined the magical crystal energy stone closely. Ding! Congratulations, host, on receiving a special reward. Archery level 4. Archery level 4, Su Guiyin paused in surprise. What was this title? Was it merely an energy stone? What other peculiarities could it possess? Archery level 8. Increases accuracy by 40 at a range of 7 meters and enlarges the shooting range by 60. Archery, inherently a long-range skill, was not Su Guiyin's forte. Though she had previously demonstrated precision with a bow, her aim was not infallible against moving targets. Nevertheless, having acquired such a unique title, she intended to put to good use. Additionally, she discovered a ring titled Goblin's Top Hat, a golden ring whose attributes were not particularly impressive, yet its rarity was notable. Crafted by goblins, wearing this ring would decrease the likelihood of being struck by goblin attacks and negate critical damage. Furthermore, goblins seem to hold a particular fondness for this ring. Goblins are ancient, intelligent beings, rich in knowledge, capable of creating wondrous artifacts. Their lifestyle diverges significantly from that of humans, now that the goblin race's king had fallen. The ring's practical significance diminished, yet Guiyin recognized its potential advantages. Content with her equipment, Guiyin appreciated her high agility and sensitivity, coupled with formidable defensive capabilities, which compensated for her otherwise average combat skills. She picked up a piece of scrap metal and hurled it aside. With a resounding crash, it struck a rock, leaving a substantial dent. Such destructive power! Jing couldn't help but exclaim as Guiyin felt as though she were transforming into a powerhouse. With this gear, she would easily triumph over the Goblin King. Among her findings was an object resembling an egg, the nature of which eluded her. She placed it casually in the back seat of her vehicle. As it occupied little space, the cabin was spacious enough to accommodate 10 individuals. Yet currently, it was just Guiyin and her cargo, which did not feel cramped. Moreover, the vehicle performed exceptionally well, exhibiting impressive speed. Now, the vehicle's maximum velocity could reach 300 kilometers per hour, which greatly pleased Guiyin. Its exterior boasted a striking silver-gray finish, exuding a sense of power and dominance, while the windows were made of chrome glass, ensuring a comfortable internal temperature in the early days of the apocalypse. This vehicle was a rare luxury, and after modifications, it radiated an unparalleled sense of opulence. Guiyin silently reviewed the top 1,000 individuals on the leaderboard. Potential future encounters, or even adversaries. Understanding both oneself and one's opponents is crucial for survival. Though the future loomed distant, Guiyin had resolved to commence her preparations. Yet for now, all she could do was devise a strategy. Contemplating her circumstances, she exhaled a sigh. The road to survival in the apocalypse had only just begun. This night felt remarkably serene. The flora and fauna had succumbed to a deep slumber following the tumult of battle. And Guiyin, too, drifted into the tranquil embrace of sleep as the chat channels grew silent. However, amidst her dreams, faint sounds stirred her, leaving her somewhat unsettled. After the apocalypse, Guiyin sleeps with a vigilant disposition, wary of potential midnight ambushes, for the myriad dangers that have arisen in this new world are unpredictable. Who can say whether thieves might seize the opportunity to plunder? Last night, however, she slumbered deeply and sweetly, as if the weight of anxiety had momentarily lifted from everyone's hearts. When Guiyin awoke, it was already 7 in the morning and daylight flooded in. Fortunately, the chef was still alive. Yet, in this dire environment, the uncertainty of tomorrow looms large, a reality one must accept with equanimity. With this thought in mind, Guiyin prepared a generous gift package filled with fruits and vegetables, a car audio system, and a portable bathing kit to send alongside her application to Xiaoting. This gesture provided her with a modicum of reassurance. Surely, this team possesses considerable strength, having successfully navigated the apocalypse's qualifying rounds, indicating they are seasoned veterans. The others, to varying degrees, likely possess hidden talents as well. Guiyin harbors no fear of death. Rather, she fears being a liability to her companions. In this precarious situation, dragging her teammates down would be troublesome, especially since they are unaware of the horrors that may lie ahead. Thus, she diligently strives to enhance her own abilities. Now that she can reach Xiaoting, and he seems to be thriving, she feels genuinely happy for him. Their exchange was brief, but the precise balance of their interaction left Guiyin feeling at ease. After finishing her breakfast and packing her belongings, Guiyin set out on her journey, which promised to be grand and tumultuous, yielding far more than she had anticipated. However, she understands that her fortune does not imply universal success. She is merely a fortunate soul among many. True strength lies in the refusal to resort to theft, as such behavior is beneath the capable. Her primary goal is to avoid danger as much as possible, but we must swiftly find a safe zone, she mused, for even one as formidable as I could face dire consequences if ambushed. This incident has illuminated her own vulnerabilities. Once brimming with pride, believing her abilities sufficient to navigate the apocalypse, she now acknowledges the vast distance she still has to travel and the necessity of relentless effort. Driving according to the navigation, Guiyin accelerated, her speed climbing to 200 kilometers per hour before gradually easing to such velocity. The chances of encountering zombies or wild animals were minimal, so she maintained her speed, merely altering her direction. The system was eerily silent today, and Guiyin speculated it was granting a brief respite to those who had just completed the competition, though she wondered how long this moment of tranquility would last. As she contemplated the impending new course, she recognized that all her previous endeavors had merely prepared her for this challenge. The system's description of the new course was starkly clear, a scene of heavy snowfall. A harsh landscape dotted with mountains, rivers, lakes, glaciers, and deserts, yet bizarrely, all in a state of freeze. From her current knowledge, the new course would be perpetually frigid, accompanied by inevitable natural disasters. The thought of such a course sent shivers down her spine. Guiyin realized that apart from relying on her own strength, she had no other recourse. She also worried about survival in this new area. How many could endure the challenges it presented? Although the hourly death toll had noticeably declined, the overall numbers continued to dwindle. It seemed that this competition was a means of sifting through humanity, leaving her to ponder what sort of individuals the road truly sought. How should one respond to the biting cold and treacherous conditions? In her contemplation, Guiyin recognized that driving in icy weather would inevitably affect her vehicle's speed, yet this was not a significant concern. In fact, it might enhance control. This is merely a game. She thought that in this game, humanity holds the advantage, while monsters serve only as fodder, gradually eliminated until only the ultimate victor remains. This was Guiyin's theory. She was uncertain what changes the road might undergo. Yet she believed that since it was constructed by the system, anything was possible. As she pondered and drove, she knew that the vehicle's climate control system must be exceptionally effective to prevent ordinary individuals from succumbing to the cold. Adequate heating within the car was crucial to avoid stalling, and ensuring a full fuel tank was essential for continued operation. The tires navigating the icy roads could encounter unforeseen mishaps. Instability could lead to disaster. Moreover, at high speeds, caution was paramount to prevent the vehicle from overturning. Basic knowledge dictates that one must reduce speed in snowy conditions to avert skidding, and when necessary, engage the vehicle's snow driving mode to enhance traction. The primary purpose of the anti-skid system is to prevent wheel slippage during acceleration and to maintain directional stability, ensuring that the vehicle remains under control in the face of extreme cold and snow. The most straightforward solution is to equip tires with anti-skid chains. Which type to choose? Anti-skid chains vary by material: iron, rubber, and steel wire, among others. The choice depends on the vehicle type, be it sedan, SUV, van, pickup, or medium truck. Generally, iron chains are suited for larger, heavier vehicles and are the most economical option on the market, though they are noisy and cumbersome. Guiyin noted that the trading system offered various shapes of iron chains, with diamond-shaped chains providing superior grip due to their greater number of contact points, thus minimizing tire wear. The rubber anti-skid chains, made of materials similar to tires, boast excellent low-temperature resistance and durability. Guiyin considered these her first choice for winter use, especially those containing nylon fibers that remain resilient even in the harshest conditions. For front-wheel drive vehicles like sedans and urban SUVs, a pair suffices, installed on the drive wheels. However, for unpaved surfaces, she would prioritize diamond-shaped or square iron chains. For rear-wheel or four-wheel drive vehicles, she ultimately decided on equipping all four wheels with anti-skid chains. Regarding the production of these anti-skid chains, Guiyin possessed the designs and materials necessary for mass production. Having accumulated resources previously, she intended to manufacture an extensive array of winter essentials: anti-freeze sprays, coatings, heavy coats, blankets, sunglasses, anti-freeze ointments, gloves, and insulated boots. Anything conceivable for snowy weather. Produced in quantities sufficient for tens of thousands. Parking her vehicle, She piled the manufactured goods along the roadside. She was unafraid of theft or unforeseen events. Her motivation was not profit, but rather the immense responsibility that comes with capability. As the first to achieve this status, she likely possessed the most information in this area and wished to contribute as much as her abilities allowed. The IT seemed the system sensed a readiness. As a notification appeared before every surviving contestant. Attention! Important notice. A new challenge will commence shortly. All contestants should prepare. The challenge will officially begin in 8 hours. Please make your preparations in advance. Like a stone cast into still waters, this announcement stirred a torrent of emotions. After the qualifying rounds, a day of rest had allowed the contestants to relax their once tense nerves, leading some to abandon their initial caution, becoming somewhat careless. Though these fleeting thoughts dissipated quickly, they genuinely impacted the contestants' morale that we are far too tense. After all, who wouldn't feel anxious at this stage? I estimate that everyone is currently under considerable stress. Well, it is indeed time to take a breather. After all, no matter how intense the rankings are now, there is little we can do about IT. IT may be wise to seize this opportunity to relax, especially since we have little hope of claiming victory. As long as we can maintain a position among the top contenders, that suffices. Others readily agreed. There is a new road competition on the horizon. I wonder what it entails. Is there any information available? I've heard whispers of change in the competition venue. How will the venue be altered? Word has it that the course will transition from mountain trails to paved roads. I recall something being said about that, but even without going to see it, we can surmise it will still be set in the mountains. Alas, this competition is indeed challenging. The area is riddled with mountain paths that one must traverse, which could be exhausting. Indeed, not only are there mountain trails, but there are also numerous rivers. Enough of this. Let us instead contemplate the new challenge ahead. Yes, I believe this new course will demand even greater driving skills from us. So we must practice diligently. As the competitors discussed the details of this new course, their expressions grew somber, for it is anything but simple, particularly the rivers, which present a far more intricate terrain than the mountains. If one is unfamiliar, they could easily become ensnared in a riverbed or a mire, exponentially increasing the peril. This terrain indeed tests the mettle of the drivers, as Guiyin sighed, praying she could secure first place. After all, her driving skills remain untested on ice. She had never had the opportunity to try before the apocalypse. Nevertheless, the chat channel is abuzz with talk of changes to the road surface, which seems contrary to reason. IT is not merely a matter of road material. It is fundamentally about the survival environment. When conditions become harsher, the performance of vehicles is inevitably affected. Regardless, adaptation is imperative. If one cannot even manage that, how can they hope to survive in a hostile environment? Whether or not the survival conditions worsen, Guiyin would not shy away. This vehicle's onboard system is a novel experience for her. The system boasts an intriguing feature wherein the vehicle's exterior undergoes subtle transformations while in use. Firstly, the internal lights can shift through a spectrum of colors based on the owner's preference, such as black, gray, red, green, yellow, pink, and blue. Of course, these colors are limited to the exterior. The interior remains unchanged. Guyin's vehicle is black, exuding an aura of striking beauty and formidable presence. Moreover, the vehicle's glass is luminescent. The exterior shell is transparent, and within the cabin lies a small screen capable of playing films, advertisements, receiving radio signals, and featuring built-in speakers that can adjust the vehicle's sound, lighting, and music, as well as simulate visuals. In addition to these features, the windows can be opened, and the onboard air conditioning can automatically replenish gasoline. The most captivating aspect, however, is the onboard camera, which captures every angle as long as the driver opens the window. Beyond these, various facilities on the vehicle dazzle the eye. For instance, behind the driver's seat is a small storage compartment containing a specialized mini piggy bank with 3 sections, each holding 1,000 cubic meters of liquid nitrogen, fuel, batteries, and ammunition. Additionally, there is a small warehouse filled with an array of weaponry, food, and water, as well as gas masks, gloves, hats, military boots, firearms, daggers, shields, ropes, grenades, and a multitude of other items. Furthermore, there is a control panel. Akin to a computer in a game that, as Guiyin familiarized herself with the various functionalities of this new vehicle before finally speaking in the chat channel. I have just acquired a new batch of supplies. Everyone is welcome to purchase. Fantastic. Just make sure to save a share for me. Hurry and see what it is. If you delay, you might miss out. Is it a set of anti-slip chains designed for icy conditions? Could it be that the expert has some insider information? It seems the expert is subtly hinting at what our upcoming road survival competition entails, that a plausible assumption. Is it worth purchasing? Whatever the case, it is not expensive. I'll buy it first and decide later. Guiyin acquires these items using a green blueprint, allowing her to obtain anything she lacks if she wishes to forego the green blueprint. She can opt to trade in fruits or vegetables. Even a single cherry tomato will suffice. In truth, Guiyin does not have a high demand for green blueprints, and lower-tier items are of little use. Her primary aim is to sell these supplies to enhance everyone's chances of survival. Currently, she is not concerned about sourcing survival materials, especially with blueprints in hand, and her onboard system offers a plethora of items for exchange, including various supplies like food, salt, ores, and medicines. It is no exaggeration to say that if Guiyin displayed all her supplies, it would leave everyone astounded. Even without doing so, she receives ample envy and admiration in the chat channel daily. Are you planning to sell off all your supplies this week? Expert, you are truly remarkable. I wonder which genius you are in real life. It is utterly enviable. Indeed, with so many supplies, we could sustain ourselves for years. Expert, what challenges await us this time? Are there any special items for sale? The crowd buzzed with chatter, but Guiyin paid no heed to their musings. Her objective had been met, and whether others believed or disbelieved was of no concern to her. It was then that Guiyin encountered an unexpected adversary, a black tadpole, its body a deep green with a small horn atop its head, long limbs, and a back covered in fine scales, emerged before her. Its form was rather diminutive compared to ordinary fish, yet it exuded a ferocious and menacing aura. It leapt viciously from the puddle, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth, lunging towards Guiyin with a terrifying display. She nimbly evaded its attack, delivering a swift chop that flipped the creature. The tadpole, scarcely the size of her palm, soon burst. It appears even mosquitoes have turned feral in this world. The danger was not yet over. And Guiyin had no intention of retreating. She was eager to test her skills. Suddenly, a peculiar iron tree shot up from the ground, rapidly growing to several meters in height, its entirety adorned with poisonous thorns and lined with barbs and suction cups, teeming with countless parasitic entities that resembled carnivorous leeches. However, the leeches before Guiyin were not true insects. Rather, they were evolved plant and animal hybrids, akin to cordyceps. These leeches thrive on the vines. Although they appear grotesque, they are highly aggressive. A bird flew low, intent on snatching the leech-like creatures from the tree. The tree, evidently sentient, instantaneously extended a long vine to ensnare the unsuspecting prey, burrowing into its skin and devouring its innards. The leeches exhibit peculiar reproductive habits. Upon capturing sufficient prey, they immediately hatch a multitude of offspring, then proceed to hunt again. They consume every organ of their prey before choosing a container to inhabit, rarely moving once settled until their victim perishes. Moreover, the reproductive cycle of these leeches is notably prolonged, taking a week to hatch a single juvenile. Astonishingly, a single brood of leeches can yield as many as 200 offspring. How terrifying is that? In addition to their prodigious reproductive capability, these leeches possess formidable offensive and defensive traits. Ordinary weapons cannot harm them. Their exoskeleton as tough as rock, making them impervious to the average person's attacks. These leeches are not just a nuisance. They can spin silk to weave cocoons, binding their prey with spider silk before their larvae burrow into the victim's body to feed, draining the victim's bodily fluids and blood incessantly. If not promptly stopped, once they complete their cocoons, their prey will surely succumb. Guiyin drew her crossbow and accurately struck the leech in its head, causing a stream of crimson blood to flow forth. The leech writhed in agony, twisting and contorting on the ground, its abdomen swelling ominously, indicating something was about to emerge. With a steady hand, Guiyin pulled back her bowstring and released an arrow that pierced through its belly, creating a gaping wound. The leech let out a pained shriek, thrashing on the ground before gradually falling still, devoid of any signs of life. Chapter 43. The Carnivorous Leech. Although the leech had perished, the tree remained vibrant and full of life. Little did Guiyin anticipate the arrival of an uninvited guest. Guiyin is an astute individual, keenly observing his surroundings from the very outset. Upon witnessing the arrow shot by Guiyin strike the leech, he immediately dashed over, picked up the fallen arrow, and gently prodded the lifeless leech with the arrow's tail. Confirming its demise, he cast the arrow aside into the nearby underbrush. Guiyin's actions puzzled Guiyin. After all, he had just shot the leech. Why discard the arrow now? What are you thanking me for? Guiyin inquired. For the leech. Had it not been for your arrow, it would likely have attacked us, placing us in grave danger. You have aided me, and for that, I am grateful. Guiyin replied sincerely. Guiyin nodded slightly, remarking, You should be thankful my arrow did not harm you. Regardless, you have assisted me in neutralizing a threat. I am Guiyin. May I ask your esteemed surname? He cheerfully queried at Guiyin. She responded, That's a splendid name. It flows melodiously like a gentle breeze. Your voice is truly enchanting. Guiyin praised with a beaming smile. Guiyin, unperturbed, continued, In truth, you have helped me, and I have reciprocated in kind. Guiyin raised an eyebrow, seemingly intrigued. Guiyin patted his chest, declaring, Do you see that tree over there? It is the very one where the leech was struck. The leech hatched from eggs nestled within the tree. I can seal the eggs with a talisman and use magic to control the tree, allowing it to absorb nutrients and flourish. By controlling this tree, I effectively control the leech. Ah, Guiyin exclaimed, realization dawning upon her, and oh wonder that tree is so robust. Guiyin grinned, saying, You see my prowess. I am quite the sorcerer, Guiyin stated. Regardless, you have aided me, and I owe you a debt of gratitude, which I shall repay in the future. Guiyin replied with a smile. Very well. You are a commendable person, and I appreciate you. Let us be friends henceforth. Indeed. Guiyin then inquired, Where do you plan to go? Shall we journey together? Although the road was a 4-lane highway, the circumstances encountered could vastly differ depending on the chosen lane. For instance, Guiyin opted for one of the other 3 forks, but encountered a string of unfortunate events, facing several waves of zombies, and at one point, nearly had her throat bitten by a 5th-tier zombie. Narrowly evading disaster, the alternative routes may have yielded a different fate. Guiyin and Guiyin drove side by side for a while until they unknowingly arrived at the banks of a small river, approximately 20 meters wide and 8 meters deep, flanked by dense thickets, with a muddy riverbed beneath. The icy water emitted occasional black bubbles, releasing a foul odor. Suddenly, the surface of the river began to ripple. Abruptly, a colossal head broke through the water's surface. What in the world is that? Guiyin exclaimed in shock. The creature's massive head was grotesque and hideous, its moss-covered face marred by veins and slime, its hollow eyes devoid of life, nostrils exhaling white smoke, its mouth gaped wide, revealing a maw filled with sharp teeth. This was an adult leech, covered in small, fleshy tumors, its body armored with tough scales. Possessing razor-sharp teeth and a cunning ferocity, Guiyin hastily slammed on the brakes, preparing to turn left. However, he was a moment too late, as the leech had already locked onto Guiyin's position. Its massive form moved with astonishing speed, lunging towards him in an instant, claw outstretched. With a sickening rip, Guiyin's clothes were torn apart, blood spraying and staining his garments as the leech's claws sank into the flesh of his shoulder. How repulsive! Ugh! Guiyin quickly covered his nose, enduring the excruciating pain emanating from his wound. That moment, Guiyin also exited her vehicle and rushed to Guiyin's side. Quick, jump out of the car! Guiyin shouted. Guiyin screamed, feeling a soft, slimy tentacle wrap around his waist from behind. Yanking him forward, he was dragged to the riverbank, becoming ensnared in the leech's body. The leech's interior was cramped, filled with intestines, and corrosive stomach acid seared his skin, causing unbearable agony. Jiang Qinning cried out in torment, flailing his arms in a futile attempt to escape his predicament, observing the leech's tail coiling around Jiang Qinning. Intent on dragging him into the river, Su Guiyin shouted in anger and grasped her dagger. With a swift thrust, the empowered dagger pierced the leech's head. Ah! Jiang Qinning screamed in a frenzy, struggling fiercely. And the leech relinquished its grip. Jiang Qinning stumbled out of the river, breathless. Though the leech lay dead, its body continued to thrash in the water, firmly lodged in the riverbed. "Are you all right?" Su Guiyin asked with concern. "I am fine. Thank you for saving me," Jiang Qinning replied gratefully. Su Guiyin warned. "That leech is exceedingly dangerous. We should leave this place immediately. It seems the leeches sense the impending change in climate and are rushing ashore to store fat for the winter." "Indeed," Jiang Qinning responded, gazing pensively at the river. The leeches were unafraid of flames but dreaded sulfur, gasoline, or lime powder, all of which could inflict severe damage upon them. However, due to the poor road conditions, resources were often diverted for food and fuel, leaving little of these supplies in vehicles. The leeches, with their thick skin and agile movements, posed a formidable challenge for most individuals, often leading them to become prey. Su Guiyin surveyed the multitude of corpses, reaffirming her suspicions that it appeared that this area was indeed inhabited by leeches. She wondered just how many there were. The sheer number of leeches surpassed her imagination, as countless people and animals have been devoured, leaving an overwhelming presence of leeches. "Hey, Su Guiyin, what should we do? I feel incredibly weak." Jiang Qinning weakly queried. "I'll help you staunch the bleeding. Just hold on," Su Guiyin instructed. "All right," Jiang Qinning acquiesced, suddenly feeling a powerful force propel him upward. As if he were airborne, Su Guiyin's figure flickered through the air like a phantom, her feet gliding over the tree branches. "Wow, incredible agility," Jiang Qinning marveled. "Enough chatter. Stay quiet. I'll throw you down," Su Guiyin warned. He stammered. Meanwhile, Shi Zhaoding drove his off-road vehicle down the highway, soon halting to fix his gaze upon the hills ahead. "I see the leeches. We need not proceed further," Qi Shuheng frowned, remarking, "Those leeches are terrifying. Although I haven't witnessed them firsthand, I have heard tales." "You know of leeches?" Shi Zhaoding exclaimed, surprised at the young man's knowledge. "A friend of mine mentioned them," Qi Shuheng chuckled. "Leeches are descendants of the ogre clan, the lowest tier among them. They lack intelligence, acting solely on instinct, and they prefer to devour their kin for sustenance. Their reproductive capabilities are remarkable, resulting in a broad diet. Shi Zhaoding inquired curiously, clearly intrigued by the ogre lineage, as this was the first race he encountered following his previous experience with Su Guiyin and the goblins. "What became of the ogres?" he asked. "It is said that the ogre leader perished. Without a leader, the remaining ogres quickly faded into obscurity. However, during a recent calamity, a few offspring managed to escape to this region." Qi Shuheng explained, gesturing toward the leech's corpse. "These larvae emerged from their mother and began to reproduce, slowly evolving into the leeches we see today. Their reproduction rate far exceeds that of locusts, with hundreds of thousands birthed each year. This area has been entirely claimed by them. Unless we completely eradicate these larvae, the leeches shall persist indefinitely," Qi Shuheng asserted. Shi Zhaoding pondered the nature of the leeches. Were they akin to cockroaches, earthworms, or ants? Surely not. Meanwhile, after placing Jiang Qinning in a safe location, Su Guiyin declared, "Since we have encountered them, we must eradicate them." She brandished her dagger and charged towards the leeches, which seemed to sense the threat and swiftly converged, transforming into a dark wave rushing towards her. Su Guiyin crossed her arms to shield her head, but the dagger pierced her chest, instantly staining her garment with blood. "Are you all right?" Jiang Qinning exclaimed, leaping from the vehicle to support her. "How could this happen?" "I'm fine." Su Guiyin shook her head, gritting her teeth as she stood. "You need to step aside. Don't be reckless. You're no match for them. They will quickly surround us," Jiang Qinning urged. Yet Su Guiyin disregarded his warnings, wielding her dagger and charging at the leeches, which immediately swarmed her. The leeches possessed sharp fangs and were covered in tough shells, rendering them remarkably resilient to ordinary attacks. Su Guiyin wielded the dagger she had received as a reward in the previous competition, its sharpness capable of slicing through steel, far superior to her previous weapon. Yet, when it struck the leech, it only left a shallow mark. Without sufficient force, it might not even breach the skin. The leeches emitted a series of hissing sounds, frantically tearing at Guiyin as if intent on devouring her flesh and bones. Suddenly, the leeches ceased their assault, shifting their position and retreating into the depths of the jungle, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Qi Shuheng stood in stunned silence. He had just witnessed Guiyin slay over a dozen leeches. Yet he could hardly believe they had withdrawn. Guiyin calmly wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and coldly remarked, "This is due to the fragrance emanating from my body. For them, it is utterly lethal. They're likely hiding nearby, observing me in secret. Are you implying that you possess toxins?" Jiang Kenning exclaimed with sudden comprehension. "No wonder the leeches fear you." The concoction had been crafted from blueprints provided by a buyer, and this was Guyin's first time employing it. It not only attracted these aberrant beasts but also paralyzed them gradually. "Wonderful. At last we can enjoy a moment's respite," Jiang Kenning declared excitedly, having just vanquished 3 leeches and feeling utterly exhausted. In truth, leeches do not solely rely on their sense of smell to track their prey. Their tentacles serve as their olfactory organs. Once they detect the scent of their quarry, they immediately rally their forces for an assault. Isn't it said that the leech's weakness lies in their keen sense of smell? That should make them manageable, Shi Zhaoding inquired. Qi Shuheng replied earnestly. Though leeches lack offensive capabilities, their numbers are alarmingly vast, appearing in swarms. Even if we were to slay all of them, our oxygen supply would inevitably deplete. "I find your argument quite reasonable," Shi Zhaoding conceded. "We should hasten our departure and avoid taking unnecessary risks." Qi Shuheng and Shi Zhaoding exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus as they prepared to leave. Chapter 44. The 4 come together, and the icy path. Qi Shuheng glanced in the direction indicated. And indeed, several hundred meters away lay a river, albeit one fraught with peril. The surface of the water was disturbed, and throngs of colossal leeches surfaced, their massive jaws gnawing at the vegetation along the banks. The river banks were overgrown with various plants, their leaves stained with rotting flesh and maggots. After feasting in the river, the gigantic leeches ascended the shore, ravaging the trees in their path, swiftly climbing a towering tree to breed among its canopy. Qi Shuheng furrowed his brow. It appears they are absorbing the nutrients from their surroundings. Although leeches lack intelligence, they still adhere to basic instinctual behaviors. The more succulent the food, the stronger its allure. The nutrient-rich waters were ideal for the leeches to absorb sustenance. "That is a mountain," Qi Shuheng suddenly exclaimed. Shi Zhaoding looked up to see the distant mountaintop teeming with lush trees, their trunks thick and their branches abundant with foliage. "The leech's nest must be in the trees, not in the river," Guiyin stated. "Leeches prefer to inhabit areas abundant in food. The stench of decay permeates the riverside forest, which they find unappealing, unless..." "Unless what?" Shi Zhaoding pressed eagerly. "Unless they encounter something more precious than food," Qi Shuheng replied slowly. "You mean the queen of the leeches?" Shi Zhaoding gasped in astonishment. "It remains uncertain," Qi Shuheng stated, "but we should not linger here." Shi Zhaoding nodded. "Then let us depart." Qi Shuheng turned to him. "If I am not mistaken, the lair of the leech queen should be nearby. Is the leech queen truly terrifying?" Shi Zhaoding inquired. Qi Shuheng nodded solemnly. "It is said to be the most ferocious creature among the leech tribe. Should a leech become infected by the queen, it will undergo a frenzied evolution, transforming from a juvenile into an adult, ultimately consuming the queen and becoming an even more formidable entity. Is it really that formidable? I have no desire to engage in a battle against an entire species. That would be exhausting." "Indeed," Qi Shuheng continued, "I have witnessed leeches evolve into leech crocodiles firsthand. It was a catastrophe. The entire forest was obliterated, and all creatures vanished. Even ants perished." Upon hearing this, Shi Zhaoding's complexion turned pale. He had already experienced the horror of leeches. And now the prospect of leech crocodiles was infuriating enough. Qi Shuheng added, "Moreover, leech crocodiles are social creatures. As long as the queen remains, they will continually evolve until they completely eliminate the leech queen. Therefore, we must act swiftly," he urged. Shi Zhaoding agreed. "Then let us move quickly." If we encounter them, it will surely be a fierce battle. The two immediately set off, navigating through dense underbrush and skirting low shrubs until they finally reached the riverbank. "Over there!" Guiyin exclaimed, waving his arms excitedly. Where Guiyin peered across the river with binoculars and spotted two blue-tier vehicles racing toward them. One of the vehicles appeared strikingly familiar. Switching to a clearer pair of binoculars, she was astonished to find Zhaoting inside one of the vehicles. The other vehicle belonged to an acquaintance of his at that moment. Guiyin had no inkling that a group of familiar faces had converged in such a fortuitous manner. Yet, the scene was overshadowed by a mass of leeches. "This is the leech hatchery," Qi Shuheng declared. "How can you be so certain?" Zhaoting questioned skeptically. If it were truly safe, the leeches would not have claimed this land. Leeches are parasitic creatures. They cannot remain indefinitely beside the queen. They must leave her side to forage, and that gap is our opportunity to escape, Qi Shuheng explained, as long as we stay outside the queen's territory. These leeches will not dare to act recklessly. After all, leeches can only evolve near the queen. If they stray too far, they revert to ordinary creatures, unable to advance further, and thus will not attack nearby beings. That is plausible, but it remains merely a hypothesis. Zhaoting shook his head. What if the leech queen were to perish during this interval? Such a conclusion offers no guarantee. Indeed, the leech queen rarely appears in peripheral areas. But what if? Qi Shuheng concurred. This situation is indeed too perilous. We cannot afford to take unnecessary risks. The two deliberated. Zhaoting suddenly sensed a gaze fixated upon him. At that moment, he received a private message. His circle was small, and exchanges were typically minimal. Informing Qi Shuheng of the message, the two found a concealed spot to hide. After sensing a modicum of security, Zhaoting opened the private message, only to discover it was from Guiyin. It had been some time since their last contact, and the realization that it was Guiyin observing them filled him with relief and a joy he could not fully comprehend. Once the four reunited, they engaged in discussion. Given that they were about to enter a new road race and were unaware of the circumstances of the first day, they collectively resolved to take advantage of the cover of night to leave this treacherous place. The environment here was utterly dire, with threats of ambush looming at every turn. While the leeches were numerous, they typically remained close to the leech queen or within a few hundred meters of her. Furthermore, the leech queen would not hunt at this hour. It was only after nightfall, when she departed from her lair, that the leeches would rampage, wandering in search of sustenance. Thus, Zhaoting and the others were not overly concerned about an ambush. "Thank goodness we departed early," Guiyin expressed his relief. The road was littered with the carcasses of various animals, including antelope, tigers, and lions, yet conspicuously absent were any signs of leeches, with so many animals dead. "Do you think those creatures will come after us?" Zhaoting voiced his concern. "Fear not. As long as they do not appear on the road, we shall be safe. Let us proceed quickly. Otherwise, should we draw attention, the leech queen may well pursue us," Qi Shuheng stated calmly, maneuvering the vehicles swiftly onto the road. Their journey proceeded smoothly, encountering only a few scattered insectoid creatures along the way. Half an hour later, they all received the system's countdown. 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes left, Guiyin exclaimed anxiously. "The new race is about to begin." "Did you hear that?" Guiyin suddenly raised her head to inquire. The others also heard the hissing sounds emanating from behind them, and a foul stench filled the air as a massive wave of leeches surged forth from the jungle. "Good heavens!" Guiyin screamed in terror. "Run!" The group swiftly veered off course, attempting to evade the leeches, only to find that the leeches altered their path as well, swiftly catching up and latching onto the rear of their vehicle. The leeches moved far faster than their car, and in an instant, they were upon them. "What should we do?" Guiyin, gripped by fear, clutched Qi Shuheng's arm, his face drained of color. "We should jump out of the car." Zhaoting and Guiyin remained composed. It appeared that the creatures possessed some degree of instinct. If that were indeed the case, as long as the vehicle remained stationary, the swarm of leeches would likely disperse. Unfortunately, reality proved far less accommodating. Before Zhaoting could finish his sentence, the swarm lunged forward, voraciously gnawing at the vehicle's tires. "Damn it!" Several individuals were furious, desperately attempting to shake off the leeches pursuing them. However, the sheer number of these creatures rendered escape impossible. Truly, they were caught between a rock and a hard place. Just as the weather was about to change, these cursed vermin obstructed their path. Guiyin cursed under her breath, as if to echo her sentiment. Snow began to fall from the sky, crystalline flakes cascading down and swiftly robbing everyone of their warmth. What should we do now? Qi Shuing's question drew the attention of all. Qi Shuing smiled and remarked, "Look at this bridge. Isn't it peculiar?" He pointed to the stone bridge spanning the road. On one side lay a smooth road, while on the other loomed a sheer cliff. The bridge appeared as a sword thrust into the heart of the road, cleaving it in two. One side safe, the other perilous, and its length far exceeded that of the road. How was this bridge constructed? The group began to examine it closely, soon noticing the many artificial markings along its sides, indicating it was man-made, crafted by someone with exceptional skills. Guiyin observed with calm intensity, ultimately uncovering the root of their crisis. The bridge's builder was likely aiding the leeches in their evolution. The others suddenly grasped the situation as, that was why the bridge was positioned at the cliff's edge, to thwart the leech's passage. Do we still need to wait? What if the leeches launch another attack? Guiyin furrowed her brow and inquired. Qi Shuing smiled reassuringly. There's no need for concern. Our earlier tests demonstrated that the leeches cannot breach the bridge, at least not for now. Shi Zhaoding interjected. Indeed, if that horde of leeches were to charge recklessly, the bridge would surely be destroyed. Yet, while it shakes, it remains relatively stable. The leeches dare not recklessly collide with it. Moreover, they seem not to be frenzied. They merely linger upon the bridge, seemingly wary of it. Guiyin continued her scrutiny and added, "Look at the bridge's apex. There are numerous circular openings, perfectly aligned with both ends that I suspect they might be the leech's lair. Furthermore, these cunning creatures realize they cannot damage the bridge and have chosen to hover above it instead. What are we to do then?" Guiyin asked. "We shall observe and wait," Guiyin replied calmly. "Does that mean we are to remain here for the night?" Guiyin asked with a wry smile. As Guiyin shook her head, her expression grave. "Not necessarily. I surmise the leeches will seize an opportunity during the night when we are asleep to strike. At that moment, we will be utterly defenseless." "How can you be so certain?" Qi Shuing inquired. "Firstly, leeches typically target living flesh, such as through bites or cuts. Thus, their initial ambush will undoubtedly occur at night. And the second will likely follow suit. If these leeches are not foolish, they would not attack during the day. That would only lead to two possible outcomes for us." "What two outcomes?" "1. They are eliminated by us. 2. We are annihilated by the leeches. Regardless of the outcome, it would be catastrophic." Qi Shuing spoke solemnly. The group sat around the stone bridge, conversing as they gazed along the river, where a forest lay across the water. The river was not wide, its waters crystalline, with a few leaves drifting upon its surface. The heavy snowfall, refracted by the light, appeared both cold and beautiful. Occasionally, fish leaped from the water, splashing droplets into the air. A new competitive challenge, the icy path, had officially begun as Guiyin retrieved bottled water from her backpack and distributed it to everyone. Taking a sip herself, she glanced toward the dark forest in the distance and stated, "Though leeches are small, they're social creatures that gather in hordes. Once they fixate on a target, escape becomes impossible. Such dangerous entities must not be allowed to remain near urban areas. Otherwise, the repercussions would be endless. Indeed, their reproductive capabilities are alarming." Shi Zhaoding sighed before continuing. "Having encountered leeches today, we may face even more ferocious creatures tomorrow. What shall we do now?" Guiyin inquired. Guiyin lifted her gaze to the snowflakes cascading from the sky. "We need to locate the leech's nest and destroy it." "How do we accomplish that?" Qi Shuing asked. "Leave that task to me," Guiyin declared boldly, thumping her chest. Chapter 45. The Icy Path. Shi Zhaoding was a particularly cautious individual. Although they had just endured a fierce battle, he quickly regained his composure and began to contemplate how to eliminate the leeches. What do leeches fear most? Fire, frost, toxins? Shi Zhaoding pondered aloud. Guiyin thought for a moment before shaking her head. "What is it?" the others asked in unison. Guiyin smiled, extending her slender, delicate left hand, palm upward, while her right hand grasped the tip of her index finger, gradually tightening her hold until she paused. A slight smirk gracing her lips. Fire. Soon as her words fell, a fierce wind whipped up around them. The violent gust swept the snowflakes across the river, causing the water to splash, uprooting the weeds along the riverbanks, and sending towering waves crashing forth. The leeches, as if stimulated by some unseen force, frantically swam toward the opposite shore. They struggled in the water, unable to break free from the sudden tempest point one by one. The leeches were lifted into the air by the whirlwind, only to plummet back into the river, their bodies mangled and bloodied, emitting mournful cries as the riverbed trembled and ripples radiated outward. All the leeches were fleeing, their singular objective to escape this place. Leeches fear fire and the cold, Guiyin exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement at the sight. The blizzard had arrived just in time. At that moment, several towering trees along the riverbank suddenly toppled, crashing down with a thunderous roar, their crowns striking the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. Now, the broken trunks lay scattered in disarray. Guiyin stood up, brandishing a dagger, and approached the fallen tree, chopping it down and tossing it into the river. Sister Sue, what are you doing? Guiyin asked, perplexed. Burning them. Guiyin replied coldly. The murderous intent emanating from her brow sent chills down their spines. Though she did not relish killing, these leeches had to be eradicated completely. Let us assist, Shi Zhaoding, Qi Shuheng, and the others stepped forward to help dig out the tree stumps. Sister Sue, your aim is remarkable. Each swing of your blade strikes true against the leeches, Shi Zhaoding remarked. As Guiyin smiled. That's because my blade is exceptionally sharp. The others laughed, acknowledging the truth in her words. The sleek black dagger sliced through flesh as easily as cutting wheat. Soon, a roaring fire blazed along the riverbank, flames leaping and illuminating the night sky. The leeches shrieked in the glow of the fire, writhing in agony as they attempted to escape the flames. But the more they struggled, the fiercer the blaze grew. This conflagration raged for a full 2 hours. When the flames finally extinguished, a multitude of leech corpses floated in the river, their bodies crawling with various maggots. Centipedes, snakes, and scorpions, a truly horrifying sight. After a brief respite, they continued on their journey. This excursion is perilous beyond measure, Qi Shuheng sighed, having learned from Guiyin about the dangers posed by the leeches. These creatures were the elite among the man-eating species, typically avoiding ordinary people and targeting only those with abilities or mutated beasts. Shi Zhaoding furrowed his brow. I find one thing quite strange. What thing? We are very close to the base. Logically, there shouldn't be any leech attacks. Could it be that another team encountered a leech ambush and detonated their ammunition stockpile? Shi Zhaoding speculated. That does seem plausible. But perhaps it's good news. Our burden is lightened considerably. Qi Shuheng replied. Li Yuan nodded. While that's a comforting thought, I still feel something is off, an unsettling sensation. Shi Zhaoding remarked, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. If trouble arises, we shall confront it. If water rises, we shall build a dam. What is there to fear? At worst, we can find a place to hide. The group pressed onward, following the river westward, traversing beaches and deserts before entering a desolate primeval forest. The vegetation here was exceedingly dense, with leaves thickly canopied, casting shadows that obscured the sun. Occasionally, the cheerful chirping of birds could be heard. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed through the jungle. The 5 individuals immediately heightened their vigilance. Shoo, there's movement. Everyone be cautious, Guiyin whispered, her gaze sharp. Stay alert, Guiyin murmured, tightening her grip on the dagger, her eyes flashing with intensity. Whoosh, a dark figure darted toward them with incredible speed, aiming directly for the most vulnerable Guiyin. Thud! Guiyin reacted swiftly, evading the attack and drawing her sword to pierce the creature's abdomen, blood gushing forth. The creature fell to the ground, revealing itself to be a gray leech, its body charred black, long devoid of life. Given its substantial size, estimated at over 2 meters, it was nearly equivalent to that of a full-grown man. Guiyin was taken aback. Had she been bitten, she would have been severely injured. If not killed, Guiyin looked up, only to find a pair of crimson eyes fixated upon her. The gray leech had evidently succumbed to Jiang Kenning's hand. Her pupils constricted, and a wave of murderous intent surged within her, prompting her to charge forward. Bang! Sugin struck down the leech's head with a powerful blow, leaving yet another lifeless body on the ground. Qi Shuheng seized her firmly, shaking his head as he said, "You have slain one, yet more will emerge. Are these man-eating leeches social creatures?" Sugin inquired. Qi Shuheng nodded, responding, "Indeed, these fiends feast upon humans, and the greater their numbers, the stronger their combat prowess, that we must exercise utmost caution." A profound silence enveloped the group. The situation was dire, and none could foresee encountering such horrors along their journey. Just then, faint sounds of a struggle emanated from the depths of the jungle, and several leeches burst forth from the underbrush, their mouths agape, revealing rows of serrated teeth akin to ravenous wolves, rushing toward Guiyin and her companions with astonishing speed. Be careful. They are exceedingly fast. Anyone who falls victim to them will surely be injured, Guiyin cautioned. The leech's aggression was not particularly formidable, but their speed was unparalleled, akin to lightning, rendering one defenseless against their relentless onslaught, despite one's strength. One could not withstand the unceasing attacks of the leeches as Guiyin brandished a dagger and charged forward, while Shi, unwilling to yield, followed suit. Qi Shuheng and Jiang Kenning also joined the fray, and thus a fierce battle ensued. After a flurry of assaults, Guiyin felled 4 leeches, while the others managed to dispatch 2 more. Be cautious, Qi Shuheng bellowed, delivering a powerful punch that sent a white figure flying. The creature's speed exceeded expectations, and in the blink of an eye, it had closed the distance to Qi Shuheng, slashing at his face with razor-sharp claws. Qi Shuheng deftly sidestepped, seizing the creature by its neck and throwing it to the ground. The creature's claws were astonishingly sharp, slicing through Qi Shuheng's skin. He hastily retreated a few steps, only to discover it was a spider, encased in a tough exoskeleton, with 2 slender, short venomous stingers at its tail. The hooks at the end glinting coldly with a metallic sheen. The leech with tentacles struggled to rise, but ultimately succumbed. Qi Shuheng surveyed the surroundings. They were in an expansive forest, mountains looming in the distance, dense foliage obscuring the path, and the air was damp and shadowy. "Where are we?" Shi Zhaoding frowned. "Uncertain, but this place is perilous. We may encounter more leeches or insect beasts at any moment," Guiyin replied. "What shall we do?" Qi Shuheng expressed his concern. "We can only proceed cautiously. We cannot remain idle and must hasten our departure from this wretched locale," Jiang Kenning declared, his frustration palpable in a world rife with dangers. The group continued their journey westward. This time, the insect beasts they encountered seemed even more formidable, and they were attacked every few minutes. "The leeches we face now are far more troublesome than the previous goblins," Shi Zhaoding remarked. "Their skin is smooth and thick, making it quite challenging to penetrate. Indeed, they are quite formidable," Guiyin concurred, glancing at the others. "What now? Should we delve deeper?" Qi Shuheng insisted. "No. We must retreat immediately. The leeches have an extensive attack range, and evasion is futile. I believe that since we have encountered the leeches, we possess the capability to fight back, that if we must, we can retreat later. Besides, we have ventured deep into the thicket and are nearing the motherworm's location. To retreat now would be counterproductive," Shi Zhaoding suggested, looking to Guiyin for guidance. Shi Zhaoding then glanced at Jiang Kenning, asking, "What do you propose, Xiao Jiang?" Jiang Kenning replied, "I'm fine with it. After all, we are all in this together." Shi Zhaoding nodded in agreement. Guiyin pondered for a moment before saying, "Very well, shall we give it a try? Since you all are willing, I have no objections." Qi Shuheng shrugged. Jiang Kenning smiled brightly, stating, "That's the spirit. With the 5 of us combined, we cannot be bested by a horde of insects. That would be absurd." Shi Zhaoding shot her a glare, whispering, "Be quiet." Jiang Kenning stuck out her tongue playfully. The group halted, scanning their surroundings with vigilance. The rustling grew increasingly pronounced, reminiscent of the wind sweeping through the trees. They held their breath, staring intently, tension mounting. Suddenly, several leeches erupted from the shadows. Rushing towards them at breakneck speed, closing the distance in an instant and lunging at Shi Zhaoting with gaping jaws. Reacting swiftly, Shi Zhaoting raised his right leg and forcefully kicked one of the leeches away. Then bent his left knee to strike another down that a scream pierced the air, followed by a cacophony of sounds as the leeches flailed in the air. Even the slightest contact could prove fatal. However, as mere insects, their movements were sluggish, and their attacks lacked precision. Be cautious. They're social insects, numerous in number, Qi Shuheng warned. Indeed, the group drew their weapons, preparing to face the threat. The leech's venom had paralyzing properties, compelling the group to avoid slashing with knives and instead use swords or bows to fend them off. These creatures were vicious and relentless, swarming their prey in overwhelming numbers. Damn it, Qi Shuheng cursed, realizing that this enemy would not be easily vanquished. Not only were they aggressive, but they also bore grudges that I will clear a path. Everyone follow me, we must head straight for the mother worm's lair. The heart of this leech infestation. Only by eliminating the leader will these leeches disperse, Guiyin asserted confidently. The four of them plunged into the fray, the leeches surging forth like a tide. A dark wave of bodies obscuring the view of potential dangers lurking behind. The leeches were perilous creatures, highly aggressive with formidable defenses. Even if one survived an encounter, they would suffer grievous injuries. And the leech's venom was dreadfully potent. Just a drop of blood could spell death. Yet despite their terrifying toxicity, leeches had a critical weakness. They were terrified of fire and extreme cold, fleeing from such temperatures to avoid being burned or frozen. Moreover, once separated from the mother worm, their offensive capabilities diminished significantly. The current environment was thus highly favorable for combat. It was the opportune moment to eradicate this species that I will hold off the insects. You all find something to crush them, Shi Zhaoting declared, leaping into the air, delivering a powerful punch to one of the leeches. With a resounding crash, the leech's massive body was sent flying, crashing to the ground. He continued his assault, each punch infused with explosive force, toppling leech after leech with horrifying cries. I could see that moment. Jiang Qinning picked up a sizable rock and hurled it with all her might, striking the head of the leech Shi Zhaoting had just knocked down, obliterating its skull. The leeches, sensing Shi Zhaoting's formidable presence, redirected their assault towards Qi Shuheng. He deftly dodged left and right, evading their sharp strikes. Though the leeches possessed significant offensive power, their intelligence waned under low temperatures, making it difficult for them to harm Qi Shuheng. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, lifting the leeches and tossing them about. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Shuheng charged forward, wielding a kitchen knife, and struck at the leech's abdomen with great force. With a resounding thud, he struck a leech's belly, causing it to emit a wretched howl of agony as it plummeted to the ground. Creating a significant crater, it expelled a viscous, foul-smelling, dark green liquid that instantly withered the surrounding trees. Qi Shuheng swiftly sidestepped, moving with agility to distance himself from the repulsive leech. A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the jungle, shaking the very AIR.is that. The crocodile? Jiang Qinning exclaimed in astonishment. That is no crocodile. Its head resembles that of a crocodile, but is several times larger, a colossal creature likely exceeding 300 tons. Bordering on the realm of monstrous aquatic beasts, Qi Shuheng stated gravely. Moreover, it harbors deadly venom. Mere contact spells instant death, Guiyin observed intently. This leech was indeed extraordinary, covered in scales, with two robust horns protruding from its head. Its tail varying in length like that of a serpent, resembling a python stretching over 60 or 70 meters. Damn it! With so many leeches, now this creature appears. What shall we do? Jiang Qinning asked, acutely aware of the leech's overwhelming numbers and terrifying aggression. Charge! The increasingly formidable monsters signal that we are drawing closer to the mother worm. If we continue forward, we may soon reach our destination. Guiyin deliberated for a moment, convinced it was their best opportunity. Very well. The others, upon hearing this, immediately followed Guiyin into battle, just as they were about to step out of the thicket. The enormous leech detected their presence, and a tempest swept through, engulfing them. The leech moved with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow, closing in on the group in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, the leech opened its maw, revealing serrated teeth and a mouth filled with a viscous substance, lunging at the group. The crowd surged forth, brandishing their weapons in defiance that eye in an instant. The clash of blades and the sharp, metallic sounds of iron meeting iron filled the air, accompanied by the shower of sparks. The leeches bore numerous scars upon their bodies, yet this did little to hinder their relentless assault. These leeches proved to be quite formidable. Qi Shuheng muttered under his breath, acknowledging their formidable defense and astonishing offensive capabilities. One misstep could easily lead to a vicious bite. A roar erupted as the crocodile, witnessing its offspring's injury, erupted in a fit of rage, lunging forward with wild abandon. With a thunderous crash, a massive tree, over a meter in diameter, splintered in two, sending soil flying in all directions. Qi Shuheng and his companions were jolted back several paces before regaining their footing. They looked up to see an even larger leech emerging from the broken trunk, its body a deep reddish brown, skin taut, and seemingly forged from steel. The leech writhed and twisted, reducing the tree to splinters. "We must flee at once. These leeches are merciless. Once they set their sights on us, escape will be impossible." Qi Shuheng's words were laced with trepidation, yet his actions remained resolute, his steps unwavering. The leeches, birthed from the darkness, lay eggs singularly. Once they have spawned, they require time to recuperate before reproducing again. Each small wormhole nurtures vast numbers of leeches, all with a singular objective: to capture larvae, incubate them into pupae, and absorb enough nutrients to emerge anew. This is the instinctual nature of leeches, which allows for their rapid proliferation. Once detected, they quickly encircle their prey. Qi Shuheng and Su Guiyin, seasoned in combat, employed their unique strategies against the leeches. However, they were outnumbered. As the saying goes, a single fist cannot contend with four hands. Suddenly, Su Guiyin caught sight of a shadow darting from the side. "Be careful," she warned, as a creature from the darkness lunged with astonishing speed, knocking her to the ground. With a swift twist of her wrist, she slashed her dagger into the beast, but it retaliated, attempting to bite her shoulder. The creature's teeth sank into her flesh, but rather than tearing her apart, the dagger pierced its throat, silencing its growl. Blood sprayed across the ground and splattered onto Su Guiyin's clothing, the metallic scent filling the air. "What in the world is this creature?" she questioned, gazing at the fallen beast. Shi Zhaoding shook his head. "I don't know. I've never encountered such a thing." The group remained vigilant, their senses heightened. Suddenly, another monster emerged, significantly larger than the last, its body clad in darkness, teeth sharp as daggers, eyes glowing crimson, emanating a foul stench. "It's a newly hatched leech," Qi Shuheng remarked, furrowing his brow. "Excellent. We're nearing our destination." "Huh. Once we eliminate the mother leech, abundant rewards await," Jiang Kenning exclaimed, envisioning a cascade of gold coins flowing toward her. The swarm of leeches seemed to sense the impending danger and surged toward Su Guiyin and her companions. Guiyin managed to injure two leeches with her blade, but the others pressed on fearlessly. Qi Shuheng drew his hunting rifle, taking aim at a leech's head and pulling the trigger. Though their skin was tough, they could not withstand the bullet's force and were sent flying at that moment. Shi Zhaoding readied his arrows, targeting a leech. With a swift release, the arrow pierced the leech's abdomen, eliciting a pained cry before it fell still. Jiang Kenning too nocked an arrow, aiming at a leech drawing near and swiftly pinning it to the wall, rendering it lifeless. "Look over there!" "What is that?" Jiang Kenning exclaimed, pointing to the ceiling. A massive egg, utterly black and adorned with menacing spines, loomed above. "Everyone be cautious! Move aside!" Su Guiyin shouted urgently. With a resounding crack, the egg began to rupture, and a colossal beast emerged, standing at least 1.5 meters tall, its muscular form accentuated by a sturdy tail. Its head resembled that of a lizard, while its serpentine body ended with a sharp bone spike, which dripped ominously. "What on earth is this creature?" Everyone gasped, instinctively taking a step back. "Good grief, how hideous!" Jiang Kenning cursed, glancing at his weapon, grateful for his exceptional sword, a slender blade glimmering coldly in the dim light. The lizard creature roared, charging at them. though all were leeches or their variants. Each possessed its own peculiarities, grotesque in their diversity, reminiscent of nuclear waste byproducts that I'll take care of it. You all provide cover, Guiyin declared, swinging his sword with determination. The creature's tail lashed out, but Guiyin cleaved it in two, blood spraying forth. Shouting followed suit, severing the creature's head cleanly. Despite Guiyin's youthful exuberance, his strikes were decisive and efficient, rivaling the prowess of his companions. This must be the leech's lair. Their eggs lie within that egg, Guiyin concluded, downing a vial of his hastily concocted medicinal brew, which swiftly stanched the bleeding and restored a fraction of his strength. He distributed vials to his companions, reinforcing their camaraderie in this perilous endeavor. "Watch out," Shouting called as he faced a leech attacking Guiyin. Placing himself in harm's way, Guiyin was momentarily taken aback. Regardless, Shouting proved to be a reliable ally, displaying remarkable courage in critical moments as Guiyin, touched by selflessness, rushed forward, dagger in hand, delivering a fatal blow to the leech before retreating as it thrashed in its death throes. Guiyin had not anticipated his friend would risk his life so recklessly. Though Shouting had previously appeared frivolous, he demonstrated a cautious nature, never one to jeopardize his own interests for others. Guiyin recognized the leech's menace yet remained undaunted, prompting Guiyin to sigh, lamenting the recklessness of Shouting's sacrifice. Yet he overlooked his own instinctive rush to assist Guiyin. Shouting, however, remained composed, using his strength to pull Guiyin down. Then turning to confront the threat himself, an astute tactic, ensuring both his safety and that of his companion, Guiyin, calm and collected, exuded a depth reminiscent of the ocean's abyss after being pushed down. Guiyin gazed at the towering leech, its maw dripping with viscous saliva. Despite her formidable strength, she appreciated her teammate's intentions, resolving to remember his kindness. "Are you all right?" Guiyin inquired softly, concern evident in her voice. Shouting shook his head, signaling her not to worry. A smile graced her lips, revealing her pristine teeth. "Then let us proceed." She turned toward the dark cavern ahead, her gaze resolute and fierce, eager to gauge the true strength of their adversaries. Shouting stood beside her, eyes fixed intently on the cavern's entrance. Within, the air was thick with foreboding as Guiyin positioned herself at the center of the group, flanked by Shouting and Guiyin, with Guiyin rounding out their formation. "Well done, sister," Guiyin praised, giving Guiyin a thumbs up. "This leadership suits you well." Jing frowned slightly, whispering, "Stop it." Yet Guiyin remained buoyant, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "What's wrong? I'm complimenting you." Guiyin merely smiled, choosing not to respond. Guiyin seized the moment to advise, "If we encounter any monstrous attacks, retreat swiftly. Preserving your lives is paramount." Guiyin nodded in silent agreement, and the group ventured deeper into the cavern, shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from within the cave, causing Guiyin to grip Guiyin's arm tightly, adamantly refusing to admit his fear. Guiyin and Guiyin exchanged cautious glances, both acutely aware of the impending danger. Guiyin reached out to touch the wall, feeling its chilling coldness, which sent a shiver down his spine. "Look!" Guiyin suddenly exclaimed. The others followed his gaze, and at the end of the cave, a red lantern appeared. Chapter 47. Deep in the cave, the lantern hovered in the air, swaying eerily, resembling a malevolent spirit. Guiyin's face turned ashen with fright as she clutched Shouting's waist tightly. Shouting stepped forward and severed the lantern with his knife, causing the bulb to fall and shatter on the ground. The cave was spacious, with stone blocks forming spiral steps. The interior of the mountain was labyrinthine, resembling a beehive, with an unending network of rocky passages that made it impossible to determine which path was the true one. "Which way do you think?" Guiyin asked Guiyin. She furrowed her brow, observing intently. They all seem interconnected. Although these passages spiral upwards every 5 meters or so, there is a turn, indicating that this passage certainly leads to others. "We must choose a path to enter, or we will soon be surrounded, and it will become perilous." Guiyin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I share your sentiment. These passages are intricately woven, making it easy to lose oneself within. Furthermore, I suspect that something awaits us at the other end of these corridors, as Guiyin smiled at Qi Shuheng and suggested, if that is the case, I propose we split into 3 teams. You, me, and Qi Shuheng each leading a group. Jiang Qinning and Shi Zhaoding will form the second team, led by Shi Zhaoding. I suggest we communicate every half hour. Qi Shuheng concurred, saying, all right, let us proceed, as Su Guiyin proposed. The others had no objections, and everyone took their positions. Qi Shuheng then cautioned, remember, do not act recklessly, that we know. The group replied, dispersing. Shi Zhaoding took Jiang Qinning's hand, and they ventured down the spiral passage. After about 20 minutes, they finally encountered a fork in the path. Qi Shuheng halted and declared, I will take the left. Jiang Qinning looked up. This path stretched straight ahead, seemingly leading to a grand palace. They continued along the spiral corridor. Suddenly, a pungent smell of blood wafted through the air. Jiang Qinning covered her nose and stopped abruptly. Just then, a series of frantic screams echoed from ahead. Quick, let us go check it out, Shi Zhaoding urged, pulling Jiang Qinning along as they hurried toward the source of the noise. They found themselves in a long corridor, its ceiling adorned with luminous stones. On either side stood heavy iron doors, intricately carved with ancient, mysterious patterns. The door handles were made of dark metal, adorned with a string of copper bells that emitted a low, eerie chime with the slightest movement, sending chills down their spines. Shi Zhaoding gripped his dagger tightly, cautiously pushing open the iron door, peering inside, and was instantly taken aback. The space beyond the door was far larger than he had anticipated, roughly the size of a basketball court. With a floor laid with obsidian, in the center lay several beds, occupied by a group of disheveled girls. They were naked, covered in blood, with pale faces and dilated pupils, clearly having been dead for some time. Jiang Qinning gasped, covering her mouth in shock. These girls are dead. How cruel! Who could have done this? Is it that monster? She trembled, asking, why would they do this? Is this the way of the mother insect's reproduction? Shi Zhaoding sighed without responding. They were approximately 30 meters below the surface, where the ground was barren sand and gravel, devoid of any vegetation or animals, save for a few cold corpses. This was the breeding ground of the mother insect. This is terrifying. We should retreat quickly, Jiang Qinning stammered. What are you afraid of? Shi Zhaoding said as he used his dagger to slice open a girl's neck, exposing a strip of delicate, pale skin. Jiang Qinning leaned closer and was horrified to discover that beneath the skin were wriggling little worms, each about the size of a thumb, black in color, with barbed ends and sharp teeth. Looking utterly grotesque. What on earth are these? Jiang Qinning exclaimed. I've never heard of anything like this. They're parasites, Shi Zhaoding explained. They feed on the genes of living humans. At least 100 girls have died here. All host of these parasites. Jiang Qinning looked on in disgust. How revolting! This is too terrifying. In a swift motion, she killed the worms. Shi Zhaoding knelt down, using his dagger to pry open the black eggs. Once broken, the eggs burrowed into the sand, vanishing from sight. Shi Zhaoding then severed the girl's arm, collecting a vial of blood to feed the eggs. The eggs greedily absorbed the blood before burrowing back into the girl's body, devouring her marrow, her face twisted in agony, lips turning purple, until she finally drew her last breath. Shi Zhaoding took another vial of blood and buried the eggs underground, saying, if these eggs survive, they will likely be the seeds of this parasitic queen. Truly malicious, Jiang Qinning cursed. Let us delve deeper, Qi Shuheng urged. The group proceeded along the narrow corridor, the air growing increasingly oppressive and damp, until they finally arrived at a vast, circular chamber. The circular rock walls were adorned with oil lamps hung every 5 or 6 paces. These lamps flickered with flames that illuminated the irregular caverns on the walls. It seems this is a dungeon, Qi Shuheng remarked, surveying the surroundings. That it appears to have housed some notorious criminals. Suddenly, Qi Shuheng realized this was a cave entrance. Continuing forward, they found a heavy iron gate at the end of the cavern. The gate was covered in moss and rust, with thick, dark red, viscous blood seeping through the cracks, glistening ominously in the dim light. Qi Shuheng recalled having read about such eggs in a book, but thought them exaggerated at the time, failing to pay close attention. The records of witchcraft spoke of such creatures. This worm is the king of all parasites. Each parasite possesses its unique trait, and if one encounters it, they may consume its eggs to gain strength. It was said that once infested by these parasites, one could never escape unless the eggs were excavated or destroyed. Otherwise, they would be forever bound and manipulated by them. These eggs required the flesh of the living to reproduce, as they thrived on meat. Qi Shuheng's expression grew grave as he pondered the greater trouble. Their reproduction rate was alarmingly rapid, potentially cycling every few years. He had not anticipated that the horrors of this post-apocalyptic world would eerily parallel the ancient tomes he had read. They needed to locate their nest immediately and eradicate them, or they would inevitably return. These man-eating leeches were cunning. They fled at the sight of blood. If they proliferated to a significant degree, they would likely infest the entire subterranean world, leaving no survivors among passing humans. As Qi Shuheng contemplated these thoughts, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet, as if some colossal beast was slowly approaching within the underground chamber. He held his breath, scanning the surroundings with vigilance, only to find that it was the man-eating leech tribe. Just then, a crack appeared in the stone wall behind him, and a lengthy tail slithered out from the fissure. Simultaneously, Guiyin encountered a similar situation. She struck at the creature with her dagger, splattering its foul, viscous venom across the stone floor. Retreating 10 paces, she cautiously observed. With a fierce resolve, Guiyin charged forward and struck the creature several times. The man-eating leech recoiled, retreating into the stone wall, its tail lightly thumping against the surface. The vibrations echoed in her ears, shaking the ground beneath her, as if the very earth were on the verge of collapsing. This serpent is even more formidable than the one we encountered before, Guiyin thought. She kicked open a stone door and dashed toward the altar at the center of the chamber. Upon the altar stood a massive statue, towering at 3 meters, imposing and majestic. Guiyin swung her dagger down upon the statue with all her might, but the blade merely glanced off as though striking a bottomless abyss. Leaving her stunned, the force reverberated through her hand. She realized her strength was not what it once had been. This statue is peculiar, she murmured. The other 3 soon gathered, clearly having encountered similar predicaments. Perhaps the countless passages of this cave ultimately converged. Be careful, Qi Shuheng cautioned. This altar is likely connected to the previous one, that we cannot remain idle. We must breach this altar to ensure our safety, Guiyin suggested. Since it was crafted by a sorcerer, there must be a method to conquer it. The group agreed with her proposition. Shi Zhaoding raised his flashlight and approached the altar's center. They stood at the altar's edge, witnessing a massive stone pillar rising from the center, crowned with a disc etched with an array of enigmatic runes that appeared obscure and profound in the darkness. Surrounding the disc were incantations and totems, with a lamp illuminating every 20 seconds. Totaling 9 lamps, their flames flickering with an eerie glow. The group exchanged glances, none daring to advance. Should I give a try? Guiyin asked. Shi Zhaoding regarded him thoughtfully before replying. Go ahead, taking a deep breath. Guiyin stepped toward the disc. However, as he advanced a few paces, a bone-chilling gust of wind surged toward him, accompanied by the anguished wails of tormented spirits. Wang Yue shivered involuntarily, her face turning pale, and she could not muster the courage to proceed further. What are these sounds? Guiyin inquired, bewildered. How could this happen? We should retreat, Qi Shuheng calmly suggested. Before Guiyin could respond, Guiyin hastily objected. No, if we withdraw now, all our efforts would be in vain. Besides, the quality of the supplies we've gathered is only improving. It would be a pity to abandon them. Seeing this, Qi Shuheng sighed. Then I shall scout ahead. Everyone turned their gaze toward Guiyin. After contemplating for a moment, she nodded in agreement with Qi Shuheng's proposition, reasoning that with everyone following closely behind, they would be ready to offer immediate assistance should any situation arise. Qi Shuheng stepped onto the circular platform, its edge adorned with a ring of shattered glass. As he reached out to touch it, the fragments melted into droplets that cascaded down into his palm. He inhaled the scent of the liquid as it trickled down his arm. The group's attention was entirely focused on him, oblivious to the details of the platform, as Guiyin lightly brushed her fingers against the runes etched into the stone wall. Their intricate patterns vividly imprinted in her mind. What do these symbols signify? He murmured, his brow furrowed. What meaning do these ancient sacred characters hold? Qi Shuheng sensed he was on the cusp of grasping something significant. Yet it remained elusive. Hey! Jiang Kenning called out. His gaze was vacant, eyes filled with confusion as Guiyin stepped forward, asking, "Are you all right?" Qi Shuheng blinked and replied, "I'm fine, just lost in thought for a moment." His eyes were dark and profound, resembling a deep abyss, leaving one unable to discern its depths. "Look!" Jiang Kenning exclaimed with delight, pointing at a line of text on the stone wall. "That writing seems to have color." The group hurriedly gathered to observe. And indeed, a line of elegant characters emerged on the wall. "This is inscribed by the Mother Empress. How dare you mere mortals covet it?" "Mother Empress?" Jiang Kenning gasped in astonishment. Qi Shuheng stared intently at the wall for a prolonged moment, then fell into a contemplative silence before exclaiming, "I understand." "What?" he was asked. Qi Shuheng explained, "I have heard from my father that such stone carvings are indeed recorded in the annals of alien races. Legend has it that in primordial times, these alien tribes were exceedingly weak, driven into the deep mountains by men and beasts. Eventually, they stumbled upon the power of sorcery and, through it, gained control over many monstrous creatures, becoming one of them. They subsequently altered these beasts into various ferocious and malevolent entities to assist in their conquest of the world. As the Mother Empress grew in power, she even established her own domain, eventually unifying the entire continent. Then, that man-eating leech we encountered earlier must have been raised by the Mother Empress. Yet it may not belong to her race, or perhaps she has no race at all." Shi Zhaoding conjectured. "Indeed," Qi Shuheng affirmed, "I suspect it is a beast nurtured by the sorceress, and this statue is forged from the souls of countless men and beasts. The Mother Empress requires such entities to sustain her power." Jiang Kenning gazed at the stone pillar suspended in the center of the platform, stating, "This must be their altar. However, it is strange that we have yet to see the Mother Empress. Could it be that she is unaware of our arrival?" The group approached the stone pillar to inspect it closely, discovering a rugged, circular depression covered in runes, with a bronze-like slab resting at its center. Chapter 48. The mysterious figure of the slab was intricately inscribed with a multitude of complex and elaborate characters and patterns. Qi Shuheng moved closer, scrutinizing it. "The likelihood of ignorance is minimal. It is far more probable that—" "What is it?" Jiang Kenning asked eagerly, as Guiyin, with a serious demeanor, asserted, "It suggests that we may not be able to escape this place. Or rather, there is a greater conspiracy awaiting us." Qi Shuheng nodded, stepping onto the platform. The group held their breath, anxiously observing him. He pressed both hands against the stone slab, closed his eyes, and concentrated intently. Suddenly, the runes on the pillars sprang to life, glowing golden like living entities, emerging from the crevices of the stone and swiftly flowing onto the platform, penetrating Qi Shuheng's body. "Ah!" he screamed in agony, clutching his forehead and curling up in pain, drenched in sweat. The others, alarmed, rushed to support him, asking, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm fine." Qi Shuheng gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain. The group exchanged worried glances. "I believe I know how to unlock the slab." Qi Shuheng managed to lift his head and said, "The characters on the slab spell confinement. If we break this, we can escape this leech tomb." "Wonderful!" the group exclaimed joyously. "Then hurry and unlock it." "All right," Qi Shuheng nodded, reaching for the edge of the slab and gently pushing it. The slab shifted, revealing 4 large characters slowly manifesting on the adjacent wall. 9 candles jade spring. "Then let us swiftly open the portal and leave this place," Jiang Kenning urged. "There are many man-eating leeches waiting to attack us outside." "I'll do it." Qi Shuheng stood up. "You all step back a bit." Shi Zhaoding cautioned him, "Be careful, Hong." The group hurriedly rushed to assist Qi Shuheng, with Jiang Kenning asking, "Where are you hurt? Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Qi Shuheng forced a smile. "We need to come up with another plan." "You should rest for a moment." Shi Zhaoding helped him sit on a nearby couch. "Let's think of a way slowly." Qi Shuheng gasped for breath, a wave of pain surging through his chest, as if his insides were in turmoil, his throat tasting strangely metallic and sweet. The others watched him with concern, while Guiyin knelt before Qi Shuheng, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. offering words of comfort. Don't lose heart. Since you comprehend the symbols on the slab, it shows your remarkable memory. If you study diligently, you will surely unravel the incantation that we are not afraid of taking time. We fear that if we delay too long, the entities within the stone tablet may vanish. The group echoed her sentiments, hoping he would regain his spirits, and they took out potions from their backpacks to assist him. Qi Xiuheng listened to the chorus of advice surrounding him, his gaze drifting over the crowd toward the tightly locked stone door. At that moment, the door was gradually closing, adorned with eerie patterns, emanating an ancient and desolate aura from behind. The other's eyes glimmered with anticipation, all focused intently upon him. Guiyin nodded. You all step back a bit. I want to give it a try. All right. Shi Zhaoding immediately urged the others to distance themselves. I'll go fetch the torch. The group gradually retreated, while Shi Zhaoding went next door to retrieve the torch. Also clearing the area of the others, Qi Xiuheng stepped forward, using his dagger to slice the index finger of his left hand, letting his blood drip onto the slab. Guiyin raised an eyebrow. Noting the similarity to the method employed by Wang Yue they encountered earlier, both opting for bloodletting. Drip, drip, drip. Each drop of blood followed a peculiar trajectory, seeping into the slab. The slab flickered with red light, then suddenly blazed brightly as a myriad of red runes materialized before the group. Each person's mind flooded with images of these 9 intricate runes, complex and obscure, densely occupying their vision. The group stood in stunned silence for several seconds before erupting into thunderous applause. This spectacle was even more astonishing than the most magnificent scenes they had ever witnessed. What are these runes? Jiang Qinning exclaimed, brimming with excitement. This is incredible. The group gathered around the slab, discussing fervently. Yet no one could discern the exact mechanics behind it. Suddenly, Jiang Qinning had a flash of insight, exclaiming, these runes are arranged according to a specific pattern. If we can identify the rules, we can find a way to enter the formation. Shi Zhaoding exclaimed, exactly. We just need to locate the focal points of these formations to access the tomb. Qi Xiuheng remained silent, gazing at the symbols on the wall with a grave expression. Pondering, what do these symbols truly signify, and could they jeopardize our lives? At his words, the others displayed expressions of apprehension and caution, aware that an unsettling pressure surrounded the sarcophagus. Qi Xiuheng stepped forward. I want to try once more. Are you out of your mind? Shi Zhaoding urged. Your right hand is injured. Don't worry. Qi Xiuheng replied nonchalantly. This minor injury is of little consequence to me. The group continued to regard him with concern. Qi Xiuheng waved his hand, reassuring them, took a deep breath, and then gripped the dagger, slicing the index finger of his left hand again. Blood splattered out, swiftly tracing a complex and arcane symbol upon the slab. The group held their breath, eyes fixated on the sarcophagus. Qi Xiuheng broke into a light sweat, wiping his brow with his left hand, and continued to sketch the intricate patterns on the slab. Finally, a vast array of formations emerged, slowly rotating, as if countless black leeches were crawling upon it. The leeches began to take on a more tangible form, seemingly descending directly from the slab. Guiyin concentrated intently, wielding her dagger with increasing speed to prevent the leeches from harming Qi Xiuheng. Initially perceiving him merely as a young chef, she never anticipated he possessed such mysterious abilities. The cavern resonated with low growls. Wait! Suddenly, a calm and indifferent voice interrupted all actions. The group turned to see an individual approaching them. He donned an oversized black cloak, its brim pulled low to shroud half of his visage, leaving only the pallid, gaunt outline of his chin visible. His skin bore a cool, white hue, while his brows arched slightly and his thin lips were pressed together, rendering him a figure of somber and frigid demeanor. His gaze swept across the surroundings, settling upon Guiyin and Qi Xiuheng, seemingly scrutinizing them. Jiang Qinning's heart raced violently, her palms damp with a profusion of sweat, a wave of inexplicable anxiety and excitement surging within her. Who are you? Guiyin inquired, her willow-like brows furrowing. That my identity is of little consequence. The man paused, his voice reminiscent of melting ice and snow. I merely stumbled into this situation, but it is a pleasure to meet you. Guiyin approached, positioning herself before Qi Xiuheng. How should we address you? She asked, her gaze fixed warily on the enigmatic figure. The aura exuded by this man instilled a sense of danger within her. He resembled a beast lurking in the darkness of the night, evoking trepidation. The mysterious man offered a faint smile, nonchalantly replying, "Oh, it matters not. Do not feel overly constrained." Very well. Despite this, the group maintained a vigilant watch over the enigmatic individual. The mysterious man extended a dagger toward Qi Xiong, saying, "Use my blood as a token of my temporary allegiance." Guiyin accepted the dagger without hesitation, slicing into his left arm, blood cascading forth. Qi Xiong pressed his hand upon his shoulder, grasping his wrist with the other, smearing the blood across the stone slab. Moments later, Li Yuan's blood flowed along the intricate patterns etched into the slab. A low hum resonated from the stone tablet. The mysterious man shook his head with a faint smile, stating, "These matters can be discussed at a later time. For now, I simply wish to depart. Since you have discovered this place, I shall not impose that a surge of potent energy erupted from within the slab, akin to a tsunami sweeping in all directions, causing panic among the onlookers as they scrambled to evade the chaos. The slab emitted a resonant hum, its surface fracturing, ultimately collapsing in a cacophony of debris. Guiyin screamed. As the dust settled, the ground lay strewn with fragments, the remains of the stone tablet shattered to dust. Yet the dark figures that had just been consumed materialized from thin air. What are these creatures? Guiyin gasped, her eyes widening at the sight of the terrifying monsters, cloaked in darkness, their eyes ablaze with crimson, teeth sharp and fangs protruding. Their claws were as sharp as blades, and barbed tails trailed behind them. Guiyin's elegant brows furrowed as she scrutinized the grotesque beasts, suddenly narrowing her pupils in realization. Exclaiming, "The Mother Leech?" Qi Xiong inhaled sharply. "At last, we have encountered them." The mysterious man, catching the implication in Qi Xiong's tone, quickly interjected, "You recognize the Mother Leech?" "Yes, to some extent," Qi Xiong replied, his gaze fixed upon the Mother Leech. "I wonder if you have seen it before. It differs significantly from the ordinary leech." Without hesitation, Qi Xiong charged towards the creatures, reaching for the Mother Leech, but was met with a vicious bite to his arm. The leech's mandibles pierced his skin, and with a swift motion, Qi Xiong flung it against the wall, rendering it momentarily dazed and unable to rise. Witnessing the leech's characteristics, Shi Zhaoding immediately threw a punch, aiming at the Mother Leech, but it suddenly lunged, sinking its teeth into Shi Zhaoding's leg, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh. Taken by surprise, Shi Zhaoding winced in pain, momentarily loosening his grip, allowing the Mother Leech to escape. Guiyin joined the fray, attacking alongside Shi Zhaoding. Although the Mother Leech was formidable, it could not withstand the combined might of their assault. Guiyin pulled Qi Xiong aside, assessing his injuries, noting the severity of his abdominal wound. Fortunately, with the medicinal food at hand, Guiyin shielded him while he treated himself, all the while observing the mysterious as Guiyin fought fiercely to protect them. Her garments were corroded by the creature's venom, leaving multiple holes, and her exposed skin bore the taint of festering wounds, droplets of toxic blood oozing forth. Gritting her teeth against the intense pain, she dealt with the assaults of the monsters, while keeping a watchful eye on the mysterious man's actions. The enigmatic figure stood firm, one hand resting on his chest, the other outstretched, palm facing outward. A tremendous force erupted, lifting the stone tiles from the ground and forming a massive vortex. The surrounding leeches shrieked as they were drawn into the whirlpool. Reduced to a pulpy mass, Qi Xiong and Guiyin ceased their attacks, turning to regard the mysterious man, their expressions filled with astonishment and admiration. The mysterious man stepped forward, addressing Guiyin. "These monsters, though ferocious, are ultimately mere insects, their bodies exceedingly fragile that a bit of force is sufficient to sever them. For insects have their natural predators. Rest assured, the 5 of us shall surely eradicate the Mother Leech." The group nodded in agreement, springing into action to assail the swarm of insects. However, Qi Xiong sensed something amiss, scrutinizing the position of the Mother Leech, which was hiding deep within the swarm, moving rapidly among them, making it nearly impossible to pinpoint that what's wrong. Qi Xiong shook his head. "Be cautious. I have an unsettling feeling." Let us adhere to our original plan. The others concurred, beginning their coordinated assault. The mother leech was the leader of the swarm and could control the thoughts of the leeches. Thus it was imperative to eliminate the head of the swarm. Qi Shuheng's gaze turned to Guiyin. The beautiful yet resilient girl caught his eye and nodded. I will distract the mother leech. You all take care of the others. With that, she drew her dagger and charged forward. Sensing danger, the mother leech burrowed into the mass of leeches to flee, as Guiyin pursued relentlessly, calling out, "Cloaked man, hurry and obstruct the swarm's assault." The mysterious man, upon hearing this moniker, twitched his lips before dashing forward, wielding an arc-releasing device that crackled with electricity, incinerating leeches within a considerable radius. The anguished cries of the leeches ignited a frenzied resistance, plunging the entire swarm into chaos, with leech eggs leaping about, some hatching into larvae, joining the tumultuous battlefield. "Are you all right? Have you been injured?" Guiyin inquired with concern. Qi Shuheng smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. After treatment, I feel much better." Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind swept through, prompting Qi Shuheng to look up and discover a dense mass of black clouds obscuring the sky, shrouding their vision. They had been so preoccupied with battling that they had overlooked the aerial swarms of insects. The number of insects multiplied, and the chaos intensified, scattering in all directions while emitting horrifying cries. Guiyin scanned the area, realizing that the mother leech remained hidden, cunningly concealed among the swarm of leeches. These leeches, under the mother leech's control, viciously tore into their injured brethren, devouring them entirely and rapidly reproducing. Chapter 49. The Death of the Mother Leech. Qi Shuheng readied his crossbow, aiming at the mother leech's lair, and let an arrow fly. The mother leech sensed the impending threat and burrowed into the belly of a leech to evade the attack, dragging out some unscathed leeches to appease the swarm. Qi Shuheng fired several more arrows, yet the mother leech adeptly dodged, suffering no casualties. Observing this, Guiyin immediately drew her bow and shot, striking the mother leech in the leg. It let out a pained roar as the leeches surged into its body, replenishing its energy. Guiyin exclaimed, "The leeches are truly vile, turning others into leeches for breeding. How monstrous!" Shi Zhaoding remarked, "Such is the law of nature. The weak are devoured by the strong, and no one can escape this curse unless they transform into a more powerful being. Otherwise, acceptance is their only option that if we do not eradicate these leeches, we shall never escape this cavern." Guiyin furrowed her brows, insisting, "We must capture it." The mysterious man chuckled. "That is indeed a commendable plan. But exercise caution. Do not let the leeches bite you, or trouble will ensue. No problem." Guiyin replied confidently, "We can withstand the leeches." "Then let us proceed," the mysterious man declared, as Guiyin and Shi Zhaoding armed themselves, beginning their hunt for the leeches, while Qi Shuheng remained behind to protect the group from ambush. Shi Zhaoding and Qi Shuheng patrolled the vicinity, discovering the area where the leech eggs were hatching, 62 giant leech larvae. Each egg roughly twice the size of a standard leech, resembling a basin in size, looking utterly terrifying and in great numbers. "These creatures are too brutal. They cannot be allowed to survive," Guiyin stated solemnly. "We must work together to destroy these eggs to prevent their proliferation, lest they pose an endless threat." "I share your sentiment," Qi Shuheng affirmed, drawing back his bow and aiming at a hatching giant leech egg. He pulled the trigger, and with a whoosh, the arrow pierced the air, striking the egg, which exploded upon impact, scattering the shattered shell everywhere. Shi Zhaoding and the mysterious man moved in to assist, severing the larvae's tentacles. The larvae writhed violently, their ichor splattering against the walls, corroding numerous holes, yet no blood seeped forth, indicating the larvae's formidable resilience. The insect's reaction infuriated the leeches, which swiftly converged, blocking out the sunlight, their raspy, spine-chilling cries echoing through the air, sending shivers down one's spine. Guiyin raised her crossbow, knocking an arrow, which shot forth like the wind, slaying several larvae. The anguished wails of the leeches reverberated, resonating throughout the forest, as Guiyin declared, "You shall shield me. I intend to lure them closer and eradicate these vile creatures." She continued to unleash her crossbow upon the leeches, which scuttled away in evasion. Guiyin remarked, "I shall assist you. The sheer number of these pests is overwhelming, and we cannot possibly contend with them all. You must hasten to aid Guiyin. She requires our support, and I shall manage on my own," Guiyin reassured. "Do not fret for me. I shall be fine." "Very well." Guiyin pivoted and dashed towards him. She released her third arrow. The leeches had already encroached upon her, prompting her to wield her dagger against them. Yet her strength was finite. And soon weariness overtook her. Guiyin provided cover, striking one leech mid-flight, causing it to twist and plummet to the ground, blood spilling profusely. Guiyin cleaved the head of another leech with his sword, its brain matter splattering onto a nearby leech, which then became entangled with its fallen companion. The mysterious figure and Guiyin each dispatched a leech, inciting chaos among the swarm, which began to retreat. Guiyin urged, "Regardless, we cannot allow them to escape today." The mysterious figure nodded, drawing his long sword and charging into the throng, where a fierce melee ensued, leeches falling in disarray, yet more continued to pour forth. Guiyin gasped for breath, her hands trembling that moment. The leeches seemed to sense impending danger and began to withdraw into the depths of the cave. Guiyin quickly pursued, followed closely by the others. The trio advanced through a crevice, where the light grew dimmer with each step. The ground was littered with leech corpses, while the remaining ones sought refuge in the cool, damp shadows, seemingly unwilling to depart. Suddenly, Guiyin cried, "Get down." She grasped Guiyin and pressed him against a tree trunk as a massive leech slithered past, its gaping maw aimed at them. Fortunately, Guyin's alertness averted disaster for both of them. She noticed the mysterious figure leaning against a large tree, bloodied and wounded. A poisoned dart protruded from his right shoulder, and his face bore bite marks, blood dripping steadily onto the ground. Guiyin had a dagger embedded in his chest, blood gushing forth. Yet he clutched the blade, piercing a leech with it. The creature writhed in agony, and with a final surge of strength, Guiyin drove the dagger deeper, ultimately severing its head. The mysterious figure inquired, "You are all injured. Is it serious? You must bandage yourselves to prevent infection." Guiyin replied, "I am unharmed. This level of injury will heal swiftly for me. We must aid Guiyin at once. His wounds appear grave." "Allow me to go," Guiyin offered. "No," Guiyin insisted. "Your injuries have yet to heal. We shall go together. At the very least, we can buy time for my recovery. Then let us split up. If we encounter unforeseen circumstances, we shall signal each other and regroup," Guiyin proposed. "Agreed," Guiyin affirmed. "Be careful. Do not overexert yourselves, and retreat immediately upon encountering danger." The force swiftly dispersed. Guiyin, agile and swift, vanished in the blink of an eye. Despite the multitude of leeches, Guyin's reflexes were sharp, allowing her to evade them repeatedly. As she ran, she spotted a withered tree ahead and quickly ascended to its canopy. Using the foliage to obscure her presence, she leapt onto a branch to rest, gathering her strength for the next advance. That moment, the bushes ahead began to rustle, a foul breeze sweeping towards her. Accompanied by a shrill, cried out a leech, the size of a grinding wheel, emerged from the roots of the tree. Guyin's heart raced, and she swiftly descended from the branch, retreating while drawing her whip. With a powerful swing, she ensnared the leech, flinging it away. It tumbled to the ground, rolling violently before finally coming to a halt. Once steadied, Guiyin leapt again, wrapping her arms around the tree trunk, gliding effortlessly to another branch. Peering down, she discovered that this leech was even more corpulent than the previous one, its skin dark and its abdomen swollen, thick scales adorning its body, its two antennae unfurled like sharp scythes. Upon noticing Guiyin, the leech bellowed in fury and lunged at her. Unfazed, Guiyin crossed her arms, yanking the leech towards her and smashing it into the ground. The leech howled in pain and struggled to rise. Its throat emitted a raspy cry, muscles tensed, contorting its grotesque visage. "Die!" Guiyin grasped the leech's head and slammed it into the earth with a resounding thud, dirt spraying upward as its skull sank into the mud. She then kicked it twice, silencing its cries forever. Turning, Guiyin assessed the situation of Qi Shuheng and the others. Qi Shuheng had dispatched all the leeches, and Shi Zhaoding had tended to his wounds. Wiping his bloody dagger with his sleeve, the mysterious figure remarked, "I noticed blood trails leading here and followed them. This horde of leeches lay in wait nearby. These creatures are truly repulsive." Jiang Qinning tossed a lighter onto the leech carcasses, igniting them in flames, which gradually extinguished, leaving only charred remains. Guiyin thrust her dagger into a leech, but its hard shell resisted. The blade sank deep into its back, causing the creature to writhe in agony. Thrashing wildly, Jiang Qinning immediately pursued, for the sheer number of leeches was daunting. Should they cease their escape, they would be overwhelmed by an unstoppable tide, relentlessly charging forth. The leeches surged from all directions towards Guiyin and her companions, their size not exceeding that of an adult. Yet their numbers were immense. They clawed and gnashed, spewing viscous slime. As Guiyin swung her arms, cleaving through a throng of leeches, but it was far from sufficient. They needed to eliminate as many as possible to defeat the matriarch, lest they find themselves ensnared in a protracted struggle. An idea struck Guiyin. She grasped her bow and arrow, knocking an arrow and aiming at the matriarch. The arrow flew forth with a whoosh, piercing the matriarch's eye with a sickening thud. It let out a wretched scream, and upon hearing its cries, the other leeches pivoted and charged towards Guiyin. She swiftly knocked another arrow, shooting them down one by one, retreating as she did so. The matriarch pursued her in furious vengeance, yet its speed was too sluggish to catch up. Guiyin cast her bow to Qi Shuheng and drew her dagger. Advancing with determination, she brandished the dagger across her chest, forcefully slashing open the matriarch's abdomen, its innards spilling forth in a gruesome display. She thrust the dagger into the matriarch's navel several times. Severely injured, the matriarch swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Witnessing this, the surrounding leeches erupted into a frenzy, sensing the might of their foe, and began to flee in panic. Qi Shuheng seized the opportunity to pursue. Catching up to the foremost leech, and with a powerful strike, he crushed its skull. He reached into the leech's gut, extracting its innards. Jiang Qinning, witnessing this, gasped and covered her face. "Oh no, I can't bear to look." "Fear not. Take a closer look," Qi Shuheng encouraged, grinning upon realizing they had slain the matriarch. Jiang Qinning reluctantly opened her eyes, peering at the writhing mass below, only to lower her head again. "Ugh, too grotesque. Too revolting. I think I'll just keep my eyes closed. Let's take turns resting," Guiyin suggested. Rising, "You all should rest as well." The mysterious figure replied, "No need. I feel quite alert. I shall keep watch." "Very well. Whoever feels fatigue should inform me." All right. The four divided their watch, with Qi Shuheng and Jiang Qinning lying down to rest. Jiang Qinning remarked, "Qi Shuheng, you are truly remarkable to have slain such a beast." "I merely stumbled upon success," Qi Shuheng responded, "but that matriarch was larger than all the other leeches combined, that I believe you should count yourself fortunate. The matriarch had been starving for quite some time and was severely wounded. Otherwise, even with all four of us combined, we would not stand a chance against it. Indeed, I share your sentiment that in this world, the law of the jungle prevails. The strong thrive while the weak must be culled." Jiang Qinning chuckled. "You seem to possess a philosopher's insight. Where is the philosopher in me?" "Every word I utter is grounded in reason," Qi Shuheng countered. "Puff, I find it hard to believe. Disbelieve if you wish." Following this exchange, Qi Shuheng fell silent, suddenly realizing that if he were presented with the choice between freedom and a beautiful life, he would undoubtedly opt for the latter. In this world, there are no absolute victors. The weak will inevitably be eliminated by the strong, a timeless truth he was reluctant to acknowledge. Just like this instance, had the matriarch not been injured, they four would have stood no chance against it, and he would have faced utter annihilation. Were it not for Guiyin and Shi Zhaoding, he might have chosen the path of flight, yet he was unwilling to concede to such a fate. Chapter 50. A calamity or a preordained scheme to annihilate an entire race. Guiyin and her companions each received a singular red supply box, a rare and esteemed reward. This accolade served as a balm for their weary endeavors over the past few days. Beaming smiles adorned every face, reflecting a blend of satisfaction, excitement, and above all, exhilaration, an infectious emotion that uplifted the spirits of all team members. Subsequently, they immersed themselves in the pressing tasks at hand, as the supplies were invaluable and required meticulous organization, inspection, and maintenance of their weaponry. Although Guiyin was but a year younger than Shi Zhaoting, her diligence and rigor in her pursuits established her as an efficient leader, commanding respect within the group. Unbeknownst to them, the others had tacitly accepted her role as the ultimate decision-maker during critical moments. After departing from the lair of the voracious leech motherworm, the enigmatic figure bid them farewell. Throughout their encounter, the group remained oblivious to the stranger's name, who showed no intention of revealing it. Nevertheless, having fought side by side, the fact that they did not betray one another was a significant comfort in the apocalyptic landscape, where everyone had grown accustomed to the harsh realities of survival. As Guiyin and Shi Zhaoting exchanged numerous valuable insights during their journey. "What do you think of that person we just met?" Shi Zhaoting inquired. I can't quite place him. He seems somewhat peculiar, almost as if he had a specific interest in our group. What does it matter? Let them come. We shall meet force with force. And water with earth? What's there to fear? Guiyin responded with an air of openness. After all, in this world of desolation, harboring ulterior motives was not uncommon. My only concern is that such individuals might escalate matters beyond control. She sighed, but let us not dwell on it. We'll face whatever comes, step by step. Regardless of the outcome, it is a monumental challenge we must confront. Having triumphed over another alien race was both a boon and a potential peril, leaving them uncertain about how the incident would resonate in the broader context of their existence. Indeed, Shi Zhaoting reassured, gently patting Guiyin's shoulder. After their victorious encounter, the four companions decided to press onward together. Each was determined and pragmatic. Thus, they were unperturbed by matters of distribution, recognizing each other's strength and the value of loyalty in dire times. With no pressing reasons to part ways, they consolidated their efforts. Repeated encounters with the alien races had unveiled their terrifying nature. Not only did they possess formidable strength, but their rapid reproduction and unwavering unity posed a dire threat. Should they grow unchecked, humanity could face catastrophic losses. This was why, at the dawn of the apocalypse, the alien races had swiftly gained the upper hand against most humans. Currently, while humans could resist, the aliens only multiplied, and the relentless attrition would eventually lead to humanity's downfall. The most glaring weakness of humankind was their sheer scarcity. Once cornered, annihilation was inevitable. This constituted the gravest crisis humanity faced to date. Moreover, the aliens had begun to encroach upon human settlements, leaving no avenue for escape. Thus, the assertion that the world is cruel bore no falsehood. In this harsh reality, the sole recourse lay in the unceasing enhancement of one's strength. Only through greatness could one sidestep the grim fate of elimination. In this world, there existed no virtue, only the supremacy of the strong. The four engaged in combat with the voracious leech motherworm. The light snowfall outside had transformed into a tempest of large snowflakes. The road ahead was blanketed in snow, and the winter driving equipment Guiyin had previously placed for trade had all been sold out. She casually opened several treasure chests, utilizing the materials within to produce a new batch for her companions. Aside from these treasure boxes, all other supplies had been exhausted. The remaining gear was of ordinary quality and held little value. Thus, she allocated it to her teammates for temporary use until they could procure more suitable equipment. However, in the post-apocalyptic landscape, such gear was exceedingly rare. Ordinary survivors could scarcely attain such luxurious vehicles. This advantage had undoubtedly contributed to their ability to vanquish the alien threat. The vehicles of the quartet varied in quality. Guiyin's was red, while the others were blue. Despite having mentally prepared themselves for Guiyin's prowess, the opulence of her vehicle still left her companions in awe. How about we take a break tonight? Let's find a suitable place to camp and celebrate. Qi Shuheng suggested with a cheerful grin, as long as it did not pose undue risk. He was amicable and easygoing. The others nodded in agreement. Guiyin produced a sunshade to shield them from the snow and a complete set of cooking and grilling equipment. The four set up a small dining table, complete with vintage red wine, malt beer, spirits, peanuts, and fresh fruits and vegetables, allowing Qi Shuheng to showcase his culinary skills while providing nourishment for the injured members of the group. Seeing Su Guiyin so well prepared, Qi Shuheng's eyes sparkled with admiration. In his eyes, she resembled a veritable genie, possessing everything one could desire, including every conceivable spice for cooking at it. Was in this moment that he solidified his choice. They decided to camp in a flat area at the edge of a nearby mountain, where the view was expansive and the surrounding trees stood tall and dense, making it easy to avoid nocturnal predators. With the campfire lit and fueled, the scene was idyllic. The three men danced around the fire, singing, cheering, and frolicking, a sight that under normal circumstances might have struck onlookers as odd. Yet in this moment, they radiated warmth and joy, their smiles illuminating the night. Even Su Guiyin found the scene more comforting than the usual coldness surrounding them. "Why aren't you joining us?" Shi Zhaoting noticed Su Guiyin lost in thought and approached her. She sat quietly on a log, gazing at the twinkling stars above. He sighed and sat beside her, offering his hat for her to wear. "Why sit alone here? Can't sleep." "I could ask you the same," she replied, pulling her cap low to conceal her soft bangs. "Are you restless too?" "Yes. Even with a tent, it's hard to feel at ease. What about you?" Su Guiyin shook her head, her thoughts elsewhere, revealing her own restlessness. Sensing the melancholy in her voice, Shi Zhaoting comfortingly patted her shoulder. "We'll find a way. There's always a solution, whether to survive or continue fighting, that we must persevere." "Indeed," Su Guiyin softly acknowledged. They sat together in silence, gazing at the starry sky and the gently falling snowflakes. The wind rustled through the treetops, creating a soothing sound. Such tranquility was indeed rare. "Did you know?" Shi Zhaoting began. "Since I can remember, I haven't seen snow this heavy in years." They both reveled in the moment until dawn approached, awakening Qi Shuheng and Jiang Kenning. That was a refreshing sleep after our tumultuous journey. "I feel like we finally found a home. So relaxing." Jiang Kenning yawned, her voice slightly hoarse yet undeniably clear. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced through the air, striking Jiang Kenning's heart with an icy dread. She attempted to speak, but words failed her as though a great weight pressed upon her chest, causing unbearable pain. She looked down at Jiang Kenning, who, in her youthful exuberance, had succumbed to unconsciousness, her face pale, lips cracked and breath stilled. Reaching for Jiang Kenning's neck, she felt a pulse so faint it was nearly imperceptible. Aining, Su Guiyin clutched her tightly. Coughing, Jiang Kenning slowly opened her eyes, her voice weak. "I just heard my mother calling me." Su Guiyin's eyes brimmed with tears. Jiang Kenning forced a smile. "It's all right. My mother must have found my father. When I wake up, I'll ask them where they are. My mother always carries a pocket watch engraved with my name. It's just that my forgetful father must have etched it incorrectly." "Yes," Su Guiyin nodded, a sudden realization jolting her. She hurriedly rummaged through her backpack and retrieved the nearly forgotten pocket watch. Suddenly, Jiang Kenning violently coughed up blood, splattering it across Su Guiyin's face. Su Guiyin's pupils dilated in horror as she gazed at her. "Aining, don't fall asleep yet. Look at this pocket watch. Is it the one you recognize?" Jiang Kenning, noticing the blood staining Su Guiyin's brow and trickling down her nose, strained to reach for the watch, her strength waning. Jiang Kenning gently caressed the cover of the pocket watch. Recognizing the engraved words within, as he polished the watch, he expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you. This is the pocket watch I've been searching for. Encountering you brings me great joy." Why? Su Guiyin, trembling, grasped Jiang Kenning's wrist, only to discover that he had ceased to breathe. Su Guiyin screamed in a frenzy, her eyes ablaze with rage, a fury erupting like an active volcano, whether it was a deliberate ambush or someone aiding him. The answer was becoming increasingly evident. The three of them, despite their fondness for this chattering younger brother, were now united by a singular thought: revenge. After burying the body, Su Guiyin, along with Shi Zhaoting and Qi Shuheng, departed from the dense forest, an unspoken understanding among them to refrain from discussing the matter further, each remaining vigilant and cautious of their surroundings. Qi Shuheng trailed behind, uncharacteristically taciturn, yet his demeanor grew increasingly composed. Perhaps influenced by Jiang Kenning's demise, which had profoundly affected his emotional state. Shi Zhaoding maintained his usual calm, though his expression occasionally betrayed a hint of concealed emotion as he furrowed his brow. The trio lingered in the depths of the forest until darkness enveloped them, finally seeking refuge in a concealed spot. As night fell, the barren woods were shrouded in an aura of mystique. The distant sound of falling snow resembling the whispers of some unseen creature, imbued with an eerie quality that rendered the atmosphere foreboding. "Let us rest here for the night," Qi Shuheng suggested, moving the campfire closer, propping 2 logs beside it, and retrieving several long branches along with a small kettle from his backpack to boil water, while also unpacking some seasonings and food to prepare dinner. "I will scout the vicinity," Guiyin suddenly declared, rising to her feet. "What do you intend to do?" "I shall accompany you," Shi Zhaoding promptly offered that I can manage alone. Guiyin waved him off. Subsequently, she ventured off on her own. Shi Zhaoding, seated by the fire, observed Guiyin's retreating figure, deep in thought, while Qi Shuheng sat to his left, casting a complex gaze in the same direction. Guiyin traversed the rugged mountain path for quite some time, ultimately arriving at a canyon flanked by steep cliffs, leading down into an unfathomable abyss. Although the cliffs were perilously steep, their incline was gentle enough to allow for cautious crossing to the opposite side. If it were an ordinary vehicle, it would take considerable time to ascend, but the performance of the 3 vehicles they possessed far exceeded that of others, allowing them to proceed with a brief pause before successfully reaching their destination. This was the essential route to their current position, and Guiyin ventured forth alone because the superior capabilities of their vehicles had enabled them to travel rapidly throughout the day, rendering any pursuers ineffective in the biting cold. The trap Guiyin had devised, suitable for snowy conditions, proved its worth. Chapter 51. Tunnel Confrontation. Guiyin set a trap amidst a patch of grass, further concealing numerous stones and other objects. This trap was constructed from a variety of exotic flowers and vines, with a plant every 3 meters or so, vibrant and beautiful in color, with slender, lush foliage thriving abundantly. The vines, both supple and resilient, climbed the steep rock walls. Should anyone breach the trap, an array of mechanisms would be triggered instantaneously, overwhelming the intruder in a lethal embrace. As dusk approached, she led her companions away from the location with composure. Guiyin's objective was that tunnel. She understood it to be the sole shortcut leading to their location. The tunnel was exceptionally wide, measuring 6 meters in length, shrouded in darkness. However, this narrow passage presented an optimal concealment for vehicles. Guiyin guided her car at the forefront, with Shi Zhaoding and Qi Shuheng following closely in the middle, their 3 vehicles moving forward at a steady pace. That if those behind attempted the shortcut along the cliff's edge, it would only hasten their demise. The narrow path ahead offered only victory for Guiyin and her companions. Ahead lay an opening, seemingly leading deep into the tunnel. Guiyin smiled faintly, directing her companions to halt at the cave's entrance. She produced a map, scrutinizing the surroundings. "I believe we should find a place to hide. Otherwise, it will be difficult to withstand the pursuit from behind," Shi Zhaoding cautioned. "I have a feeling this tunnel is unusual, exuding an air of danger." "Very well. Let us seek refuge," Qi Shuheng concurred, "but you must first clarify these matters." After considering, Guiyin nodded, examining the map until she determined a direction, stating, "Though the tunnel is spacious, it does not signify an absence of an end." Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed from the depths of the tunnel. Guiyin frowned slightly, a grave expression crossing her face. It appeared their adversaries had discovered her setup and fallen into her trap. She quickened her pace. The terrain within the tunnel was treacherous, with many depressions requiring careful navigation to avoid falling. Guiyin's vehicle proceeded slowly. Although the tunnel was narrow, it was lengthy, with thick layers of blue bricks lining the walls. The dim lighting within the tunnel posed little hindrance to Guiyin and her companions. "Look, there are people in the tunnel," exclaimed Shi Zhaoding from the passenger seat. The group turned their gazes toward the tunnel through the car's window, spotting a light glowing in the distance, which grew increasingly faint. Upon closer inspection, Guiyin discerned a small, yellowish searchlight moving, likely from a vehicle paving the way ahead. "I have a strange feeling that the driver opening the path seems somewhat familiar," Shi Zhaoding remarked. "Regardless, let us follow him for now," Guiyin replied gravely. whether he poses a threat or not. We must pursue him. Guyin's judgments were generally astute. Soon, the vehicle in front came to a halt, prompting Guyin and her companions to accelerate and swiftly come to a stop. They hastily disembarked to assess their surroundings. This tunnel was at the mountain's core, devoid of any nearby cover, necessitating their concealment nearby. Shortly thereafter, the driver of the vehicle rolled down the window and called out, "Hey, Guyin, how are you?" Upon hearing those words, Guyin was taken aback, recognizing the voice as that of the mysterious figure from before. Her expression turned serious as she regarded him warily. "Is it you?" she inquired. "Indeed, it is me," he replied with a grin. "That's right, it's me." Guyin furrowed her brow. "What exactly do you want?" "Nothing much. I merely wish to have a conversation with you." The mysterious figure chuckled. "About what?" Guyin retorted coldly. "Quite simply, I can offer you a shortcut, but I require your cooperation in a matter." "What matter?" Guyin pressed. "Ah, well." The mysterious figure chuckled ominously. "Rest assured, this matter will not jeopardize your safety." His demeanor exuded confidence, completely disregarding Guyin and her two companions, inciting a surge of anger within them. Yet they remained poised, waiting to see what tricks he had up his sleeve. "I underestimated your ability to set traps. I should have been more cautious. However, the demise of those fools is a sacrifice one must accept for the greater cause." The mysterious figure sneered, his gaze fixated hungrily on Guyin's vehicle, revealing his unmasked desire and greed. "So, what is it that you seek?" Guyin retorted with a cold laugh, retrieving a dark iron rod from her backpack. The mysterious figure chuckled. "I know your strength is formidable, but you may not be able to kill me. Consider this, Guyin. Collaborating with me is your only chance of survival, but if you refuse, none of you may leave here alive." His tone carried an undeniable threat. "Very well. How do you propose we collaborate?" Guyin asked through gritted teeth. "Do not rush. You will know in due time," the mysterious figure replied with a grin, growing weary of the roundabout conversation. Guyin declared, "It would be quicker to eliminate you," and drew a dagger, plunging it toward the mysterious figure's chest. He, seemingly prepared, evaded the blade while reaching out with his right hand to seize the knife aimed at him, his left hand morphing into a claw as it lunged for Guyin's throat. Both combatants were skilled fighters, and the moment their weapons clashed, a tremendous force erupted, shattering the surrounding furniture and tearing the woolen carpet into tatters. "Your opponent is me," a commanding voice boomed as a young man approached, his stature tall and imposing, eyes sharp and focused. Muscles rippling with strength, he struck toward Xiaoting's head, who, with narrowed pupils, swiftly evaded the blow and countered with a backhand. Meanwhile, Xiaoting faced off against a petite woman. Boom! A tempestuous gust of wind surged forth, uprooting the surrounding tables and chairs. One young man stood resolutely in place, unyielding, while another staggered backward, his complexion flushed and breaths rapid. The two engaged in yet another fierce clash, each strike fraught with peril, each move potentially lethal, leaving the spectators' scalps tingling with anxiety. This deadly struggle bore the weight of life and death. A moment's error could result in a gruesome end. "So, you are Xiaoting." "Not bad at all," a woman huffed, her eyes narrowing and glinting with cold light, her beautiful visage now marred by fury, evidently displeased with Xiaoting's indifference. Xiaoting paid her no heed, casting merely a cursory glance in her direction before redirecting his focus to the combatants, Guyin and Xiaoting. Both Guyin and Xiaoting managed to suppress their formidable adversaries, allowing them to concentrate on their own foes. Guyin regarded the mysterious figure before her, a slight smile gracing her lips. "Sister, shall I teach you how to behave today?" "Humph," he shot back, glaring at Guyin, before propelling himself toward her with great force. Bang! The mysterious man's right fist barreled towards Guyin, cutting through the air with a resounding whoosh. This punch was extraordinarily powerful, a clear testament to his martial prowess. Crack! The mysterious man's fist collided with Guyin's left arm, producing a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the air. Both combatants staggered back but quickly regained their footing. "You actually practice martial arts. No wonder you're so arrogant," the mysterious man sneered at Guyin, his tone dripping with disdain. "Ha! I am indeed this audacious," Guyin retorted, her confidence unwavering. "Humph," the mysterious man scoffed, charging at her once more. His speed was astonishing, akin to a specter, as he swiftly closed the distance to Guiyin, his right fist poised to strike again. As Guiyin responded with a cold grunt, unleashing a flurry of kicks at the mysterious man. In an instant, they were locked in a fierce struggle. Though Guiyin appeared delicate, she was far from an ordinary girl. Her strength was formidable. While she may not have mastered martial techniques, the mysterious man found it challenging to gain the upper hand despite his tactical advantages. Bang! With their blows failing to connect, they quickly distanced themselves, preparing for another exchange. The air was filled with another thunderous crack. Such an intensity of attack was no longer harmful to either of them. Yet the strength of their opponents remained undeniable. The disparity in their power was not excessively vast, but prolonged engagement began to reveal their waning stamina. The mysterious man, agile yet unable to match Guiyin's finely honed endurance, found himself struggling against her relentless assault. Finally, after narrowly evading a whip kick from Guiyin, the mysterious man seized the opportunity, wrapping his arms around her waist and forcefully throwing her to the ground. He then placed a foot upon her chest, declaring menacingly, "You are already defeated." Despite being thrown to the ground, Guiyin maintained her radiant smile, unflinching as she replied, "Not yet. How do you know I cannot win? Do you think this is a street brawl? Who would engage you in a fair fight? Moreover, look at your left arm. I injured it with my kick earlier, temporarily incapacitating you. Under such circumstances, how can you resist? Submit now to avoid further pain, or else." The mysterious man sneered, his demeanor increasingly arrogant. "Oh, is that so?" Guiyin suddenly lifted her head, revealing a dazzling smile as her right hand swiftly drew a dagger from behind. Pressing it against the mysterious man's throat, her voice icy. "What if I refuse to concede?" At the sight of the dagger, the mysterious man was momentarily taken aback, but his expression quickly darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Wretched girl, you dare resort to tricks? Humph. I'm a professional with blades. Should I fear you?" Guiyin scoffed, tightening her grip on the dagger as it inched closer to his throat. "Are you certain you wish to go down with me?" The mysterious man mocked. "Why not test it and see?" A smirk crossed Guiyin's lips as the dagger pierced the flesh of the mysterious man's neck. Plunge! The dagger sank deeply into the muscle. Blood gushing forth in torrents. The mysterious man's complexion turned ashen, his body trembling, veins bulging on his forehead as a low growl emerged from his throat, seemingly attempting to utter something. However, Guiyin would not grant him that opportunity. Jiang Kenning's life required an explanation. The mysterious man thrashed wildly, yet he could not extricate himself from Guiyin's grip, only able to roar in furious agony as the searing pain in his neck drove him to scream. Subsequently, Guiyin moved to assist Shi Zhaoding and Qi Xuing, both of whom had sustained injuries. Although Shi Zhaoding's clothes were stained with blood, he stood tall, his breath steady and prolonged, indicating he had not suffered severe harm. Guiyin approached Qi Xuing and helped him up, inquiring, "Are you all right?" Qi Xuing shook his head, smiling. "Don't worry, I'm not that weak." Guiyin replied, aiding him as they slowly departed after dispatching their adversaries. After receiving medicinal treatment, the trio collected their spoils and set out for a location where Guiyin had not laid traps. Along the way, Guiyin recounted the events to Qi Xuing and Shi Zhaoding. Upon hearing her narrative, the two remained silent. Having spent time together recently, they understood that Guiyin's character was such that she would shoulder her burdens alone. Approximately 20 minutes later, the three arrived at their destination. A desolate cliff overrun with weeds, an environment well-suited for ambush and assassination. And indeed, they had been successful. Qi Xuing and Shi Zhaoding stood back to back, vigilant against surprise attacks, while Guiyin noticed that her traps had been tampered with, her expression darkening as she observed the recent signs of disturbance. Clearly, their enemies were nearby. Qi Xuing and Shi Zhaoding also discerned the damage to Guiyin's traps, their faces turning frosty, exchanging glances. They nodded and swiftly moved towards Guiyin, ready to assist in her defense. Just then, footsteps echoed from the depths of the forest, causing Qi Xuing and Shi Zhaoding to tense up as Guiyin glanced at a small stone at her feet, narrowing her eyes as she gently fiddled with it. Chapter 52. Seizing the initiative, the footsteps grew increasingly distinct, and mere seconds later, 3 men clad in black with masked faces emerged before them. The leader, a tall and well-proportioned man, possessed sharp features, with arched brows and piercing eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips that exuded a chilling aura. Another man was burly, with a broad back and a dark complexion, his narrow eyes gleaming with ferocity, resembling a beast poised to pounce. The last man was diminutive and frail, barely reaching Qi Shuheng's chest, a scar running from his left ear to his right rib cage. A sight that was truly alarming. These 3 were Yi Feng, Li Hao, and Lin Xiaojun. How did you know our hiding place? Yi Feng narrowed his eyes and inquired. They had searched for quite some time without catching a glimpse of the trio. Not even a trace. Yes, they spoke. Guiyin and her companions advanced slowly toward Yi Feng, Li Hao, and Lin Xiaojun, their gazes sharp and murderous intent palpable. Since you were so certain we would appear here, you must have set up an ambush. Yi Feng warned that I suggest you leave quickly, he added. Guiyin coldly laughed. Humph. Today you shall find it impossible to escape. Prepare to meet your end. They had indeed laid a trap. Intending to eliminate Yi Feng and his companions without leaving any survivors, do you think that is possible? Yi Feng replied indifferently, his eyes narrowing, a shadowy gleam flickering within. Although Yi Feng, Qi Shuheng, and Lin Xiaojun were significantly weaker than Guiyin and her companions, they would not simply await their fate. Yi Feng stood tall, like a spear, his gaze sharp and penetrating, exuding an air of lethal intent, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike at any moment. Seeing Yi Feng's calm demeanor, Guiyin couldn't help but furrow her brow. This level of composure in the face of danger was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Even many seasoned veterans might struggle to maintain such tranquility. With a fierce roar, Guiyin leapt into the air, charging at Yi Feng, her arm muscles bulging as she unleashed a whip kick aimed at his head. Swish! Yi Feng dodged to the side, and in the process, his elbow crashed into Guiyin's abdomen. Though his strike missed, Guiyin seized his elbow, and the sound of shattering bones echoed through the night. The pain caused him to scream in agony. His complexion as pale as a sheet, sweat pouring from his forehead in torrents. Big brother! The burly man beside him hurriedly supported Yi Feng, glaring angrily at Guiyin. How dare you ambush my brother? I'll kill you! He lunged at Guiyin with a dagger, but before he could close the distance, Zhaoding seized him by the shoulder and hurled him away with a resounding crash as he collided with a nearby tree, causing it to sway violently, bark flying. The black-clad man collapsed on the ground, wailing, unable to rise again. Before he could finish speaking, the 3 men were swiftly dispatched, their strength paled in comparison to the mysterious trio they had faced earlier. As the snow continued to accumulate, Guiyin and her 2 companions became acutely aware of the difficulties impeding their progress. The road and the surrounding terrain had melded into a singular, indistinguishable expanse of ice, devoid of any trace of greenery. The vast white wilderness, with its towering mountains and endless glaciers, was interrupted only by a gust of frigid wind that swirled the snow into a tempest. The trio stumbled forward, their faces pale, when suddenly a thunderous roar echoed above, a gaping fissure in the ice, over 100 meters wide and approximately 20 meters long, erupted before them, resembling a fearsome abyss awaiting its prey. With a sudden explosion, the immense ice surface shattered, sending colossal chunks mixed with snow hurtling towards them. Fortunately, they reacted swiftly and managed to evade the onslaught. The ice struck the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air, while fragments scattered chaotically. Zhaoding cried out in agony as an icicle pierced his ankle, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Qi Shuheng rushed to support Zhaoding upon witnessing his plight. Are you all right? He inquired. Zhaoding gritted his teeth. I'm fine. He then withdrew a dagger from his pocket and forcefully severed the icicle embedded in his wounded leg. As it dislodged, blood spurted forth, staining half of his trousers crimson. Zhaoding's complexion remained ashen, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he bore the pain stoically. How are you holding up? He was asked. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was all right, that we must retreat swiftly. Guiyin urged, having noticed the multitude of fissures in the ice that rendered escape impossible. While the ice is still relatively smooth, we must make our way to a safer location. With that, she grasped Shizhaoting and hastened forward, followed closely by Qi Su. Guyin's assessment proved astute, for the ice was riddled with perilous icicles. Should they be pierced, their fate would be sealed. It was imperative to find a flat expanse and run without pause. Although this would deplete their energy, it was a necessary means of survival. Indeed, Guyin's judgment was correct. They had traversed several mountains, the surroundings blanketed in a sea of white snow, rendering it impossible to discern their environment. Save for the knowledge of their current position, the ice was now over 1,000 meters away from where they stood, and the trio was left panting, unable to cease their flight. To do so would make them easy targets. Breathing heavily, Guiyin slumped into the driver's seat, leaning back to release a deep sigh. She retrieved a medical kit and applied a bandage to staunch Shizhaoting's bleeding. He grimaced in pain, gritting his teeth, while Guiyin attended to him with gentle, practiced hands, as if she had performed this task countless times before. Over the years, she had rehearsed dressing his wounds 100 times. Thus her movements were swift and efficient. Once the bandaging was complete, she inquired, "Are you all right?" Shizhaoting managed a smile. "No problem. Your speed is impressive. Of course, I'm quite focused," Guiyin replied proudly. After a brief respite, they resumed their journey. "Where do we head next?" Shizhaoting asked curiously, harboring no expectations for Guyin's plan, but feeling compelled to seek her guidance, for losing their way would spell disaster. "I wonder if those 6 individuals have any accomplices that we should continue forward, aiming to accomplish today's designated travel goals," Guiyin contemplated aloud. "Currently, the daily travel objectives seem manageable for everyone. We can cover them in less than an hour." At that moment, Qi Shuheng recalled something. "I remember there was a fork in the path we took. Which way should we go?" "Not good. It seems we have deviated from our original route. That area appears to lack ice." Guiyin immediately sensed something amiss. It was then that the trio realized that the road, which had been a straight path to the southeast, had transformed into a winding trail extending northward, flanked by uneven hills that loomed steeply. Even an ordinary person would find it difficult to ascend these slopes, and as they ventured further, the mountains became increasingly sparse. This environment starkly contrasted with the route they had previously traversed, and they confirmed from memory that they had indeed strayed off course. Qi Shuheng frowned and asked, "Does anyone know how we ended up taking a detour?" They exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion, unsure of how they had gone astray. "In a way," Qi Shuheng exclaimed, eyes wide. "Didn't you all say we were following the designated route in circles?" Guiyin sighed. "I found it peculiar earlier. We began our ascent from the foot of the mountain, and within half an hour, we should have been able to cross over to our destination. Yet we have been wandering near the mountain for nearly an hour now. Based on our past experiences, we should have reached our destination by dusk, and now it is already dinner time." That Qi Shuheng's expression grew serious upon hearing this. There were too many unresolved mysteries in this competition. They had previously encountered an avalanche, which had mysteriously vanished, as if it had evaporated into thin air, leaving them bewildered. This world was shrouded in enigma, rife with unanswered questions. Let us not dwell on these matters. We should continue forward, Guiyin suggested, determined that despite deviating from their original plan, they could still find their way back, albeit with more effort. The others concurred with Guiyin's perspective and pressed on. The path became increasingly treacherous, winding sharply as the incline steepened. The trees had vanished, leaving behind only barren rock. Even the shattered stones were absent, replaced by smooth, unyielding cliffs. Furthermore, the air grew colder with each step, and the wind howled more violently. Before them loomed a magnificent snow-capped peak, towering 3,000 meters into the sky, piercing the clouds. Its summit was shrouded in a blanket of whiteness, obscuring the very tip, as if it were connected to the cosmos. Contending for brilliance with the sun and moon, Qi Shuheng stood atop a protruding boulder, gazing into the distance at the towering snow peak, murmuring to himself as a chill enveloped him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Beside him, the other 3 were equally mesmerized, their eyes wide with awe. "How beautiful!" Guiyin exclaimed, captivated by the sight. "This place feels like a paradise on earth," Qi Shuheng added in sincere admiration. pointing towards the distant peak. Guiyin remarked, "Look at that summit shimmering with light, that I suspect there might be a power station or a mining site up there. Otherwise, what would explain the presence of electrical equipment in such a remote location?" "A power station would be quite normal, but a mining operation would indeed be rare," Qi Shuheng replied. Why do I feel that this snow-capped mountain is somewhat peculiar?" Shi Zhaoding pondered aloud. "What do you mean?" Qi Shuheng inquired. "I can't quite articulate it, but there is an unsettling feeling I can't shake," Shi Zhaoding replied, furrowing his brow as he rubbed his nose. Despite the car's climate control system raising the temperature inside significantly, the cold continued to seep in, far outpacing their body heat retention. As Guiyin exhaled a puff of warm air and retrieved 2 heated towels, handing them over. "Wipe your face. The temperature is bound to drop soon. And it seems to be arriving sooner than expected." Shi Zhaoding accepted one of the warm towels, wiping his face and neck. Feeling much better, he glanced at Guiyin and asked, "How did you know?" "Haha," Guiyin chuckled, shaking her head. This was a reward from the previous first-place winner. Pausing briefly, she continued, "This is an icy race course, with the overcast sky and swirling snow. Such weather is conducive to rain. Which is why I predicted snowfall or a storm would hit tonight." As she spoke, she gestured toward the distant sky, which was now shrouded in dark clouds, with fierce winds whipping large snowflakes through the air, creating an ominous atmosphere reminiscent of the apocalypse. Qi Shuheng observed the unfolding situation below, his brow furrowed in concern. He had prepared everything. Yet this scenario weighed heavily on his mind. The bitter cold and slippery snow rendered driving impossible. He lamented internally, questioning how they had found themselves in such dire conditions. "Qi Shuheng, are you actually enjoying this dreadful weather?" Guiyin exclaimed. "Hee." Qi Shuheng chuckled, flashing a bright smile. "No worries, I can handle it." Guiyin shook her head, recognizing Qi Shuheng's stubbornness, and sighed, turning her gaze forward. Suddenly, she froze, spotting a group of people approaching them. Upon closer inspection, she discerned that a few well-dressed young individuals were leading the way, seemingly engaged in conversation, followed by 2 others pushing a wheelchair occupied by an elderly man. "Dr. Chun, please, I beg you, save my father," a young man implored, kneeling on the ground in desperate supplication. Dr. Chun Xia sighed. "His injuries are far too severe. While I can still provide treatment, we cannot delay any longer. He must be taken to the hospital for surgery immediately." She turned and retrieved a vial of medicine from her bag, pouring some onto her hands. After checking the elderly man's pulse, she applied the medicine to his wounds. "Dr. Chun, please, my father is counting on you to save him." The young man wept profusely, kneeling repeatedly in supplication. Chapter 53. Chun Xia shaking her head, Chun Xia said, "He can no longer hold on. Even if we send the patient to the hospital, he would not survive beyond a few days. Moreover, under these circumstances, there are no suitable conditions at this juncture." She abruptly shifted her tone and proposed, "In that case, why not let me try this method first and see if it yields any results?" She produced 2 pills and handed them to the young man, stating, "This is an ancient remedy known as a mortal pill. Consuming it may extend the patient's life, but it comes with side effects, and a prolonged period of recovery is necessary. Feed these 2 immortal pills to the elderly man. If he awakens, he still has a chance. Otherwise, I regret that I will be powerless to assist further." The young man cradled the pills in his hands, tears blurring his vision as he choked out, "Thank you, thank you." Chun Xia waved her hand dismissively, replying, "It is merely a small effort on my part." Just then, she heard footsteps approaching and turned to see Guiyin, accompanied by Shi Zhaoding and Qi Shuheng, making their way toward her. The atmosphere grew tense as Chun Xia and her companions instinctively drew their weapons. Chun Xia pointed to the patient and asked, "Can you observe closely whether his pupils are dilated and if he exhibits overall weakness?" Qi Shuheng nodded in agreement. "This is the cause of his condition." Chun Xia indicated the old man's chest, explaining, "It is evident that he has fallen into a coma due to a myocardial infarction. However, he is not dead, which means he has become a vegetative state. Based on my estimation, he will likely pass away completely within half a month." Upon hearing this, Qi Shuheng and Guyin's expressions shifted dramatically. "Are you certain he is still alive?" Guiyin inquired. "I cannot say." Chun Xia replied, shaking her head. I have no means to ascertain whether he is alive. Regardless of his condition, I am willing to pay the price for the immortal pill. The man beside the elderly man gazed earnestly at Chun Xia. Have you considered it thoroughly? Chun Xia asked. This remedy is exceedingly rare. The ingredients required for each concoction vary. Are you certain you wish to trade with me? Indeed, the man affirmed without hesitation. I will do everything within my power to procure whatever you need. Qi Shuheng and Su Guiyin exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by the man's profound medical knowledge. What do you intend to offer in exchange? Chun Xia inquired nonchalantly. The man responded resolutely. I will exchange this. Chun Xia glanced at the necklace hanging from the old man's neck and remarked, I have no interest in your belongings. However, I believe your blood may hold the potential to heal this elderly man. Blood. Qi Shuheng and Su Guiyin exchanged looks of surprise. Chun Xia lifted the old man's collar, revealing his collarbone, and explained, the necklace worn around his neck is adorned with peculiar runes, which possess the ability to purify and enhance bloodlines. Although I cannot discern its underlying principles at the moment, it is certain that this necklace must be of great value to ordinary individuals like you, that I suspect your blood is relatively rare. Is it not? This necklace was my grandfather's heirloom. After my parents passed away, my grandfather entrusted it to me. The man replied, looking intently at Chun Xia. How much blood do you require? I can guarantee that your blood will save this elderly man. Chun Xia asserted firmly. Should the blood from this necklace prove beneficial to my research, you may seek me out for an exchange at any time. The man interjected, unable to contain his excitement. If what you say is true, this necklace is worth a fortune. Chun Xia smiled slightly, stating, that will depend on which holds greater value in your heart. She produced a piece of paper and pen, quickly inscribing a prescription before handing it to the man. She then pointed to the necklace, saying, this prescription contains 30 types of Chinese herbs. These are substitutes suitable for the new environment. You must locate them and brew a decoction. Then administer it to the elderly man, 1 bowl a day. Remember, do not neglect this matter, for if the medicinal properties dissipate, it could lead to the old man's demise. The man nodded solemnly in agreement. As he departed, Chun Xia turned her attention back to Su Guiyin and the others. What is your purpose? She inquired coldly, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses, her demeanor exuding an icy resolve. Su Guiyin lowered his head slightly, replying, we have no ulterior motives. We merely followed to observe. However, you may find us of some interest, Qi Shuheng added with a warm smile, stepping forward and presenting a medicinal dish he had concocted. You have stood in the cold for quite some time. Why not try this? You may find it quite agreeable. Chun Xia's eyes flickered momentarily, but she refrained from reaching out for it. There is no need for concern. We harbor no ill intentions, Qi Shuheng assured, his smile deepening. We simply wish to make your acquaintance, and, if possible, perhaps even become friends. Shi Zhaoding remained silently observant. As Su Guiyin softly remarked, you need not worry. This is merely an ordinary medicinal dish. A slight addition of herbs can enhance beauty and regulate internal energy, far superior to those expensive supplements, and it is greatly beneficial to health. After a moment's hesitation, Chun Xia accepted the medicinal dish, expressing her gratitude with a simple, thank you. You're welcome. Qi Shuheng nodded slightly. Chun Xia narrowed her eyes, stating, I do not like to owe favors as you re, however, smiled brightly. You already do. Qi Shuheng's smile widened. I am Qi Shuheng, that we wish to invite you to join our team. Chun Xia's expression remained unchanged as she shook her head, declining once more. Her voice was cold as she stated, if I were to join, would you not fear that I might become a liability? I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and departed, her silhouette embodying a steadfast and resolute spirit. You think she will agree to our proposal? Qi Shuheng asked Su Guiyin. Rest assured. Su Guiyin replied with a smile that Qi Shuheng nodded, falling silent. She may not initially be willing, he sighed. In this circle, it has always been a case of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. And what of that? Shi Zhaoding smiled faintly. Qi Shuheng glanced at him and shrugged. I will not concern myself. After all, this was your proposition. He turned to leave, granting Su Guiyin and the others some privacy. Su Guiyin watched Chun Xia's retreating figure with a smile, remarking, impressive. She managed to sense danger in such a short time. Shi Zhaoting furrowed his brow slightly. She seems to be on guard. Indeed, Shi Zhaoting affirmed with a nod. She will surely join us. Guiyin's lips curled into a sly grin, reminiscent of a cunning fox at this moment. Qinxia donned a fitted black outfit, military boots, and a hat, radiating an aura of valor and determination. Akin to a general on the battlefield, her steps were rhythmic, each stride imbued with a peculiar grace, as if dancing. Her long, straight legs were taut with explosive power. Every article of clothing she wore was crafted from bulletproof material, including her pants and shoes, exhibiting excellent cold-resistant properties. While the value of such items remained unknown, they were undoubtedly costly. She arrived at the center of the icy lake, where a massive whirlpool churned, the surrounding mist coalescing into a thick fog that swirled and spun, emanating an intense chill that few could withstand. Qinxia exhaled a breath of stale air, sensing the enhancement of her physical capabilities. Her expression was serene as she slowly closed her eyes, seemingly awaiting something. Moments later, a sound of slicing air resonated. A gigantic python slithered toward her, its gaping maw aimed directly at her head. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, swinging her arms to the sides, and instantly coiled around the python's neck, yanking it backward with such force that it was flung a good 7 or 8 meters away. The giant python roared in fury, its tail lashing out violently at Qinxia. She sidestepped effortlessly, driving her right knee into its abdomen. Bang! A dull thud echoed as the python's scale shattered, blood gushing forth. Seizing the python's tail, she propelled herself upward, landing atop its head and delivering a powerful kick. The python, writhing in pain, lashed out in a frenzy, attempting to crush the diminutive foe beneath its might. Yet, Qinxia stood undaunted. Even as she endured blows that left her bruised, she continued to fight back fiercely, striking with her fists and feet. Finally, as her foot swept through the air, the python's resistance waned. Its massive body collapsing to the ground, curling up in surrender, its eyes betraying a mix of fear and pleading. Qinxia stood atop the python's head, gazing down at it with an indifferent calm. As if contemplating a block of ice, "You sought to consume me. Thus you must pay the price." With that, she drew a dagger and severed the python's carotid artery. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching wail, struggling for a moment before its colossal form slumped lifelessly to the ground. Qinxia casually discarded the carcass. Alas, the body of a snake is a valuable resource. It makes for the most exquisite snake soup. Such waste is truly regrettable. Qi Xiuheng lamented as he approached the giant python, searching its body until he discovered an extraordinarily large python gallbladder. He extracted the gallbladder and tossed it in front of Qinxia. Grinning as he said, "Here, this is for you." "Thank you." Qinxia accepted the gallbladder without hesitation, placing it into her bag. The gallbladder was the size of a basketball, translucent and radiating a greenish hue. "You should consume it quickly," Qi Xiuheng urged. "We have been hungry for quite some time." Qinxia hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. "I will assist you," Qi Xiuheng said enthusiastically, as he picked up a dagger to slice the snake meat into chunks. Qinxia paused, turning to face the two of them, and asked, "Why are you helping me when we are merely strangers?" "Well, we wish to befriend you," Shi Zhaoting replied, winking and smiling like an angel. "Look, this is our first encounter, so we can consider ourselves friends," Guiyin chimed in, nodding repeatedly. "Indeed, we are friends now that I'm sorry, but I do not prefer to befriend strangers." "Then who do you prefer to befriend?" "Hey, your attitude is quite hurtful. We are at least trying to help you." Qi Xiuheng feigned dissatisfaction. "We should stay here for a few days. You all need to familiarize yourselves with the tools." Shi Zhaoting suggested that I suspect there may be wild beasts lurking nearby. Qi Xiuheng scoffed. "Who cares about that? Let us fill our stomachs first." "Agreed," Shi Zhaoting concurred. The three began preparing a meal as Guiyin sat by the fire, roasting herself while munching on biscuits from her backpack. Meanwhile, Qinxia squatted nearby, carefully observing her surroundings, fearful of encountering a ferocious beast. Qi Xiuheng quietly watched this scene, a faint smile gracing his lips. His eyes clear as water, emanating a soft glow. Shi Zhaoting focused on cutting the meat, he suddenly caught sight of this tableau. He couldn't help but shake his head, lamenting, "It is indeed true that beautiful women often bring calamity." Once Zhao finished preparing the food, Qi Shuheng took over, intending to cook himself, but Zhao insisted on learning. Leaving him to watch, Qi Shuheng's culinary skills were as exceptional as ever that he swiftly chopped 2 pig trotters into small pieces. Placing them on a plate, then took the washed vegetables, chopped them finely, and arranged them on another plate. He then used chopsticks to place the ingredients into the pot for frying, and subsequently served a bowl of soup on the table. Marking the completion of the meal, Chanxia eagerly began to dig in. Tentatively, she probed with her tongue and instantly flushed, gasping softly before hastily covering her mouth. I could see that moment. Guiyin also leaned in, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the warm, fragrant meat soup, exclaiming, "It smells so good." Qi Shuheng smiled slightly, knowing his dish was delectable. Chanxia blinked in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe that Qi Shuheng's culinary prowess surpassed her expectations. She noted how meticulously he chopped the vegetables, his knife skills exceptionally refined. Even Michelin-starred chefs in reality might not reach such a level. Upon witnessing this, Guiyin and Zhao exchanged glances. As evening fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, the four savored Qi Shuheng's culinary talents. After satisfying their hunger, they retreated into the luxurious leather tent crafted by Guiyin for rest. The tent was spacious, measuring 20 square meters, ample enough for the four of them. Chapter 54. Snowfield Eagles and Snowfield Wolves. Chanxia sat cross-legged in the center of the tent, eyes closed in meditation. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated, causing her heart to race and nearly faint. She curled into a ball, clutching her chest. Qi Shuheng, alert in his sleep, awoke immediately, throwing on his clothes and getting out of bed to investigate. Zhao and Guiyin also emerged from the tent. What happened? Qi Shuheng shook his head, glancing around. It seems to be an unexpected situation. He turned to Chanxia and asked, "What do you think?" Chanxia furrowed her brows and replied softly, "We will know soon enough." A few minutes later, Chanxia turned to the group and whispered, "It seems there has been a small mishap." Hearing her words, the others gathered closer. Zhao asked solemnly, "What kind of mishap?" "An earthquake." A rumble accompanied by a muffled sound shook the ground, causing all the tents to sway. An earthquake. Panic ensued, and their faces blanched. "We need to get out of here," Guiyin exclaimed, not even bothering to collect their gear. They could always make more, but their lives were far more precious than, "Oh no, it's a wolf pack." Just as Guiyin finished speaking, a chorus of howls echoed in the distance, reminiscent of a wolf king roaring. Imbued with a menacing bloodlust, the snow wolves. Zhao's expression shifted. How could a pack of snow wolves appear in this vicinity? "Are they coming for us?" Chanxia furrowed her brows. "It must be so. They have caught the scent of blood." Qi Shuheng nodded in agreement. "Right? We must retreat." Guiyin voiced no objections. The group hastily shouldered their gear and sprinted away from the camp. Although it was already past 4 in the early morning, none felt the slightest inclination to sleep. Who could have predicted that just moments before, all had been calm, only to be met with an earthquake that instigated a wolf attack? As the howls grew increasingly intense and drew nearer, several snow wolves even climbed trees, snapping their jaws toward them. Chanxia and the others quickened their pace, just as they were about to leave the camp. A piercing howl suddenly echoed from the sky, sharp and jarring. Instantly, several snow wolves yelped in agony, collapsing to the ground. In the pitch-black night sky, a colossal eagle soared, its wings spread wide, eclipsing the heavens. Beneath it, a dozen robust male eagles plunged down, flapping their wings with such ferocity that a tempestuous wind whipped through, tousling the hair of everyone present. These avian beasts descended with astonishing speed, landing on the ground and taking flight, their razor-sharp talons tearing into the necks of the snow wolves one by one. Blood gushed forth, and the wails of the dying filled the air. The snow wolves, having never encountered such a spectacle, were utterly terrified, fleeing in disarray. Alas, no matter how swiftly they ran, they could not escape the onslaught of the approaching eagle beasts. In mere seconds, over 20 snow wolves perished, their mournful cries resonating across the icy expanse. mingling with the scent of blood and the echoes of grief. Suddenly, a flock of griffins swooped down, each towering at 2 meters tall, their wingspan reaching an impressive 5 meters. Their sharp claws glimmered ominously, and their vicious fangs gleamed with a bloodthirsty sheen. They had evidently set their sights on the intruding prey, poised to tear them apart, when Guiyin abruptly halted. Roar! Several griffins glared at the group, indignant that their path was blocked, and emitted low growls. Roar! The snow wolves unleashed an aura of terrifying dominance, causing the griffins to hesitate, after a brief moment of uncertainty. They took to the skies. Guiyin squinted, carefully observing the griffins. These creatures were indeed a mutated variant of lion eagles, covered in brown fluff, with wings sprouting from their backs, reaching 5 meters in length. Their bodies resembled oversized eagles but bore the heads of dogs. Unlike regular eagles, griffins had black-brown feathers, fiery red tails, a mane of fur around their necks, and light yellow plumage on their bodies. Guiyin discerned that these griffins belonged to a subspecies, likely a form of mutated avian, albeit of colossal size. It seemed prudent to be cautious of hunting these mutated beasts in the future to avoid chaos. Once the griffins flew away, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had truly been frightened. With such a considerable number of griffins, if they had engaged, they would likely have met their end as dinner for the lions. The 4 of them, mere ordinary individuals in reality, had never witnessed such mutated avian creatures, especially not ones as gigantic as these griffins, which were nothing short of beasts. Run, Qinsha urged, pulling everyone along. Guiyin and the others were equally pale. Roar! Suddenly, a soul-shaking roar erupted from afar, terrifying beyond measure, reverberating through the valley. Leaves rustled as if something was racing through the wilderness, causing the ground to tremble gently. A massive, pure white, leopard-like creature charged through the muddy marsh, racing towards them with astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. Its powerful forelimbs lifted, crashing down with ferocity at that moment. Another furious roar sounded from the opposite side. As an even larger creature surged forward, its body covered in sleek black fur, long fangs bared viciously, exuding an air of menace, though it appeared slightly smaller than the previous beast. Roar! Roar! Thud! A group of fierce beasts swooped in from the distance, their every landing causing the surrounding forest to tremble violently, branches snapping and debris flying, stirring up clouds of dust as if the apocalypse had descended. Bang! Crack! One strike shattered 3 trees the thickness of a bowl and sent 2 giant eagles flying. Guiyin bellowed, his right arm swelling with muscle as he swung his fist towards the leopard-like creature's head. Thud! His fist collided with the creature's skull, and the sound of bones cracking echoed. Guiyin's palm exploded, blood spraying. What terrifying brute strength! Guiyin cursed inwardly. This leopard-like creature was at least on the blue tier. Infuriated by Guiyin's attack, the beast lunged toward the group with its mouth agape. Dodge! Guiyin cried out in alarm, immediately evading. Alas, the nearby eagle had no chance to escape and was torn to shreds in an instant. Taking advantage of the moment, Guiyin charged towards the leopard-like creature, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! The creature was struck by Guiyin's fist, the tremendous force causing it to tumble to the ground. Roar! 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 The leopard-like being, filled with rage, struggled to rise, preparing to launch a counterattack. Seizing the opportunity, the falcon swooped in beside the creature, its sharp claws piercing into its abdomen. Hiss! The leopard-like creature howled in pain, thrashing its body in an attempt to dislodge the dagger. Yet the falcon had anticipated this move. Steadfastly holding onto the snow leopard, refusing to let go, the creature's immense strength sent it crashing to the ground repeatedly, stirring up clouds of dust. Roar! With a furious cry, the leopard-like creature bit down on the falcon's wing. Roar! 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 The creature appeared exhilarated, lifting its lips in a snarl. This moment, Guiyin rushed over, unceremoniously raising his leg to stomp on the creature's face. This time, the leopard-like being did not evade, knowing it could not escape in time. Thud! Crack! Guiyin's kick knocked the creature unconscious, providing Su Guiyin the chance to slay the falcon entangled with the snow leopard. We must leave this place promptly. With that, Shi Zhaoding hoisted the unconscious snow wolf's body, while Su Guiyin carried the falcon's carcass, and the four swiftly departed. Along the way, they encountered numerous perilous beasts, but thanks to their seamless teamwork, they managed to escape the treacherous area and reach safety. Panting heavily, Qi Shuhen collapsed onto the ground, glancing at Chen Xia and inquiring, "How are you? Are you injured?" Just moments ago, Chen Xia had exerted herself to drag the ferocious leopard-like creature and had sustained injuries. Chen Xia shook her head, saying, "It's just a scrape. It's nothing serious." Qi Shuhen, seizing the opportunity, offered her a warming medicinal dish, significantly increasing his favorability. Su Guiyin was astonished to discover a small wolf had been left behind. Looking at the snow wolf lying in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life, Su Guiyin tenderly exclaimed, "What a beautiful little wolf." Shi Zhaoding frowned. It was evident the small wolf had been clawed by a griffin and abandoned here. At that moment, Chen Xia unexpectedly spoke up. "The little fellow is gravely injured. If not treated promptly, it may not survive the night." Su Guiyin knelt down, cradling the small wolf, gently stroking its head, despite the griffin's claws inflicting harm. Fortunately, the internal organs remained unharmed. A simple application of herbal medicine should suffice, and with the aid of medicinal effects, it should recover swiftly. I find this little wolf quite endearing. Why not raise it? Shi Zhaoding suggested, having perceived Su Guiyin's sentiments. Su Guiyin could not fathom why she had developed such an affection for the little creature. It appeared utterly charming to her. Perhaps it reminded her of a beloved Samoyed from her hometown, which had been as gaunt as this snow wolf in her childhood. Gazing at its form, Su Guiyin could not resist pulling it close, gently caressing it, and at that moment, it seemed to sense her fondness. Affectionately licking her cheek, filled with compassion and tenderness, Su Guiyin yearned to provide it with all the best things, thus using the previously acquired falcon meat to nourish it. Its condition visibly improved. It began to run faster, often stopping to wait for Su Guiyin or playfully tugging at the bag hanging from her clothing or extending its tongue to lick her hand. Throughout their journey, it accompanied Su Guiyin. Now, in the biting cold of winter, she donned a thick, genuine leather-down jacket, a hat atop her head, clutching a warm water cup, her lips turning a shade of blue and purple from the chill. In this weather, even the vehicle offered little respite from the cold. They had to construct a shelter for warmth after completing their daily route. At this juncture, the chat channel was dismal. The icy and snowy conditions of the racetrack are truly frigid. I feel as if I might freeze into an ice block. Who could argue? I feel like I can barely endure. I haven't experienced such cold in ages, alas, even as a person from the Northeast. I can hardly withstand this extreme cold. Have you all realized how merciless this game is? There are simply no rest days. Indeed, I feel these creatures are exceedingly ferocious. If it were us, we would have been torn to shreds by now. Yes, and they seem quite intelligent. Unlike those we encountered previously, I believe they possess high intelligence. No wonder they have survived in this racetrack. That is true. Every creature has its strengths. They are quite cunning. However, we have been somewhat fortunate. Despite the harsh environment, we have persevered. Is this game really that difficult? It's not enjoyable. I feel like I might perish on this racetrack. You certainly won't. Look at you. You re so heavy you can barely stand. The discussions among the group predominantly revolved around the racetrack, which seemed to grow increasingly arduous as they progressed. The few of them had already become top contenders on the leaderboard. This included Chen Xia, who joined later, also ranking within the top 10. Su Guiyin was determined to persuade her to join, having previously encountered this peculiar doctor scientist during private transactions in reality. Chen Xia was a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. In this post-apocalyptic world, she was able to adapt her medical knowledge into practical skills suitable for this environment, even enhancing her abilities. Although she was quite young, her value had surpassed that of many seasoned experts. Therefore, Su Guiyin hoped to invite Chen Xia to join them, effectively acquiring another trump card. Chen Xia often remained silent while listening to their conversations, a habitual demeanor of hers. She was a person with her own dreams and ideals. In her worldview, success was the sole objective, and everything else was merely illusory, like floating clouds. Hence, she had never relinquished her pursuit of success, no matter how challenging as a result. Even in such an environment, she remained filled with confidence, proud yet cautious. She was not one to act impulsively, especially in the face of significant challenges. She always weighed whether she was qualified to shoulder the consequences and if it was worth enduring. If she lacked sufficient confidence and acted rashly, it could easily backfire. Despite her youth, she had weathered many storms, understanding that some things cannot be rushed. The saying "more haste, less speed" encapsulates this principle. Unlike other girls, she was not naive. For her, success required a step-by-step pursuit. Chapter 55, The Ice and Snow Escape Competition Countdown. Following a long-awaited system announcement, the chat channel erupted in excitement. Wow, an ice and snow escape. The last zombie competition was torturous enough. This time, it's an icy surface, and we have to escape. I just said this competition would be far more exhilarating than the last one, didn't I? See, I wasn't lying. Haha, speaking of which, who do you think will win this time? Who cares? Losing doesn't cost us anything. We can just lose our lives and enjoy the spectacle. This is terrifying. This place is utterly unsuitable for us to play. Let us just wait for the next competition. For now, let us focus on survival. Indeed, these creatures are simply devils. I swear, you useless bunch, this time, this queen shall make a comeback and seize the championship. I think you should take a few months off first. This time is indeed thrilling. I wonder if I can break into the top 50,000. Sigh. I don't know, I just can't afford to hold everyone back. This is indeed quite thrilling. Whoa, an ice and snow escape. We meet this competition once more. I've heard it's a fantastic course, the Glacial Canyon. A competition of this difficulty is rare and hard to come by. Our goal should be to reach the second round. These monsters are no joke. I aim to strive for a spot within the top 10, 000. The chat channel was abuzz with excitement, with more and more participants joining in. As the prompt sounded, Chun Xia and the others were instantly swept into a luminous spatial passage, and as the light faded, they found themselves at the opposite end of the canyon. Wow, how spectacular. My goodness, they actually built a competition arena atop a cliff. It's truly unbelievable. I love cliffs. They offer a clearer view of the world. I'm a master at driving on ice. This time I won't have to worry about being chased by monsters. Welcome, everyone, to the Ice and Snow Escape Arena. This competition takes place in the snow, requiring you to traverse the Glacial Canyon. This canyon features a complex, treacherous, and steep terrain with various obstacles. Each ice mountain canyon houses at least over 200 monsters, which will obstruct most contestants' paths. Only by successfully reaching the endpoint within the stipulated time can you clear the challenge. Without experience, one must tread carefully to find safe spots, avoiding revealing your position and traces, or you will attract monster attacks. Good luck. 30 seconds until the competition begins. Let the contest commence. As the announcement rang out, a throng of contestants charged towards the icy canyon ahead. In the heart of the canyon, a glacial bridge spans the very center. Connecting two worlds that on the opposite side lies a hidden peril, casting a pall over the faces of all who behold it. A thunderous roar reverberates through the icy gorge, echoing ominously. With each resounding growl, colossal figures emerge upon the ice, their bizarre forms resembling neither sheep nor tiger, adorned with wings and covered in scales. Crowned with sharp horns and fanged mouths agape, eyes glowing a menacing crimson, they thunder across the bridge, shattering its railings, charging ferociously into the canyon. Their furious roars betray their disdain for the humans before them. Arrows fly, launched by several competitors, yet they are utterly ineffective against these ferocious beasts, which swat the archers aside, leaving them dazed and crying out in pain. Damn these monsters! I shall defeat you, one contender curses, his temper flaring as he hastens to escape. Recognizing the futility of his efforts against the terrifying creatures, a figure dashes forth, delivering powerful strikes that repel a few monsters, but one beast retaliates. Raking its claws across his chest, blood gushes forth. "Help! I don't want to die!" cries another competitor, terror-stricken as a creature brushes past him. Chaos ensues as competitors panic, with even Sure Zhaoding being knocked down by a monster. Narrowly escaping a fatal bite to the neck that he retaliates, swinging his iron fist to send nearby beasts flying. Yet the overwhelming number of monsters proves daunting, and despite his speed, he remains ensnared, unable to break free. Guiyin's daggers dance through the frigid air, glinting with a chilling sheen as she dispatches the attacking beasts. Though these creatures are forged from ice and possess formidable defenses, they are no match for her sheer strength. Slaying them is akin to child's play. One creature lunges, jaws wide, sharp fangs bared, aiming for Qianxia's head. Guiyin reacts with lightning speed, carving an arc with her dagger that severs the beast's grotesque head from its body, swiftly repositioning herself. Not bad at all. A man beside her muses, stroking his smooth chin as he watches Guiyin battle the monsters, surprised by her prowess. Initially perceiving her as merely ornamental, he now recognizes her undeniable skill. As Guiyin continues to slay numerous beasts, the sheer quantity of their number is staggering, compelling her to clear a space for escape. "That you're quite impressive," the man comments, grinning. "Oh." Guiyin glances at him dismissively, her focus unwavering as she continues her assault, showing no regard for his presence. This leaves the man feeling rather embarrassed, realizing he's been overlooked by a seemingly delicate beauty. "Stick with me, and I can teach you martial arts, ensuring you gain an edge in the competition," he entices, observing her fierce demeanor. Not wishing to engage in conversation or bloodshed, Guiyin remains fixated on her battle, ignoring him entirely. "Once you win the competition, I'll take my time to teach you," he chuckles darkly, undeterred by her indifference as he charges at a particularly vicious beast. The creature turns, roaring furiously as it lunges at him. Startled, he retaliates, wielding his blade to fend it off, but as he lunges forward, another beast bites into his clothing, tearing a piece away. Wincing in pain, he retreats, only to find himself surrounded by several more monsters. Realizing he is trapped, bemused, notices the man rushing toward her vehicle, having been so engrossed in her fight that she neglected to secure her escape. Is he attempting to stall for time? This thought prompts her to quickly approach her car, retrieve her keys, and start the engine, preparing to leave. "Ack!" he screams, two bloody gashes appearing on his body, inflicted by Guiyin. While reluctant to kill, relishes in tormenting others. She kicks him away, sending him soaring 10 meters before he crashes to the ground. Ignoring him, she drives off, leaving only her silhouette behind, her sleek black car understated yet remarkably steady, gliding without a tremor. "Damn it," he mutters as he rises, watching her retreating figure with a flush of anger, glaring at everyone before hastily departing. Although he fears not death, he cannot abide the scornful gazes of others, especially women. Unbothered by his internal turmoil, Guiyin gazes upon the breathtaking glacial canyon, the enchanting blue ice glimmering like a dream, as if it were the only realm in existence, two immense crystals embedded in the vast landscape. A sight to behold. "What a beautiful view," she remarks softly, her voice melodious and clear, akin to the song of a lark. Utterly captivating, her beauty radiant in a flowing chiffon dress, her long legs encased in black stockings. She appears as a fairy from a tale, untouched by the mundane world, exuding an irresistible allure. Before her stands a towering wall of ice, semi-spherical in shape, approximately 2 meters thick, as hard as iron, and remarkably smooth. Guiyin turns, lightly pushing off the ground, using the rebound to leap into the air, her legs arching gracefully as she twists her torso 180 degrees, placing a foot against the ice wall, which does not budge. It seems this wall requires a vehicle to traverse. She muses. Her hesitation is due to the superior performance of her vehicle. Having pressed the accelerator to the floor, she has long since left the threat of an avalanche behind. Unlike other competitors who do not share her fortune. "Boss, hurry. This way. Which direction are you looking?" Several drivers shout frantically, having charged toward the ice wall, but barely making 10 meters before a thunderous crash echoes behind them. A blinding white engulfed them, obscuring their vision, only to reveal deep craters on the ice. All of them fall, their faces paling, hearts racing. "That was too close. We nearly got buried alive in the snow." Panic spreads as they grasp the gravity of the situation. Why did this happen? Is this an attempt on our lives? We cannot possibly navigate this treacherous, icy corridor. They halt, realizing they have encountered an avalanche. A significant challenge ahead. So, We must find a safe passage. What safe passage? The vehicle is inadequate. I told you to upgrade, but you wouldn't listen. Now, with our current vehicle's poor performance, we're left waiting for death. What do? We cannot simply remain here and await our doom. Panic ensues, with some unable to endure the oppressive atmosphere, crying out, "I'm done. I'm quitting. I will never participate in this game again." Yes, we're quitting too. We refuse to play. Many share this sentiment. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Observe your surroundings closely." This is an ice mountain that I recall vividly that the path we previously traversed was straight and unyielding. How has it now transformed into a winding maze of ice walls? There's something amiss. What do you mean? How did I miss that? Are you suggesting we took a wrong turn? Confusion and skepticism arise among the group. Some accusing him of shirking responsibility or fabricating tales to escape risk. Calm down, everyone. Although I am young, I specialize in geological studies. Have you forgotten what I mentioned before? I graduated from the geography department and possess a keen understanding of terrain. You should heed your surroundings that we were on a straight path. This is a glacier, and glaciers do not have forks in the road. This straight highway extends southward. It is an excellent hunting location. He points toward the distance, where a cylindrical ice wall stands at the river's edge, its peak adorned with countless icicles, thick snow blanketing the ice column. Look at the ice pieces beside the wall. They are clearly shattered. Someone must have broken through the ice. A massive hole appears atop the distant ice column. Indeed, those broken pieces are evidence. Who shattered the ice? Guiyin is already driven past. The ice surface her doing, yet her actions have provided a model for subsequent vehicles, illuminating a potential path forward. It must be that someone, eager to advance, broke through the ice. Another concurs, nodding in agreement. At this moment, 200 meters away on another icy peak, a group of enigmatic figures clad in blue tight-fitting attire, adorned with black-framed sunglasses and masks, gathered together. What should we do? Should we continue? Of course not. Let us wait a bit longer. If they pass, we shall follow. There is no need for us to take personal risks, lest we expose our target and invite disaster upon ourselves. The man speaking had a deep, hoarse voice, as if it were squeezed from his throat, sounding rather grating. Chapter 56. The turmoil of other tracks. This operation is under your full command. We will assist you. However, should anything go awry, we are not mere decor. You are well aware of the consequences, another man stated indifferently. Rest assured, if we fail, I shall present your head to the boss as a token of my accountability. But I require some weapons. The leader nodded and replied, "While I have confidence in my abilities, I cannot ascertain whether that fellow named Yi Feng is still alive. I must be prepared as for the weapons. We shall provide them, but remember, do not let your guard down, for if you do, none of us will escape." The man's expression was grave as he spoke slowly. "Understood. I know what to do." The leader nodded, then departed the command room with two subordinates. "Boss, do you think this endeavor will succeed?" One of the subordinates could not help but inquire as they left. "Regardless of the outcome, we must make an attempt. If we do not, all our brothers will perish, and so will I." He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with a frenzied, bloodthirsty glint. "Indeed, we shall take a gamble. If we lose, we will immediately retreat and disregard those bastards. But I cannot accept this. My brothers have died, many of them, and I must have revenge." Another man spoke in a low voice. "I too wish to personally eliminate a few scoundrels to quench my wrath." "Exactly, we shall stake everything," the others echoed fervently. "Very well, brothers, prepare yourselves. I will investigate Yi Feng's whereabouts," he stated. "All right, boss, hurry along," the crowd urged. "I suspect this matter has Yi Feng's fingerprints all over it." The leader said seriously, taking a deep breath before continuing. "I need you to provide some information regarding Yi Feng. You already know where he is, don't you?" The voice on the other end of the line seemed slightly astonished. "I'm not certain yet." The leader shook his head. "That I advise against alarming the snake. The fewer people who know, the better, especially the police, that if you act recklessly, you could easily stir the hornet's nest." After a moment of silence, he added, "Here's my recommendation. He has experience in criminal investigations and may be able to provide you with answers that a criminal investigation expert. If I could meet him, things would be much easier." The leader sighed and nodded. "Very well. I await your news. After hanging up, he stood, his gaze cold and piercing, fixated on the distance as he murmured, Yifeng, I swear I shall not be a man if I do not eliminate you this time. With that, he donned the military uniform hanging on the rack and exited the room. As he stepped out of the vehicle, he suddenly coughed violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. My injuries are far too severe. I must seek treatment swiftly. The leader wiped the blood from his lips and strode away, vanishing into the darkness. Meanwhile, a young man dressed in casual sports pants and a tank top slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? He wondered, awakening from unconsciousness, feeling a profound ache throughout his body, with a searing pain in his chest, as if his bones had shattered. This intense agony made it difficult for him to breathe. Yifeng furrowed his brow, surveying his surroundings, only to realize he was within an icy arena. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching. He raised his head slightly and saw two burly middle-aged men looming nearby, advancing toward him with predatory intent, one of whom had a glint of cold malice in his eyes. Who are you? Yifeng squinted. Why, Yifeng? You've finally awakened. You've brought ruin upon Chi Hao. One of the middle-aged men snarled, a sinister grin on his face. You've harmed my son, Chi Hao's father. Yifeng's brow furrowed slightly as he recalled that Chi Hao's father had been present at the night market yesterday. Although he hadn't paid much attention at the time, Chi Hao, it was you who caused this? Yifeng turned to look at the unconscious Chi Hao on the ground, his face etched with malevolence. The other burly man roared in fury. He was indeed Chi Hao's father, Chi Hongsheng. Hearing Chi Hongsheng's enraged cries, Yifeng raised an eyebrow. So it was this brat who orchestrated it. Where is he now? Chi Hongsheng's gaze fell upon Yifeng, revealing a glimmer of chilling, murderous intent. The Chi family, Yifeng, will eventually annihilate your entire clan. Why Yifeng clenches fists, speaking in a low tone. Oh, if that is the case, then let us dispense with the pleasantries. Why Yifeng replied coldly, gripping a chain and yanking it fiercely, producing a sharp sound as the chain elongated, whipping toward Chi Hongsheng. This chain was made of a special metal, capable of binding a bull. Now, as it lashed out, it was akin to thunder, seeking death. Chi Hongsheng roared in rage, swinging his fist with all his might, resulting in a thunderous clash as their fists collided, producing a deafening sonic boom. Wai Yifeng remained unmoved, while Chi Hongsheng staggered back 3 steps. How could this be? Chi Hongsheng, with such meager skills, do you dare dream of extinguishing the Yi family? Yifeng spoke frostily, his form like the wind, delivering a powerful kick to Chi Hongsheng's abdomen. With a splatter of blood, Chi Hongsheng was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, his complexion turning ashen. Chi Hongsheng barely uttered a word before Yifeng was upon him. Bang! Yifeng delivered another kick to his chest, the sound of cracking bones echoing as ribs splintered under the impact, prompting a wretched scream from Chi Hongsheng. Get lost! Yifeng bellowed again, his voice resonating like thunder, striking fear into Chi Hongsheng's heart, causing him to stumble back hastily. You scoundrel! Yifeng, you've gone too far. Chi Hongsheng clutched his abdomen, glaring furiously at Yifeng, gritting his teeth. Have I gone too far? Yet when you bullied my brothers, did you think of this day? Yifeng scoffed coldly, saying, Leave, or I shall toss you into the river to feed the fish. At these words, Chi Hongsheng's face darkened considerably, yet he understood the terrifying combat prowess of Yifeng. So he swallowed his rage and departed, leaving behind a scene of utter chaos, with Chi Hongsheng and his men gone. Yifeng exhaled in relief, then pulled out his phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly. Why Yifeng, a voice on the line, sounded exhilarated. Yes, I'm gravely injured and require medical supplies. As quickly as possible, Yifeng urged. Why Yifeng? Are you all right? Concern immediately flooded the voice on the other end. I'm fine. Please send someone quickly. Why Yifeng insisted, feeling his strength waning, as if he were losing consciousness, particularly with a dizzy spell coursing through his mind. All right, I'll send someone right away. The voice confirmed before hanging up. Why Yifeng set down the phone and sank to the ground, a trickle of dark blood seeping from his mouth, his body swaying dangerously as he nearly collapsed. His injuries were severe, with intense pain radiating throughout, as if countless ants were gnawing at him, especially at his forehead, where a faint bloodstain threatened to break open at any moment. Damn it, I've truly landed in trouble this time. My physical condition is dire, and I must seek treatment promptly, or I may very well perish here. The Guiyin gritted his teeth, knowing he could not afford a delay. He needed to be treated swiftly. You two, wait for me. I will personally come to pay you a visit. Guiyin uttered coldly, his eyes glinting with a fierce, murderous intent, before he struggled to stand, slowly making his way toward the staircase. Each movement was accompanied by excruciating pain. This intense agony forced Guiyin to grimace, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his body trembled. Ah! Guiyin gasped for breath, leaning against the wall before collapsing onto the floor, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water. His complexion was deathly pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he panted heavily, feeling as though his body were falling apart, his muscles aching terribly. Damn it, I must find a healing pill. Guiyin furrowed his brow, then rummaged through the cabinets, finally locating a bottle of anti-inflammatory and hemostatic powder, which he swallowed to alleviate some of his fatigue, feeling slightly better. After resting for about half an hour, he managed to recover a modicum of strength. And no matter the cost, I must survive. Furthermore, my mission has failed, and I wonder how I will be dealt with by the higher-ups? Guiyin muttered to himself, his expression turning grave. This failure will undoubtedly affect my rewards. This time, I have failed my mission. I wonder if the higher-ups will punish me. Guiyin pondered, and he was acutely aware that this mistake would lead to severe consequences, as it was not merely a matter of personal disgrace, but one concerning the honor of the Team's rankings. Damn it, I've really messed up this time, but I do not regret. I teed at Guiyin clenched his fists, resolutely thinking, this failure is solely my own doing. I accept it. Guiyin took a deep breath, suppressing his wandering thoughts as he began to contemplate his next course of action. The situation had escalated significantly. Qi Xiuheng's father, Qi Xiongba, would not let this matter rest. He was certain to seek revenge, compelling Guiyin to rapidly enhance his own strength in order to navigate the impending crises. However, Guiyin understood that although Qi Xiongba was formidable, he would never strike against a martial artist like himself unless his interests were threatened. This was precisely why Guiyin harbored no fear of the Qi family, of course. Guiyin was not to be trifled with. Since the Qi family was unwilling to coexist peacefully, he would take the initiative to eradicate their foundation, thereby making it impossible for them to retaliate against him. It appeared that seeking external assistance was imperative. Guiyin squinted, devising a strategy. In the competition zone where Guiyin resided, there was no dominant team controlling the leaderboard. However, the threat posed by other teams was silently encroaching upon her area. As Guiyin gazed at the ice wall before her, its layers cascading down the slope like waves, each impact against the mountainside producing a tremendous tremor, the sound reminiscent of a hellish cacophony. The mountain's elevation was modest, yet its summit was blanketed in snow, with the cold winds howling through the air. Above the midsection, everything was encased in ice. The icicles, sharp as blades, slicing through the thick frost to reveal a crystalline hue. With a thunderous crack, the ice suddenly fractured, sending shards flying as the surface of the ice wall trembled violently. Innumerable tiny fissures spreading out like a spider's web. Guiyin inhaled deeply, grounding herself with her feet firmly planted, arms outstretched, anchoring herself steadfastly in place, her stance as solid as a mountain, her eyes closed in focused silence. Crack! Crash! The entire ice wall collapsed with a resounding crash. A colossal shockwave surged towards Guiyin, the gale whipping the ice fragments into a frenzy, tangling her hair in a chaotic dance, rendering the stormy night even more hauntingly beautiful. Guiyin struggled to maintain balance in her vehicle amidst the tempest, maneuvering slowly to evade the onslaught of ice blocks and shards. After a brief pause of mere seconds, she resumed her drive towards the valley, her two fellow drivers desperately wrestling with their steering wheels to extricate the car from peril. Squeal! Guiyin deftly balanced the vehicle, executing 2 flips in the air to dodge the ice and frost attacks before finally stabilizing. Just as she regained her footing, a piercing horn blared from a distance, and a black sports car, ablaze with flames, barreled towards her like an arrow released from a bow. Guiyin's expression shifted slightly as she promptly activated her vehicle, veering left while several red sports cars appeared on her right. Bang, bang, bang. The onslaught commenced, and despite her commendable driving skills, she struggled to withstand the furious assault from 4 vehicles. Suddenly, a violent jolt reverberated from the trunk. An overwhelming force propelled her backward, the car crashing sideways into an ice tree, spiraling out of control. Creak, clatter, crash. Several sports cars tumbled across the icy surface. The vehicles were wrecked in a cacophony of destruction, ice shards scattering everywhere, while the driver was thrown into the back corner, convulsing and coughing blood. Bang! Guiyin retaliated fiercely, ramming her car into the one that had ambushed her. The 2 vehicles collided violently, the immense impact flipping the sports car over, sending it soaring through the air before plummeting into an ice pit. Gasping for breath, the driver lay prostrate on the ground, his entire body aching, as if his ribcage had shattered. Chapter 57. Lunawai, the golden-haired, blue-eyed beauty, glanced around, surrounded by ice blocks, having just emerged from the pile. These blocks were solid, and the entire ice pit was now encased in a thick layer of ice. Rising to his feet, he dusted himself off, only to be met with a glinting dagger. This dagger, entirely transparent and incredibly sharp, sparkled with a chilling radiance under the light, its hilt adorned with 2 sharp blades engraved with peculiar runes. Emanating a faint golden glow, he recognized that this dagger was forged from mysterious ore, remarkably resilient, capable of slicing through iron like mud. It was evident that these individuals had prepared specifically to confront him, and he surmised that even if he evaded them, they would undoubtedly devise other means to deal with him. The team leader was self-aware enough to recognize that their participation in the competition was ultimately for the championship. However, lacking confidence in surpassing others, they resorted to such underhanded tactics. Regardless, he resolved to eliminate the enemy first, for these miscreants clearly harbored ill intentions, with their sights set solely on him. He could not afford to remain passive. Guiyin's gaze fixated on the individual who had escaped from the sports car, their movements eerily graceful, as if they were a ghost, flitting behind her in an instant. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes gleaming with a formidable cold light, thrusting the dagger towards the enemy's back with lightning speed, nearly imperceptible. Whoosh! Bang! Their weapons clashed, producing a resounding impact. The man staggered while Guiyin retreated 2 steps. How audacious! You dare to ambush me! Seeking death, are you? Guiyin's expression darkened, her glare fierce. In a flash, she lunged towards Chinchilla, her movements agile and perilous, akin to a leopard, intent on using her formidable strength to eliminate those within the 4 sports cars. A mere parlor trick? A man from another car scoffed dismissively, unfazed, charging directly at Guiyin with astonishing speed, akin to a tempest, arriving before her in the blink of an eye. Guiyin's heart raced. She had not anticipated the man's terrifying velocity that, in a split second, she pivoted her wrist, driving her dagger forward, carving a half-circle through the air with a deadly angle, executing the technique known as the Viper Strike. Guiyin's speed was breathtaking. To the man, all he saw was a flash of silver light before the dagger was caught between long, lustrous, and pristine fingernails. The man grunted, his arm engulfed in excruciating pain. Realizing he was facing his most formidable opponent, yet that you've lost, Guiyin smiled faintly, speaking slowly, but you should take pride in having lasted this long against me. Commendable, indeed, that as she spoke, she flicked her fingers forcefully, dislocating the man's arm, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground. My arm. The man screamed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his left arm dangling limply, the bone fractured, blood gushing forth, a gruesome sight. He clutched his broken arm, glaring at Guiyin, gritting his teeth in anger. You are ruthless? Guiyin chuckled lightly. All's fair in war. These are the rules of the game. As she spoke, she bent down to pick up the dagger from the ground, inspecting it briefly before tossing it onto a nearby rock wall. Drawing a deep breath, he fixed his gaze into the distance, coldly stating, "Do not force my hand. Otherwise, neither of us will survive." A hint of madness flickered in his eyes. "Force you?" Guiyin scoffed. Do you truly think you can threaten me? How laughable. What right do you have to do so? Very well, remember your words today. The man's eyes flickered as he cast a glance at Guiyin, his figure blurring as he vanished into the night. His movements ghostly swift, leaving behind a warning. I won't hesitate to tell you. Our boss is nearby, that if you don't heed this warning, he will surely eliminate you. Don't beg for mercy when that time comes. Heh, I'll be waiting. Guiyin coldly laughed, never taking such threats to heart. What she needed to do was bait the big fish with a long line. At that moment, a roar of engines echoed through the air, followed by a convoy of army green off-road vehicles approaching and halting a short distance away. From the vehicles emerged a golden-haired woman, her physique rivaling that of a supermodel. Clad in tight-fitting athletic pants, a t-shirt, black stockings, and high-heeled boots, she perfectly showcased her voluptuous figure, her breasts full and perky, her abdomen slightly rounded, her legs displaying healthy, resilient muscles. Her face bore a hint of maturity. Though she lacked Guyin's allure, she possessed her own captivating charm. Guiyin made no effort to conceal her observant presence, her gaze fixated on Guiyin, as if she were intent on devouring her whole. Guiyin furrowed her brow slightly, having surmised that this woman was the so-called boss of Zhaoting, and she recognized the formidable martial prowess this woman possessed. With considerable offensive capabilities. Good day, Miss, it seems you have mistaken me for someone else. Guiyin narrowed her beautiful eyes, addressing Guiyin. Are you certain you wish to provoke me? Indeed, you are the one who harmed my brother. Are you not? I am Guiyin Stanford. Guiyin replied, a faint smile gracing her lips. You seek vengeance? Then come at me. Guiyin shrugged nonchalantly. Humph, Guiyin scoffed. I'm not in haste for revenge. Tonight, I wish to have a conversation with you. With that, she turned and began walking towards the mountaintop in the distance, as Guiyin hesitated for a moment, ultimately deciding to follow, eager to uncover the intentions of this woman, regardless of her motives. It was a matter that would need addressing sooner or later. Two individuals ascended to the summit, standing at the precipice of a sheer cliff. What shall we discuss? Guiyin inquired, her hands clasped behind her back as she gazed at the opposing Guiyin. Do you believe my brother's demise is connected to you? Guiyin suddenly spoke. I do not know. Guiyin replied with a shake of her head, unwilling to engage in trifling banter, for it was entirely unnecessary. Since this was a competition, there was no room for idle chatter. Moreover, she had already gauged her opponent's prowess, and although she remained uncertain of the extent of Guiyin's abilities, it was evident that she was formidable, at least. Not significantly inferior to herself, that I wish to engage in a fair contest with you. Guiyin stated slowly to a fair contest. Upon hearing Guiyin's words, Guiyin was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter, shaking her head with a sigh. Are you suggesting that you can triumph over me? No, I wish to duel you. Should I lose, it shall be my defeat, and if I win, it shall be your loss. Guiyin insisted. Guiyin shook her head and sighed. Your proposal is intriguing. With that, she gestured, you may commence. Very well. Guiyin nodded and stepped forward, her gait exuding elegance, each movement perfectly timed, akin to a dancer. Her actions were deliberate and rhythmic, yet oddly eerie, as if everything were within her control. As she approached Guiyin, within a mere 3 meters, she abruptly raised her hand, transforming her delicate arm into a blade and striking fiercely at Guyin's neck. Whoosh! Her arm sliced through the air with the speed of a dragon, targeting Guyin's neck, yet it met with emptiness, leaving Guiyin astonished. Could her opponent have reacted so swiftly? In response, Guiyin swiftly lifted her right leg, aiming a sweeping kick at Guyin's knee. A hint of indifference graced Guyin's lips as she captured Guiyin's right leg with her own hand. A flicker of anger flashed across Guiyin's brow. Guiyin released a cold exclamation, unleashing an overwhelming force that caused Guiyin's delicate form to tremble, compelling her to retreat. In that moment, Guiyin grasped the magnitude of Guyin's strength, realizing she could withstand her assault. Guyin's power was indeed formidable, imbued with an almost colossal force that was impossible to resist. What now? Shall we continue? Guiyin regarded Guiyin with an impassive expression that if not, we may as well descend, she added, turning away. Guiyin bit her lip. Taking a deep breath, her gaze fixated on the distant Chinchilla, her eyes glimmering with a fierce intensity. Again, with that, she charged once more at Guiyin, her whip dancing through the air like a serpent. Crack, crack! Guiyin's right leg shot out with lightning speed, each kick imbued with thunderous power, aimed directly at Lunavai's chest and abdomen. Each strike carried a fierce gale, the air howling as if it were a bomb detonating. Bang, bang! Lunavai's whip lashed out, whistling as it aimed for Guiyin's face. Guiyin slipped to evade, yet the whip grazed her shoulder, tearing her garment and leaving a slender cut, although her skin remained unscathed. This was sufficient to ignite Guiyin's fury. "You seek death," Guiyin exclaimed sharply, delivering a swift kick towards Lunavai's groin. Lunavai swiftly evaded by sidestepping, grasping the whip's tail to attempt to sweep Guiyin to the ground. However, Guiyin's legwork was astoundingly swift, dodging the whip's tail with ease, delivering a kick that sent Lunavai sprawling backwards. In the span of 2 exchanges, Lunavai was sent reeling by a whip-like leg strike. Nearly losing her footing, Guiyin approached Lunavai with measured steps, a trace of mockery gracing her features. "Not bad. Your strength has considerably increased since our last encounter. Truly, you're exceptionally gifted. Yet alas, facing me, defeat is inevitable." Upon hearing this, Lunavai's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her resolve hardening as she clenched her teeth in silence. Guiyin strode away, swiftly disappearing into the night, leaving a crowd of astonished onlookers in her wake. "Lunavai, are you all right?" Surrounding voices echoed with concern as her teammates hurried to support her, their faces reflecting worry upon witnessing her pallid complexion. "How have you trained?" a teammate inquired. She understood Lunavai's caliber. Although slightly inferior, her innate talent was undeniable, placing her among the elite. Logically, Lunavai's strength should have surpassed her own, yet her recent defeat against Guiyin was perplexing. In recent days, I've trained with Alan. His understanding of ice and snow surpasses my own, Lunavai sighed. Thus, their training had transpired within the confines of the training room, where Alan had guided Lunavai, who had diligently followed his lead. Yet, despite these efforts, she had still succumbed to defeat, highlighting the vast chasm between their abilities. "Let us seek him out. He must be nearby," Lunavai declared through gritted teeth, her frustration evident. Indeed, Chenxian nodded in agreement. The two, accompanied by Small Bear, hastened toward the training grounds. However, they ultimately fell short. Was the top-ranked competitor truly so formidable? Guiyin had felt an immense pressure while facing Lunavai, had she not swiftly adapted to her circumstances. Lunavai might have faced far graver consequences than mere defeat. Guiyin sensed that Lunavai bore no intent to kill. Thus she had restrained her full strength, yet she was already at the threshold of the blue tier. Consequently, although Lunavai's onslaught appeared fierce and lethal, each strike seemingly destined to rend Guiyin asunder, it always fell just short. This ice and snow competition represented a pivotal opportunity for Guiyin's advancement. Chapter 58. Breakthrough to the Red Tier. If Guiyin could elevate her abilities to the Red Tier through this ice and snow competition, her power would experience a transformative leap. Thus, barring encounters with exceptionally strong monsters or players possessing even greater strength, Guiyin would essentially dominate the road to the apocalypse, facing little opposition. Yet the world often operates contrary to one's desires. With formidable monsters and players ever present, Guiyin had endured much in the apocalypse, rendering her numb to fear. She harbored no dread of death. Rather, she yearned for more intense battles, and thus approached danger with fearless resolve. Actively seeking out enemies, survival in the apocalypse, however, was perilous, fraught with the threat of death lurking at every turn. Therefore, one must maintain vigilance, lest they become prey to some savage beast. Only within the chaos of the apocalypse could one unlock their potential and transcend limitations. Reaching greater heights in such circumstances, survival would become significantly easier, while simultaneously affording opportunities to acquire resources, replenish energy, and enhance one's chances of survival. The survival laws of the apocalypse were threefold. First, to incessantly seek food and supplies to bolster one's energy. Second, to relentlessly hunt other races and monsters for their hides, entrails, and bones. Third, to seek protection and assistance, which could be obtained in two ways: garnering recognition from monsters of commensurate strength, or receiving protection from players of equal caliber. Protection stemmed from the formation of alliances or organizations, establishing their own convoys in this desolate land, necessitating substantial tax and contribution fees, while ensuring safety and order in the Wasteland. The second avenue involved individuals like Guiyin, who, without adequate safeguards, found it challenging to establish a foothold in the Wasteland, often opting to join factions or organizations, AS for the final category. Individuals like Guiyin, the solitary adventurers, were anomalies in this world, perpetually at risk of becoming targets for certain teams. Yet Guiyin remained unfazed, for her weaponry was exceedingly sharp, boasting an array of unique arms and potions, coupled with an extraordinary resilience that ensured her survival even against weaker foes. Thus, she traversed the world alone. Even her encounter with Zhaoding was merely coincidental. In competitions such as these, she still preferred to operate independently. Guiyin sped along the icy highway. Though she termed it speeding, her pace was cautious, wary of the dangers that lay ahead. Suddenly, the shrill screech of brakes pierced the air, accompanied by the jarring sound of tires skidding across the asphalt. Guyin's body jolted, nearly losing control. Fortunately, her reflexes were swift. She pressed the accelerator and steadied herself. Glancing ahead, she spotted a massive off-road vehicle blocking the center of the road, atop which sat a young man clad in snug denim. With a high ponytail atop his head, his complexion was fair and his features strikingly handsome, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. His eyes squinted into crescent moons, as though possessing an enchanting allure that could captivate the hearts of onlookers. Beside him stood a young man clad in black, his visage resolute, with a fierce aura emanating from his brows, exuding an unsettling chill that hinted at extraordinary prowess. At their feet lay a colossal vehicle, its surface crackling with a multitude of electric arcs. Upon witnessing this scene, Guyin's pupils contracted sharply, her heart sinking in dismay. Her vehicle had already been moving at a sluggish pace, and now, having collided with such a formidable machine, there was no chance of escape. With a resigned sigh, she pondered her next course of action, reluctant to take a life. Why was it that everyone seemed intent on pursuing her? She noted that the two individuals emerging from the off-road vehicle were both quite youthful. One of them approached her, extending a greeting. As he spoke, Peng Sinai pulled open the door of the passenger seat. Guiyin glanced up momentarily, noting his strikingly handsome features, fair skin, sharp brows, and a high nose that lent him an air of gallant charm, complemented by a robust physique. "Which faction do you belong to?" Guiyin inquired, her suspicion warranted given that her recent encounters had all involved individuals with their own fleets. Peng Sinai, brimming with confidence, replied, "What do you say, beauty? Care to collaborate with us? Our team is quite formidable. I am a martial arts expert of blue quality, and Brother Wang here is a combat player. Together, we can survive the trials of this apocalyptic highway." He gestured towards Wang Long, who merely huffed in response, choosing not to engage. "Apologies, but I must decline any alliance with strangers. Please leave," Guiyin stated, shaking her head with resolute finality. Her firm stance left Peng Sinai feeling awkward. He had hoped to impress her with his charm and sincerity. But instead, he found himself rebuffed. "Hey, beauty, you're being rather ungrateful. Don't forget, we are armed, while you possess only a short blade, which poses no threat to us. That I advise you to cooperate with us, or else." Peng Sinai began to issue a threat, but he was interrupted by Guiyin. "In that case, you shall remain here forever," she said coldly. With that, Guiyin propelled herself forward with a swift kick. Launching towards the off-road vehicle. Mid-air, she bent her left leg and delivered a powerful strike. A resounding boom echoed as the previously stationary vehicle suddenly crumpled and retreated, throwing the two young men inside off balance, causing them to crash to the ground while the vehicle itself twisted grotesquely. With a graceful landing, Guiyin stood tall, her demeanor stoic, her eyes glinting with an eerie light that radiated a chilling aura of menace as she focused on Peng Sinai. Advancing slowly towards him, his expression shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated such ferocity from Guiyin, who had managed to overpower even the vehicle. However, rather than panic, he retorted with a mocking tone. "Girl, you've got some spirit. I like that. Come, play with your older brother." A glimmer of cold fury flashed in Guyin's eyes. She had always preferred subtlety over brute force, but since this man had chosen to provoke her, she would oblige. In an explosive motion, the vehicle crumpled again, sending the two youths tumbling, while Guyin leveraged the momentum to execute a perfect aerial somersault, landing deftly 2 meters away, coldly observing the duo. This maneuver was second nature to her, honed through countless encounters with adversaries, a reflex developed during her earlier days as an ordinary person navigating the treacherous landscape of the highway game. "Admit it, you acknowledge my strength. Yet do you truly believe a short blade can defeat me?" Peng's Sinai seethed, his anger palpable as the destruction of his vehicle stoked his fury. Guyin smirked disdainfully. "Do you honestly think that two of you can triumph over me?" Peng's Sinai brandished an electric baton, leveling it at her. "Try being so arrogant now. Quite the feisty one, aren't you?" he sneered, his expression fluctuating between anger and recognition of her formidable prowess. They were reluctant to take risks, for failure could mean dire consequences. "I believe we can sit down and discuss this. We have no intention of harming you, nor do we wish to stir up trouble, so it would be best for you to cooperate," Peng Sinai proposed. Upon seeing the weapon in his hand, a frosty smile crept across Guyin's lips. "Since you remain obstinate," her laughter was laced with a chilling lightness as she replied, "we too do not seek to create turmoil. However, some troubles must be addressed. You would do well to comply, lest you face consequences beyond your endurance. That you've provoked my ire." Peng Sinai growled, his pride wounded by a mere girl treating him with disdain. That he felt an overwhelming urge to crush her. With a primal roar, he lunged at Guyin. That moment, Wang Long, the other young man, flicked his wrist, hurling a dagger towards her, its whistling trajectory aimed at her throat. Guyin's acute hearing caught the sound of the flying dagger. She swiftly turned her head, narrowly evading it as it grazed past her nose. Seizing the opportunity, Peng Sinai charged forward, sweeping her legs and sending her crashing to the ground. He immediately mounted her waist, raising his fist to strike her head in that precarious instant. With his fists mere millimeters from her, Guyin suddenly lifted her arm to block his blow, deftly grasping his arm. His face paled in shock as he struggled to break free. But it was too late. Her grip had already rendered his arm swollen and incapacitated. "Are you all right, Peng?" Wang Long rushed to his companion's side, supporting him. "Brother, we need to retreat now. We cannot match their strength. Staying here will only lead to our demise," he urged. Peng Sinai nodded, recognizing the unfavorable turn of events. To continue would mean needless losses. He turned to flee. "Planning to escape?" Guyin scoffed, her figure flashing to intercept him. "Damn it! You wish to die." Peng Sinai cursed as he charged at her once more. He swung wildly, his technique erratic yet infused with explosive force. Guyin remained calm, deflecting his strikes, despite his apparent advantage. He could not subdue her in such a short time. She countered with a knee strike to his chest, causing him to stagger back, and as he retaliated with a punch to her shoulder, she seized his arm, pinning him down into the sand, her knee pressing into his abdomen. With a sickening sound, he coughed up blood, collapsing limply as Guyin smiled and confiscated his weapon. "You are utterly weak," she declared, shaking her head to pair. Having dispatched Peng Sinai, Wang Long was left trembling in fear. "You," he stammered, terror-stricken. With a single strike, Guyin ended Wang Long's life, his body convulsing briefly before falling still. This spectacle stunned those who had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. They had never witnessed a woman as formidable as Guyin, who could eliminate 2 seasoned warriors in the blink of an eye. "Who on earth is she?" one whispered in awe. Feeling her power nearing its limits, Guyin drew upon her adrenaline, igniting her blood's flow, pressing the accelerator to the floor. In this moment, she became an unstoppable force. Ready to face any divine or demonic obstacle, she barreled forward. Her vehicle transformed into a streak of black lightning, crushing every car in her path. Her speed was so tremendous that her pursuers doubted whether the vehicle might take flight. their vision a chaotic blur. Finally, they understood why that man had warned them to steer clear of Guiyin. Her velocity was indeed terrifying, rendering her form nearly indistinguishable, someone screaming in terror upon hearing the cry. Guiyin slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching against the pavement as she came to a halt. "Please, miss, spare me. I had no choice but to ally with Pengsinii," pleaded a scrawny young man. Trembling, he promised me a fortune, so please forgive me. Chapter 59. The feeling of becoming stronger, Guiyin gazed indifferently at the gaunt young man before her, her piercing eyes fixed upon him as she coldly declared, "I could dispatch you with but a mere flick of my finger. However, considering your apparent wisdom in recognizing your place, I shall grant you a chance to escape with your life. Depart." The gaunt young man was momentarily taken aback. You refuse?" Guyin's voice turned icy. No. Turning her attention back to the young man, Guiyin spoke with a frigid tone. "Leave at once, and do not trouble me again, or I shall not hesitate to end your existence." All right. Thank you. He stammered, hastily scrambling to his feet and retreating in disgrace. Yes, Guiyin felt the rush of her blood coursing faster through her veins. An explosive energy filled her entire being. She slowly extended her arms, swaying her hips, savoring each breath as a faint flush adorned her cheeks, revealing her remarkable state of vitality. With each step forward, she could sense the rhythm of her blood circulation intensifying. Every inhalation set her blood ablaze, her muscles and bones seemingly swelling as if she were about to transform into a colossal bear or a fierce tiger, exuding an air of danger. Her footprints were distinct, her presence akin to a gleaming sword, unstoppable and invincible. She had reached an unprecedented realm. Her garments clung tightly to her skin, each stride accompanied by a powerful gust of wind that trembled the ground beneath her, as though it might shatter at any moment. She had hit her limit. A series of melodious chimes echoed in Guyin's mind, signifying her ascension to the red grade, yet she was acutely aware that her strength was still insufficient. The path ahead demanded relentless effort and continual breakthroughs. Warm reminder. Congratulations, host, on your successful promotion to the red grade. A warm sensation surged within her heart as she glanced at the azure sky, basking in the radiant sunlight. With a gentle sigh, she mused to herself, "Has it truly been 3 weeks since my last breakthrough?" The pace of advancement only seems to slow as time passes. At 24 years of age, Guyin's parents were now 62, and her younger brother had left behind an adorable 5-year-old niece who loved to call her Annie. Life had been comfortable and smooth. With a stable career and a blissful emotional life, the only variable being the passage of time. With a global population of 8 billion, approximately 5 billion young adults participated in the competition. While the peak positions in each region remained vacant, the 5 billion competitors were divided into 100 districts, with each hosting 5 sub-venues of 1 million participants each, ranked based on a combination of vehicle ratings and resource allocations. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Guiyin had spent 2 months in this realm, a period that felt like an eternity. She had matured significantly, no longer impulsive as in her earlier days, but rather understanding the value of patience and discretion. Now, she resembled a sponge, diligently absorbing everything around her to become more resilient. Although she had only attained the red grade, her strength had increased tremendously since her initial entry. Her power was growing at an astonishing rate, yet her identity had been compromised. As a young woman who had independently completed such arduous training and challenges, she faced envy and hostility from many, with some even plotting to eliminate her for her treasures. Nevertheless, these concerns were secondary. Her foremost worry lay with her family. Having lingered in this world for so long, she feared her parents and brother had aged. Uncertain of their health, Guiyin remained the steadfast number 1 on the leaderboard, unshaken and unwavering. Yet despite her formidable prowess, she was still no match for true masters, such as Li Yuan, against whom she held no absolute confidence of victory. Typically, an average martial artist might not fear Guiyin's skills, yet they would hesitate to provoke her, for the disparity in their strengths was too vast. The so-called solitude of the expert was just that. "If you do not entice me, I shall pay you no mind. But should you provoke me, You will undoubtedly pay a heavy price in this post-apocalyptic world. Guiyin rarely engaged in conflict, tacitly accepting her ranking unless someone foolishly challenged her. Driving across the icy terrain, her senses sharpened after her upgrade, she could predict the impending dangers of collapsing ice or cracking lakes, preparing herself in advance. Her vehicle sped forth like a wild stallion, roaring across the open glacier, leaving a trail of vapor behind. Though the surface appeared tranquil, she knew the hidden perils lurking beneath. The glacier resembled a profound canyon, its depths shrouded in mystery. Should one fall, there would be no hope of recovery. Fortunately, the slope was gentle, allowing her to deftly maneuver as she glided across the icy expanse. In this environment devoid of streetlights, darkness enveloped her, the surrounding icebergs and lakes looming like monstrous beasts, poised to consume everything. With visibility reduced to a mere whisper, she navigated by the faintest glimmers of light, necessitating constant vigilance to ensure her safety. Amidst the scattered lights, a peculiar energy pulsed in the darkness. Something arcane and mysterious, as Guiyin sensed a pair of enigmatic eyes watching her. Yet despite her thorough inspection, she found no anomalies. Was it merely an illusion? Suddenly, a small stone struck her car roof, and her reflexes kicked in, executing a rapid stop that caused her right tire to screech against the surface. Without hesitation, she slammed on the gas, executing a swift 180-degree turn, the vehicle remaining upright and unscathed despite the rapid maneuvering. Generally, driving could be a monotonous task, especially on the pitch-black ice. However, in such dire conditions, the immediate need for food, water, and fuel took precedence over all else. Boom! An explosion erupted ahead, followed by the cacophony of gunfire. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Guiyin swiftly retrieved her binoculars to survey the situation. A smile crept upon her lips. She had traversed the glacial surface many times before, although not as swift as her car. It was a thrilling experience nonetheless. Suddenly, she slammed the brakes, the tires screeching as thick smoke billowed. Pausing her vehicle, she fixed her gaze upon the scene ahead, on the far side of the ice bridge. A group of oddly dressed individuals approached, clad in armor, their imposing figures radiating an aura of brutality. At the center of this group stood a colossal dog, over 2 meters tall, its body covered in scales and adorned with vibrant patterns. Its fangs bared, it sank its teeth into a nearby soldier, tearing away flesh and bone, spitting out the remains into the grass. A soldier howled in agony, staggering backward as his chest heaved violently, his face turning a ghastly hue. The monstrous canine, seemingly satiated, let out a series of howls before turning its blood-red gaze towards Guiyin, an expression of bloodlust and excitement glimmering in its eyes. Furrowing her brow, Guiyin unleashed a powerful punch at the soldier, the force of her blow akin to a fleeting illusion. With a resounding crack, she crushed the soldier's skull, blood splattering as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. The giant dog roared in fury, leaping toward her, its scaled body and fierce claws poised to strike at her throat. Guiyin scoffed. Easily dispatched. With a deft sidestep, she evaded the beast's attack, then executed a swift kick to its side, shattering its scales and causing its muscles to collapse, blood gushing forth as the creature howled in pain and retreated. However, Guiyin would not let this opportunity slip away. She lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the dog's abdomen, inflicting severe damage. The beast howled once more, lunging at her with its deadly claws, as Guiyin coldly remarked, incapable of withstanding a blow. Her footwork shifted, her body gliding like a fish evading capture, and then she traced an intricate pattern in the air before charging in, delivering a direct strike aimed at the creature's eyes. In that moment, the dog realized that the eyes were among humanity's greatest vulnerabilities. Destroying them would neutralize any fighter. Yet, wounded and unprepared for the ferocity of Guiyin's attack, it instinctively chose to retreat. But Guiyin would not relent. With a flicker of movement, she pursued like a specter, her right fist crashing down upon the giant dog's skull. The impact sent the creature reeling, nearly toppling over. As the might of her blow was undeniable, the giant dog emitted a low growl of pain as it writhed beneath the force of her attack. Do you still wish to run? You must die today. Guiyin gazed calmly at the colossal hound, recognizing from the moment it attacked her that it was a frenzied beast. Once provoked, it would undoubtedly result in a clash where both would suffer grievous injuries. An outcome that clearly did not align with Guiyin's intentions. Despite its injuries, the beast remained ferocious, tearing off its helmet to reveal a menacing dog's head. Guiyin squinted thoughtfully, noting that the creature's eyes were a striking golden hue, imbued with a sinister aura that both startled and intrigued her. Could be a mutated beast? Guiyin mused. Regardless, she understood that this creature would not be easily subdued until that moment. Lunavi approached. Wielding a spear, her body taut and poised like a javelin, fixated on the giant hound. With a sudden roar, the hound's pupils dilated in fear upon seeing Lunavi. Its intelligence rivaled that of humans, and it recognized the beautiful girl before it as the one who had severely wounded it, forcing it to flee in panic. Guiyin and Lunavi exchanged a glance. A howl erupted from the hound as it turned to flee. It was a battle devoid of suspense. Its massive frame and quick reflexes allowed it to run with lightning speed, yet it was, after all, an animal, gravely injured and ill-suited to continue fighting. Guiyin sighed softly, refraining from pursuit, for she knew the cunning of this creature surpassed human comprehension. The hound sprinted for a considerable distance before finally halting, panting heavily, exhaling foul-smelling black mist. The skirmish had drained it of much energy, and it desperately needed to find sustenance to replenish its strength. Suddenly, the hound's gaze fixated on a path through the woods to its left, its keen sense of smell detecting the rich aroma of meat. It soon spotted several carcasses, a cow and a sheep. The hound had quite an appetite. Despite consuming so much, it showed no signs of weight loss. It also harbored a keen interest in human flesh, particularly the roasted lamb, tender and succulent, causing the hound's saliva to drip incessantly. Woof! The hound barked and leisurely trotted over, deciding to satiate its hunger first. Meow, meow. A group of wild cats sprang from the underbrush, all of them small creatures like rabbits or foxes, watching the hound warily, ready to flee at any moment. The hound grinned, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. It suddenly accelerated, baring its fangs and lunging at the rabbit, eager for fresh meat. Just as the hound was about to seize the rabbit, a long, powerful leg swept in, striking the hound and sending it crashing to the ground, unable to rise for a time. The assailant was none other than Lunavi, who regarded the hound with disdain, a look of contempt on her face. "You think you deserve to eat our food?" "Woof, woof, woof." The hound howled in protest. "Begone!" Lunavi waved her hand, dismissing the beast. With an enraged roar, the hound turned and retreated. "Why didn't you take the opportunity to finish it off?" Guiyin inquired, frowning that there's no rush. "Let be for now." "This dog is no ordinary creature," Lunavi replied, her gaze lingering on the hound's retreating form. "It certainly seems exceptional." "This place holds an air of mystery," Guiyin murmured, sensing an impending danger. "I end this desolate wilderness." Aside from an injured hound, no other beasts were present, indicating the potential presence of a terrifying creature lurking nearby, perhaps one that had yet to be discovered, as they ventured deeper into the icy forest. The sounds of a distant commotion reached them, akin to a muffled clash. Guiyin furrowed her brow. The noise was far off, and she had no desire to wade into such chaos. Yet, just then, the hound's anguished cries echoed from afar, seemingly encountering some peril. Guiyin frowned, an inexplicable unease settling within her. The hound's cries invoked a sense of foreboding, as if something ominous were about to unfold. Nevertheless, having already entangled herself with the hound, she resolved to offer aid, believing it to be a meritorious aid. Guiyin set off toward the source of the sound, and in a short while, she arrived at the scene, discovering the hound fiercely attacking a young man. Clad in a gray tracksuit, the young man appeared somewhat frail, with a pallid complexion and a tall stature. His fists were clenched tightly, and upon closer inspection, his nails were sharp and elongated, resembling steel needles. His muscles were taut, exuding strength, and his breathing was steady, devoid of any signs of distress. In his right hand, he wielded a sharp dagger, parrying the hound's assaults while thrusting the blade toward its neck. Each strike sliced through the hound's fur, blood seeping forth and staining its neck. Agonized, the hound became frenzied, charging recklessly at the young man. With a clang, the young man raised his hand, the dagger intercepting the hound's head, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. With a pained howl, the hound's head tilted to the side, losing its fighting spirit. Roaring on the opposite side, the hound leaped, jaws agape, aiming for the young man's torso. The young man pivoted slightly, evading the hound's bite, and with a sudden swing of his arm, he struck the hound squarely on its forehead. With a resounding thud, the hound let out a pitiful cry, collapsing in unconsciousness. This young man was no ordinary individual. His martial prowess was extraordinary. He effortlessly dodged the hound's attack and swiftly subdued it. Showcasing remarkable skill, Guiyin paid him no mind, instead crouching down to survey the surroundings. This area was an open expanse, dotted with several robust ancient trees, their crowns heavily laden with snow, having cleared away any pursuers. Guiyin encountered no threats along her path, save for Lunevai's persistent appearances before her. Driving aimlessly, she pondered the 3 fragments of the red vehicle she had already collected, with just 2 more needed to complete the set for the upcoming competition. Suddenly, the tires screeched against the pavement, emitting thick black smoke as Guiyin slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. Turning her head, she beheld the giant hound lying motionless on the ground. An arrow lodged in its throat, suggesting it had been thrown by someone. Are there enemies nearby? Whoosh! A dart sliced through the air toward her. Guiyin swiftly caught it, examining the wooden dart intricately carved with a grass motif. Appearing almost lifelike, swish, swish, 2 more darts flew toward her, this time coated in a sinister green substance. Clang, clang, clang. Guiyin deftly swatted both darts aside. A flying sword glimmered with a faint green light, aimed at her. Humph! Seeking death, Guiyin scoffed, drawing her dark, glimmering blade from her waist. Holding the sword horizontally with her left hand, she extended her right like a talon to intercept the flying sword. With a flick of her wrist, she deflected the sword aside, her right hand transforming into an eagle's claw, gripping the sword's blade. The sword trembled as its green light intensified, attempting to break free from Guiyin's grasp, but she had no intention of relinquishing it. With a sharp crack, she twisted her grip, snapping the sword in 2, causing its brilliance to fade rapidly. With a bend, Guiyin retrieved the broken sword, examining it closely. Such a sharp treasure, yet you dare to use such a crude weapon against me? How underestimated I must be. With that, she discarded the sword onto the ground. Roar! At that moment, a furious roar erupted nearby, followed by a colossal hound, over 1 meter in length, charging towards Guiyin, baring its teeth and trembling with rage. Furious that this cunning human had destroyed its artifact. Woof! The hound opened its mouth, revealing its blood-red tongue. Beast, I shall send you to your maker first, Guiyin coldly declared, swinging her blade with intent. With a flurry of strikes, the hound's enormous tongue exploded, blood splattering as piercing cries filled the air, terror evident in its wide eyes. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed. Dark clouds loomed overhead, and torrential rain poured down. The previously raging winds gradually subsided, leaving only the sound of the mournful breeze. The autumn rain persisted for over half an hour. When it finally dissipated, the hound's lifeless body lay sprawled on the ground, marred by grotesque wounds. Guiyin approached, confirming its death with a touch before continuing on her way. Attention all contestants. You are now entering the ice surface escape competition. Surviving after succumbing to the giant hound as hunt signifies success in this competition. Strive hard. Wishing you all great achievements. In a world blanketed by snow and ice, thick glaciers surrounded them, beneath which unknown creatures thrived, some climbing, others swimming, as Guiyin traversed the icy terrain. She observed the skeletal remains of a human. Though aged, she could discern it was male. Many humans had perished in such an environment, and not just humans. Other creatures had frozen to death on the ice. Howl! A pack of wild dogs encircled her. Numbering over 20, the leader of the pack boasted a robust coat and eyes that glowed a fierce crimson, drool cascading from its MWI in an instant. Guiyin delivered a swift kick, toppling an approaching male dog, and deftly leapt onto another glacier, narrowly evading a few ravenous wolves. Just as she regained her footing, a wolf lunged at her, its sharp claws aimed menacingly. "Get away," Guiyin commanded, her wrist flicking as her long blade emerged from its sheath, its glint flashing as she cleaved the wolf in two. A howl erupted from the pack, which immediately grew wary and retreated a few paces. At that moment, Guiyin felt a piercing gaze upon her. It was Lunawai. She looked up to meet Lunawai's sorrowful eyes and could not help but frown. "What are you staring at? Do you wish to kill me?" Lunawai shook her head, indicating otherwise, and then donned a seductive expression, saying, "I wish to play with you, sister." "What a nuisance," Guiyin sighed, pulling Lunawai along with a sudden tug, prompting them to sprint forward together. "Wow, sister, you're amazing," Lunawai exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she clutched Guiyin's garment tightly. Guiyin chuckled softly. Lunawai was half a head taller than her and possessed considerable strength. Together, they approached a colossal ice pillar. With a resounding crack, the ice layer atop the pillar shattered, revealing two powerful arms emerging from beneath. A chilling howl reverberated through the air. Suddenly, a massive dog, towering 6 meters, emerged into view. Its sleek black fur and thick hide were imposing. It howled at the sky, its immense paws striking its chest with force. The ground trembled beneath them, dust rising as visible sound waves radiated outward as Guiyin quickly pulled Lunawai aside, with a thunderous crash. The sound waves swept past, snapping a tree the width of a bowl beside the giant dog, its branches scattering and snow cascading down. "Woof! Woof!" The giant dog growled once more, springing forward with tremendous agility towards the two. "Umph!" Seeking death, Guiyin scoffed, plunging her blade into a small tree and skillfully flicking it towards the giant dog. The strike nearly pierced the creature's body, eliciting a mournful cry as it crashed through ice chunks. Sliding backward, with a swift motion, she struck again at the giant dog's neck, severing it and causing blood to spray forth. The colossal creature collapsed, gasping for breath. "Sister, I want to follow you," Lunawai exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she clung to Guiyin's arm. Having witnessed her combat prowess firsthand, Guiyin glanced at Lunawai and replied indifferently, "Well, it's fine to follow me." Guiyin had no intention of keeping Lunawai as a pet. She merely hoped the girl would remain obedient. The severely injured giant dog, despite its condition, let out a furious roar, struggling as if to resist Guiyin's taming. Her eyes narrowed. She swung her blade down decisively. With a swift motion, the giant dog's head was severed, blood gushing forth. Its final, agonizing howls echoed in the air. Congratulations to player Guiyin for winning the ice and snow competition, securing first place in the region. Due to the large number of participants, competitors are encouraged to continue striving. Is this it? Guiyin shook her head slightly, yearning for further challenges, only to find herself abruptly deprived of the opportunity. Typical of the system, in the blink of an eye. She found herself on the competition track, yet her 3 teammates were nowhere to be seen, nor was Lunawai. The sky above was filled with delicate snowflakes, the cold biting. Guiyin surveyed her surroundings. A vast expanse of white before her, but the system's notifications continued unabated. Warm reminder. The regional leaderboard is about to be upgraded, and this upgrade will unveil a new ranking panel. Stay tuned. Additionally, following 61 days of survival challenges, a merger of regions will commence, occurring simultaneously with the system upgrade. Upon reading these 2 notifications, Guiyin felt a slight stir within her. It had been a long time since the system had undergone any changes. What would this bring forth? The notion of no pain, no gain was indeed a double-edged sword, both extraordinary and excruciating. Guiyin was lost in thought as the competition became increasingly chaotic, as she had anticipated. The merging of channels had begun, resulting in significant casualties. The remaining competitors were evidently those with some skill, and with the release of a new leaderboard, participants could now see their rankings, with the top rank conferring additional titles. This incentive intensified the bloodshed. Hastening the pace of Death Point, 2 pressing questions began to form in Guiyin's mind. First, with the channels merging at such an accelerated rate, it would not be long before her parents became involved. How could she reunite with them while ensuring their safety? Second, with the merging of channels, As long as one remained alive, she would inevitably encounter her former club members. How would she face them? It was worth noting that since the cataclysm, Guiyin had not participated in any club activities. Meanwhile, the origins of road survival piqued her interest. Numerous useful blueprint designs corresponded to specific racial abilities. Yet none of the races were present in the road survival scenario. Had these designs once belonged to races that had perished during the apocalypse? Were they remnants of alien life, or merely products of the system? No one remained to provide her with answers. Chapter 61. Vehicle upgrade to purple tier reclining in the long-awaited recuperation area. Guiyin marveled at the upgrades following the track's enhancement. The comfort of the sofa surpassed her expectations. Complemented by a small table with a tea set, a notebook, and even a massage chair and a compact bathroom. Every service was meticulously catered to. The furnishings were adorned with exquisite patterns, and the walls displayed artwork. Each piece imbued with unique significance. For instance, in the corner hung a painting titled Begonia, seemingly simple yet rich with elegance and poetic charm. The woman depicted wore a traditional hanfu, adorned with a phoenix crown. Her features exquisite and vibrant, as if she had come to life. Another two paintings caught her eye. One illustrated a Jiangnan garden, with green trees concealing pavilions, rocks dotting the landscape, and a serene lake with a rushing waterfall, all enveloped in a vibrant spring atmosphere. The woman depicted sat gracefully in a pavilion, playing the qin, her clear eyes reflecting wisdom and spirit, a strand of hair dancing in the breeze. The other painting portrayed a northern wasteland under a blazing sun. A valiant armored cavalryman galloping fiercely, exuding an air of dominance, while a dark, massive coffin rested upon his steed, surrounded by gleaming swords and spears, radiating an aura of impending doom. The woman in this artwork wore a blue dress. Standing on a cliff, her garments fluttering in the wind, resembling a fairy gliding over the waves. The kitchen's offerings had also become more bountiful. Though not abundant, it featured a balanced selection of vegetables. Fish, chicken, duck, pork, beef, cakes, and even some condiments and wines, truly well prepared. The bathroom had expanded significantly, now equipped with fragrant lighting that lent an air of sophistication and comfort. After indulging in a refreshing hot shower, Guiyin donned a bathrobe. Reclining on the sofa to savor her meal while lost in contemplation, one notable aspect was the growing chaos within the competition. Though she possessed the extraordinary attribute of immortality, Guiyin was not a deity. She could not rely solely on that ability to escape every peril. However, this method of advancement had deterred many from ascending the ranks. Such rapid elevation in levels was beyond human capability. Even the most gifted individuals could not achieve such alarming progress without facing the trials of life and death. Thus far, Guiyin remained the only one to attain the red tier, signifying her as the pinnacle of this arena. As the competition escalated in fatalities, the mountains had become stained crimson, the scent of blood permeating the air, and the ground littered with various corpses and limbs. Lunawai stood amidst the carnage, her exquisite visage betraying no emotion, not even a furrow of her brow. "Why are you silent?" an onlooker inquired. "What is there to say?" Lunawai replied calmly, as though she were not the one who had just witnessed the slaughter of hundreds. "Aren't you afraid? I have lingered between life and death since childhood. What does this matter?" Lunawai stated, "Is she even human?" Someone murmured. Lunawai turned her gaze towards Qi Shuheng, her eyes narrowing, scrutinizing him intently. The golden-haired man met her gaze without flinching, his expression steady as he returned her stare. "It's been a while," Lunawai remarked, her tone soft yet imbued with an unnameable chill. The golden-haired man was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her voice, then quickly recovered. "Lunawai." Their eyes locked, seemingly searching for answers within each other's gaze. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him, striving to maintain a neutral demeanor. "That you've changed," he said flatly. "Oh, how have I changed? You're much colder than before. Perhaps I prefer who I am now, and I chose this. There's no mistake. I chose this." And a smile graced Lunawai's lips. "And you? Why did you not choose me?" The blond man did not speak immediately. Instead, he lifted his head and scanned the crowd around him, ultimately fixing his gaze in the distance before slowly uttering, "I believe you should bid me farewell." Upon hearing this, Lunawai's body jolted as a myriad of complex emotions flickered in her eyes. She opened her mouth, hesitating to respond. As predicted by Guiyin, the various racing channels had merged, and following the initial round of reshuffling, only those with considerable prowess remained at this moment. The leaderboard for the racetrack was revealed, allowing participants to see their standings, with the first place earning a title bonus. This incentive hastened the fierce competition on the track, resulting in an accelerated rate of participant fatalities. Currently, the number of competitors had dwindled by more than 3/4, and the atmosphere on the racetrack was thick with the scent of blood, littered with corpses and flowing blood, making it resemble a battlefield of carnage. These contestants, regardless of their rankings, vied fiercely against one another, engaging in mutual slaughter. In many respects, they were the only protagonists on this treacherous path for Guiyin. Her ability to break and rebuild was exceedingly formidable, yet brought her immense suffering. She was ensnared in a state of madness, and once she succumbed to insanity, control became elusive, displaying a brutality even more pronounced than before. Her rationality had been wholly usurped by her murderous thoughts. At that juncture, her sole desire was to kill. She regarded the racetrack as a conduit to victory, with her mind solely fixated on slaughter, eliminating every participant on this path to secure her triumph. As she opened her eyes, a darkened sky loomed ominously in the distance, heralding the approach of shadows. The system continued its updates. Seizing the opportunity, Guiyin opened her supply box, yet the items within had lost their allure. Acquiring the red shards necessary to upgrade her vehicle was of utmost importance. It was no wonder Guiyin was anxious. Her vehicle, having endured the rigors of the icy track, had become dilapidated and was riddled with cracks. The tires, braking system, doors, and fuel tank were all in a state of disrepair, particularly the engine cover, which was severely damaged with the front slightly warped. While this did not impede driving, such a state would certainly hinder speed, necessitating urgent repairs, lest she be forced to remain stationary, wasting precious time, likely relegated to mere observation. Upon meticulously inspecting the condition of her vehicle, she discovered a gaping hole in the driver's seat. How could such a vehicle possibly race? It appeared that upgrading this battered car was imperative. Guiyin felt incapable of continuing as is. Although the healing zone had repaired her vehicle, it indicated that the red quality vehicle had still surpassed its limits in facing these challenges. It required superior performance and a sturdier exterior. Your vehicle has collected the necessary shards for a purple tier upgrade. Please confirm whether to proceed with the upgrade. Upon hearing the prompt, Guiyin immediately selected confirm. In the next instant, the vehicle shuddered slightly, as if it had come to life. The previously indistinct gray-black areas transformed into a deep, oceanic blue, radiating a soft glow. The vehicle gradually elevated, gliding over 2 layers of iron railings before coming to a steady halt on the road. "Wow, this is incredible!" Guiyin exclaimed in excitement. She noticed that the vehicle had indeed changed color. No longer dull gray, but instead dazzling blue. A new nozzle had appeared at the front, releasing not streams of clear water, but a white mist cascading down like a waterfall, enveloping the entire vehicle. The protective cover had been removed and replaced with this nozzle, enhancing the vehicle's comfort. Additionally, a new air conditioning system had been introduced, providing warmth while allowing the windows to lower for a better view of the scenery. These features could be updated at any time, the onboard system explained to Guiyin. The air currents poured from the roof to the seat beside the driver, creating a gentle ripple that glided slowly toward the car door. Through the windshield, Guiyin marveled at the spectacle. Although the vehicle's appearance had transformed, the nozzle now released streams of mist enveloping the car. Subsequently, the nozzle began to rotate slowly, gathering moisture around the vehicle into several small waterfalls that flowed into the internal water storage. Guiyin was astonished, as this device did not decrease the internal temperature of the vehicle, but instead maintained a spring-like atmosphere. The previously cumbersome temperature regulation system had been replaced by this nearly invisible air conditioning system. Climbing down from the vehicle, Guiyin was instantly captivated by the luxurious interior. The entire cabin exuded a pale blue hue, filled with elegance and nobility. Through the transparent glass, she could faintly see a single bed, soft and comfortable, alongside a small refrigerator stocked with food and a vanity mirror on the opposite side, with the walls adorned with various everyday equipment. Even the ceiling was intricately designed. What a marvel of luxury. This is absolutely fantastic. Guiyin cheered with delight. The wonders of technology truly astounded her. Amidst a jarring noise, the car's tail lights flashed a few times before the vehicle gradually started. Speeding down the highway, Guyin's vehicle was now capable of reaching speeds of 500 kilometers per hour. Competitive racing seemed trivial in comparison, and the vehicle's exterior was exceptionally robust, impervious to ordinary damage. In the supply box, Guiyin had upgraded her arsenal significantly. Aside from a pair of shoes, the most striking item she possessed was a sword she adored yet struggled to wield. Dressed in a black bodysuit, donning a hat, and with 2 katanas tucked at her waist, she was fully armed, her backpack slung over her shoulder and a long-handled scythe gripped in her hand, the blade wrapped in iron wire. Exuding sharpness, she presented an image of formidable elegance, resembling a warrior goddess. Meanwhile, the chat channel buzzed with fervent discussions about Guiyin reclaiming her position at the top. Su sister has once again dominated the leaderboard. Incredible. She has taken the lead again. That's just who Su is. She doesn't regard others as competitors. What sister? She's a formidable figure. Please choose your words wisely. Tisich, can't we say something nice? Huh. Where did everyone go? Suddenly, all chatter in the channel ceased. It took a moment for everyone to realize that, moments ago, they had been fervently discussing, only to find the chat channel momentarily empty. When messages resumed, what had been a chat room filled with hundreds of thousands of participants was now bustling once more. Had something changed again? Are you foolish? Of course, our messages were just muted. What the hell? Who has such power? I have no clue. How did it come back? Were we just muted? That can't be. We were just talking. Oh dear. Have you noticed? We're back to full capacity. At this moment, everyone was bewildered. The chat channel that had been full just moments ago was inexplicably bustling again. They had been engrossed in discussion when suddenly their messages were silenced, only to find a room full again in the blink of an eye. What on earth? How did it fill up again? Chapter 62. Major announcement. Server merge. System notification. The merge is complete. Regions with insufficient players have been combined. Each major region now hosting 500,000 participants. Currently, there are 400 major regions remaining to in the future. The system will automatically merge regions when player numbers are low. Without unifying upgrades, please be aware. Instantly, the chat channel erupted with excitement. The death rate was alarmingly high. There were still so many regions. Suddenly, everything clicked, and the players realized why the chat had been full moments ago. Now, excitement surged through the crowd as they eagerly anticipated the opportunity to witness the majesty of these major regions. With each notification, the entire gaming world stirred. Countless players ignited with fervor. I finally made it onto the game leaderboard. Wow, I placed 2,000th. We are 6th. This humble girl ranks 7th. Damn, I'm in 9th place. I'm 18th. I'm 108th. I'm 1,005 at 80 that moment. All participants in the competition began to flood the chat with messages, each one celebrating their achievements, particularly those within the top 1,000, reveling in the exhilarating sensation. What? I'm ranked 101. I somehow ended up in 1,500th place. This is absurd. Of course. Alongside these jubilant players, a faction was also furiously messaging. These players were primarily around ranks 100 to 200 that I'm in 100th place. What the hell is going on? Why did I drop out of the top 100? I was clearly in 200th. I'm ranked in 500. How could my rank have suddenly plummeted by 50 places? I was sitting comfortably at 100, and now my position has diminished so unexpectedly. The players who had fallen off the leaderboard were raging, cursing in indignation, taken aback by the sudden emergence of a new group announcing rankings. What the hell? Who are they? When was this set up? How dare they compete with us for positions? Indeed, this time I will see who dares to challenge me for the leaderboard. Damn it, all my hard work to improve my strength has yielded no rank. Curse be this situation. These players vented their frustrations, feeling aggrieved yet powerless against the harsh reality in this world. There are always those who believe that sheer passion and determination alone can lead them to triumph over others in this apocalyptic realm, unaware that they lack even the qualification to compete, for they all understand the rules. If you are dissatisfied, go ahead and provoke. If you challenge and fail, so be it. But if you succeed, you may continue to ascend. Yet, There is no alternative. This is the world of the apocalypse, and the rules are as such. The higher your vehicle level and personal attributes, the greater your rank. And vice versa. Not only the players listed on the leaderboard are vying for their positions, others are also competing fiercely, with some willing to resort to violence, causing total chaos in the apocalyptic world. All players are sprinting madly, striving to secure their spots on the leaderboard. Whether they like it or not, the system adheres to its own regulations, filling the ranks in areas with fewer than 500. 000 players, leaving those who have fallen off the leaderboard to privately enhance their strengths. I recall there were around 110,000 players in our original zone. So now it is as though approximately 5 zones have merged into one, resulting in a total reshuffling of strength. By the way, have you noticed that Guiyin, our esteemed Sue, remains at the top of the rankings even after the merger? I wonder if it's because our numbers were small, leading to a failed merger. This ice and snow racetrack version likely won't undergo further consolidation. However, I suspect it's not just our area that has a small population. There are likely others as well. Or else the system would have merged them too. The crowd nodded in agreement. For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that this version is not so simple. It seems fundamentally different from ordinary competitions. One player frowned and remarked that, I too feel it is not so straightforward. With 400 racing zones, our country must have at least 100 zones worth of population. Alas, who knows if this merger was meant to resolve such issues? I am unsure, but I have certainly benefited this time. My rank is less than ideal, barely squeezing into the top 1,000. Yet I am quite content, especially as I'm still in the process of leveling up. After this wave of upgrades, my strength will surely increase once more. In an instant, various messages spread across the land, causing an uproar. The players who had fallen off the leaderboard were all filled with regret. Damn it, this is unfair. I have worked so hard, only to rank a little over 100, and now you tell me my position is merely a little over 100. How can they possibly occupy our zone? Almost all regions were buzzing with similar discussions. Sitting in her vehicle, Guiyin sipped water, her gaze fixed outside, aware of the tumultuous conversation surrounding her. She understood that the world had changed drastically, with many things now wholly unlike before, leading to a significant shift in the overall landscape. Moreover, as time progressed, even more mysterious elements began to emerge, capable of influencing everyone, even affecting the future. Guiyin had waited for quite some time without catching sight of Xiaoting and the others. Uncertain where they had been transported, private messages could not cross zones, and communication was impossible in competitive matches, leaving Guiyin in a predicament of waiting indefinitely. As the night wore on, she resolved to leave this place. Sue, why are you so quiet? The channel buzzed with call for the ever-reigning first place, Guiyin, to speak. Guiyin shook her head with a smile, responding, the environment is too chaotic. Too many words may lead to trouble. Just then, a sudden rumbling noise echoed, the sky darkening with thick clouds. A gust of wind rustled the trees ominously, as if heralding an impending storm, one that would surely unleash a wave of bloodshed across the land. While browsing the chat channel, Guiyin spotted a familiar figure. Is it fate that is so peculiar, or are they merely adversaries on a narrow path? Yu Zhanqi, his name pierced Guiyin's mind like a thorn. Back then, she had harbored feelings for Yu Zhanqi. He was remarkable, handsome, academically accomplished, and hailing from an illustrious family, the envy of all. Yet what she cherished was the bond forged through shared battles and companionship with him. Guiyin was uncertain whether to consider herself fortunate or unfortunate. They were now in the same zone, and he was still alive that a flicker of longing stirred within her heart once more. In this world, many things were changing, yet this love remained steadfast. Guiyin stared blankly at Yu Zhanqi's avatar in the chat, and could Yu Zhanqi truly overlook Guiyin's glaring first place? Meanwhile, amidst a desolate wasteland, a group of individuals was treasure hunting, surrounded by heaps of debris and assorted items, while they stood next to a rock, gazing at the scenery. Boss, this seems to be a path leading outside. One person pointed towards the road ahead. After searching for a long time, they had finally discovered a route to the outside world, though the air here was thick with pollution, and a cave loomed nearby. The cave was vast. They walked for quite a distance without feeling fatigued, and the closer they got to the cave, the more they sensed an eerie presence. Let's keep moving. A youth around 20. Wearing sunglasses, smirked, exuding an air of coolness, though his eyes betrayed a sense of indifference. Beside him stood two young men clad in short-sleeved shirts and jeans, gazing at Yu Zhanshi with admiration that I just checked. There's definitely something off about this place, one of them remarked. This youth was Zhao Lei, who typically exuded arrogance, acting as if he were invincible. However, this time, he found himself somewhat unfortunate. The group had narrowly escaped from the icy world, only to find themselves ambushed upon exiting, truly a case of wolves in front and tigers behind, leading them to this cave where they encountered a solitary white bear. They contemplated seizing it, but the bear, startled, vanished without a trace. What should we do now? We can't stay here indefinitely, can we? In this freezing weather, we'll freeze to death, Zhang Yang complained. What are you panicking for? I sent Yu Zhanshi here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang promptly silenced himself. Let us take a break. Yu Zhanshi retrieved a package containing food and water that we can't linger here. We must exit swiftly, or when dawn breaks, we will encounter trouble. The snowfall is too heavy. We must leave before it ceases, or else we'll find ourselves frozen stiff, with no escape. This place is too strange, I understand. This place is definitely not ordinary. Yu Zhanshi's expression grew grave. After resting for about half an hour, feeling warm, the group finally stood up. Let us go. Yu Zhanshi took the lead, stepping forward. The passage was deep, and as they ventured further, the cold grew more oppressive. The path became increasingly treacherous, revealing branches that could easily lead them to a haunted house if they chose poorly. These forks in the road varied, with some blocked by walls, others by rocks. Some formed from a mix of dirt, and others paved with stone slabs, each route distinct. This isn't a viable plan. This place is too bizarre. Indeed, we need to find that white bear, kill it, and take the demon core. Then quickly leave this place. The others and Zhang Yang echoed their agreement. They were all ordinary individuals. Despite possessing abilities to withstand the cold, prolonged exposure to this environment would still harm them. Yu Zhanshi, however, remained silent, focused on moving forward. The passage was intricate, and upon rounding a corner, they stumbled upon a small lake. Above the lake hung thick clouds, low enough to seem as if they might fall. The lake itself was not large, merely a few hundred square meters, encircled by walls of piled stones, giving it the appearance of a massive amber gem from a distance. Zhang Yang and the others stood at the lake's edge, gazing forward. How beautiful! Wow, so stunning. Absolutely marvelous. The sky is so blue. The group cheered in delight. In the distance, mist swirled around layered mountains, resembling a realm of the divine. How breathtaking. Yu Zhanshi marveled at the sight before him. Is this truly the ice and snow world? Yes. Look, that snow-capped peak resembles a colossal white jade pillar. It's truly wondrous. Indeed, how magnificent. This is what ice and snow should be. The crowd was filled with excitement. Let us return. As Zhang Yang spoke, he lifted his leg and stepped forward. Meanwhile, the discussions in the chat channel regarding Guiyin surged like relentless waves, showing no signs of abating. Damn it, I managed to crack the top 100. And yet I find myself languishing at 900. Why on earth have I fallen out of the top 100? It took me ages to break into it. I agree, that guy is practically a bug. I suspect he might be a GM. How else could he possibly hold the first position? It's utterly ridiculous. I concur. Such a presence should not even exist, as Guiyin is indeed formidable. She truly lives up to her reputation as a deity among us. One competitor marveled. Those who originally hailed from the same district as Guiyin felt an inexplicable pride at that moment. Such is the prestige. There was an odd sense of camaraderie, a feeling that our local champion is simply extraordinary. Especially since the leaderboard displayed faces of both black and white individuals, amplifying the sense of diversity. Sigh, I hope nothing else goes awry. I am on the verge of breaking down. Indeed, brother Yu, have you seen this Guiyin? She is genuinely impressive. She survived the merging of 5 major districts, and who among them is not exceptional? Yet, to think this woman is still first. It's quite monstrous. I am eager to see what kind of woman she truly is. Zhang Yang watched the flurry of messages in the chat channel with great interest. Yu Zhanshi, however, remained silent in response to Zhang Yang's remarks about Guiyin. Chapter 63. Yu Zhanqi's predicament. Yu Zhanqi found it impossible to control his gaze from drifting toward the chat channel. Nor could he resist glancing at the name of Guiyin, suspended at the top of the leaderboard. The pathways ahead were diverse, some blocked by walls, others by rocks, some formed from a mixture of earth, while others were paved with stone slabs. Each path was unique. Brother Yu, this cannot continue. This place is too peculiar. Indeed, we must locate that white bear and leave this strange locale promptly. The others echoed Zhang Yang's sentiment. They were ordinary individuals who, despite possessing abilities to withstand the cold, would still suffer injuries if they remained in this place for too long. Yu Zhanqi, however, remained silent, simply pressing onward, and is indeed first. She is exceptional, whether in reality or here. The corridor was intricate, and upon rounding a bend, a small lake appeared. Thick clouds lingered above, hanging low as if they might descend. This lake was modest in size. Merely a few hundred square meters, surrounded entirely by stone walls, encasing it within. From a distance, it resembled a vast piece of amber. Zhang Yang and the others stood at the railing by the lakeshore, gazing ahead, smiling as they exclaimed, "So beautiful!" Yu Zhanqi, upon hearing this, remained unresponsive. Zhang Yang noticed that since the merging of the districts, Yu Zhanqi's demeanor had seemed somewhat odd. It was difficult to pinpoint the exact nature of his state. He had become significantly more reticent. Previously, he had not been particularly talkative, but now it seemed he could scarcely utter 3 words in a span of time. "Brother Yu, what are your thoughts?" "Yes, Brother Yu. Do speak up." The group urged him on, feeling an eerie sensation from the lake, as if something might emerge from the water at any moment. "Let us continue forward." At last, Yu Zhanqi, who had been silent for so long, spoke in a calm voice. The slender man could not help but scoff inwardly, cursing Yu Zhanqi for his stubbornness. Did he truly believe a white bear was concealed here? Yet outwardly, he nodded in agreement. "Right, let us press onward. There is no need to dwell on this matter any longer." Zhang Yang, overhearing this, furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an underlying anomaly, though he could not articulate what was amiss, so he refrained from interjecting and followed the others. The group meandered along the lakeside for quite some time before finally pausing at the far side of the lake. There, they encountered a stone bridge. Their current objective was a dilapidated building at the bridge's end. Yu Zhanqi observed the bridge. It was not wide, perhaps 2 meters across, and beneath it lay a deep pool. The lake's surface shimmered, shrouded in a white mist, and a foul odor wafted through the air. However, this scent posed no threat to them. Suddenly, Yu Zhanqi spoke up. "Wait, look at these footprints. Someone must have passed through here." The group examined the ground closely, and indeed, a clear trail of footprints was evident at the bridge's end, deeply imprinted in the earth, leading to the opposite side of the lake. Clearly, this individual had traversed from the bridge's start to its end, ultimately vanishing into the obscurity of the night. That moment. Zhang Yang inquired, "What shall we do?" Yu Zhanqi replied, "Let us follow the footprints. Step by step, we shall move in their direction to avoid losing our way." This suggestion was met with unanimous agreement, and the group proceeded slowly in the direction of the footprints. All was eerily silent, devoid of the sounds of insects or birds. How could there be dead branches here? We are walking in a straight line. Where did they come from? Something is amiss. We are in danger. Yu Zhanqi became alert, drawing a knife and cautiously advancing. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, carrying a nauseating stench that invaded their nostrils. A truly repulsive odor. "Ah, how foul!" Zhang Yang exclaimed, covering his nose with a look of distress. The others, upon hearing this, also turned pale, hastily covering their mouths and noses. At that moment, Yu Zhanqi abruptly turned to them, shouting, "Hold your breath." As he spoke, he leapt into the water, and simultaneously, Zhang Yang and the others followed suit. As they plunged into the lake, several corpses surfaced, their clothing corroded beyond recognition. Flesh and blood mingled grotesquely, their bodies stiff. Yu Zhanqi held his breath, leading the group as they swam for what felt like an eternity. After about 15 minutes, they finally emerged from the water, having distanced themselves considerably from the lake. "Phew, how refreshing." Zhang Yang wiped the lake water from his face, exhaling deeply. Yu Zhanqi nodded, saying, "Let us rest here for the night." We shall set off early tomorrow. The sun is about to set, and darkness falls swiftly. Yu Zhanqi guided the group in setting up tents by the lakeshore. This area had some grassy patches, albeit lacking fertile soil for pitching tents, yet he had prepared ample outdoor survival gear. Once the tents were erected, everyone lay down to rest, intending to consume their rations for breakfast before continuing their journey. While Yu Zhanqi and Zhang Yang sat together by the fire, stoking the flames higher. Before handing Zhang Yang a bottle of mineral water, signaling him to drink, Zhang Yang shook his head. I am not thirsty, he replied softly. While Yu Zhanqi recognized his friend's gloomy mood and refrained from pressing him. By the way, what made you suddenly alert me? Yu Zhanqi asked, recalling how Zhang Yang had suddenly grasped his wrist and whispered a few words in his ear, leaving him puzzled about Yu Zhanqi's intentions. Zhang Yang smiled and replied, It's nothing. I just had a sudden thought and wanted to remind you. He paused. Have you noticed anything unusual? Yu Zhanqi fell silent for a moment, asking, What do you mean? That footprint, of course, that I suspect we have fallen into a trap set by someone else. Don't you think every step we take leads us further down a dead end? Zhang Yang's words caused the group to open their eyes wide. Their expressions varied. Zhao Lei appeared terrified, exclaiming, Don't scare me. I have a weak constitution. Li Fei wore a similar astonished look. Boss, what are you saying? Surely we can't be that unlucky, right? It can't be. Zhang Yang scoffed. I have no reason to deceive you. I noticed that we encountered no traps along the way. I suspect someone has laid a trap here. Zhao Lei quickly protested. Impossible. How could anyone set traps before we arrived? No matter how dangerous this place is, I am not afraid. Why Yu Zhanqi furrowed his brow, saying, I concur with Zhang Yang. We indeed have not seen any traps, and given the complexity of this environment, how could anyone ambush us as we left? Yu Zhanqi's assertion resonated with the group. After all, who in their right mind would lay an ambush in such a dismal place? Zhang Yang continued. Under normal circumstances, we might think the same, but these are not normal times. That we came here to evade pursuers and consider what we have experienced along the way. This time, it cannot merely be an illusion. Can it? Yu Zhanqi scrutinized the surroundings, and the more he observed, the more he felt Zhang Yang's words held truth. They had indeed taken a wrong turn. Zhang Yang pressed on. Since this path leads to a dead end, we should hastily seek another route. Regardless, we cannot linger here all day, and I worry we might go hungry. Yes, as soon as Zhang Yang uttered this, chaos erupted among the group. Indeed, we must leave quickly. We cannot tarry here for too long. This path is so eerie. I refuse to believe there is any treasure to be found. The group scoured their surroundings for an exit. Damn it. Why can't we find a way out? Indeed, why are we unable to escape this cursed place? How can this road have no end? All of this seems to be an illusion. Zhao Lei exclaimed loudly, urging everyone not to be deceived by these things. You know nothing. Zhang Yang glared at Zhao Lei, truly unwilling to resort to foul language. Zhao Lei's face flushed with indignation. Silence, Yu Zhanqi reprimanded, then turned to Zhao Lei and the others, saying, Gentlemen, we must unite as one. Yu Zhanqi glanced at Zhang Yang and inquired, What do you mean? We should find a way to break free from here. Perhaps there are alternative methods. I am not in favor of that. Zhao Lei's cold gaze swept over the crowd, ultimately resting on Yu Zhanqi, declaring, You are not one of us. What do you mean by that? Zhao Lei retorted angrily, Do you expect everyone to follow your lead? Who do you think you are? Yu Zhanqi replied lazily, If you disagree, then come at me. Zhao Lei was momentarily speechless. Though he was furious, he realized he was no match for Yu Zhanqi, who could easily overpower him alone. Let alone with two others. I am not mistaken. Zhao Lei turned to Yu Zhanqi and asserted, I do not require your advice. You may choose to stand with the others. His tone was resolute, as if his words were commands. Observing the lack of opposition from the group, Yu Zhanqi sighed lightly. Understand, he did not wish to jeopardize everyone for his own selfish desires, since he had already promised. He would strive to fulfill it, and besides, he shared a good rapport with the others, unwilling to abandon them in peril. Thus, the group continued along the path, but after a mere half-day, Yu Zhanqi came to a halt. His expression grew serious. It seems we have entered a trap. We have traveled quite a distance, yet why have we not seen a single fork in the road? That, Zhao Lei hesitated. I must have remembered incorrectly. We traversed more than one path just now. Yu Zhanqi snorted. Zhao Lei, you truly are a slippery one. I genuinely made a mistake. Zhao Lei replied, feigning innocence. I have a poor memory. Zhao Lei, are you doing this on purpose? Are you trying to delay us so you can slip away? Zhao Lei was taken aback. How did you know what I was thinking? I tell you, this road is utterly impassable. We cannot proceed any further, or we shall inevitably perish here. The crowd's gaze toward Zhao Lei shifted, especially Zhang Yang, who had always regarded Zhao Lei as a simple and honest lad, but now found him to be more cunning than a fox. Yu Zhanqi scoffed. Zhao Lei, are you toying with me? Zhao Lei feigned innocence. I am not. How could I possibly deceive you? Su Guiyin still could not reach her 3 companions. She set off to fulfill today's itinerary requirements. However, unexpectedly, she encountered an avalanche while driving. Su Guiyin slammed on the brakes, her face paling. She quickly steadied the steering wheel, glancing at the rearview mirror, her scalp tingling as she saw the snow piling up like a small mountain, ready to crash down. Little wolf, hold on. I'm accelerating. Su Guiyin shouted through gritted teeth, her foot pressing down on the gas pedal. The car surged forward at breakneck speed. In this life-and-death crisis, she pushed the accelerator to its limit. Whoosh! The car sped away like an arrow released from a bow, disappearing in the vast expanse of white snow in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, those in the vicinity were making their way, when suddenly the thunderous sound of tires scraping snow filled the air. Upon looking up, they saw plumes of thick smoke rising from the distant snow-capped peaks, mingled with a sharp, acrid smell. Goodness, an avalanche? The crowd gasped, hastily bringing their vehicles to a stop. The rumbling, a series of violent tremors emanated from behind, clearly indicating that the collapsing snow mountain had triggered another avalanche. Well, that makes sense. Let us find a place to take cover. The crowd nodded in agreement, searching for a sheltered spot. At such a moment, when disaster struck, people instinctively banded together for protection rather than scattering in different directions. 2 individuals in the crowd exchanged glances, both detecting a grave expression in each other's eyes. What do you think? One asked. Let us just charge through. We'll figure out as we go, the other replied. Aren't you afraid? With such a thick layer of snow already collapsing, it's likely that an avalanche will soon follow. Rushing through with so many people is tantamount to seeking death. One furrowed his brow. She chuckled, patting his shoulder. Brother, regardless of the situation, one must always take a chance. If we back down, we'll lose the courage to step forward for the rest of our lives. I refuse to be such a coward. Very well, the other shrugged, saying, since you've made your decision, I will support you. The 2 shared a knowing smile, then pressed the accelerator to the floor, racing forward. With the avalanche upon them, escape was impossible. Given the severity of the situation, countless vehicles would surely be stalled, leading to a gridlock. Better to take a chance. Chapter 64. Once again, the 9-star radiance, a deluge of white snow cascaded down, seemingly targeting Su Guiyin as the thick accumulation engulfed the vehicle, swiftly propelling it to an unknown destination. Su Guiyin had encountered numerous events related to the number 9 and could not help but begin to suspect what connection lay behind it all. The previous mural depicted the number 8, and the vehicle upgrade fragments were associated with the number 9. If her suspicions were correct, the altar before her was also linked to the number 9. Glancing outside, the snow had ceased, yet the vehicle had yet to come to a stop. Su Guiyin took a deep breath and prepared to exit the vehicle. Just then, a tremendous crash resounded as the previously closed iron door suddenly collapsed, crashing onto the co-pilot's seat. This unexpected turn of events caused Su Guiyin's expression to change drastically, and she quickly leaped from the vehicle to escape. The deafening explosions reverberated in her ears. Su Guiyin looked up to see a burst of flames illuminating the world, thick black smoke staining the sky gray. The roaring sound accompanied by the blast sent everything around her soaring through the air. Flames roared, the heat palpable. Su Guiyin squinted, her vision blurring. She hurriedly ran through the debris, seeking a safe spot to shield herself from the aftershocks of the explosions, with a few more deafening booms. The entire altar seemed to suffer a catastrophic disaster, flames shooting into the sky. When Su Guiyin's vision finally returned to normal, she saw the inferno advancing toward her. as she witnessed the altar's destruction. She furrowed her brow. Could it be that all of this was mere coincidence? But coincidence? A chill crept into Guiyin's heart. She felt an unsettling certainty that this was no accident. Boom! Another explosion reverberated. Guiyin looked up and saw the flames drawing ever closer. Gritting her teeth, she turned and sprinted in another direction. The firestorm surged towards her, casting a long shadow behind her as Guiyin ran, her feet pounding the ground, leaving behind numerous varying impressions. Damn it, she cursed. This inferno was more ferocious than any she had encountered before. Just as she was nearing her destination, a gust of wind snapped a nearby tree branch with a crack, sending a hefty limb crashing towards her, striking Guiyin fiercely. The flames drew nearer, seemingly ready to engulf her. The scorching heat seared through her clothing, burning her skin. All she had wanted was to observe an altar. How had she suddenly found herself amidst a conflagration? It was snowing heavily outside, the temperature below freezing. Moreover, she had encountered numerous altars before. Extraordinary occurrences must have sinister implications, as Guiyin cursed herself for being so careless. She had merely intended to survey the surrounding terrain, yet in the blink of an eye, she had been swallowed whole by the flames, with a violent wave of scorching heat crashing against her. She could not evade it. Her body slammed against a nearby stone, her forehead instantly breaking open, blood trickling down her cheek. This sensation felt akin to her soul being torn from her body. Guiyin was engulfed in excruciating pain, as if her internal organs were being incinerated by the flames. She struggled to open her eyes, but everything remained hazy. "This is," Guiyin murmured, to her astonishment. The altar gleamed even more brightly after being stained with her blood. Considering the altar had sustained no damage amidst the high temperatures of the fire, it was truly abnormal. Now it appeared that the altar was even absorbing blood. Hastily, Guiyin purchased some fresh blood and flesh through the trading channel. Pouring it all over the altar, a dazzling radiance emanated from the altar, and, to her astonishment, the altar, which had been enveloped in flames, gradually began to vanish within the inferno. Damn, my blood and flesh! Guiyin's heart ached. Those were the hard-earned savings she had painstakingly accumulated, and it had taken her less than 2 hours to gather. This altar was practically a bottomless pit. As the flames dwindled, the altar ultimately disappeared entirely. Once the altar was removed, the surrounding environment suddenly transformed into an expansive, boundless expanse, filled with a mysterious and eerie atmosphere. An ancient path stretched from horizon to horizon, continuing into the distance, seemingly without end. Where is this place? Guiyin was utterly bewildered. At the end of the ancient path, a faint outline of a structure could be discerned. Though distanced, the building appeared grand and imposing, exuding an air of solemnity and gravitas. As Guiyin set forth, following the ancient path, the journey was winding and treacherous, flanked by dense forests that exuded a damp, decayed scent. The ancient path lay thickly blanketed in a heavy layer of snow, the sound of crunching underfoot resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. As Guiyin involuntarily gripped the dagger in her hand. As she journeyed onward, the surrounding silence was unnervingly profound. The ancient road seemed endless, stretching deeper into the forest, growing increasingly desolate, devoid even of the chirping of insects or the calls of birds. Strangely, however, Guiyin felt no hint of danger. Suddenly, she halted, her eyes widening in terror as she beheld a corpse standing before her, its eyes a blood-red hue that a string of bells hung from its neck. Chiming softly in the stillness, vines of vibrant green clung to its desiccated bones. As Guiyin took a few steps back, her back pressing against the barrier of the ancient path, her gaze warily fixed on the corpse. Was this a corpse? A chill ran down her spine, not from fear, but from the biting cold. The corpse's skin had taken on a pallid, ashen hue, indicating it had been dead for many years, given the passage of time. The fact that it had not disintegrated into dust was a testament to its extraordinary existence in life. Quietly, Guiyin drew her dagger, preparing to strike. Suddenly, the corpse moved, but oddly enough, it did not attack Guiyin. Instead, it unsteadily circled around to face her, its gaunt arms wrapping around her leg. As Guiyin froze, the corpse was not attacking her. Tentatively, she called out, "Corpse, you're not dead." A low, mournful wail escaped the corpse, as if it were weeping. "Hey, we're not acquainted. What do you want with me?" Guiyin questioned, perplexed. The corpse ignored her, clinging to her legs and resting its head against her knee, nuzzling gently. "Stop that. If you don't get up, I'll chop off your arms." Guiyin retorted fiercely, to her astonishment. The corpse seemed intent on leading her to the altar from earlier. Once it noticed Guiyin following, it ascended the altar gracefully, transforming into a wisp of smoke that merged with the altar, vanishing from sight. As Guiyin, finding no harm in following, continued onward. As the corpse faded, tranquility returned to the altar. However, a sudden, thunderous roar erupted ahead, accompanied by violent tremors. The booming sounded like distant thunder rolling ominously as Guiyin quickened her pace, racing towards the source of the noise. Upon arriving, she was utterly astounded. What was this? Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she questioned her senses, for the scene before her was surreal. A warrior, nearly 10 feet tall, clad in black armor, a billowing cape fluttering in the wind, wielding a colossal sword, galloped toward her atop a magnificent steed. The horse, also ebony as ink, bore a massive gem embedded in its forehead, which shimmered with a faint blue light. It soon became evident that Guiyin's vision was not deceiving her. As more warriors appeared in rapid succession, all strikingly similar in appearance and attire. Noting their lack of aggression, Guiyin took a moment to count. There were precisely 9 warriors, encircling the altar, their intentions unclear. Arranged in 9 cardinal directions, each warrior donned armor and brandished a spear, forming a formidable barrier around the altar, resembling 9 miniature fortresses. What were they up to? Guiyin observed the peculiar tableau with curiosity, having never encountered such an extraordinary sight. Surely, these warriors must be remnants left by the tomb's master. Although filled with questions, Guiyin refrained from recklessly approaching, opting instead for a distant vantage point. Suddenly, one warrior raised his right arm and swung his spear with great force. The spear whistled through the air, cutting a brilliant arc towards the altar, unleashing a radiant beam akin to a galaxy's glow, which whipped up a fierce wind, sending debris swirling. A sharp collision rang out. "What? The altar is made of iron." Guiyin gasped, witnessing the ethereal light collide with the altar, sending ripples across its surface. No wonder no one dared to intrude upon this land. The altar was forged of iron, resilient enough to withstand magical assaults. Guiyin marveled inwardly at the altar's strength, comparable to steel. That moment, a shadowy figure coalesced into a monstrous form, prompting the 9 warriors to instantaneously focus their attacks upon it. The creature was vanquished, dissipating into the ether, yet the shadow reformed into its spectral state. Bloodied and battered, gazing weakly at the warriors, "I never anticipated you would awaken so swiftly. It seems my earlier stratagem has been thwarted," the apparition lamented. "What do you mean?" Guiyin inquired, puzzled. "Years ago, I constructed this tomb and left behind a pearl within the chamber. Whoever shatters the pearl can awaken me. My soul would attach to the pearl, granting me rebirth. I had believed no one remained capable of destroying the pearl." The specter sighed. Guiyin fell silent, sensing an overwhelming melancholy emanating from the apparition, as if it bore untold burdens. "That I could help you fulfill your wish," Guiyin proposed enticingly. Upon hearing her words, the apparition's eyes gleamed with hope. "Really? You would assist me? What do you require in return?" it queried eagerly. "Simply put, if you agree to help me obtain the pearl, I will disclose everything I know, even assist you in locating it." The apparition replied animatedly, "My desire is straightforward. Grant me revival, and I shall aid you in acquiring the pearl." Guiyin rolled her eyes at the apparition's terms. "What kind of condition is that?" "Sorry, but I am powerless to assist you. If you truly seek the pearl, you may need to find someone else." She gently declined, convinced that the apparition was attempting to deceive her. How could she possibly foresee the existence of a pearl? The smile on the apparition's face faltered. T growled, "No, this is impossible. Who else could help me but you?" It shouted in despair, unwilling to accept its failure to resurrect. Guiyin scoffed, "If you are aware of this, why do you persist in your folly? Your wish will never come to fruition. The apparition roared in anger. You were the one who thwarted my plans. If it weren't for you, my scheme would have succeeded long ago. Guiyin smirked. And you still failed, did you not? Indeed, I failed, but do you believe you will escape unscathed? The apparition suddenly soared into the air, landing atop the altar. The sound of cracking echoed as it stomped upon the structure, causing fissures to appear on its surface. Then, with a swift lash of its tail, the altar exploded, disintegrating into dust that scattered in the air, revealing a bronze coffin beneath. Within lay a colossal corpse. Pitch black and towering over 6 meters, its sinewy muscles resembling a living mountain, seemingly preserved even after a millennium. The apparition gazed upon the massive remains with tears in its eyes, murmuring, in the end, I was unable to succeed. Upon uttering these words, the apparition swiftly shrank down to the size of a mung bean, drilling into Guyin's chest. Instantly, she felt her heart constricted, as if something were lodged within. Rendering her breathless, she collapsed to the ground in agony. Struggling for what felt like an eternity, she finally opened her eyes, slowly revealing a vivid tableau before her. Chapter 65. The 9 games as the apparition had shrunk and entered her. Guiyin felt as though her heart was obstructed, gasping for air as pain overwhelmed her. She collapsed to the ground, fighting against the agony until she gradually managed to open her eyes. Unveiling a scene that unfolded before her, it depicted a vast expanse of snowy wilderness, where the wind howled and large flakes of snow danced through the air. A winding path stretched into the distance, seemingly endless, and amidst the snowstorm stood a towering castle atop a snow-capped peak, glistening with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, exuding an aura of solemnity and sanctity, as if it were a relic from a forgotten age. At the forefront of this grand edifice, 9 immense stone pillars stood tall, each intricately carved with fearsome, lifelike mythical beasts that glared fiercely, their jaws agape, exuding an intimidating aura. Atop the pillars stood a figure enveloped in golden light, seemingly formed from a radiant glow, the details of their visage obscured. The figure held a long sword in their right hand and a brilliantly gleaming, angular golden shield in their left. Beneath them lay a horse. Ablaze with flames, this figure stood amidst the 9 stone pillars, surrounded by a palpable aura of spiritual energy, their eyes gently closed as though in meditation, appearing utterly detached from the world around them. As Guiyin beheld this image, for reasons unknown, her mind conjured a visage for the androgynous figure. In a sober state, she would have mocked herself for such vanity, but in this context, it felt entirely natural to perceive the radiant form as her own. Even she felt an uncanny familiarity with this being, as if she had possessed this identity for a millennium. Indeed, she had an inexplicable sense that this person rightfully belonged to her, as Guiyin was immersed in her own consciousness. A sudden voice pierced through her ears. The sound was low and hoarse, akin to sandpaper scraping against glass, producing an excruciatingly harsh tone imbued with an enigmatic charm that compelled one to hold their breath in rapt attention. You are fortunate. Guiyin lifted her gaze, only to find that the luminous orb had vanished, replaced by a man clad in gray, his face obscured by a black hood. He appeared to be quite young, yet tall and imposing. Though his features were cloaked, it was evident that he possessed an extraordinary handsomeness. His eyes were deep and profound, as if they harbored the vastness of an endless starry sky. A smile played on his lips, yet a trace of sorrow and solitude lingered in his gaze. What is your name? Guiyin inquired. I am called Guiyin, he replied calmly, his voice rich and resonant, leaving a lasting impression that it is a pleasure to meet you. Guiyin, he extended a hand. Guiyin grasped his hand, feeling its warmth and strength, akin to a cozy quilt enveloping her. Do you know me? Guiyin probed tentatively. Guiyin shook his head, saying no, you have never set foot in this world. Guiyin was taken aback by his words, recalling a phrase. We are all from a distant future. Who are you? She pressed. Did I not mention? I am Guiyin, an interstellar player. Guiyin nodded, an inquiry forming her mind. If Guiyin could traverse across planets and survive within the game for so long, he must be no ordinary player. Guiyin continued, you're the first human I have encountered, so does that make me the winner? Guiyin chuckled. Not at all. Gio replied coldly, his gaze fixed on her, a mysterious glimmer flickering in his eyes. Had I not chosen to retreat at a crucial moment, I would have surely lost. Are you highly ranked in the game? Guiyin sensed a shift in Gio's demeanor the instant he saw her. She felt an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from him. Indeed, he nodded. You are the strongest human I have encountered thus far. Their eyes locked, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Yet Guiyin felt an unprecedented sense of peril. Let us go, Gio declared, and explore this game world. With that, he took a step forward and vanished, with Guiyin following closely behind. In the blink of an eye, they had disappeared from their original spot. In that moment, Guiyin felt an overwhelming surge of light rushing towards her. As her body was drawn through layers of obstacles, entering another world, the wave of dizziness enveloped her, and when she regained her senses, she found herself in an unfamiliar realm, a world suffused with light, where 9 brilliant stars hung in the sky, each positioned at the cardinal points of the solar system, twinkling with resplendent radiance. They formed a breathtaking and magnificent tableau. Where is this? Guiyin asked in bewilderment. This is the solar system, quite close to Earth, Gio replied. Guiyin gazed up at the starry sky, murmuring, I remember, the solar system was not like this before. Gio smiled gently. Indeed, it has changed since the arrival of the road game, and this is my first descent into the game world of Earth in the cosmos. Interstellar travel is an immensely arduous endeavor. The vastness of the universe is infinite. No matter how colossal a spaceship may be, it is susceptible to being scattered by the wind, with some vessels disappearing completely without a trace. Thus, in the cosmos, once a target is lost, one becomes utterly adrift. The universe is boundless and immeasurable. Yet within the cosmos traversed by humanity, ancient and mysterious races exist. For instance, Gio's star system boasts 9 suns and 9 moons. And this interstellar journey is filled with various civilizations. Gio often encounters bizarre forms of life or matter in certain star regions, some grotesque in appearance, some with pointed ears and tails, others covered in tentacles, and still others resembling winged monstrosities, all of whom typically feed on planets. While traversing the cosmos, Gio habitually seeks out the rarest of life forms to consume. In this process, he continuously absorbs genetic information from others to deduce and assimilate various forms of knowledge. The life here is rather weak, Gio remarked with a hint of regret. I have devoured 8 planets, yet I have not encountered a single formidable being. This star region is the closest to Earth within the solar system, rendering its life particularly fragile, while Gio's extraordinary prowess allows him to dominate effortlessly. However, life here is notably abundant, along with an intriguing concept known as emotion. What manner of being are you? Guiyin could not help but inquire, sensing that Gio was not human. That is a question I am not yet ready to answer, Gio replied nonchalantly. However, I can tell you this. If you survive until the end, you'll have the opportunity to enter the world where I reside. What kind of world is yours? Guiyin asked. I cannot disclose that at present. Gio shook his head. You must wait until you have grown strong enough to explore it for yourself. Guiyin refrained from pressing further, swiftly shifting the topic that I see now. You must be what is referred to as the system, correct? You are quite astute, Gio praised, appearing to admire Guiyin's cleverness. However, I hope you continue to maintain this sharpness and do not lose your life too soon. I will not. I shall never succumb to anyone, Guiyin declared with pride. Gio nodded, extending his hand towards Guiyin's head, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy entering her mind. Within her consciousness floated a blue crystal, her core of divine thought. Gio's eyes sparkled as he lifted Guiyin, and their forms began to fade into the ethereal. With a thunderous roar, a dark passageway abruptly tore through the void before Gio, and in an instant he vanished, reappearing at the end of the corridor. Welcome to my private world. A cold smile graced Gio's lips as he raised his right arm, unleashing a torrent of blazing light that cascaded into a nearby lake of lava, instantly igniting a tumultuous surge. Mountains erupted from the ground, followed by primordial forests, valleys, rivers, and gorges, all materializing in a breathtaking display within moments, reminiscent of a fantastical realm. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy of the entire world surged dramatically. As wisps of ethereal mist emerged, swirling in the clouds, coalescing, and ultimately transforming into spiritual rain that fell from the heavens, nourishing the entire realm. It is truly beautiful here. Suyin inhaled deeply, savoring the environment around her. The humidity of the air was remarkably low, as if a thin layer of water had been sprayed upon the land. Such rich oxygen. Guyin's eyes shimmered with wonder. This place is nothing short of a paradise. Indeed, this is my world, where I reign supreme in my domain. I can effortlessly obliterate anyone. As he uttered these words, an icy chill permeated the air. Yet he swiftly shifted his tone, acknowledging, "You are correct. This has indeed been restructured to resemble Earth." Unbeknownst to Guyin, as Geo showcased his world, an invisible and terrifying aura enveloped the planet, instilling a sense of suffocation in all. However, Geo showed no restraint, only retracting his overwhelming presence after revealing his world to Guyin. As if showcasing a beloved creation. At that moment, Geo appeared to exhibit a semblance of human emotion. Guyin noticed that Geo's world also possessed 9 pillars, each adorned with an ethereal figure clad in armor and mounted on horseback. Though she could not discern the identity of these apparitions, a vague awareness tinged her mind, suggesting a connection to the origins and emergence of the apocalypse. As Geo bid farewell to Guyin, she awoke once more in her driving seat, the vehicle having departed from that peculiar place. Unbeknownst to her, the system notification had already been dispatched. Update complete. The icy world is nearing its conclusion. Please be advised, the qualifying matches for the ice and snow competition will commence in 3 days. Prepare accordingly. Upon seeing the system notification, Guyin discovered her private messages were in a state of frenzy. When will Dalao restock items? It's been 3 whole days since any goods were listed. Dalao, please take a moment to consider us adorable players in the same region. Guyin could only smile wryly, feeling as though she were being treated as a supplier. Furthermore, numerous requests for information regarding the competition in the New World flooded in, yet Guyin herself remained unaware of what the new track entailed. She could only hope to secure first place in the upcoming competition, thereby gaining access to the desired information. Yes, Dalao, do you have any requests? We are here to assist you. Indeed, Dalao, how long do you need before restocking? We are eagerly awaiting to purchase. This game is thrilling, but it lacks meaning without the necessary resources. Hurry up and restock, Dalao. Yes, Dalao, we are all your loyal fans. This group resolutely supporting Guyin primarily consists of individuals who entered the apocalyptic game concurrently with her, while later arrivals evidently remain unaware of why this first person commands such great esteem, voicing their skepticism. They assert, if you, Guyin, possess nothing sufficiently captivating, cease your attempts to deceive us. Dalao, your method of tantalizing us is inappropriate. Please disclose when the items will be available for purchase. All right, everyone, please remain calm. I will commence the listing shortly, Guyin remarked, glancing at her private messages. The surroundings buzzed with lively chatter, prompting Guyin to shake her head at the scene before her. These people, she mused, Guyin, you claim to be the foremost among us. On what grounds do you base this assertion? I have heard that your renown stems merely from a stroke of luck in acquiring a prize, thus earning your title. Indeed, Guyin, how can you prove your superiority over others? I tell you, it is mere chance. Do not hold yourself in such high regard. Observing the situation, Guyin chuckled softly. Chapter 66. The little wolf is also growing, however. She chose not to dwell on the matter. Rumors cease with the wise, and in any case, they were of little consequence. Guyin proceeded to list some weapons and equipment. For her, the transaction was straightforward. She conveyed her needs for gear, weapons, potions, or other materials to the other party. Should they agree to trade, they would do so at the agreed price. This arrangement was quite fair. Moreover, for Guyin, these weapons, equipment, and potions belonged solely to her, independent of others. Even if her attempts at trade faltered, no one else's interests would be compromised, which brought her satisfaction. Thus, even if Guyin were to sell her weapons or potions, she would incur no loss, while the other party could benefit from the exchange. Crucially, Guyin currently felt no pressing need to engage in trading. The market no longer offered anything that piqued her interest. she possessed superior weapons, and the items available were of little utility to her, with no higher quality fragments in sight. As for potions and other materials, she deemed it unnecessary, believing her current circumstances did not warrant such provisions. She resolved to reconsider trading at a later time, recognizing it as an unwise venture at present. The purpose of selling these items was primarily to bolster the overall strength of her region, thus providing her fellow competitors with greater chances of survival. After all, Guiyin had yet to witness anyone else offering resources and equipment in such ample quantities and at reasonable prices. Most individuals sold very little and at exorbitant rates. Presently, she had no intent to profit, which accounted for her modest pricing. Unexpectedly, she found herself inundated with purchases from opportunistic resellers, who subsequently sold her goods at inflated prices. Guiyin lacked the strength to thwart such practices. Thus, her priority remained to enhance the collective power of her region. Her gaze swept across the gathered heroes, and a sudden desire to witness the prowess of these elite competitors washed over her. After all, she had yet to face off against those gifted individuals. Although Guiyin herself was formidable, she had not engaged in any competitions to gauge her abilities against others. She yearned to discover the true extent of the prowess possessed by those with exceptional talents. As Guiyin pondered, the little wolf nuzzled against her, prompting her to stroke its head. What's the matter, little one?" Guiyin inquired playfully. The wolf responded. "What is it?" she continued. The little wolf wagged its tail. "Are you hungry?" Guiyin smiled, petting the little creature. The wolf immediately perked up, tail wagging joyfully. Guiyin retrieved 2 bones from her pack, offering them to the little wolf. The wolf eagerly seized them and began to gnaw, having just caught the leg bones of a small creature. This creature was an adorable herbivore known for following antelope herds during migrations. Due to the cold and moisture, coupled with a scarcity of food, these rodents faced great challenges in survival. Their bones, however, made for excellent culinary ingredients, which is why Guiyin occasionally encountered them. This small, plump creature boasted tender meat and delightful flavor, prompting Guiyin to hunt whenever she spotted one. Today, upon catching a whiff of the aroma, the little wolf dashed over, playfully nuzzling Guiyin. Observing the little wolf relish its meal, Guiyin smiled faintly. "This is a rodent I captured nearby. Its meat is exquisite and tender. If you enjoy it, little one, I shall ensure you have more in the future." Guiyin then poured some water into the wolf's bowl. Having eaten and drunk to its content, the little wolf obediently curled up at Guiyin's feet and fell asleep. Still too young to endure long journeys, the little wolf often slept on Guiyin's cart. This time, she did not hasten to continue her journey, as the next competition was still nearly 3 days away. Instead, she opted to rest and explore the area for anything that could replenish her energy, recognizing her need for both physical and mental rejuvenation. The surrounding landscape comprised snowy pine forests, home to many rare beasts, all renowned for their delectable meat. Such is the foundation of the wilderness food chain. Those at the top seldom act recklessly, yet should those lower in the chain make a move, death swiftly follows. Of course, this world encompasses more than just forests, lakes, and rivers. It also hosts other vegetation, albeit of a rather mundane nature, such as moss. Guiyin resolved to prepare herself for peak performance. Time passed, and as dusk approached, Guiyin opened her eyes, her spirit and stamina restored to their zenith. Emerging from a thicket, she beheld the external landscape, which had begun to resemble glacial territory. This expansive forest was a vast expanse of icy woodland, its towering trees reaching heights of over 100 meters, their branches interwoven and lush. The trunks exhibited a stark white hue, lending an air of desolation to the winter scenery. Guiyin raised her gaze to the sky, which was shrouded in gray, heavy clouds. She understood that such weather heralded an impending storm. Suddenly, the little wolf let out an excited yelp. Guiyin regarded the creature. "Little one, do you wish to play?" The wolf nodded eagerly. "Very well," Guiyin chuckled, lifting the little wolf onto her shoulder and making her way deeper into the forest. After approximately 20 minutes, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky. Guiyin paused, waiting. Before long, the rain intensified. The little wolf seemed impatient. Guiyin chuckled helplessly, cradling the little wolf as she ventured into the rain. Her steps were careful, yet she did not falter. The little wolf's keen sense of smell led it to uncover various animal traces. And with each discovery, it would excitedly bark and leap onto tree branches, delivering the food to Guyin's mouth. Witnessing the little wolf's delight, Guiyin couldn't help but laugh heartily. Suddenly, a series of howls echoed from a distance. Howl! 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 It sounded like a wolf's call, albeit not quite authentic. The little wolf, brimming with excitement, barked back at the distant sounds. How could wolves appear in this region? Could there be a pack nearby? The howls grew clearer, and soon a pack of grayish-white wolves came racing towards them. Guyin's brow furrowed. Facing such a multitude of wolves left her with little hope. In that moment, a vision flashed in her mind, revealing a forest deep within which resided a colossal wolf king. The wolf king exuded an air of authority, its icy gaze radiating an ominous chill. The little wolf awakened, spotting Guiyin and barking excitedly. Guiyin motioned for silence. You seem quite agitated, she remarked playfully to Dao. Woof, woof. The little wolf joyfully wagged its tail. Ha ha. Guiyin laughed, finding the little creature amusing. Rising to her feet, she placed the little wolf on her shoulder and turned her gaze toward the approaching pack. Suddenly, several arrows whizzed through the air, striking the wolves. Guyin's actions startled the pack, causing them to halt and turn, their fierce gazes fixed upon her. Well then, since you have come, you shall stay, Guiyin declared coldly. Drawing her long's word, an overwhelming aura surged forth, transforming her into a radiant blade of light. Her target was the Wolf King amidst the pack, the very embodiment of the title. The wolves recoiled, intimidated by her presence. The Wolf King's crimson eyes locked onto Guiyin, unwavering. With a swift motion, she weaved through the pack, her sword glinting like lightning. Finally, after maneuvering through a copse of pines, she confronted a group of wolves. Led by a wolf king significantly larger than the rest, their eyes glinted malevolently, revealing sharp fangs as they prepared to attack, fixating their sights on Guiyin. Embracing the little wolf, Guiyin evaded their claws. Yet the relentless assault persisted. A wolf lunged at her, swinging a paw, but she deftly sidestepped, leaping down from the treetops and crashing down upon the beast. With a thunderous crash, the wolf crumpled to the ground. Guiyin seized the creature by the throat, squeezing tightly until a sickening snap echoed through the air. Blood gushed forth as the wolf's eyes widened in shock, fixated on Guiyin in a single, decisive strike. The creature had no opportunity for resistance. It could only submit to its fate. In the depths of the forest, the presence of wild animals could be exceedingly perilous, particularly the wolf encountered moments ago. Had it not been for Guiyin, a mere ordinary person would likely have met a grim fate. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed from afar, causing Guiyin's expression to shift subtly. Instantly alert, she directed her gaze towards the source of the sound, where a dark figure raced toward her with remarkable speed, its form both massive and agile. Cloaked in inky blackness, its back bristled with dark, flowing fur, and its eyes glowed a menacing green, brimming with bloodthirsty ferocity. This was a wolf king, and notably a male. Upon spotting the small wolf nestled in Guiyin's arms, the male wolf's eyes gleamed with avarice. It lunged forward, its jaws wide open, aiming to sink its teeth into the small creature. Terrified, the little wolf cowered in Guiyin's embrace, trembling in fear. The enraged wolf howled furiously before turning its gaze back towards Guiyin, after hastily placing the small wolf in the vehicle. She unsheathed a dagger. As the male wolf charged, Guiyin delivered a powerful kick, sending it crashing to the ground. Yet, undeterred, the wolf sprang back up, relentless in its assault. The two soon became entangled in a fierce struggle. The male wolf's attacks were ferocious and unyielding, but Guiyin, drawing upon her extensive combat experience, deftly maneuvered to counter its strikes, landing precise blows that forced the wolf to retreat intermittently. Unwilling to yield, the wolf continued to press its offensive. With a resounding thud, Guiyin's kick sent the male wolf sprawling into several trees, producing a cacophony of noise. Yet, it did not lose its fighting spirit. Instead, it grew more frenzied, struggling to rise and continue the fight. With a fierce determination to obliterate everything in its path, the male wolf lunged once more at Guiyin, Skillfully, she sidestepped its attack and swiftly brought her right foot down upon it. The impact was devastating, rupturing the wolf's abdomen and spilling its blood onto the forest floor. As Guiyin observed the male wolf slowly succumbing to its injuries, she realized it was beyond salvation. Within mere moments, the pack of wolves had suffered considerable losses, leaving only one remaining, cowering on the ground with cold, beseeching eyes fixed on Guiyin as if pleading for mercy. Approaching cautiously, she knelt beside the creature. A soft whimper reached her ears, and she followed the sound to find the small wolf. "What troubles you?" she inquired, gently stroking its forehead, only to find it slightly warm. "Are you unwell?" The small wolf shook its head, then nodded in a contradictory manner, continually licking its own belly, as Guiyin surmised that it had overindulged earlier and was now experiencing digestive discomfort. Rushing forward, she scooped the small wolf into her arms to assess its condition. Noticing a scrape on its foreleg, she swiftly tended to the wound before retrieving a human-grade medication to administer to it. "Surely, if humans can consume this, animals can too," she reasoned. The small wolf emitted a low, pained whimper as she poured the liquid into its mouth, which it swallowed. Gradually, the pain subsided, and it drifted back into slumber. Guiyin sighed, surveying her surroundings for any lingering threats before dismembering the male wolf and departing the scene with the small wolf in her arms. For several days, Guiyin traversed the snowy plains with the small wolf, which gradually learned the art of hunting. Despite its tender age, it exhibited a ferocity that surpassed even that of adult wolves. The small wolf proved to be a well-behaved companion, never straying from Guiyin's sight. Understanding the inherent dangers of their environment, it remained quietly nestled at her feet, ever ready to heed her commands. Chapter 67. A reunion with an old friend. "Oh," the small wolf whimpered, lifting its head and tilting it in a manner that suggested it felt quite wronged. "Well, you certainly do know how to command attention." Guiyin chuckled, patting the small wolf's back. "All right, I shall spare you this time, but should you fail to report to me next time, there will be consequences." The small wolf protested, finding her remarks rather irksome as it felt her pinch on its rear. All right, I shall fetch some food," Guiyin declared before dashing to the storage compartment beside the driver's seat in search of provisions. Upon returning, she noticed a peculiar little creature perched atop the seat. As she drew closer, she realized it was a plump, featherless chick. Its body was entirely black, with short, chubby wings that fluttered, and its small, bead-like eyes darting about, clearly still in its juvenile stage. "Where did you come from?" she inquired, continuing her search in the storage compartment, only to discover that the egg was indeed missing. This must be the hatchling that had emerged from it. The shell was absent, likely consumed by the chick itself, as she had heard that such species often devour their own shells. After observing the little creature for a moment, she noted it seemed somewhat apprehensive of her presence. "Tell me, little one, where did you originate?" It chirped a few times before taking flight, flapping its wings toward the sky, seemingly unfazed by the chill despite its lack of feathers. "So you are an eagle," she mused. "And where is your mother?" With a single chirp, it indicated that it was motherless. Guiyin sighed, crouching down to caress its neck. "What shall I call you?" The chick tilted its head, perhaps driven by hunger, as it nudged her wrist affectionately. "Very well, I shall name you Little One," she decided. "Your mother must surely adore you." Upon hearing this, the chick pecked at her cheek. The little creature nestled at her feet, and she gently stroked its feathers, murmuring, "Such a good little one." The small wolf, intrigued by this new companion, circled around it, playfully pawing at it in an attempt to gain its attention. Noticing this, Guiyin swiftly intervened. "Small wolf, remember, it has just been born. Your paw might be too much for it to handle." The small wolf scoffed, rolling its eyes in disdain before continuing to nuzzle the chick, eventually lying down beside it to rest. Guiyin couldn't help but chuckle at the amusing scene. After a couple of minutes, she returned with a plate containing a piece of fresh meat and some milk. "Would you care for some?" she asked. The small wolf shook its head, indicating it was already full. Nodding in understanding, Guiyin offered the plate. "Oh, why must this woman be so bothersome?" The small wolf seemed to grumble, as Guiyin laughed, reassuring it. "Fear not, I will not harm you. Do enjoy your meal." Just as she spoke, the little eagle suddenly darted from her feet and made a beeline for the storage compartment. "Hey, "You little rascal!" Guiyin sprang to her feet in an attempt to catch it, but to no avail. "You little imp!" she playfully scolded as she watched the chick hop into the plate, taking a bite of the meat and swallowing it whole, delighting in its meal. The small wolf stood there, bewildered, as if it had just witnessed its food being snatched away. Infuriated, it glared at the chick, feeling as though its meal had been unjustly taken from it. Grabbing the chick, it demanded, "Do you know who provided this food for you?" The little eagle wagged its tail, feigning ignorance. Though greedy, it was no fool. It recognized that the provisions had come from the girl. "Humph. At least you are perceptive. If that is the case, you shall remain obedient from now on." The small wolf communicated, establishing a rapport with the little eagle. Observing the charming contrast between the two little creatures filled Guyin's heart with warmth. She embraced them both and leaned back against the chair, closing her eyes to rest. After more than half an hour, Guiyin opened her eyes to check the time. It was already past 9 in the evening. The absence of her companions felt somewhat disconcerting. After experiencing the lively atmosphere, the ensuing silence felt almost oppressive, yet she found solace in the company of these two little creatures. Otherwise, the solitude would have been unbearable. "Hey, you two little ones," she called, patting the seat to beckon them over. The small wolf lazily raised its head, then slowly made its way to her side. The little eagle's feathers gleamed a deep gray, reminiscent of the small dog she had encountered earlier. Yet this wolf appeared more refined and exquisite, its fluffy coat and pale pink ears giving it an endearing appearance. "Cheap," it chirped, stretching its legs and frolicking within the confines of the vehicle. Its movements were remarkably agile, prompting Guiyin to exclaim, "Wow, quite impressive." She ruffled its head, adding, "Well done, little one," but the little creature lifted its chin with a sense of pride, seemingly relishing her praise. "Cheap," it called again, as if seeking acknowledgement for its feats. The small wolf shot it an annoyed glance, clearly unimpressed by its noisy antics. All right, little one. "Let's take a break," Guiyin suggested, reclining on the seat. The small wolf and the little eagle each found a comfortable position to rest, creating a harmonious scene with one on either side. "Cheap, cheap," the little eagle chirped a few times. The small wolf shot it a look, rolling its eyes in exasperation. "Stop bothering me. I wish to sleep." With that, it closed its eyes and drifted off. "You must be tired too, right? Go ahead and rest," Guiyin said, glancing at the small wolf. "And little one, you mustn't bully your younger sibling." The small wolf let out a soft grunt. Flipping over to continue its slumber, the little eagle hopped on Guiyin's shoulder, curling up to prepare for sleep. Guiyin smiled, playfully pinching its beak. "You little rascal." Together, one girl, one vehicle, one wolf, and one bird spent 3 delightful days in each other's company. Please note, the ice and snow competition is set to commence in 3 minutes. Kindly prepare yourselves. Countdown begins. Seated in the vehicle, Guiyin cautioned the small wolf and little eagle to remain inside, instructing the small wolf to keep watch over the little eagle to avoid any unfortunate incidents before entering the competition. Upon entering the icy and snowy qualifying round, Guiyin found herself inexplicably ensnared within a vast labyrinth of frost. Surrounded solely by an endless expanse of white mist, she struck the ground with a stick several times, producing a dull thud. She furrowed her brow in confusion. How could this be? Glancing around, she endeavored to discern any changes in this world. But alas, not a trace was left behind. The pathways of the icy maze were beyond her comprehension. The ice and snow maze will randomly select participants as targets. Those who fail to navigate within 1 hour will be eliminated. Stunned by the harshness of this revelation, she pondered, could it truly be so cruel? "Wishing you an enjoyable game, and good luck." Shortly thereafter, the exit of the ice maze re-emerged. Guiyin rose, inhaled deeply, fixed her gaze ahead, and stepped forward. Within the maze, there were no guiding paths. She could only rely on her driving skills to navigate through, maneuvering her vehicle amidst the twists and turns. She paused at every fork in the road to deliberate on which direction to take. The obstacles and traps within this maze were far more intricate than those she had encountered before. Fortunately, her driving abilities proved adequate. Though she occasionally needed to make detours, she generally managed to pass through unscathed. After nearly 2 hours of navigating, she finally beheld an open expanse ahead. This must be the end point. Guiyin steadied the vehicle and turned off the ignition. It was only then that she realized she was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. She wiped the perspiration from her forehead, adjusted her collar and hair, then opened the car door and stepped out. That moment, a shadow suddenly darted towards her, viciously biting her arm. She gasped in pain, struggling fiercely to shake off the creature that had latched on her. The excruciating sensation of being torn at her arm caused her to cry out. With all her strength, she swung her other hand and struck the creature, demanding it to roll away. Its teeth were long and sharp, sinking into her vein and rapidly siphoning her blood. Her complexion turned pale, her fingers trembling slightly. With a furious shout, she summoned every ounce of her strength to push the creature away, blood spurting forth and splattering onto her pristine pant leg. Clutching her bleeding arm, her face was as white as a sheet, her lips devoid of color. She stared at the strange creature before her, resembling an ordinary feline, but with a tail as thick as a serpent. Such creatures were typically cold-blooded and highly aggressive. The glance at her wrist revealed a row of delicate bite marks, blood oozing profusely. The creature roared, baring its bloodied maw as it lunged at her. Guiyin quickly evaded, noticing a nearby pillar, and promptly sought refuge behind it. With a resounding crash, the once formidable pillar collapsed, splintering into pieces. Alarmed, she glanced at the debris. Should it fall upon her, it would surely crush her in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, she dashed away while the serpent was distracted, realizing that her concerns were unfounded, for the serpent's speed was far inferior to her own. The serpent spun wildly in place, unable to locate its prey, and let out an enraged howl. That moment, she could not afford a halt. She had to continue running, or face certain doom, just a few meters from her escape. The serpent surprisingly pursued her. With its jaws agape, it emitted a hiss and extended its foul tongue, seemingly intent on ensnaring her within its grasp. Damn it! Guiyin cursed under her breath, lifting her leg to deliver a swift kick to the serpent's vulnerable underbelly. A maneuver she had practiced long ago, with remarkable effectiveness. A chilling wail erupted from the creature. Seeing it on the brink of collapse, she chose to forego further attacks. Just then, a long sword sliced through the air, clanging against another serpent that had been stealthily approaching from behind her. Guiyin exclaimed, turning to see him wielding the sword, his expression solemn. How did you come to be here? She recalled that after their paths had diverged, she had yet to encounter him again, and this unexpected reunion stirred a complex emotion within her. We met along the way and decided to participate in the ice maze together, Guiyin replied. I have another companion. Shall we team up for this competition? That sounds fine, Guiyin agreed, glancing at the disarray around them. We should leave this place first. Just as she prepared to turn, she noticed a group of individuals converging towards them. Guiyin furrowed her brow, questioning. Who are they? They are led by Yu Zhanshi, Guiyin replied gravely. Why Yu Zhanshi? Guiyin asked incredulously. In that moment, she found it difficult to articulate her emotions. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. She could not forget the betrayal and abandonment by that man, the one she had loved deeply. Guiyin refrained from probing further. If Guiyin wished to speak, he felt no need to inquire. You go ahead, Guiyin nodded, though a tumult of emotions roiled within her. Her exterior remained deceptively calm. She offered a reassuring smile, gently patting his shoulder, and took a deep breath to steady her racing heart. Guiyin, I never expected to encounter you here. A gentle voice resonated. Turning, Guiyin found Yu Zhanshi standing on the opposite staircase, gazing down at her with a serene expression. Yet from her understanding, beneath that tranquil demeanor lay more than mere composure. Guiyin chuckled lightly, then composed herself as she approached him. Indeed, I never anticipated crossing paths with you here. What a coincidence! What a coincidence indeed! Yu Zhanshi laughed softly, while Guiyin felt a tumult within her. She attentively observed Yu Zhanshi's expression, noting how he could greet her as if nothing had transpired. His psychological fortitude was evidently superior to hers. Did he not feel even the slightest ripple of emotion? Guiyin glanced between the two, asking, Do you two know each other? Guiyin shook her head, replying, We have only met once. Upon hearing this, Guiyin ceased to pry further. However, Su Guiyin noticed a slight change in Yu Zhanqi's countenance upon her casual remark about their brief encounter. After Yu Zhanqi was assigned to this area, he had seen Su Guiyin's name prominently displayed at the top of the leaderboard, a realization that had altered his demeanor. Although Yu Zhanqi's rank was commendable, positioned at 20th, it paled in comparison to Su Guiyin's standing, casting him in the role of mere accompaniment. Even from several thousand meters away, he could distinctly perceive the fragrance that emanated from her. A uniquely feminine allure that brought him comfort. He recognized that he had grown accustomed to her presence. Yet he grappled with how to confront these feelings. Did he genuinely love her, or was it merely a longing for companionship? Her beauty surpassed that of any ordinary girl, yet remained an unreachable distance for him. Throughout his life, that Yu Zhanqi appeared somewhat pensive, while others in the group hastily engaged in conversation. Zhang Yang pointed out the beautiful scenery outside the window. Zhanqi, the view over there is stunning. At that moment, Yu Zhanqi found himself at a loss for words to express the complexity of his emotions. It dawned on him that he had missed an opportunity long ago, a realization that stung acutely, particularly when confirmed by others that he had fallen for a woman. The sense of defeat nearly overwhelmed him. As he conversed dejectedly with the others, not far away, Su Guiyin and Li Yuan maintained a light-hearted exchange, with Su Guiyin occasionally steering the conversation, though her gaze never strayed towards Yu Zhanqi. Yet, Yu Zhanqi's attention remained fixated on the scenery outside the window. Even as the sky shone brightly and the sun blazed overhead, he inexplicably felt a shadow cast over his heart. Consequently, from that moment on, he harbored a complicated sentiment towards Su Guiyin, perhaps admiration, or perhaps something else entirely. Regardless, he found himself in a state of inner conflict that Yu Zhanqi and Li Yuan had fortuitously encountered one another on the road, joining forces to eliminate a certain faction, and now they found themselves competing together again. However, he could not help but notice that Li Yuan appeared to share a much closer rapport with Su Guiyin than he did. Unable to suppress his gaze, Yu Zhanqi found himself fixated on the two engaged in conversation. He wished he had never met Su Guiyin at all, if the companionship he had grown accustomed to bore a price. Destined to be lost, he would have preferred to maintain his solitude, for he had learned to thrive in solitude. The sudden warmth and the unforeseen rupture were unwelcome intrusions into his life. The treacherous terrain of the snow-laden maze was riddled with potholes, causing great discomfort for the contestants. "This is quite bumpy, isn't it?" Yu Zhanqi remarked with a frown, while he managed to navigate this environment without much struggle. The team he had temporarily formed was composed of individuals with varying abilities. Several among them continued to voice their complaints. Growing increasingly impatient, Yu Zhanqi retorted, "If it's that intolerable, perhaps you should simply forfeit." Yu Zhanqi spoke softly, expressing that the lives and deaths of others held little significance for him, that if they felt trapped and were unwilling to seek a way out, yet continued to complain incessantly, then they might as well remain here. His words incited an uproar among the crowd. That on what grounds? They protested that "we are following you. If it weren't for you, how could we have been assigned such a challenging competition venue? And yet you claim we should forfeit? Indeed, what good was your high ranking if you couldn't lead us out of this predicament? If you were incapable, why should a mere boy like you dare to interject?" Yu Zhanqi cast a cold glance at the dissenters, his gaze sharp as a blade, which silenced their clamor instantly. "Are you certain you wish to contend with me over mere words?" he inquired. "We are not afraid of you. You are but a novice," he added with a hint of derision. "Then let us wait and see," Yu Zhanqi replied coolly as Su Guiyin stood at a distance, observing Yu Zhanqi's silhouette, and suddenly realized he seemed transformed, no longer the frail figure he once was. Instead, he emanated an aura of dominance. She felt an unexpected envy towards those who played and frolicked with him. Relishing in such uncomplicated joy, free from worry, Yu Zhanqi, do you not realize that your presence intensifies my anguish? She mused, glancing at Zhang Yang and Yu Zhanqi, who were engrossed in conversation. As she watched them discuss automotive matters, it dawned on her that Yu Zhanqi possessed extensive knowledge about cars, appearing quite familiar with them, which surprised her. Li Yuan noticed Su Guiyin's occasional distractions, and he understood the reason behind her preoccupation. Just as Zhang Yang discerned why Yu Zhanqi often seemed inattentive, the scene sparked intrigue. Their relationship appeared quite intimate. Regardless of others' opinions, Yu Zhanshi remained aloof, his demeanor unyielding and devoid of expression, as if his world were shrouded in darkness, with nothing else beyond it. "Let us commence," Li Yuan announced, leading the way with his vehicle, followed closely by the other competitors. Yu Zhanshi glanced at Su Guiyin's car, the one she cherished most, recalling her enthusiasm when she first acquired it. "Let us focus on successfully navigating this competition," he declared before entering his own vehicle, which, while appearing as an ordinary sports car, boasted a lavish and comfortable interior. Yu Zhanshi's driving style contrasted sharply with Su Guiyin's steady approach. His was wild and untamed, racing across the sandy terrain like a bolt of lightning. Yuan trailed behind. One of the more impudent members of the group eyed the two vehicles ahead with disdain. Although he ranked lower in personal prowess, his car had also undergone professional modifications, and he was confident of victory in this competition. Furthermore, he dismissed Yu Zhanshi as merely a pretty boy, attributing his ranking to sheer luck. Believing that after all this time, he possessed no real skill. With a press of the accelerator, he surged past Yu Zhanshi and Li Yuan. "Humph." Zhang Yang scoffed at the sight, overestimating oneself. He continued forward unhurriedly, while the man gritted his teeth and pressed on. Before long, the distance between the two vehicles began to close at this moment. Surpassing Yu Zhanshi became his primary objective, completely overlooking the treacherous ice maze ahead. As he accelerated, a smile spread across his face, intent on overtaking Yu Zhanshi. However, Yu Zhanshi offered no opportunity. He deftly maneuvered his vehicle to evade the provocateur. The man remained oblivious to the perils of the ice maze, perhaps unaware that his car had entered the most dangerous zone, a place where few dared to tread, as survival was nearly impossible. Even the strongest would struggle to escape, unless fortune favored them. At this juncture, Zhao Lei had also caught up with Yu Zhanshi, and they exchanged a wary glance, with an air of caution palpable between them, especially within the confines of the ice maze where anything could happen. Su Guiyin and Li Yuan observed the tense standoff between Yu Zhanshi and Zhao Lei, choosing not to intervene. Their reasoning was simple. It was not their concern, and Yu Zhanshi was no pushover. He must have his own strategy in mind. Indeed, as Zhao Lei approached Yu Zhanshi's vehicle, his car suddenly shuddered violently and launched sideways. The unexpected turn of events left Zhao Lei stunned. Simultaneously, Yu Zhanshi's car endured the same assault, veering off course and crashing into the roadside, triggering a series of explosive sounds that reverberated throughout the area. Though Yu Zhanshi's vehicle had been tossed, he remained remarkably composed, skillfully applying the brakes to halt his car. He swiftly retrieved a crossbow from beneath his seat and aimed at Zhao Lei's tire, releasing the bolt with precision. Zhao Lei's vehicle trembled violently as he too fought to regain control. That a loud bang echoed, permeating every corner of the surroundings. Zhao Lei's car erupted in flames, shrapnel piercing his skull, blood and brain matter splattering across Yu Zhanshi. Simultaneously, Yu Zhanshi's bolt found its mark, impaling Zhao Lei's chest and pinning him to his seat. Witnessing Yu Zhanshi's display, Su Guiyin fell silent. She had never regarded Yu Zhanshi as a gentle soul, yet he had concealed his true nature well over the years. In the past, she had preferred the sunny disposition of Shi Zhaoding. Zhao Lei lay dead, his demise gruesome and horrific. His tire had exploded, shattering the car's glass and damaging the locks. Most terrifying of all, fragments had pierced his skull, leaving his face grotesquely marred, blood streaming down as his charred remains smoldered. At the sight of Zhao Lei's pitiful state, Yu Zhanshi narrowed his eyes, his pupils constricting, emanating an icy aura, akin to a demon descending from hell. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in his gaze. "Let us proceed. I have calculated our path through this maze." Yu Zhanshi grinned, seemingly unaffected by Zhao Lei's demise, as if it bore no consequence to him. With that, he pressed the accelerator, and his car surged forward like a cheetah, navigating the narrow confines of the ice maze with ease. Soon, they arrived at a frozen pond, approximately 30 meters wide. Yu Zhanshi halted his car a mere 30 centimeters from the icy surface, which was capped with a thick layer of ice, exceeding 10 centimeters in depth. This was the only body of water within the ice maze, its surface smooth as glass, making swimming or boating a formidable challenge. Yet this did not deter them. Each individual retrieved a set of diving gear from their backpacks, professional attire designed to mitigate water pressure. Which of you two will take the plunge first? Yu Zhanqi inquired. Glancing at Li Yuan, Yuan shrugged, replying, I believe we should not squander precious time. Having chosen the ice maze, we should not entertain any thoughts of retreat. Let us swim across together. At the center of the pond stood a stone tablet. Submerged in its depths, Yu Zhanqi dove in first, prompting the others to follow suit. The pond was deep, reaching 7 to 8 meters. Yu Zhanqi, an adept swimmer, plunged below the surface, and their eyes widened in astonishment. In the heart of the icy cavern, a stunning ice sculpture awaited. Look, an ice sculpture! Zhang Yang exclaimed excitedly. Yu Zhanqi and the others approached it. Within the ice, a massive scroll was embedded, intricately carved and lifelike. As if it had come to life, it depicted a map outlining the entire ice cavern and even indicated several shortcuts. How extraordinary! How could this ice sculpture anticipate our arrival? Is it a treasure? Guiyin pondered aloud, noting that the sculptures seemed tailored to their path. The others nodded in agreement. Regardless, let us secure it first, Yu Zhanqi proposed. Agreed, Zhang Yang responded. Let us head in this direction. The crowd unanimously agreed. They swam towards the other side, guided by the scroll of paintings, proceeding along the passageway with unimpeded ease. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from the end of the corridor. Alp! Upon hearing this sound, everyone immediately became vigilant. There is something there. Guiyin spoke in a grave tone. No sooner had his words left his lips than two pairs of crimson eyes suddenly appeared in the depths of the passage. Glimmering with a sinister light, a chilling howl followed, reverberating through the corridor. Moments later, a pack of pitch-black creatures surged forth from the depths of the passage. These animals resembled dogs, but were vastly larger than the average canine. With sharp teeth and lethal claws, they emanated a frosty aura. Particularly striking were their emerald eyes, which seemed capable of devouring everything in their sight. The black-backed wolf pack. Oh no! Zhang Yang exclaimed in alarm. The faces of the crowd shifted in hue. These were ferocious and terrifying carnivorous beasts of the glacial world. Although their attack power was not overwhelmingly strong, their thick hides and vicious claws meant that a single bite could spell doom. Run! Zhang Yang reacted swiftly, turning to flee, but it was already too late. The black-backed wolves charged forward like famished tigers. Damn it! Let's fight! Guiyin, aware of the formidable nature of the black-backed wolves, leaped into action. Swinging her fists with ferocity, with a series of resounding strikes, she dispatched 3 wolves. Yet the remaining black-backed wolves showed no fear of death and continued their relentless advance. Although these wolves possessed great attack power, Li Yuan's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. With a flurry of blows, he swiftly felled a dozen black-backed wolves. Let's go! The others hastily followed suit. The attention of the black-backed wolves was momentarily diverted by Li Yuan and Guiyin. Halting their advance, retreat, Yu Zhanqi led the charge. His target was the ice sculpture. Suddenly, a pack of black-backed wolves erupted from a crevice in the stone wall, numbering over 10, their sizes far exceeding that of ordinary black-backed wolves. Their jaws gaped wide, revealing razor-sharp fangs, a foul stench permeating the air. However, the ice surface could not withstand the weight of the few individuals, as if the labyrinth had collapsed, scattering them in disarray. Yu Zhanqi stepped into a void and fell onto the icy surface, instantly feeling a searing pain radiating from his knee. His leg bones had shattered. This agony was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Even though he had participated in countless outdoor activities, he had never experienced such a grave injury. The pain engulfing his entire being at the same time, the black-backed wolves had already pounced upon him. Gritting his teeth, Yu Zhanqi forced himself to stand that moment. Guiyin and Li Yuan also fell into the same icy hole as Yu Zhanqi. This cavity was small, barely accommodating a few individuals. Li Yuan's right arm was broken, blood staining his clothing, yet he continued to resist tenaciously. Li Yuan. Guiyin gasped in shock. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Quickly retrieve the ice sculpture, or we shall all perish, Li Yuan urged. Remember, once you acquire the ice sculpture, exit immediately. Guiyin clenched her teeth and dashed towards the ice sculpture, Yu Zhanqi attempted to rise to grasp the ice sculpture, but with his kneecap shattered, he could only limp along. Seeing this, Guiyin hurriedly grasped Yu Zhanqi, pulling him back to prevent further injury. "We must find a way to climb up," Li Yuan panted urgently. His injured arm bleeding profusely. Yu Zhanqi gritted his teeth, forcing himself to crawl step by step, his right leg rendered useless. Yet he refused to lie down in defeat, firmly believing that if he exerted himself to escape, he would survive and will follow suit. Guiyin and Li Yuan supported the injured Yu Zhanqi as they crawled outward. Just then, a colossal shadow swooped down from above, a massive maagape, its sharp fangs glinting ominously. Lunging ferociously at Yu Zhanqi, his face turned pale. He recognized it as the ice lion. This ice lion was the only life form Yu Zhanqi had glimpsed within the icy depths, seemingly possessing a soul of its own. Yu Zhanqi speculated that these ice lions had been conjured from ice blocks by some divine entity, transformed into living beings, surviving for millennia with terrifying strength. However, due to a prolonged lack of sustenance, their hunger had driven them to attack the intruders in their territory. As danger loomed, Yu Zhanqi tightly shut his eyes, yet instead of feeling the ice lion's fangs as he had anticipated, he felt a sudden chill beside him. Upon opening his eyes, he found that the ice lion had vanished, replaced by Guiyin, clad in a thick waterproof suit and an oxygen mask, fully equipped for the situation. Agile and swift as the wind, she seized Yu Zhanqi's arm and leaped upward, landing firmly beside him. "What are you doing here?" Yu Zhanqi asked in astonishment. As Guiyin, with her gas mask on, her slender figure and deep, dark eyes shining like the stars in the night sky, removed her mask and smiled lightly, saying, "We need to find a way out. Otherwise, escaping this cramped space will prove troublesome." "Thank you both." Yu Zhanqi expressed his gratitude. He glanced at the distant ice lion, which, though momentarily deterred by Guiyin, remained watchful and poised to retaliate if they drew near again. "I'll distract the ice lion. You two take the opportunity to flee," Li Yuan declared with conviction, casting a glance at Guiyin. "Yu Zhanqi is injured. Take care of him." With that, Li Yuan brandished his sword and dashed out, his figure ethereal and graceful, like a startled phoenix. The ice lion roared, then charged wildly at Li Yuan, its icy claws like daggers. Yuan brandished his long sword, engaging the ice lion in combat. Though the ice lion's claws were exceptionally sharp, Li Yuan's sword was no ordinary weapon. The clash of ice claws against sword rang out, a fierce interplay of force. The ice lion roared in fury, a wave of frost emanating from its form, instantly freezing the surrounding flora. Yuan, agile as ever, sprang upward, arms outstretched. The ice lion exhaled frigid mist, laced with icy shards, toward Li Yuan. With nimble movements, he swerved and dodged, yet the ice lion's icy blades grazed his clothing, leaving behind a trail of marks. Seeing this, Guiyin rushed to assist Li Yuan, for the debt of gratitude she owed him for rescuing her in her time of peril was indelible in her heart. At that moment, Yu Zhanqi had also managed to tend to his wounds. The two flanked Li Yuan, aiding him in attacking the ice lion. The ice lion, infuriated, had not tasted blood for far too long. It abruptly turned, drawing in a massive breath. Instantly, Guiyin and Yu Zhanqi found themselves uncontrollably drawn towards it. Just as they were about to be consumed, two stones hurtled through the air, striking the ice lion's head with force. The ice lion howled in pain, staggering back, allowing Guiyin and Yu Zhanqi to escape, with Li Yuan arriving just in time to provide support. The entire sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye. Enraged, the ice lion let out a deafening roar, causing the ice surface to tremble, as if the very earth quaked beneath it, and a blinding white light erupted from its body, its breath peaking in intensity. Its massive form soared into the air, howling towards the heavens, before diving down towards Li Yuan and the others, seemingly lost to reason, consumed by thoughts of slaughter and bloodshed. Every living thing must perish. The long sword cleaved through the ice lion's tough hide, piercing its shoulder. The ice lion, in agony, lashed out, attempting to bite Li Yuan, who flickered in and out of view, skillfully evading its strikes. Observing this, Guiyin swiftly withdrew, drawing a dagger from her waist and aiming for the ice lion's leg. The ice lion lowered its head to dodge, providing Su Guiyin the opportunity to stab its eye. Seizing the moment, Yu Zhanqi delivered the final blow, his long knife penetrating the ice lion's chest, pinning it to the ground. In its dying moments, the ice lion glared fiercely at the group. Finally, we have resolved this nuisance. Su Guiyin produced a potion to tend her wounds. Yu Zhanqi wiped the sweat from his brow, having expended considerable energy during the fight. Yuan sheathed his sword. Let us press on. If day breaks, none of us will find rest. Yuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. The trio continued onward, determined to find a way out of the labyrinth. Without it, their chances of victory in this competition would be severely compromised. Yu Zhanqi gazed upon the imposing structure before him, recognizing it as the entrance to the maze, yet puzzled as to how to unlock it. As they explored along the walls, a sudden scream pierced the air, followed by another, seemingly from different locations. Yu Zhanqi shook his head. He had heard them too, but could not discern their origin. Guiyin remarked, I wonder which unfortunate soul triggered the alarm. Yu Zhanqi scrutinized the wall, noticing intricate patterns that concealed profound secrets. If arranged in the correct sequence, they would soon uncover the proper path. Follow me, he commanded, leading the group onward in their quest. Having heard the shrill warning, signaling the maze's peril, remaining still was no longer an option. The group advanced without hindrance, emerging from the labyrinth into a vast, expansive space, surrounded by numerous structures that appeared labyrinthine yet cohesive. Looking up, they beheld a ceiling of translucent white crystal, scattering light that illuminated the entire space, imparting a sense of the sacred and solemn. This moment, Yu Zhanqi clenched his fist, covering his lips with a light cough. As crimson droplets of blood trickled through his fingers, Su Guiyin swiftly supported him, her voice laced with concern. Are you injured? It's nothing, just a minor internal injury. He waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was fine. His gaze drifting into the distance, he contemplated stepping away, yet the sensation of Su Guiyin's support felt surprisingly pleasant, leading him to think that perhaps his weakness was not entirely unwelcome. They stood upon a vast platform, flanked by entrances on either side, each adorned with a lamp casting an eerie blue glow, exuding an ominous aura, as if a path of death lay ahead, engulfing the endless darkness. Yuan instinctively took a half-step back, his expression shifting slightly. I can't shake the feeling that it's too quiet here, and there's something unsettling about it. The system informed them that they had exited the maze. What about you all? Su Guiyin inquired. Yuan, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Yu Zhanqi's serious injuries, offered, Shall I assist you? No need. I can manage on my own, Yu Zhanqi insisted, attempting to stand unaided, though his form wavered, as if he might collapse at any moment. Consequently, he turned to leave, provoking a laugh from Li Yuan at the sight of Yu Zhanqi's condition. Su Guiyin, noticing Li Yuan's reaction, joined in the laughter, her voice tinged with playful mockery, sending a delightful shiver down the spine. Upon hearing her laughter, Yu Zhanqi abruptly turned, casting her an icy glare before departing. Yuan exchanged a glance with Su Guiyin, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. That moment, Su Guiyin chose to cast aside the sorrowful memories. After all, they were merely fleeting emotions, insubstantial and ephemeral. Chapter 70. Let the past fade away. Su Guiyin lifted her gaze to the horizon, where the sky was a brilliant azure, dotted with drifting white clouds. This world felt both expansive and constricted, filled with events one could never foresee changing. Just like today. Who could have predicted this? She pressed her lips together, her cheeks taut, her eyes deep and luminous, reminiscent of the serene moonlight in a tranquil night sky. Clad in a light gray casual ensemble, 2 buttons at her chest left undone. She revealed a hint of enticing allure. Her feet adorned with flat, long boots, she exuded an air of elegance and grace. She extended her delicate, fair leg, slowly settling beside her, her posture languid and casual, as if she held dominion over the entire realm. Her gaze sparkled with a hint of starlight, shimmering brilliantly. Only Zhang Yang remained waiting in place, while the others had already dispersed, each seeking their own path. This did not escape Yu Zhanqi's notice. At that moment, the system announced that they needed to advance another 1,000 kilometers to conclude the competition. Without hesitation, the four of them continued onward, finding it a simple endeavor. Although the path was somewhat rugged, it remained passable. Yu Zhanqi, Li Yuan, and Zhang Yang trailed behind Su Giyin's vehicle. The road conditions were indeed poor, full of potholes and uneven surfaces. However, it posed little issue for them. The two following behind, however, found it much more uncomfortable. Their seats rattled and rendered unsuitable for rest. Suddenly, Zhang Yang exclaimed. As the ice beneath the vehicle cracked, sending it lurching forward, he felt himself on the verge of tumbling with the vehicle. Fortunately, Yu Zhanqi was there to catch him. Zhang Yang's face turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yu Zhanqi pulled him onto the vehicle and said to Su Giyin, "I may need to drive a bit slower." "You all go ahead." Su Giyin nodded, yet her gaze remained fixed on Yu Zhanqi. Zhang Yang appeared somewhat gaunt, but Yu Zhanqi noticed the bandage wrapped around his left wrist, suggesting a severe cut. Zhang Yang's condition was poor. After the fall, he had lost consciousness. Yu Zhanqi retrieved a medical kit from his space, preparing to tend to Zhang Yang's wounds. The fall had indeed taken a toll. With a cracked kneecap and abrasions on his elbow, after carefully inspecting the injuries, he was relieved to find no internal damage. Otherwise, it would have been a significant predicament. Once Yu Zhanqi finished bandaging him, he offered Zhang Yang a vial of medicinal liquid to replenish his strength before continuing to drive forward. He did not pause for a moment, quickly catching up to the vehicles ahead. Yu Zhanqi narrowed his eyes, observing the determined silhouette before him, a faint smile curving his lips, though his gaze darkened. Su Giyin chose not to glance back at Yu Zhanqi, instead steering her focus towards Li Yuan. Observing this, Yu Zhanqi felt a sudden, inexplicable pang in his heart and lowered his gaze. Eventually, they reached their destination, with a sign read City of Ice and Snow. The finish line was simply marked by a vast square. With a tall platform erected in the center, Yu Zhanqi and Li Yuan paused to rest and survey their surroundings. Su Giyin's vehicle came to a halt, noticing the lack of available space. She parked between two cars, one of which was a sleek sports car. A striking woman emerged from the sports car, a red convertible Ferrari that immediately drew the attention of all the men present. Clad in tight jeans that accentuated her long, slender legs, she exuded allure, her figure voluptuous and statuesque. Unexpectedly, the female driver approached Yu Zhanqi directly. Under the dim light, she radiated an air of elegance and charm. "Hey, handsome, could I borrow a light?" The woman smiled brightly, her demeanor poised and graceful. "No," Yu Zhanqi replied, glancing at her before returning to a cigarette. The woman stood momentarily frozen, a flicker of awkwardness crossing her face. Nonetheless, her gaze lingered on his smoking lips, emanating a lethal allure. "Handsome, would you be interested in getting to know each other?" The beautiful, seductive girl blinked her large eyes at Yu Zhanqi, her youthful charm akin to a flower just beginning to bloom. As she stepped closer, Yu Zhanqi raised his eyes, his dark gaze gleaming with a cold intensity. His tone was indifferent and detached. "Is there something you need?" The female driver's eyes sparkled, her smile radiant. "You're so handsome." With a scoff, Yu Zhanqi responded, amusement glinting in his eyes as he regarded her. "What do you want?" The girl beamed like a blossoming flower, her lively eyes twinkling. Yu Zhanqi exhaled a puff of smoke, surveying her before scanning the surroundings, but failing to spot Su Giyin. He then looked back at the girl, saying, "Sorry, I have friends waiting nearby." With that, he turned to leave. The woman's expression darkened immediately, her foot tapping on the ground, her eyes flickering with resentment. Observing the rejection, the nearby men felt an urge to seize the opportunity to approach her, even considering stirring trouble. Some bolder souls ventured. "What do we call you, beautiful?" The woman shot them a glance, her striking features exuding an air of disdain, seemingly unwilling to engage with them. Although the men believed they could protect her, facing such a stunning beauty's indifference left them feeling frustrated, yet too intimidated to act. As Su Giyin and Li Yuan witnessed this scene from their vehicle, with Su Giyin choosing to ignore it. Li Yuan patted her shoulder, saying, "Let us not get involved in others' affairs." He opened the door and stepped out, waving to Su Giyin. Yu Zhanqi paid no heed to the opinions of others. As long as they did not provoke him, he might glance their way. Yet, should anyone dare to set their sights on Guiyin, generally, he would disregard the fates of others, observing Yu Zhanqi's nonchalant departure. Guiyin's lips curled into a faint smile. They lingered at the finish line for a while, as crowds gradually arrived. Checking her watch, Guiyin noted it was still early, with an hour remaining until the system announced their departure. She closed her eyes, resting while awaiting the system's countdown. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. Guiyin opened her eyes to see Shi Zhaoting approaching in a tracksuit, radiating vigor and charm, but he reached her. Grinning, "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to find you here at this square," as Guiyin nodded. "Shall we go together?" Shi Zhaoting invited her. Elated at the prospect of having another companion, Guiyin readily agreed. Observing the exchange, Yu Zhanqi cast a glance at Guiyin, his expression complex. Yuan then beckoned Yu Zhanqi to join them in greeting Shi Zhaoting, who extinguished his cigarette and followed along. "Hello." Yu Zhanqi extended his hand for a shake, marking their acquaintance. Shi Zhaoting engaged with Guiyin, discussing the competition. They were all adults, supporting one another, and with Guiyin mediating, the atmosphere was amiable as they conversed. Guiyin occasionally chimed in, while Shi Zhaoting and Li Yuan delved into various topics, their spirits high. Particularly, Shi Zhaoting, a sports enthusiast who relished thrilling challenges, buzzed with excitement at the prospect of new information, eagerly anticipating the results. However, he sensed an unusual tension between Yu Zhanqi and Guiyin, as their dynamic felt distinctly peculiar. He couldn't help but furrow his brow, although he knew he shouldn't harbor such doubts. The thought lingered in his mind like an unwelcome guest. Shi Zhaoting glanced at Yu Zhanqi and suddenly had a revelation. By the way, do you often know Guiyin in real life? Yu Zhanqi turned to Shi Zhaoting, remaining silent. Shi Zhaoting cautiously continued, "You two don't seem like strangers meeting for the first time." Why Yu Zhanqi cast a glance at Guiyin and nodded. Yes, I could see that moment. Shi Zhaoting's expression shifted. He couldn't shake the feeling that Guiyin seemed to have a history with this man. "Are you quite familiar with Guiyin?" Upon hearing this question, Guiyin immediately ceased her conversation and looked towards Yu Zhanqi. Her gesture was unmistakable. She feared that Yu Zhanqi might misunderstand her or that Shi Zhaoting might misinterpret the situation. She did not wish for these two unfamiliar men to quarrel over her, jeopardizing their respective relationships. However, Guiyin sensed that Shi Zhaoting had changed somewhat after their brief separation, and his lingering gaze left her feeling a bit flustered. Shi Zhaoting chuckled, scratching his head. "It's nothing. I just wanted to make a few more friends." Upon hearing Shi Zhaoting's words, Guiyin felt a sense of relief. She had initially thought that Shi Zhaoting harbored feelings for her, although she was uncertain about the type of girl he preferred. She held a favorable impression of his sunny and cheerful demeanor. Yu Zhanqi, however, frowned. The intensity of Shi Zhaoting's gaze upon Guiyin was too fervent to conceal, and he could read many things in that look, such as admiration. Witnessing that gaze made Yu Zhanqi uncomfortable. Shi Zhaoting clearly had intentions toward Guiyin. The naked affection in Shi Zhaoting's eyes was repugnant to Yu Zhanqi, especially since Shi Zhaoting was someone Guiyin liked. Amplifying his disdain, "Mr. Shi, please mind your words." Yu Zhanqi's tone was laced with a strong warning, causing Shi Zhaoting to feel somewhat embarrassed. I apologize. I was just a bit too excited. Please don't misunderstand." Shi Zhaoting hurriedly explained, as Guiyin sighed in relief upon hearing Shi Zhaoting's apology. Regardless of whom this Mr. Shi favored, it was sufficient that he did not take a liking to Shi Zhaoting. Whether he liked her or disliked her was ultimately beneficial, which was what she hoped for. Why Yu Zhanqi chose not to engage with them further, instead turning his gaze to Guiyin, remaining silent. At a loss for words, Guiyin opted for silence, calmly walking beside Li Yuan. "You need not worry about them. There's so many people here, they have no time to cause trouble," Li Yuan remarked softly, reassuring Guiyin to ease her concerns. Indeed, Guiyin was not overly worried but accepted Li Yuan's kindness. "Please note, this competition will conclude in 3 minutes. Please prepare yourselves. The first place from each district will still receive information about the next track." Suddenly, the entire break area erupted in commotion. Everyone was abuzz with discussion. I remember the last competition. It was Guiyin who took first place. With so many strong contenders this time, it's likely to be a challenge. Well, The first place from our district is more likely to win. I think having a woman as the top contender reflects poorly on your district's overall strength. Oh, I was just speaking casually. I believe she will definitely succeed this time. Zhang Yang initially regarded Su Guiyin with some skepticism regarding her ranking, but after working alongside her, he no longer doubted her capabilities to be quiet, stop talking nonsense. However, this time is indeed remarkable, with 5 districts combined, 5 first-place contenders. Although Su Guiyin ranks first, whether she can secure the overall victory remains uncertain. I believe it will surely be Su Guiyin, last season's victor. It should be her again this time. I still stand with our district's champion. I am confident she will excel. Their discussions reach the ears of Su Guiyin and those beside her. I hope we can meet again in the same place after we leave. Shi Zhaoting said with a smile, his tone revealing no particular emotion, seemingly filled with anticipation. Of course. Yu Zhanqi replied calmly, his expression as tranquil as water, as if the previous altercation had no bearing on him. Then it's settled. May we encounter each other again. It was a pity Qi Shuheng was assigned to a different district. He missed the dishes he used to prepare, Shi Zhaoting remarked with slight regret. Chapter 71. New track information before her. A flash of white light illuminated the surroundings, and Su Guiyin found herself standing on an icy racetrack, the system's announcement soon following. Competition results are being calculated. First place in this district, Su Guiyin. Upon seeing this news, Su Guiyin was not surprised. After all, the maze was designed for those with higher rankings, and given that her companions were all formidable, it was only natural that they not only navigated the maze, but also shattered it, resulting in high scores. Even if the time taken to reach the platform was late, it did not affect the overall score calculation. Su Guiyin entered the chat channel, discovering that out of 50,000 participants in this icy race, 11,000 had met their demise. It seemed the current strength was on the rise, but the difficulty of the road race had also escalated. Though the population had diminished to a more balanced level, it was still significant. Soon, the chat records appeared in her view, filled with discussions about this track. Some deemed it too perilous, while others believed increased competition was essential for skill enhancement. There were also voices suggesting that this opportunity was rare. Missing it would mean future competitions would only grow more challenging, with the fear of not even surviving to the next qualifying round. Given the substantial rewards of such events, it seems you are not yet satisfied. Still not enough? Let me tell you, if it weren't for your good fortune, you might not even have made it past the most basic qualifying competition. Not at all. Speaking of which, Su Daolao is truly remarkable, achieving the highest rank. I've heard Su Daolao has successfully upgraded her vehicle to a purple grade, temperature-controlled, absolutely defensive mobile home that I wonder what it's like inside. Haha, you want to see the mobile home? Wait until you can encounter Su Daolao first. Damn, is that discrimination? Not at all. Speaking of which, Su Daolao is indeed formidable. I heard her strength is unfathomable, effortlessly defeating even that monster. It is astonishing to know that not a speck of dust could touch her clothing. Indeed, although Su Daolao is a woman, her strength is truly not to be overlooked. No wonder she is known as Su Daolao. She is undeniably an extraordinary existence. Who doesn't know that Su Daolao's reputation is resounding in our circle? Who has ever seen her lose? She has always been the one to win. Sigh, Su Daolao is indeed impressive. A crowd of people buzzed with admiration for this mysterious, legendary woman, particularly those who had once trained with Su Guiyin, who revered her abilities even more. Congratulations, you are as outstanding as ever. Yu Zhanqi approached with a gentle smile directed at Su Guiyin. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement, her lips curving into a faint smile. Yu Zhanqi was one of the best drivers in the club, yet he had always been a lone wolf, without partners. Although some had extended invitations to him, he consistently declined, claiming he was too accustomed to freedom to adapt to companionship. Their eyes met, and Yu Zhanqi's expression shifted momentarily before returning to normal. Yu Zhanqi had always been a solitary figure in the club, and when others invited him to participate in events or activities, he had turned them down, which led many to remember him without seeking him again. Eventually, everyone recognized his prowess and tacitly avoided provoking this formidable presence. Until one event necessitated a partner. For reasons unknown, Yu Zhanqi approached Su Guiyin. She, having never participated in a duo event, agreed to his invitation. Over time, they began to frequently cross paths. They temporarily formed a 5-person team, with Yu Zhanqi inviting 3 other men along the way. However, those 3 soon withdrew due to personal reasons, and Yu Zhanqi did not replace them. Moreover, there was an instance when another team in the club was down to 2 members and wished to invite Su Guiyin and Yu Zhanqi to join. Su Guiyin was inclined to accept this request and informed Yu Zhanqi that to her surprise, Yu Zhanqi declined. Thus, Su Guiyin and Yu Zhanqi embarked on a 6-month journey as a duo team, leading to rampant speculation about their relationship, with many believing they were a couple. Initially, Su Guiyin was unsure of her feelings for him, but as the club members spoke more about it, she gradually developed feelings beyond mere camaraderie. Following a bout of teasing, Su Guiyin, in a fit of emotion, decided to withdraw from the team. Later, upon reflection, she suspected someone had hinted to Yu Zhanqi about her affections, prompting him to candidly state that he was not attracted to girls. In her anger, Su Guiyin had merely responded in jest. During occasional club events, they would meet, but they made a concerted effort to avoid any appearance of intimacy, striving to minimize their interactions. Unpredictable is fate. For during Su Guiyin's participation in the individual challenge, she fortuitously found herself matched against Yu Zhanqi as her opponent. The two exchanged glances, and before Su Guiyin could react, Yu Zhanqi had already departed the competition arena. Leaving the victory to Su Guiyin, she lingered on the battlefield for an extended period, uncertain of the emotions swirling within her, unsure how to confront this disarray that on occasions, when Su Guiyin required a partner. It coincidentally turned out that Yu Zhanqi also sought a companion, to end the quest for teammates. Regardless of how others perceived the situation, Su Guiyin felt a pang of bitterness within her heart. Although she was a girl of exuberant spirit, she evidently struggled to navigate matters of the heart that Yu Zhanqi, while serious in his approach towards teammates, never once considered Su Guiyin's feelings. Over the years, Su Guiyin had grown accustomed to solitude. Despite possessing numerous accolades that others envied, she alone understood the truth of her isolation. Loneliness trailed her like a shadow, inescapable and unavoidable. Not even her parents could accompany her, their only role being silent observers of her journey. As she surveyed her surroundings, aside from a few friends, she recognized that fate intertwined their paths, and should separation occur, it must be respected. New track information prompt complete. Please prepare, contestants. This system is truly vexing, presenting the information for the next track in such a manner to Su Guiyin. Memories of past losses assailed her once more. Clearly, this system possessed extraordinary capabilities, even replicating her own memories. However, on the bright side, Su Guiyin remained untroubled. While her recollections might be affected, they would not encroach upon her rationality. "Hey, what's wrong?" Shi Zhaoding inquired, noticing Su Guiyin's visage contorted in discomfort. "It's nothing, just a sudden headache. What do you think we'll encounter this time?" Su Guiyin replied with a shake of her head and a smile, having adjusted her mindset to resist the influence of this so-called system. New track information prompt complete. Please prepare accordingly. Standing atop a lofty peak, Su Guiyin gazed down upon the earth, her feet resting upon the clouds. The sensation was exhilarating, a welcome reprieve from the clamor of the city. Enveloped in tranquility, the next track will be characterized by extreme heat. If my predictions are accurate, she conveyed to her 3 companions, the preparations made for the icy track would largely go to waste, leaving only the vehicle's temperature control system operational. The vehicle will require a cooling mechanism. Otherwise, under such high temperatures, its components may melt, Li Yuan remarked. Shi Zhaoding concurred with Li Yuan's assessment. "I plan to acquire raw materials. I possess blueprints for heat-resistant vehicle components and survival gear, intending to produce 300,000 units for sale in the region. The cost will be the blueprints, 9 white, 6 green, 3 blue, and 1 red. Any blueprints I lack can serve as currency for exchange." Su Guiyin articulated her thoughts. "The blueprints are finite. 300,000 units may not correspond to that many blueprints, leaving at least 200,000 without." Li Yuan contemplated. "Then the remainder can be exchanged for herbs, whether fresh or processed. I can turn them into medicines and potions." Su Guiyin prioritized the blueprints that be. By the way, I've forgotten to mention that the competitors in this track are all top-tier individuals from various regions. While the goal is to clinch the championship, different contenders emerge each year. showcasing their peak abilities early in the season. After one competition, it turns into a grand opportunity for resource acquisition. Once the purple potion is produced, its effects are likely to be extraordinary, capable of enhancing one's very essence. Guiyin acknowledged that her time to advance to the purple tier of abilities had arrived. With each ascension, she felt her physical condition transform significantly. Skin, muscles, and blood underwent remarkable changes. What transformations would the purple tier bring? Amidst the ongoing excitement, the chat channel was abuzz, with competitors from every region discussing the matter. Although the formulas for these medicines were relatively easy to find, they remained scarce, necessitating appropriate herbal combinations. However, the potions were equally crucial, as she had received a purple treasure chest as a reward, containing a blueprint for a purple body-enhancing potion. Yet, the synthesis of this purple potion required an extensive array of ingredients, necessitating even more herbs as raw materials. Let us proceed as such. Li Yuan and Shi Zhaoting nodded in agreement. Tonight, I will reach out to various parties to ensure this information is disseminated swiftly. Shi Zhaoting declared that I will handle the distribution of the produced items. Yu Zhanqi added, taking a drag from his cigarette. Guiyin turned to Yu Zhanqi, suggesting, Li Yuan will oversee resource logistics. You will manage distribution. I will focus on production, and Shi Zhaoting will control the situation. Yu Zhanqi chuckled and shook his head. I'm not well-versed in promotion. However, I believe you and Shi Zhaoting excel in these matters. After a brief silence, Guiyin replied, in that case, let us each fulfill our roles and begin our preparations. Agreed. Let me first explain the principles behind the purple potion. Guiyin initiated the discussion on the materials needed for the purple body-enhancing potion. The primary function of the purple potion is to enhance physical abilities, increasing resilience, endurance, and explosive power. Utilizing all gather blueprints would significantly accelerate her production of the body-enhancing potions, greatly improving efficiency and alleviating concerns about failure. They planned to commence work that very night. As night fell, the region where Guiyin resided was anything but tranquil. Guiyin, you are truly remarkable. No wonder you are the best in our region. Even the top competitor from the neighboring region cannot achieve consecutive victories in the regional championships. Guiyin is simply splendid, like a true hero, as she listened to the adulation surrounding her. Guiyin felt a faint smile tugging at her lips. Thank you, dear friends. This victory is a collective effort, and I am preparing 30,000 units for sale, containing all the materials necessary for the upcoming track. I kindly ask for your support. Guiyin articulated in the chat channel, her tone humble yet resolute. 30,000. Hiss! The crowd collectively gasped. While Guiyin had previously announced the sale of 30,000 items, no one had anticipated such an extraordinary bounty, enough to fill an entire marketplace. Chapter 72. 30,000 units for sale. The crowd erupted in excitement. Excellent. We support you. 30,000 units. I've already placed my order. I too have reserved mine. I await your delivery. We are fully prepared, eagerly anticipating your arrival. Observing their eager expressions, a gentle smile graced Guiyin's face. These individuals were genuinely commendable. Without their assistance, acquiring materials would undoubtedly prove arduous. And although their backgrounds may not constitute top-tier power, they were far from negligible. Securing these resources would yield significant wealth. Yet such gains did not suffice as her ultimate goal. She required even greater and more powerful materials. Thank you all for your support. I implore you to collaborate with my teammates to swiftly gather more materials. Our requirements are substantial, and we cannot afford to delay. Guiyin conveyed her objectives. Furthermore, while these individuals' backgrounds might not be the most formidable, they should not be underestimated. Without sufficient growth, they would struggle to gain any advantage. Fortunately, their current demand was high, and the provisions she offered were just right. Facilitating an agreement. Since you all have expressed your intentions, I shall refrain from further elaboration. As you know, the variety of materials I seek for acquisition is extensive, thus I hope you can comprehend the pricing. You need not be so formal. We're all aware of your reputation for quality and value. Doubt we stand behind you. The conversation in the chat channel then shifted to Shi Zhaoting, while Li Yuan began organizing the incoming materials. Once Guiyin produced the equipment, Yu Zhanqi would handle the sales, exchanging them for blueprints and herbs for Li Yuan to manage. As Guiyin continued her production, and the seamless collaboration among them formed a perfect loop. This world has changed. I have never heard of such things before. Sugi mused, IT has improved. Has it not? Yu Zhanqi inquired earnestly. Well, yes, it has indeed improved. Sugain acknowledged with a nod. We should strive to expand our efforts into broader territories. Indeed. The group nodded in agreement. Let us continue. Sugain shifted the topic, pointing at the computer screen. Currently, the materials and herbs are sufficient. For the next upgrade, I will alert you all regarding the required materials or herbs. However, I believe we have an opportunity to attempt to breach some racial bases. Yu Zhanqi remained silent, offering no rebuttal. They all understood that despite the extensive destruction following the genocide, a plethora of rare materials still existed, such as various animal blood, bone marrow, teeth, and the like. These precious resources, if brought to market, would undoubtedly yield immense wealth. Utilizing them could also lead to the production of numerous items. Even in this world, their value was considerable. Yet they dared not act impulsively. Apart from their own races, there were numerous other alien tribes, some of which were formidable and beyond their capacity to provoke, should they trespass upon another's territory and incite conflict. They would surely suffer grievous losses. Their numbers were insufficient, and their strength was still feeble. Rashly instigating clashes with alien races would be tantamount to courting death. Moreover, the current tumultuous situation necessitated restraint, compelling them to accumulate strength for the time being. Equipment resistant to high temperatures included items such as sunscreen, gas masks, cooling vests, and cooling sleeves. Before wearing these, one should place them in a 0°C refrigerator for approximately 15 to 20 minutes. When donned, they neither induce a sensation of freezing nor fail to effectively lower the body surface temperature, thereby delaying heat fatigue. Portable air conditioners capable of instant cooling, multifunctional ice pillows that promise a refreshing summer, and cooling patches known as cool companions, made from high polymer composite materials derived from natural plants, further enhance their arsenal. The patches, infused with mint and water, could be applied to the forehead, temples, neck, and other areas, providing an immediate reduction in body temperature for up to 8 hours. Upon removal, a strong minty fragrance could be detected, and the initial sensation of coolness was profound. However, this effect diminished over time. Although the cooling patches were small and localized, they were not particularly secure and could easily fall off with significant movement. Overall, their usage remained relatively convenient. The cooling ice pillows were crafted from high-quality rubber plastic, filled with specially formulated ice crystals and sponge, suitable for resting against or applying to any part of the body. They required no power source, cooling automatically and providing instant relief with no time limitations. Despite their compact size, they were somewhat heavy. While touching the surface did not yield an immediate cooling sensation, prolonged contact revealed a marked chill. The surface area in contact with the skin was substantial, but the fit was not particularly secure, necessitating manual pressure to maintain contact. Nevertheless, they were ideal for use while resting in a vehicle. The portable handheld air conditioner, designed for easy transport, could continuously deliver cool air to the user upon activation. It featured a rechargeable lithium battery and could accommodate ice water or essential oils to enhance the cooling and aromatic effects. Its lightweight and miniature design made it convenient to carry. Although the sensory difference in air temperature remained subtle, the physical cooling ice towel, enveloped in 100 cotton-printed fabric and filled with imported ice crystals, resembled a butterfly bow tie when applied to the skin. It could rapidly lower temperature, invigorate, and absorb sweat, making it ideal for outdoor sports, medical care, and other high-temperature tasks. The towel's appearance mimicked a standard bow tie, and the small granules inside expanded quickly when soaked. They dried easily without dripping. Wrapped around the neck, it provided significant coverage, delivering a distinct sensation of chill and refreshment, while remaining easy to wear and unlikely to fall off without any unpleasant odors. Such items were essential, as were various medications. These pharmaceuticals were indispensable given the harsh environment of this world, where death could strike at any moment. Therefore, these medicines had to be stocked in the sweltering summer. Many experienced physical discomfort due to extreme heat, which posed a considerable challenge to those with weaker constitutions. A moment's negligence could easily lead to heat stroke, making preventive measures paramount as the temperature continued to rise. Some individuals, particularly those with fragile constitutions, were more susceptible to heat-related illnesses, necessitating preparedness to counteract heat stroke. Guiyin planned to include several medications in the kit that could effectively prevent and alleviate discomfort. Cooling oil could be applied to the temples and the third eye area to relieve headaches and dizziness, providing a refreshing and comfortable sensation. For mosquito bites, skin irritations, or minor burns, a small amount could be applied to the affected area to promote blood circulation, reduce swelling, and alleviate pain and itching. Caution was advised to keep it away from the eyes, and in the event of contact, one should rinse thoroughly with water. Qi was effective in dispelling heat and detoxifying the body, primarily treating heat stroke, abdominal pain, diarrhea, and dysentery. Available in both capsule and oral form, it was recommended for adults to take twice daily, with a reduced dosage for children. Ginseng, containing menthol, cinnamon, camphor, cardamom, ginger, and synthetic musk, was known for its ability to clear heat, alleviate heat stroke symptoms, and detoxify. It was recommended for adults to dissolve 5 to 10 grains in the mouth. Luisan was specifically targeted at heat stroke during summer, characterized by fever, irritability, thirst, and scant or burning urination. A dosage of 6 to 9 grams was suggested, steeped in water as a tea. Care should be taken when purchasing, as this medication was in powder form, not capsules. Shui was suitable for summer heat stroke. Addressing symptoms like dizziness, headaches, nausea, and diarrhea, adults were advised to add 10 to 20 drops to a glass of boiled water, stirring well before consumption. During labor or travel under the scorching sun, anyone experiencing heat discomfort could take Shui to relieve their symptoms. Feng Yujing was effective in clearing heat, detoxifying, relieving dampness, and alleviating pain. It could treat heat stroke symptoms such as dizziness and headaches, and minor abdominal pain caused by excessive cooling at night, that a small amount could be applied externally to the forehead and temples for relief. Digestive system ailments, such as enteritis and dysentery, were also prevalent during summer. Therefore, Guiyin prepared commonly used anti-inflammatory medications like Huang Liansu and Li Fuxing for unforeseen circumstances. Guiyin meticulously studied the medicinal applications of these drugs and planned to provide a comprehensive supply, including the aforementioned heat-resistant sunscreen, gas masks, cooling vests, cooling sleeves, portable air conditioners, multifunctional ice pillows, and cooling patches, as well as physical cooling ice towels. Moreover, she produced a range of sun protection clothing, both long and short-sleeved, with and without hoods, sunglasses, and sunblock gloves, encompassing an extensive array of sun protection products. For vehicles, Guiyin thoughtfully created sun protection gear, addressing issues like excessive tire pressure, overloading, and speeding. Summer road temperatures could reach as high as 60 to 70 degrees Celsius, compromising tire integrity, leading to bulging or bursting due to high heat at high speeds. Tire pressure would also increase with rising temperatures, making them susceptible to blowouts if any weak spots were encountered. Vehicles exposed to the scorching sun could suffer from overheating, tire blowouts, and overheating of the radiator. Guiyin devised a replacement parts kit for high-temperature tire blowouts and other devices prone to heat-related damage, along with a comprehensive automobile repair kit. Concerning food, she also included an ice maker and ice cream machine. However, the acquisition of raw materials for these machines was incomplete due to one missing part. Thus, while the first 100,000 units would include ice cream machines and ice makers, the subsequent 100,000 would not. At this point, Guiyin felt satisfied, believing there was no need for additional provisions. Her meticulous attention to detail had been commendable. If those in the high-temperature protective kit area remained insatiable, they would no longer be within her consideration. An hour later, the gathered materials had produced 100,000 kits, and Guiyin decided to test the waters with this initial batch. With a radiant smile, Guiyin remarked that these items were a result of her design concepts, production methods, and processes, and their rapid creation was indeed a testament to their excellence. Thanks to everyone's concerted efforts, we owe this to you, Guiyin, Shi Zhaoding said with a smile. Our night's labor has finally paid off. Not at all. It's all thanks to everyone. Without your contributions, it would have been challenging to achieve this in recent years. Guiyin replied, beaming with satisfaction at her recent experiences. Regardless, Susu's contribution is undeniable. Li Yuan interjected, noting how he had taken to calling Guiyin Su, while Shi Zhaoding preferred me. Hello everyone. The first 100,000 kits are now ready. Please act quickly if you're interested. Those purchasing from this first batch will receive an ice cream machine as a bonus, while the subsequent 200,000 kits will not include this offer. Thank you for your support, Guiyin announced in the chat channel. Although the first 100,000 kits had been prepared, she feared the sheer volume might overwhelm her. The first 100,000 kits are ready. That's fantastic. We can finally make our purchases. My blueprint are all set'd. The first 100,000 really ready. That's incredible. Impressive. It seems like Su is quite wealthy. Li Yuan chimed in jovially within the channel. Not at all. This was only possible due to everyone's collective efforts. Guiyin humbly replied, acknowledging that her own contribution had not been overly burdensome. Merely a matter of assembly line production. Guiyin. You're being too modest. We've all put in considerable effort, Li Yuan protested. All right, in that case, let's not waste any more time and hurry to purchase. Sounds good. Guiyin cheerfully agreed, recognizing the significance of this first batch of 100,000 kits. Though modest, it was still worthy of celebration. Guiyin announced that the first 100,000 items were ready. They were snatched up within a mere 10 minutes of being listed. Those who had previously purchased from Guiyin were well aware, and thus had prepared in advance to seize the opportunity the moment they became available. Some who hesitated have sadly missed the chance to acquire an ice cream machine. What a bunch of fools. How could they buy so quickly? Indeed, how could they possibly purchase so fast? My ice cream machine, I can't believe it sold out. Oh dear, who bought it? Chapter 73, everyone felt it had struck gold. How could this happen? I didn't manage to grab one. Wow, an ice cream machine. I want to eat ice cream too. Isn't this price a bit steep? I simply can't afford it. My savings aren't enough. I can only trade with herbs. This is truly expensive. If it weren't for the herbs, I wouldn't be able to exchange for it at all. I in the chat channel. Despair reigned as countless complaints arose, lamenting the exorbitant cost of the high-temperature kits. Not everyone possesses the financial means to act swiftly and make a purchase. For after all, these are merely blueprints, not a trifling sum. Yet, more voices echoed the sentiment of helplessness, declaring they could only await the next stock replenishment. Hearing the plight of the crowd, Guiyin couldn't help but chuckle. Apologies, but we still have 200,000 sets available, so please remain calm. Oh, right, there are still kits. I must buy. I absolutely have to purchase. Me too, I want to buy. Did you all see? This kit contains an abundance of heat-resistant medicines, along with various styles of sun protective clothing. And not to mention, car maintenance parts. Goodness, this is a fortune. Yes, I purchased as well. Me too, these medicines are fantastic. With this configuration, it would be utterly ridiculous to succumb to the heat. Damn, I'm buying too. Before long, under the guidance of those who had successfully made purchases in the chat channel, everyone went on a shopping spree, acquiring an array of devices and food. This is truly delightful. Guiyin reclined in the vehicle, stretching her body, her joints cracking, her face a picture of utter enjoyment. You all take a short break. We'll continue production shortly, Li Yuan suggested. All right. However, just as they were about to rest, a landslide occurred. Instantly, the faces of the crowd turned pale. What do we do? We must run. This place is about to collapse. Damn it, how could a landslide happen so suddenly? This is a serious problem. We can't linger. Keep moving. Hurry. Li Yuan drove the vehicle towards the distance, while a group of people hurriedly scrambled to follow Guiyin in a frantic escape. The landslide had struck unexpectedly, and its speed was astonishing. Soon, the entire mountain collapsed, creating enormous boulders that blocked their path, rendering passage impossible. With no other option, they were forced to abandon their vehicle and flee on foot. Yet after only a few steps, they discovered another mountain slope giving way. With a thunderous roar, massive stones rolled towards them, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. The vehicle was overturned, and the crowd was buried beneath the rubble. What terrible luck! Shi Zhaoding exclaimed. Though these items were invaluable, they paled in comparison to the value of life. Suddenly, a loud explosion reverberated. What is happening? Shi Zhaoding opened his eyes in terror, surveying the surroundings. What happened to you all? My car? One by one, they regained consciousness. finding their vehicles nearly destroyed. Damn, how could a landslide occur so suddenly? Li Yuan cursed, hastening to assess the situation as everyone gathered around him, rushing towards the direction he indicated. This way, quickly come over. Li Yuan waved his hand, signaling for everyone to draw near, then lifted a massive rock to clear the obstruction. Ahead, the path was blocked by a jumble of snow-laden boulders. Witnessing this scene, Guiyin recalled the 3 purple potions she had just obtained from selling the 100,000 kits, which were now in her pocket. She felt it was the perfect opportunity to use them. As Guiyin retrieved the potions from her backpack and downed 3 bottles in one go, a refreshing sensation spread throughout her body, filling her with explosive energy and invigorating her spirit. She recognized this as the purple potion. Though uncertain of its exact efficacy, she knew it was certainly far more potent than what she had consumed before. Regardless, she had struck a significant bargain this time. Li Yuan and a few teammates gathered around her. Having been informed of the potion's effects previously, their expressions filled with concern, which made Guiyin secretly smile. She had no qualms about showcasing its effects to this familiar group, as they often collaborated and were well acquainted. Besides, she needed assistance for training while discreetly gathering intelligence about various factions. This would also serve to strengthen their camaraderie. Yet, within mere breaths, Guiyin sensed her consciousness gradually detaching from her body, as if her soul had floated away, drifting through the sky, surveying the world, feeling the breeze and the rustle of grass. Even hearing faint sounds, she attempted to close her eyes and attune herself, and in that moment, her vision expanded remarkably. She seemed to see countless lights dancing in the air, the world transforming into a vast expanse of white. Devoid of any presence aside from her own, this extraordinary state lasted for about half a second before vanishing, yet she felt an infinite surge of power and speed. Then, she found herself in another realm. The weather sweltering, the wind bringing refreshing gusts, surrounded by trees providing shade in a tranquil environment. As Guiyin closed her eyes, absorbing the ambience, when suddenly she sensed an unusual ripple of energy. She opened her eyes, her pupils constricting. Before her lay a colossal lake of lava, with a city suspended above it. This city was grayish-white, entirely translucent like a mirror, its towering walls resembling a sinuous serpent coiling in the sky. Its gates firmly shut. Uncertain of this place's identity, Guiyin could feel it was likely a stronghold of an established foreign race. At that moment, a violent energy began to surge within her body. With the last vestige of her consciousness, she commenced clearing the massive stones blocking her path. One by one, she hurled the debris into the distance, causing tremors upon striking the chaotic rocks behind her. It was unclear how long she repeated this motion, but when Guiyin finally looked up, she was met with a familiar figure. The handsome face before her was etched with urgency and concern, and the deep gaze was now filled with profound care, an expression Guiyin had never seen before. However, at that moment, she could not grasp the meaning behind Jianshi's gaze, merely continuing to clear the tons of stone as a release for the overwhelming energy within her. Typically, the progress bar for leveling up would advance slowly, yet now it surged forward with the vigor of a blood-boosted frenzy. Once the massive stones were cleared to the best of her ability, Guiyin collapsed onto the ground, her body marked with the remnants of her injuries. The 3 men who had consistently remained by her side were struck with immediate anguish at the sight. Rushing towards her with fervor, Zhaoting reached her first, kneeling heavily and enveloping Guiyin in his embrace, disregarding his usual pristine appearance amidst the dirt and grime. His voice trembled slightly as he hurriedly opened a red healing potion, gently patting Guiyin's back while urging her to drink, asking, "How are you? Are you all right?" Li Yuan observed this scene with a faint smile, reaching out to ruffle Zhaoting's hair as though comforting an injured puppy. Well aware of the sentiments shared among them during these past few days, Zhaoting, with a heart full of sorrow, admonished Guiyin, "You were far too reckless." She crouched nearby, gazing at the blood-soaked ground and the ghastly wounds on Guiyin. His heart twisted with pain, akin to being pricked by needle's eye. "I'm fine." Though utterly exhausted, every cell in her body screamed for relief. She still sought to reassure them. Covered in dirt, her lips brushed against Guiyin's forehead. "You scared me, Zhaoyin." His voice quivered slightly as Rin opened her eyes to see him, a smile gracing her lips. "You've come. Guiyin, aren't you afraid of the pain?" Shouting asked while driving. Guiyin touched her head, beaming with a radiant smile. What's there to fear? The worries and anguish accumulated over the past days now transformed into tears, streaming down her cheeks as Guiyin gently patted her back, whispering words of comfort. Meanwhile, Zhanshi, who had arrived a moment later, witnessed this scene with a shifting expression, his fists clenched tightly, as if struggling against something within. Yuan observed it all, shaking his head with a sigh. Guyin's gaze lingered on Li Yuan. His lips moved, but no words escaped. Li Yuan opened his mouth to speak, but was halted by Zhaoting's raised hand. He smiled at Guyin, nodding to indicate all was well. Guyin turned to Li Yuan. "What did you want to say?" After a prolonged silence, she finally murmured, "I'm fine." Upon hearing her ambiguous response, Li Yuan let out a deep sigh and refrained from further inquiries. Observing this, Zhanshi stepped forward and gently grasped Guyin's arm, saying, "Guyin, allow me to escort you to rest." As Guyin waved her hand dismissively, "I can walk on my own. There's no need for your assistance." Zhaoting paused momentarily, releasing his hold on Guyin's arm, his expression tinged with a sense of melancholy and desolation. Li Yuan, understanding the unspoken sentiments, followed Zhaoting's lead as they departed, exhaling a heavy sigh. He preferred silence, standing still as he awaited the unfolding drama among the three. While Zhanshi remained nearby, his gaze subtly shifted to Guyin and Zhaoting, and upon witnessing their intimate demeanor, his heart twisted painfully, as if pierced by a needle. That moment, Guyin also glanced in his direction, her gaze devoid of emotion, akin to that of a stranger appraising a passerby. Zhanshi was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his eyes, unwilling to meet Guyin's gaze again. He took slow steps forward, the long-standing rivalry among the three simmering just beneath the surface. Initially, they had been competitive, constantly vying against one another in private. However, over time, Zhaoting and Zhanshi had grown more familiar, thus easing the tension between them. Yet today, Guyin's unexpected injury shattered this fragile equilibrium, leaving Zhanshi with feelings that transcended mere rivalry. Before departing, Zhaoting turned to Zhanshi and said, "I'll be right next door. Call me if you need anything." Zhanshi nodded, standing rooted in place as he watched Zhaoting disappear from sight. He lowered his gaze to his own feet. Meanwhile, within the confines of the vehicle, Guyin still felt the lingering pain coursing through her nerves, her mind a blank slate, devoid of thoughts. She could sense the power emanating from her wounded flesh, as if it could distort the very space around her. Although her current abilities allowed for only a slight movement, she observed her transformation with growing excitement, moving her limbs and enthusiastically waving her arms. Wonderful, truly wonderful. This feeling is simply exhilarating, Guyin murmured to herself, wishing fervently to tear apart the sky, to unleash the seas, and to obliterate everything in this world. She recognized the terrifying power she possessed, instilling her with newfound confidence, a feeling so foreign yet invigorating that it was enough to propel her forward in her endeavors. As Zhanshi watched Guyin vanish from view, he fixated once more on his own feet. "Do you harbor feelings for Guyin?" he suddenly inquired, his voice clear yet tinged with unmistakable jealousy. "Indeed, perhaps it is more than mere affection," Zhaoting replied nonchalantly, glancing at him with a faint smile. "Are you not the same?" Zhanshi found himself momentarily speechless, his expression faltering, a fleeting blush of embarrassment crossing his face. He pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Lost in thought, he had envisioned a future with Guyin on multiple occasions, yet had always lacked the courage to confront his feelings. Both remained enveloped in silence. Li Yuan stood quietly nearby, his brows raised slightly as he caught wind of their conversation, a bemused smile playing on his lips. Chapter 74. Teamwork and Refinement. Both Zhanshi and Zhaoting were astute individuals. They recognized their feelings for Guyin, but understood that this was not the appropriate moment to address them. Instead, they resolved to focus on their respective endeavors. Who was Guyin? She was the reigning champion, a figure revered across the rankings. How many fans had fervently flooded online platforms just for a glimpse of her? How many wealthy elites had sought connections to acquire the resources she possessed? Yet, this very paragon of excellence was, in reality, the object of Yu Zhanqi's unspoken infatuation, a secret he had never dared to reveal. Were it not for this chance mention of the past, Yu Zhanqi might have forgotten his own feelings altogether. She could never be yours, Yu Zhanqi remarked, his eyes narrowing, his tone laced with an air of warning. How can you be so certain? Perhaps, as you suggested, we are still young. The future is long, and circumstances will inevitably change, Shi Zhaoding retorted, raising an eyebrow and shifting the conversation. Are you afraid I might take what belongs to you? Yu Zhanqi scoffed, refusing to respond. Shi Zhaoding ignored his retort and rose to his feet, heading outside, recalling a nutritious porridge recipe taught to him by Qi Shuang. Now a perfect time to put it into practice. Yu Zhanqi remained seated, lips pressed together in silence. Was this what it felt like to brush past someone? Almost, but not quite. It was a sensation Yu Zhanqi had never truly experienced until now. And it was indeed a bitter one. After an hour's rest, Guiyin rejoined her teammates to continue producing high-temperature kits. With 200,000 left, they should be able to craft 6 more purple potions. Upon opening the car door, she spotted Shi Zhaoding leaning against her vehicle, a fragrant bowl of porridge in hand. Guiyin beamed. How did you know I hadn't eaten? She reached for the porcelain bowl. But Shi Zhaoding suddenly seized her wrist, drawing her into his embrace, and gently kissing her forehead. That I know you've had a long day and must be famished. Hurry and drink this. His swift action caught Guiyin off guard, leaving her momentarily frozen. Gazing at Shi Zhaoding's face as if entranced, he smiled, guiding the bowl to her lips. Have some porridge. You've worked hard today. Guiyin snapped back to reality, her smile radiant as she nodded. All right. As she sipped the porridge, warmth cascaded down her throat, bringing a wave of comfort. After a moment, noticing she had yet to finish, Shi Zhaoding glanced at her and inquired, Xiaoyin, are you finished? Do you like it? He suddenly asked. Do you like me? Guiyin was taken aback for a moment before shaking her head. I haven't decided yet. I can wait. If you wish, I will wait for you indefinitely. Shi Zhaoding's tone was resolute, his gaze unwavering, imbued with an undeniable determination. Thank you for the porridge. Guiyin smiled, evading a direct answer. That you're welcome, Shi Zhaoding replied. Now that you've finished, let's proceed to complete the remaining 200,000 kits. With that, he pressed the horn of the car, the engine roaring to life as they sped toward the makeshift warehouse Guiyin had set up during her rest. Guiyin epitomized the quintessential Chinese girl. Her skin fair and smooth, with few blemishes yet exuding a translucent glow. As the weather warmed, she donned a pair of jeans and a short-sleeved shirt, her figure curvaceous yet slender, embodying youth and vitality. Seated on the ground, a large, fluffy dog lay by her feet, a small wolf now grown to a meter in length. The little eagle had also shed its baby feathers, capable of flying independently, albeit not for extended periods. Guiyin had assumed that after experiencing all this, the small wolf and eagle would leave humans behind, yet both little creatures remained steadfastly by her side. She cradled the little eagle in her palms, stroking its glossy feathers. That moment, the eagle raised its head, its gaze resolute. Guiyin chuckled, gently rubbing its soft beak. The little eagle affectionately nuzzled her cheek. Rising to her feet, she stretched and gazed into the distance. Realizing it was time to set off, wait for me a moment, she instructed, placing the small wolf in the passenger seat, fastening the seatbelt before stepping on the gas. The car roared as it raced toward their destination. As Guiyin and her companions encountered a landslide, enhancing their strength and taking breaks, everyone in the channel was busy procuring blueprints and herbs, causing a surge in demand that inflated the prices of these resources. Prepare yourselves, the second wave of 100,000 kits is coming, Guiyin announced in the channel. Instantly, everyone readied themselves, akin to the fervor of a previous live-streamed event, the atmosphere surpassing all expectations. I need to grab a few more kits. Who knows how long the high temperatures will last? What if we run out later? That makes sense. I'm buying a few sets too. It's not expensive. So why not stock up? A buying frenzy ensued. This time, as soon as the kits became available, Guiyin anticipated a pace comparable to the last, swiftly selling out. Some individuals even purchased dozens of sets, intending to resell them, leading to an even quicker sellout than before, as Guiyin cautioned everyone. Additionally, I must inform you that due to our recent shopping spree, many players harbor resentment towards us and are likely to seek revenge during the competition. Thus, I advise everyone to promptly replenish weapons, potions, and food to avoid injuries during the match. Okay, let's get ready. Li Yuan nodded in agreement that Yu Zhanshi remained focused on the task at hand, silent as always. Subsequently, everyone, following Su Guiyin's guidance, each took a bottle of purple body-refining potion to enhance their physical prowess. It was essential to note that none of them had undergone any refinement, even though they were significantly stronger than in reality. They still paled in comparison to Su Guiyin, who had undergone multiple rounds of enhancement in this post-apocalyptic world, as Guiyin held the body-tempering elixir, first administering it to them, after which the potion began to refine their physiques. Without hesitation, Yu Zhanshi opened his mouth and swallowed the elixir, then sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to sense the changes within. Moments later, a flicker of anguish crossed his face, sweat pouring from his forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth and endured, clearly bearing immense pain. Suddenly, Yu Zhanshi let out a scream, his body trembling violently, legs curled up, arms clutching his knees, his form resembling a bow, lips quivering as he seemed to suffer excruciating torment. His forehead slick with sweat, his body shaking uncontrollably as Guiyin, standing nearby, displayed deep concern. Hold on, stay strong. If the pain becomes unbearable, grip my ARM.MHM. Yu Zhanshi nodded through clenched teeth, resolutely grasping Su Guiyin's hand. Observing this, Su Guiyin said nothing further. Moving behind him and gently patting his back with her right hand, as her palm moved, Yu Zhanshi felt an unceasing stream of warmth, as if it would never cease. He sensed his bones cracking, muscles swelling, as if every cell within him had been activated. The tempering not only refined the body, but also forged the will. Intense pain surged through every vein, nearly overwhelming him, even causing his consciousness to waver, images flashing through his mind like nightmarish phantoms. It hurts so much, Yu Zhanshi murmured. Just endure a bit longer. It will pass soon, Su Guiyin reassured him. Yu Zhanshi clenched his jaw, forcing himself to calm down, striving to regulate his breath as he awaited the effects of the elixir. At last, his breathing gradually steadied. Subsequently, Su Guiyin retrieved several glass vials, ready for treatment. She looked at him with concern. Yu Zhanshi, tall and robust, muscles taut with explosive power, standing over 6 feet tall, with long arms and well-defined physique, exuded an aura of sharpness, as if he could erupt at any moment. Standing still, he resembled a glinting sword, exuding a chilling pressure. This moment, Yu Zhanshi's heart brimmed with shock. He had initially thought the elixir was merely a standard body enhancement potion, yet he had not anticipated such discomfort. As if his very bones were being torn apart. The excruciating pain coursed through his veins, almost unbearable. Causing his consciousness to flicker, he bit down hard on his tongue to stave off unconsciousness. Time lost meaning as he struggled. Perhaps what felt like a lifetime was merely a fleeting moment. Finally, he managed to catch his breath, unable to fathom how much Su Guiyin had endured to swallow 3 vials in one go and still maintain her strength. After placing Yu Zhanshi in the vehicle, Li Yuan promptly consumed the body-tempering elixir as well. Clearly, Li Yuan possessed a far sturdier physique. Upon taking the potion, his complexion shifted slightly, yet he persevered without the need for treatment. Thank you, Li Yuan nodded at Su Guiyin. You're welcome, she replied, shaking her head. You are quite strong. Li Yuan merely smiled at her words, saying nothing more. In just a short span of half a year, Su Guiyin had grown remarkably stronger, as if she were a different person, and he felt joy at the prospect of keeping pace with her. Finally, only Shi Zhaoding remained. Shi Zhaoding approached slowly, taking the elixir and downing it in one gulp. He resolved inwardly to surpass Yu Zhanshi as an amateur boxing enthusiast. He had fared well even before the apocalypse, and after the cataclysm, he had grown significantly stronger. Witnessing Yu Zhanshi and Li Yuan's performances, he believed he should fall somewhere in between the two, feeling a newfound sense of comfort. Shi Zhaoding smiled as he lay down to rest. Seizing the opportunity while everyone else rested, Su Guiyin took Xiaolang and Xiaoying to catch fish upon the melting ice and snow. Xiaoying stretched its head to peer into the bucket filled with lively fish, drooling uncontrollably. Xiaoying flew alongside Su Guiyin, watching the fish in the ice hole, while Xiaolang emitted a low, husky sound. "Then let us have a feast tonight," Su Guiyin declared. She pierced a fish's gills with a stick, then drew a knife from her waist, beginning to scrape off the scales. She sprinkled salt onto the fish to marinate it. Xiaoying stood by, watching her closely, mimicking her actions alongside Xiaolang as they fished in the ice hole. Suddenly, Xiaoying dashed towards the ice hole. Abruptly, Su Guiyin paused, glancing to her left. "Who is there?" Just as the words left her lips, two shadows rushed towards her. Reacting swiftly, Su Guiyin drew her dagger and thrust it toward them. The assailants dodged her strike, while two others surrounded her. With her adept skills, Su Guiyin handled the situation with grace, her body moving fluidly as she wielded her dagger, countering their attacks. Su Guiyin focused on the left side, while Xiaolang and Xiaoying took the right, their teamwork yielding an advantage, despite Xiaolang's adorable appearance. A fierce intensity emanated from within as it struck with lethal precision. Although Xiaoying was not as ferocious as Xiaolang, it soared gracefully above, agile and quick, delivering sharp attacks, its petite form darting like a rabbit. Together, the trio swiftly dispatched those attempting to take advantage of the situation. Chapter 75. Back catastrophe. The weather continued to shift, the sky shrouded in ominous gray, as if a torrential downpour were imminent. The wind howled sharply, mingling with the biting cold, swirling snowflakes into a tempest. Dark clouds loomed overhead, accompanied by thunder and lightning, as fierce winds ravaged the landscape, turning the sky into a chaotic ink-wash painting. Thick with oppressive gloom that felt suffocating to eye in the distance, towering snow-capped mountains roiled in the raging storm, emitting a deafening roar, akin to a monstrous beast's growl, causing the earth to tremble. Unlike the initially large snowflakes, the current sky was filled with fine, dense snow particles, cascading like cotton fluff, blanketing the ground in a thick layer of white. However, this white was easily melted away, as Guiyin sensed the temperature rising with each breath. The scene before her changing rapidly. The ice and snow on the ground began to thaw, shattering into pieces, melting in a snowmelt that formed streams, which converged into lakes, ultimately becoming oceans. The air here was stifling, her nostrils filled with a medley of scents, akin to a blend of various spices, overwhelmingly unpleasant. Small ice shards pierced through the gaps, stinging her skin like knives. This state of affairs had persisted for quite some time. Even the sunlight that filtered through bore a hint of chill. Following this, the system's notifications sounded again. The upcoming road race would face extreme high temperatures. All participants should prepare promptly for the impending weather changes to enhance their chances of survival. The rapidly rising temperature served as a warning, alerting the chat channel that severe weather was approaching, a scenario that adventurers yearned for, as it could ignite their potential, leading to a qualitative enhancement of their abilities. At this moment, although the weather had not yet cleared, the wind suddenly picked up, howling past with a sharp, slicing sound, sweeping everything in its path toward the horizon. "Damn it! Why is the wind so fierce here?" Li Yuan exclaimed, struggling to endure as the trees lining the road bent precariously under the gale, branches snapping, the snow melt on the grass blown away, leaving a silvery trail in the air. The chat channel erupted with complaints. "I'm gonna faint. This cursed weather. Hurry up and find a sheltered spot. What the hell? There's actually a snow pit here. What kind of ridiculous setup is this? Damn it. Who did this? I'll make them pay." The chat channel buzzed with discontent as everyone lamented the dreadful weather while hastily seeking refuge. Meanwhile, seated in the vehicle, Su Guiyin furrowed her brow, glancing outside. This extreme weather was undeniably perilous, should any unforeseen circumstances arise. Even the most skilled martial arts would struggle to cope in such an extreme environment. As Su Guiyin stowed away her thick winter coat, heavy blankets, and fur-lined boots, leaving only a thin t-shirt to wear. Though it was winter, the heat rendered these garments burdensome, unable to shield her from the sun's scorching rays. The sweltering weather made wearing thick sweaters or down jackets seem absurd, prompting her to shed layer after layer of clothing meant for icy conditions. Despite this, the oppressive heat still permeated, causing the thin fabric to dampen with sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Nevertheless, Even without the thick clothing, as she progressed halfway, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. The water accumulating beneath her feet growing deeper, flooding her shoes and making each step laborious. Noticing her teammates still hadn't emerged, Guiyin promptly stripped off her heavy clothes and submerged herself in the cool water, savoring the refreshing sensation as her entire body felt lightened by several pounds. The earlier heat evaporating without a trace, replaced by a delightful coolness. Under the blazing sun, her t-shirt was thoroughly soaked, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead and cheeks. The water from the melting snow was cool and clean, offering great comfort. "Wow, how refreshing!" Guiyin exclaimed, but quickly covered her mouth, fearing she might attract unwanted attention. Guiyin gazed into the distance, realizing that it was inappropriate to indulge solely in the refreshing spring water while neglecting the others. With that thought, she rose from her bath. After taking a few steps, she abruptly halted, contemplating that everyone might not have brought sufficient food or fresh water in this environment, especially after expending considerable energy by the time Guiyin prepared the food and water. Darkness had fully descended. She quickly ran to the spring to clean herself before climbing into the vehicle to tidy up. With this in mind, she hastened toward the vehicle where everyone was gathered, moving with a grace akin to that of a deer. After preparing a steaming meal, she invited everyone to dine. Clad in a casual outfit, a white short-sleeved shirt paired with jeans, her lustrous long hair cascading freely, she radiated youthful vibrancy and energy. "It's been ages since I've tasted your cooking. I truly miss it," Xiaoting remarked as he picked up his chopsticks. "The flavors of this dish are remarkable." "Do you have a secret?" Li Yuan added with a cheerful smile, lifting a piece of sweet and sour pork rib to his mouth. "What secret could there be? I simply followed the recipe and added a bit more oil, salt, and vinegar," Guiyin replied with a laugh. "All right, everyone, eat while it's hot. The taste diminishes significantly once it cools," she reminded, placing the soup before Li Yuan to ate tea that moment. Yu Zhanxi and Guiyin also began to serve themselves, swiftly clearing the table as if a whirlwind had swept through, leaving only a few plates of cold dishes and bowls of soup. Yu Zhanling observed Guiyin's silhouette, pondering how she seemed different from before. The following morning, the group continued to tackle the remaining 100,000 kits as the weather warmed. Those who had not purchased kits waited in quiet anticipation, preparing their resources. "This time, I must secure a high-temperature kit." "Oh, please, you. Do you really think you can manage that? Those wealthy tycoons on the leaderboard shouldn't compete with us poor folks. These are essentials for our survival." "Exactly. Those who have hoarded so much deserve condemnation. It's utterly despicable. If only we had the finances, we could have acquired several sets." "Indeed, but this kit is truly remarkable. It far surpasses our usual sun protection gear, especially with a sunscreen inside. It's incredibly comfortable." "Are you planning to sell the high-temperature kits you managed to buy? They would fetch a fortune at auction. I doubt my speed is sufficient to seize one. How could we auction it off?" "It's worth a fortune." "Humph. Is being wealthy so impressive?" As various discussions flooded the chat channel, Xiaoting's lips curled into a smirk, his expression cheerful. The four of them swiftly managed to sell the 100,000 kits. After concluding the day's journey, the environment had transformed from icy snow to early spring, now fully entering early summer. The vegetation flourished wildly, lushly covering the land, while a crystal-clear stream meandered through the forest. The air carried a refreshing scent, unlike the bone-chilling cold of winter. As evening approached, dark gray clouds rapidly drifted into view. The little wolf scratched anxiously at the ground, gazing upward. The sky had dimmed, heavy black clouds looming as if to crush the heavens. Xiaoting frowned. "Could it be? I know what it is. Let's hope it's not what we suspect," Guiyin replied, her cheeks chilling. "It's likely bat clouds." "Bats?" Upon hearing this, the group turned to the little eagle's mention of bats. Guiyin nodded, her face betraying concern. "They're all in the sky. We might have trouble dealing with them." Xiaoting shook his head, his expression grave. "What does it matter if they are bat clouds? We'll confront them regardless." Li Yuan scratched his head, not overly worried. Yu Zhanshi calmly smoked a cigarette, his demeanor serene as he gestured for the others to follow. The group rose, trailing behind him, their gazes fixed on the distant sky. From afar, it appeared as though the horizon was shrouded in shadows. Becoming increasingly indistinct that a swarm of bats approached, each seemingly several meters in size, their wings beating with a chilling rush that sent shivers down one's spine. Asubin's expression darkened, her pupils constricting. This is bad. They re-targeting us. Prepare yourselves. Instantly, Shi Zhaoding and the others' expressions shifted as they swiftly drew their weapons. The sound of arrows slicing through the air echoed as a shadow descended from the sky. Diving like lightning, Asubin and the others immediately armed themselves with bows and arrows. The arrows flew forth, striking the bats. Under attack, the bats flapped their wings, creating a powerful gust that swatted the incoming arrows aside. Continuing their dive toward the group, the dense swarm of bats obscured the sky, darkening the atmosphere significantly. You remember the bats' habits? They prefer to venture out during the day, hiding until nightfall to hunt. If it is bat clouds, it wouldn't be surprising, Shi Zhaoting explained. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the horizon as lightning struck, illuminating the already dim sky as if it were day. The dark mass of bats surged forward, cutting through the heavens and casting a shadow upon them. Guiyin's lips curled into a smile as she pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surging forth like a cheetah. Li Yuan also accelerated, the rear of his vehicle swinging out to scatter a cluster of bats. The car charging ahead like a tempest, Yu Zhanshi followed closely behind as Guiyin gripped the steering wheel tightly, shifting gears deftly as the sports car maneuvered through the narrow path like a nimble fish, overtaking several vehicles in the process. Yuan drove the jeep with the swiftness of lightning. Weaving through the oppressive cloud of bats, Guiyin, seated in the passenger seat, observed the bats, releasing a flurry of arrows. Bang! 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 The bats fell, bloodied and lifeless, attracting nearby aggressive wasps drawn by the scent of blood. The little wolf could hardly bear it. Let us go, Guiyin urged, pulling the little wolf close to her side and quickly changing direction. The tires screeched against the ground, leaving deep impressions. They hastily fled forward. The piercing cries of bats echoed as they swarmed the sky, resembling a locust invasion, Yu Zhannan readied a longbow capable of launching 3 arrows simultaneously. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 3 arrows shot forth, piercing through a portion of the bat corpses. The arrows whistled through the air, striking down one wasp after another, which fell to the ground, still quivering, the tips of the arrows dripping with venom. The bats screeched in anguish. The sound of their bodies crashing to the ground echoed ominously. A deafening rumble resonated from afar. This is bad. The group's expressions changed drastically as they turned to look behind. A horde of bats relentlessly pursued them, flapping their wings and emitting shrill cries. The bats descended like rain, thick and overwhelming, obscuring the light and raising the hairs on the back of their necks. The bats flapped their wings frantically. Boom! 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 Massive stones plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and unleashing a cloud of dust that engulfed the group. Obscuring their vision, the bats spiraled above, akin to a plague of locusts, generating a foul wind of chaos and bloodshed. Stones rained down, sending bats flying and eliciting screams of terror as they fled in disarray, only to be thwarted by the very rocks that blocked their path. Chapter 76. Experiencing the transformation of skills despite their agility, the group could not escape injury, their faces smeared with the grime of blood. Appearing battered and bruised, their bodies covered in dust, and their clothes tattered and stained, resembling malevolent spirits who had just crawled from a pool of blood, grotesque and terrifying, Yu Zhanshi stood firm. His eyes narrowed, fixated on the front, his muscles taut and ready. Shi Zhaoding stood to his left, knife in hand, his expression grave, resembling a fierce lion. Beside them stood Li Yuan, his gaze sharp and alert like a vigilant leopard. Coughing, Shi Zhaoding clutched his chest, pain radiating throughout his body, his complexion pale and lips trembling. It had been a long time since he had suffered such severe injuries. Though not fatal, they were enough to hinder his performance. Bang! 2 massive stones crashed down, striking the ground with force. After being tempered through physical exertion, this group had endured their share of bloodshed. Boom! The stones exploded, consuming the bats, leaving no trace behind. The rocks collided with the earth. They scattered debris into the air, a pungent scent of blood filling the atmosphere. Cries of anguish echoed, only to be abruptly silenced. Boom! The massive stones fell once more, stirring up clouds of dust and smoke. Fresh blood sprayed forth, splattering the ground and staining the earth red. Crack, crack, the sound of breaking bones filled the air. The boulders crushed the bats, rendering them a gruesome mass of flesh, their demise so horrific that even their remains were untraceable. The wind howled, whisking away the stench of blood, spreading it far and wide. There must be a bat cave nearby. Let us eradicate them completely, Guiyin said, wiping the blood from her face, her gaze fierce. All right, yes, let us get to work. A few individuals exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. With a powerful stomp, Guiyin propelled himself forward like a cannonball, his movements fluid and agile, reminiscent of a fierce tiger descending the mountains. In an instant, he closed in on the swarm of bats, his blade flashing ominously, casting glimmers of cold light. Following a cacophony of sounds, the ground was soon strewn with the lifeless bodies of the bats. Upon witnessing this scene, Guiyin lightly tapped his toes, gliding forward like a dragonfly skimming the water, his right knee crashing down with the force of a hammer, shattering the bat's skull and rendering its body motionless upon the ground. Guiyin severed a bat's wing with a swift stroke of his knife, discarding it to the ground before stepping down firmly on the bat's head. Squeaking, the bat thrashed wildly, emitting a piercing shriek, its wings flapping frantically in a desperate attempt to escape Guiyin's grasp. With a powerful kick, Guiyin struck the bat's wing before it could fully break free, severing it with a decisive blow. The bat let out a mournful cry before promptly losing consciousness. In a swift motion, Guiyin reached for a bat's wing with one hand while lifting a bat's corpse with the other. Li Yuan ensured the remaining bats were eradicated, resulting in over 20 bat wings, each approximately the thickness of a thumb. Let us proceed, Guiyin beckoned, urging the group onward, for time was of the essence, and they needed to hasten their pace. The group cautiously navigated a winding path deeper into the forest. Suddenly, a bird's call echoed from afar. Drawing nearer, a sharp cry split the air as a colossal crow swooped down. Aiming for the group, whoosh, Guiyin reacted swiftly, lightly stepping on the ground before leaping into the air to evade the massive crow's onslaught. He rolled mid-air to dissipate the downward force, landing steadily on the ground. With his right arm bent in an attacking posture, he unleashed a powerful elbow strike against the crow's abdomen, forcing it to retreat. Suddenly, a swarm of bats erupted from the forest, their numbers vastly exceeding those encountered previously. Each one a shadowy figure with claws outstretched, lunging towards the group. Hiss, Guiyin, and the others gasped in horror. The sheer volume of bats was overwhelming. It was as though the sky had been blotted out, with thousands of bats obscuring the sunlight. Roar! Li Yuan drew his short sword from his back, the blade whirling as he slashed, cleaving hundreds of bats in half, causing them to plummet to the ground. Guiyin and Guiyin also unsheathed their weapons, joining the fray. Guiyin led the charge, wielding a steel knife as she plunged into the battle, cutting down bats and other creatures in her path with ruthless efficiency. Boom! As the carnage unfolded, a sudden clap of thunder rumbled. Hiss! Guiyin and her companions inhaled sharply, their faces frozen in terror. The magnitude of the bat swarm was truly unsettling. Roar! Guiyin bellowed, brandishing his steel knife, leaping into the fray as his blade shimmered, cleaving through several bat carcasses, scattering them like fleeting light as he struck another bat's wing, sending it reeling backward. Whoosh! Another bat descended from the sky, lunging at Guiyin. Clang! He deflected the bat's ambush, delivering a powerful kick that sent it flying, its body sliding across the ground before coming to a stop 3 meters away, just as he prepared to strike again. Guiyin moved ahead, pulling him back as the bats swarmed, darkening the sky and sending shivers down their spines. The bats approached with astonishing speed, their sharp claws poised to tear at them. Guiyin, nimble and composed, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, each blow imbued with tremendous force. Guiyin, wielding his short dagger with an unpredictable and agile style, evaded the onslaught like a swimming dragon. Guiyin and Li Yuan fought valiantly, each armed with a sharp blade, and together, the trio managed to hold off the wave of bats. The sheer volume of bats was overwhelming. They appeared to be a relentless swarm. Boom! Another thunderclap resonated, darkening the skies above. Lightning flickered ominously, resembling venomous serpents poised to strike. Caw! The bat swarm seemed to be frightened by the thunder, emitting pitiful cries as they flapped their wings in a frenzied escape. Phew! Shi Zhaoding, Yu Zhanxi, and the others breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from their brows, their faces pale and bodies weary. All right, Su Guiyin and Li Yuan nodded in agreement. Yet another thunderclap echoed, and the sky darkened further, with raindrops the size of peas cascading down alongside the rumbling thunder, transforming the forest into a silvery expanse. Damn it, Shi Zhaoding cursed, realizing that this was no sustainable strategy. If they did not devise a way to overcome their foes, the bats would continue to flood in, and their strength would inevitably wane. Eventually, they would be devoured by the relentless swarm, leaving no trace behind. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Shi Zhaoding leaped, his short blade slicing through the air as he cleaved several bats' heads from their bodies. Blood splattering the ground, the wicked smile curled at the corners of his lips as he moved with an agility akin to a specter. In a swift motion, Yu Zhanxi delivered a powerful kick, sending a bat flying, but a pained howl from a small wolf revealed it had been wounded by a bat's attack, blood staining its fur as it dripped onto the earth. Boom! Su Guiyin dashed to the small wolf's side, delivering a crushing blow to the bat that had inflicted the injury. The small wolf sighed in relief, hastily retreating to the vehicle to lick its wounds. Roar! As soon as the small wolf was gone, Su Guiyin shot forth like a projectile, instantly plunging into the mass of bats. Her steel knife gripped tightly as she swung it fiercely, sending bat corpses tumbling to the ground. The bats, enraged, dove towards her in droves, their sharp fangs glinting menacingly, their claws leaving trails in the air as they charged forward. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The bats' attacks were swift and precise, as Su Guiyin and Li Yuan coordinated their efforts, continuously striking down bats that Yu Zhanxi, wielding his steel knife with unmatched ferocity, cleaved through 7 or 8 bats in a single stroke, blood spraying forth. Oh! The bats emitted sorrowful cries, their bodies drifting in the wind. Shi Zhaoding, clutching his steel knife, appeared like a demon under the rain's deluge, his blade gleaming with each swing, claiming the lives of bats with every precise strike that a bat lunged from behind, piercing Su Guiyin's shoulder. Roar! Enraged, Yu Zhanxi swung his steel knife down with great force, slaying the bat. Whoosh! Another shrill cry pierced the air, and Yu Zhanxi's expression shifted dramatically to a foul stench wafted toward him, signaling danger. He quickly dodged, only to see a massive dark figure leap overhead, leaving a trail of putrid odor in its wake. A bat. This creature was enormous, over a meter long, its wings spread wide enough to obscure half the sky. 2 tufts of antennae atop its head quivered violently, emitting a series of heart-wrenching shrieks. Su Guiyin looked up, her pupils constricting, her face paling as a wave of dread washed over her. She could see the bat's eyes glimmering with a ravenous light, fixated on her with malevolence. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The bat's eyes gleamed with greedy intent. Whoosh! Another sharp cry echoed, and Su Guiyin's expression shifted as she turned and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! Her legs struck with tremendous force, sending the giant bat flying over 10 meters away. In midair, the bat flailed, its mouth agape, revealing its sharp fangs as it seemed poised to attack Yu Zhan. Su Guiyin retaliated with a punch, striking the bat squarely in the head. The bat staggered twice before collapsing to the ground. Shi Zhaoding and Su Guiyin supported each other, both drenched in blood and looking utterly disheveled. Yu Zhanxi's gaze remained icy as he observed the swarm of bats. Rather than retreating, the bats accelerated, diving toward them once more. With a cold snort, Yu Zhanxi swept his steel knife across, sending streams of blood spraying forth. The bats, frightened, scattered in disarray. Hiss, hiss, hiss! At that moment, a massive bat seized the opportunity to strike, unleashing a cloud of toxic gas. Yu Zhanxi's pupils dilated, and he felt his body go numb, as if an electric current had coursed through him. He swayed, nearly collapsing, his steel knife slipping from his grasp. his fingertips oozing blood, clearly indicating the potency of the toxin. "Brother!" Li Yuan and the others shouted anxiously, fearing for Yu Zhanqi after he had been poisoned. The toxic gas could lead to muscle necrosis, ultimately robbing him of his fighting capability. Who? The bats, sensing Yu Zhanqi's vulnerability, descended upon him in a frenzy, eager to feast on his blood and replenish their strength. Damn it, these creatures are far too cunning. A grave expression crossed Yu Zhanqi's face as he felt his body stiffen and weaken. The steel knife slipped from his grip, and he collapsed to the ground, his eyes dimming, losing their luster. He was already poisoned. Sure, Zhaoding glanced at Li Yuan, inquiring, "Is he all right?" "For now." "Yes," Li Yuan replied, "but the toxin runs deep. We need to get the antidote quickly." Understood. Why Yu Zhanqi nodded, rapidly retrieving an antidote pill from his pocket and swallowing it. Immediately feeling a wave of relief as the toxins began to dissipate from his body, Yuan produced a disposable silver needle treatment kit, inserting it into several acupoints on Yu Zhanqi's body. And soon, the numbness ebbed, restoring his strength. The group collectively exhaled in relief. Whoosh! The bats took advantage of the moment, and Sure Zhaoding's expression turned grave as he swung his steel knife wildly, fending off the bat's relentless assault. Bang! One bat was cleaved in half, blood splattering everywhere, the ground littered with the remains of the bats. The onslaught of the bat swarm was swift and ferocious, with injuries mounting among the group. After severing one bat with a decisive strike, Guiyin immediately charged toward the densest cluster of bats, executing a horizontal slash that brought her closer to the largest among them. That moment. It was imperative to capture the leader first. Otherwise, the relentless tide of bats would never cease. The group moved in unison towards the largest bat, encircling it in a coordinated assault. The bat, seemingly aware of its encirclement, suddenly accelerated, darting aggressively. Asphalt and Yu Zhanqi followed closely, deftly evading its path. Even Guiyin, with her formidable skills, nearly found herself toppled. Fortunately, Yu Zhanqi's quick reflexes caught her just in time. "Are you all right?" he asked. Asphalt shook her head, her gaze fixed intently on the bat. The bat launched another attack, brandishing its claws and revealing its sharp fangs that glinted ominously as it charged towards them. Once more, Guiyin and Yu Zhanqi joined forces to confront the threat, standing resolutely side by side. Yu Zhanqi bent his knees slightly, his muscular arms taut, as he unleashed a sweeping strike toward the bat. With a swift slide, he propelled himself into the air, executing a flying kick directed at the creature. The bat nimbly dodged, only to create a whirlwind with its wings that surged toward Yu Zhanqi. He floated gracefully, akin to a fragile vessel, swaying perilously in the tempest, yet consistently managing to avert harm. With a powerful flap of its wings, the bat expelled a thick cloud of smoke from its maw, then dove towards Yu Zhanqi. Sensing the imminent danger, he planted his feet and leapt backward, narrowly escaping. Seizing the opportunity, the bat lunged at him, but just then, a slender whip-like shadow lashed out, striking the bat and sending it crashing to the ground. As the bat struggled to rise, a sudden whoosh pierced the air, compelling it to evade just in time. A resounding crack echoed through the forest. The bat looked up to see Guyin's dagger, slicing toward its face. It hurriedly spread its wings and veered to the left. Seizing the moment, Guiyin hurled her glimmering dagger, which traced a graceful arc as it sped toward the bat. The creature barely managed to pivot, evading the lethal strike as the dagger grazed its cheek and embedded itself into the ground. As Guiyin and Yu Zhanqi again coordinated their efforts, attacking from different angles. The bat executed several rolls to evade, but ultimately faltered, suffering a wound to its right shoulder from the dagger, blood gushing forth. Realizing the peril, the bat attempted to flee towards the exit. "You think you can escape?" Li Yuan stood up, a sardonic smile creeping across his face. Guiyin and Yu Zhanqi hastened to block the bat's path, one wielding a short sword and the other a dagger, poised for combat with solemn expressions and eyes glinting with resolve. The bat, its bones creaking underfoot, opened its mouth to bite, only to discover its teeth shattered, rendering it incapable of resistance. It roared in fury, attempting to break free, yet found itself unable to shake off the two powerful feet pressing down upon it. With a mournful wail echoing through the night, the bat's head was pierced by an arrow, blood spraying forth, and it succumbed instantly, its massive body crashing to the ground. Witnessing their leader's fall, the remaining bats scattered in panic. The group pursued the fleeing bats in their vehicle, soon discovering a lifeless bat sprawled on the ground. A collective sigh of relief escaped them. At last, we have eradicated this vile horde, Xiaoting remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he sat in the car, recalling the close brush with death they had just experienced. Guiyin, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out at the inky darkness enveloping the night. Her brow furrowed. She sensed that the situation was far from ordinary. Despite their calculations indicating it should be late, the chaos showed no signs of abating, intensifying instead as if heralding a more dreadful calamity. As they drove, the bats ultimately retreated into a cavern, the interior dark and damp, reeking of decay and mingled with the stench of rot, inducing nausea. The bats within, detecting the presence of humans, surged forth in a frenzy. Yu Zhanshi drew his longsword, its blade glinting as he struck down the bats, while Li Yuan and the others engaged in battle, wielding an array of weapons. Yu Zhanshi led the charge, plunging his sword into one bat, piercing its body through, which let out a wail before perishing. Everyone, stay vigilant. Be wary of ambushes, Li Yuan called out, gripping his short knife as he carefully scanned their surroundings. With a sudden snap, Li Yuan looked down to see a bat's sharp claws embedded in his chest, its talons piercing his veins. He yelped in pain, pushing the bat away and retreating, blood gushing from his wound, staining his clothes a horrifying crimson. His expression contorted in agony. The wounded bat screeched, seemingly frightened as it attempted to flee, only to be struck down by an arrow that pierced its neck, ending its life. As they pressed deeper, the number of bats multiplied, their strength escalating, notably with the emergence of two larger bats, whose power surpassed even that of the swarm. Despite each member possessing unique skills and agility, their status as ordinary humans rendered them vulnerable to the concentrated bat assaults. Fortunately, the bats also suffered losses, with over 20 slain, including the larger ones, significantly diminishing the horde's strength. Seizing the opportunity, they eradicated the remaining bats and successfully made their way to the bat's lair. Within the lair, they encountered peculiar creatures whose calls resembled the cries of bats. These bats, entirely black and diminutive in size, possessed sharp, pointed mouths, tiny ears, and wings that flared like hooks, resembling airplane wings, with white markings on their backs and reddish-brown feathered tails. Their claws were sharper than those of ordinary bats, and their wings curved slightly forward, resembling swords, with eyes glowing a menacing crimson and razor-sharp teeth. Their aggression was formidable, preying on birds, mammals, and fish. They thrived in groups, often dragging their prey into the depths of their caves. With an acute sense of smell and exceptional hearing, they could detect various scents in the air, possessing an extraordinary ability to identify plants and animals. In a moment of vengeance, Guiyin set the bat cave ablaze. Enraged, the bats erupted from the cave, launching a fierce assault against her. Though she had prepared herself, the sight of thousands of ferocious bats was nonetheless terrifying. "Everyone run!" Guiyin shouted. The group swiftly turned to flee. Guiyin, Li Yuan, and Xiaoting weaved through the swarm as Guiyin moved with lightning speed, skillfully evading numerous lethal strikes. Unfortunately, Li Yuan and Xiaoting were not as fortunate. The moment Xiaoting escaped the bat nest, a massive bat seized his shoulder, swiftly followed by another that grasped his other arm. They were instantly rendered unable to resist. Seeing this, Guiyin quickly drew her blade and severed the head of the giant bat, rescuing Xiaoting. Even as the bat died, its body continued to thrash violently. Taking advantage of this chaos, Li Yuan hurriedly extricated himself, leaping clear of the swarm. These bats have even evolved to possess human faces and two legs capable of walking. Li Yuan exclaimed in astonishment as he witnessed the incoming bats. If they undergo another climatic change, they might evolve into a race akin to goblins, Xiaoting remarked gravely. Indeed, we acted preemptively, Guiyin stated as she effortlessly dispatched another bat. At this point, the group recognized that the bats no longer posed a significant threat. allowing them to gather supplies from the ground before departing from the foul, dimly lit cavern as dawn broke. The sky was not the bright blue they had hoped for, but rather shrouded in a layer of murky yellow a sandstorm, Yu Zhanqi observed, recalling similar weather conditions he had encountered. If it's a sandstorm, our travel will be hindered, Su Guiyin continued, and should anything emerge from the yellow sand, we might not easily detect it. Within moments, a fine layer of yellow dust had settled upon the surface of their vehicle. The windshield wipers whirred frantically to clear the sand, and Su Guiyin worried that such weather would cause significant wear and tear on the vehicle's components. Please take note. The road racing system is about to undergo an upgrade, and the regional leaderboard will soon be activated. Each participant entering the regional ranking will receive a supply crate. The top ranker will receive a purple supply crate. The top 10 will receive red supply crates. And the top 100 will also receive red supply crates. Moreover, the overall top ranker of the region will be awarded a golden treasure chest. All competitors are advised to check their driver's seat after the system update. A single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. What? A purple supply crate. I have never even seen a red supply crate in my life. Are they really giving out purple supply crates to everyone? Am I imagining things? It seems I've already received a purple supply crate. Get a grip? Only the top ranker of the region gets that. Are you really so confident in yourself that you believe you can secure the first place? There are 400 regions. What makes you think you can achieve that? I, for one, lack confidence, so I'll abandon that thought. Why not? I believe that Su is incredibly capable, and we can definitely succeed. Goodness, if our region fails to rank well. It would be utterly embarrassing and even evoke regional discrimination. Enough with that. What does it matter if one person is exceptional? The rankings are clearly based on overall strength, and there are too many laggards like you. No matter how hard Su tries, she can't carry everyone. What do you mean by that? Are you looking for a fight? Ha, if you have the guts, come at me through the internet, I'm not afraid. By the way, I wonder what treasures lie within that golden chest. It sounds incredibly enticing that IT doesn't concern anyone else. Humph, I'm too lazy to argue with you. That is not the case. However, this system upgrade seems aimed not only at enabling our victory, but also at showcasing the strengths of each region. The IT serves as a warning for everyone to unite and reciprocate, rather than pursue independence. Su Guiyin fell silent for a few seconds before continuing. Although I know I shouldn't say this, the reward for the top ranker in our region is truly substantial. I have great confidence in our region. Yuan maintained a calm demeanor, yet his words were resolute. As Su Guiyin nodded and jested, indeed, we will surely win. She then shared this sentiment in the regional chat channel. Upon hearing Su Guiyin's words, others quickly joined the chat room. Yes, we will definitely win. Let us all strive for victory. We must seize the championship. I believe we can claim the championship. I am also confident. I trust that each of us can capture the championship. In no time. The chat channel was abuzz with excitement, every individual brimming with confidence. Those who succumbed to illness and weakness in competition perished. Su Guiyin thought she had become heartless, yet she still felt compassion for her parents and the weak. However, she understood that greater power entailed heavy responsibility, and the tragic scenes of death around her resolved her to take action. Upon seeing the system announcement, Su Guiyin felt a kinship with the capable individuals from various channels as they collectively sought to unveil the rules of the racetrack, aiming to prevent further loss of life. She pondered whether her almost invulnerable abilities could someday enable her to master, alter, or even break the rules, ensuring that all who completed the racetrack would gain the same rights as other races to survive and reproduce in the cosmos. After all, having encountered Juyo, she sensed that this vast arena was merely a stepping stone, perhaps a means to determine humanity's ability to continue existing on this planet, or even to leap beyond Earth to coexist with races like Juyo in the universe. This was the broader environment. As for the smaller environment surrounding her, Su Guiyin often contemplated the dynamics between her and Yu Zhanqi, who consistently provided intentional or unintentional support, questioning whether love was present or absent. As the club's dynamics crumbled, the entanglements of love and hate, coupled with the system's malicious manipulation, seemed trivial compared to humanity's potential annihilation. Shi Zhaoting's meticulous concern contrasted with Yu Zhanxi's prideful demeanor. And Su Guiyin's emotional timidity rendered any misunderstandings between them insurmountable. Compared to Shi Zhaoting's companionship, Yu Zhanxi left a more profound impression on Su Guiyin, yet she was reluctant to embrace her feelings. And now, Shi Zhaoting merely remained a silent companion. Ultimately, everything must be faced and decided by Su Guiyin herself. The present Su Guiyin had transformed into an entirely different persona. Though she had once been resilient, stubborn, and somewhat naive, she now exuded a sense of valor, as if she had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Someone had once remarked, "Su Guiyin, you are like a sun." Su Guiyin smiled silently. She was a mountain. An ocean. Su Guiyin was never merely a sun. Chapter 78. The regional leaderboard is activated. System update complete. District 218 has become the overall top rank in comprehensive strength, earning the highest reward of this round. Everyone can now check the ranking status of their district on the leaderboard. What? District 218? That sounds familiar. Are you an idiot? Don't you know which District 118 is? Which district are you from? May I ask? All right, oh my goodness, our district is so strong. So it turns out I'm this formidable. Let us celebrate together. Being part of the top district is simply incredible. It's an honor. Truly, it's all thanks to our Su and all the prominent figures on the leaderboard. Otherwise, how could we be associated with the rabble trailing behind? You're overthinking it. Yes, even if we enter the overall leaderboard, it is still due to Su's reputation. Who is our Su? She is the legendary Su. Just a word from her can change the entire district. All right, dear brothers and sisters, no need to flatter too much. Our Su is indeed impressive, but this also reflects everyone's efforts. Yes, without everyone's hard work, how could District 218 have become this strong? Precisely, it is Su who stands as our first. Su is powerful and majestic, unifying the world. Her influence is unstoppable, a role model for us all. Su Guiyin listened to the discussions around her, her mouth slightly agape, stunned. What? We actually became first. So quickly. Indeed, if it weren't for these excellent individuals, how could we have triumphed over those ahead of us? Our Su is the most outstanding. Just look at her. Now she's the top ranker of the district. Shi Zhaoting observed the chatter in the channel, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Congratulations on becoming the district champion, and congratulations to Xiaoyin. Congratulations. Su Guiyin hadn't anticipated this, but she felt elated. Her strength had indeed grown formidable at this moment. The name Su Guiyin resonated throughout 400 districts, each comprising 500,000 people, a total of 200 million souls remembering her. The sensation of standing at the pinnacle of the world was exhilarating. She believed no one could resist the allure of such glory. Yu Zhanxi, typically stern and taciturn, now openly gazed at Su Guiyin, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Su Guiyin's strength had far surpassed his expectations. That why Yu Zhanxi recognized her boundless potential, yet he never anticipated it would be so immense. His gaze made Su Guiyin's expression shift momentarily, yet she quickly regained her composure. Thank you. Everyone's collective strength is impressive. Congratulations. Su Guiyin was acutely aware of her own strength. Her teammates were all among the top 30 on the leaderboard, each exceptionally formidable. While they were discussing, a rustling sound arose from the yellow sand. Everyone looked up to see the sky shrouded in dark clouds, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling that a fierce wind ravaged the sky, whipping up sand particles that surged toward them, as if intent on blowing them to the ends of the earth. The tumultuous storm obscured the heavens. The world turned bleak, and the swirling sand blotted out their vision, making it impossible to open their eyes. Is this the apocalypse? More brutal and perilous than in previous lives. We must quickly drive to a place shielded from the wind. Su Guiyin frowned. The weather had turned severe, and the dust storm made it unsuitable to remain. Agreed. Everyone nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a few dogs leapt from the side, charging at them with sharp mouths and gleaming, serrated teeth, seemingly imbued with corrosive toxins. Ugh, how disgusting! Li Yuan's face paled. These dogs bore a strong canine lineage, their furry bodies exuding a foul stench, mouths agape with fangs bared, drool dripping, their bloodshot eyes ravenous. as if they had just emerged from slaughter. They rushed forward, reeking of blood. Whoosh, whoosh. Sugin drew her bow and shot repeatedly, exploding the heads of the dogs. The dogs' heads burst like ripe watermelons, blood splattering everywhere, staining the desert crimson. Damn it, let us run. Sugin urged, as she had no desire to linger. The swirling sand had disheveled their clothing, their shoes and socks coated with sand, making their footing unsteady, nearly causing them to stumble. A deafening roar erupted. Shaking the AI, Sugin and the others immediately halted. The group warily focused on the direction pointed out by Li Yuan. Help! The anguished cries for salvation echoed through the sky, revealing two men who had collapsed back to back on the ground. One had a tree stump embedded in his skull, while the other lay on the grass, clutching his chest, blood staining the entire lawn, a clear indication of severe injuries. Judging by their physiques, it was evident that the man with the stump was at a disadvantage, likely suffering less. Strangely, green plants were sprouting from the wounds on their chests, reminiscent of the gruesome sight of animal carcasses seen earlier by the roadside. Wei Zhanshi and Su Guiyin exchanged a glance. And soon, Li Yuan and Shi Zhaoding grasped their intent, slowly stating, "Let's save them first." Upon hearing Li Yuan's words, the group quickly crouched around the fallen men. Just then, a sudden crisp crack sounded from afar, followed by a fierce wind that swayed the trees, scattering branches and leaves, obscuring the sunlight and plunging the world into darkness. The abrupt turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, and as they regained their senses, willow-like fluff began to drift through the air, enveloping the entire scene in a peculiar atmosphere. "Not good! Quickly save them!" Yu Zhanshi exclaimed, as Guiyin and the others swiftly dodged to the side, avoiding the oncoming branches. They donned masks to prevent inhaling the strange, parasitic fluff. Crack! The sound of branches colliding echoed continuously, sharp thorns piercing the spots where they had just stood like a T that moment. Sugin swiftly wielded her dagger, severing two branches with a decisive strike. "Hurry!" Shi Zhaoding shouted, lifting the unconscious passerby and sprinting away. The willow fluff multiplied in the wind, reaching a level that even gas masks could not filter out. Su Guiyin supported one of the men and followed Yu Zhanfeng in flight. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the forest, sending chills through the air that a thick scent of blood permeated the surroundings. High above, a pair of green eyes were fixated on the panicked group below. "Oomph, still thinking of escaping? Tonight, I shall send you to your demise." A burly man grinned ominously, his face adorned not with a beard but with a mass of gray-green, unidentifiable matter. This man was robust, with a brutish visage, wielding a massive axe that exuded a dangerous aura. "Old Two, why are you up here? Shouldn't you be down there capturing people?" "Boss, you've arrived too late. I've already taken 3 lives. These 2 won't last much longer." There are still survivors. Who knows? Perhaps it's just luck? In any case, they can't escape now. Old Two chuckled sinisterly. Be careful. Old Two, don't forget what the boss said. "Those people can be troublesome," another man cautioned. This was Old Three, thin, pale, with dark lips, his hair replaced by the same gray-green substance as his companions. Old Two nodded in acknowledgement. The conversation among these men revealed their intentions without any attempt at concealment, even deliberately showcasing their concealed weapons. "Damn it, these bastards!" The injured passerby cursed as he was supported by Su Guiyin and the others at the tea that moment. Su Guiyin furrowed her brows slightly, then reached out to pat the man's head, saying, "Don't act rashly." The 2 men, barely clinging to consciousness after consuming healing potions, nodded obediently upon hearing Su Guiyin's words. They were not foolish enough to misread the situation, regardless of whether their foes were formidable or capable of annihilating them. The blatant arrogance displayed meant that a reckless charge could lead to becoming mere cannon fodder. Li Yuan raised his head and surveyed their surroundings, realizing they were approximately 20 meters above the ground, while the place they had just occupied was about 10 meters lower. That if they climbed the tree and jumped down, there might be a chance to escape. However, the dense branches still seemed perilous. "Should we climb the tree now?" Shi Zhaoding inquired. "Yes, but what about those 2? He gestured towards the injured men, who could only move with assistance. "I'll carry you," Li Yuan declared, pulling a rope from his backpack and handing it to Su Guiyin, signaling for them to bind it to him. After a moment's hesitation, Guiyin accepted the rope and secured it around herself and Li Yuan. All right, we can go now. Yuan patted the shoulders of the two men, urging them to hurry up. Thank you. They expressed their gratitude with nods. Though they had been wronged to such an extent, the group did not hold it against them or abandon them. Instead, they offered assistance. This kindness would not be forgotten. You go first. Guiyin handed the remaining rope to them. Thanks. The passerby gratefully accepted the rope, realizing that leaving them behind would mean certain death due to their injuries and weakness. All right, Li Yuan replied, then grasped the end of the rope and began to ascend with ease, as Guiyin followed closely behind him. Seeing this, Zhaoding gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and began climbing as well. A thunderous rumble startled the three of them. Not good. It's lightning. Yu Zhanqi shouted in terror. Bang! 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 The violent explosions that followed sent countless tiny electric currents coursing through the area, charring the surrounding trees and toppling shorter bushes. This is bad. Guiyin cursed softly, realizing they must have stepped on something strange. Another thunderous explosion erupted, sending the three of them flying once more. Cough! Cough! Yu Zhanqi coughed violently. Damn it! Zhaoding wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Cursing under his breath. Cough! Cough! Li Yuan pressed his chest, coughing incessantly, his face flushed, indicating severe internal injury. What did we run into? Li Yuan asked, bewildered as he noted the drastic change in their surroundings from calm to perilous, particularly with the acrid scent permeating the air. Let us get out of here, Zhaoding suggested. Agreed, Li Yuan concurred. The dagger was crushed in the grip of the creature, melting into iron liquid that seeped into its eyes. The monstrous figure let out a pained howl, shutting its eyes against the intense agony, its hand slowly dropping, revealing a massive stone behind it. Meanwhile, the other giant furiously attacked as Guiyin and the others lured it out, easily dispatching several monsters as, oh, it's a statue, Li Yuan and Zhaoding realized, awakening to the multitude of creatures in this world. However, how could this statue move, and why was it attacking them? Li Yuan pondered, filled with confusion. How can this statue move? It seems almost alive. The spot we stumbled upon was right beneath its feet, Yu Zhanqi observed. The statue was semicircular, a deep green from head to tail, with a robust body resembling that of a bull, standing around 2 meters tall and adorned with a row of sharp stone blades protruding from its back. A truly fearsome sight. What is this creature? How can it move? Could it be alive? Zhaoding frowned, finding it all quite bizarre. The group exchanged glances, each unable to decipher the statue's true origin, except for Guiyin, who seemed contemplative. Perhaps something living is controlling it? This sculpture doesn't seem truly alive, she mused, noticing strange fluff within the statue. The mischief we've encountered along the way is caused by these microorganisms. Li Yuan conjectured, connecting the dots of their peculiar experiences. In that case, should we leave quickly or delve deeper? Guiyin was unafraid of combat, but the parasitic entities always instilled a sense of unease. Chapter 79. Parasitic vines, let's find a way out first. Yu Zhanqi proposed. The group circumvented the statue and continued their exploration. The terrain here was complex, surrounded by towering mountains, with dense forests obscuring the horizon, making it nearly impossible to discern their surroundings. Unbeknownst to them, creeping plants had silently spread across the ground, slowly inching towards them. Be careful. Yu Zhanqi suddenly shouted, swiftly dodging, prompting Guiyin and Li Yuan to react as well. Several vines abruptly descended from the trees, launching a fierce attack on the group. They drew their weapons to defend themselves. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Zhanqi charged at one of the vines, striking it fiercely. It recoiled but did not cease its assault, relentlessly pursuing them. What on earth are these things? Zhaoding frowned, noting their relentless nature and the increasing numbers that help. The two injured passers-by, oblivious to their surroundings, were ensnared by the vines, which wrapped around them before they could react. Don't move. You'll get hurt, Yu Zhanfeng warned, restraining her from acting. These vines are difficult to contend with, and their numbers are overwhelming that if we act rashly, we are sure to be injured. Just as Yu Zhanqi finished speaking, the previously still vines erupted with a loud noise, swiftly striking towards them like snakes. They hurriedly sought cover, but the vines seemed undeterred by their evasions, continuing their relentless pursuit, with their numbers only increasing. These vines appeared to be unafraid of death, relentlessly launching their assaults, leaving Yu Zhanqi and the other boys utterly defenseless against their ferocity. The speed and strength of these tendrils are exceedingly formidable. We must hasten our departure from this place. Indeed, these entities are far too challenging to contend with. We must leave immediately. What about the injured? Guiyin inquired, though she did not know the two individuals. They had nonetheless been ensnared by the vines. If we do not rescue them in time, they may very well be strangled by these tendrils. Yu Zhanqi shook his head, declaring that they could no longer carry them. For these vines seemed to specifically target areas of congregation, and their presence would only hinder their escape. After stating this, the group prepared to change their position. However, the vines appeared to possess a form of sentience, relentlessly pursuing them. Amidst their panic, another vine lunged forth, prompting the group to hastily evade. The hissing of the vine slicing through the air resonated with a harsh, grating sound as it twisted midair, undulating like a serpent, its sharp ends reminiscent of blades. "Quick dodge!" Li Yuan shouted, and the group scrambled to avoid it. But the vine's speed was too swift, leaving them inadvertently grazed. They collectively gasped, their faces marred with blood. Racked with pain, these vines seemed far from ordinary. Zhaoding grimaced, clutching his chest, his teeth gritted in frustration. Their speed is astonishing, and their numbers are overwhelming. We cannot afford to engage them lightly. You all should retreat. These vines are not as fearsome as they seem. Qi Shuheng stepped forward, extending his hands, his lips moving as though reciting an incantation, conjuring a sphere of light that enveloped them all. Be cautious. We shall proceed first, Qi Shuheng declared before vanishing from sight. Let us also withdraw. Guiyin urged her companions. Agreed. Yu Zhanqi nodded. They could not remain passive. These vines are indeed exceedingly strange. Indeed, they seem impervious to pain. Even when severed, they regenerate swiftly and at an even quicker pace than before. Furthermore, their offensive power only intensifies. I nearly fell victim to their grasp moments ago, just as they thought they might escape. They were besieged by an even thicker vine than those they had previously encountered, ensnaring all four into the hollow of a tree. "Damn it," Guiyin muttered under her breath. Well, Yuan and Yu Zhanqi managed to regain their composure and struggled to free themselves. "Don't waste your efforts. You two will not escape." The sound of the vines slithering within the hollow echoed ominously, sending shivers down their spines. With a thud, the four were engulfed by the vines, which clung to the tree trunk, where a viscous, bubbling slime welled up within. The vines seemed quite pleased with their taste, dragging the four deeper into the roots before slowly ascending toward a more profound space. Yu Zhanqi's face turned pale as he braced himself against the trunk, gasping for breath. "What in the world is this?" Li Yuan frowned. "I have no idea, but this tree reminds you of what?" Zhaoding asked anxiously, having witnessed the terrifying nature of these plants firsthand. Now feeling a deep sense of unease as they were targeted, it resembles a blood-sucking vine. But blood-sucking vines do not attack humans. "Do they?" Guiyin murmured. "Look, the trunk is surrounded by mushrooms releasing spores." The group observed the stone wall above the trunk, densely populated with mysterious fungi, some layered like clouds, others unfurling like leaves, even some floating like jellyfish. Swaying in the breeze, a kaleidoscope of bizarre forms. These mushrooms appeared far from ordinary, their vibrant hues reminiscent of blood, emanating an enticing aroma that stirred one's appetite. Zhaoding swallowed hard. "What in the world are these?" "They are likely not ordinary mushrooms," Guiyin replied, noting how the spores seemed to breathe, expelling spore powder in rhythmic bursts. "They appear quite perilous." It was evident that the spores and vines shared a parasitic relationship. The mushrooms incapacitated their foes through spore release, and if death ensued, they became nutrients for the spores and the trunk. If not, the parasitic vines would seize the opportunity to ensnare their enemies. Dragging them into the trunk, with a corrosive liquid would digest them. "I shall test it first," Li Yuan said, drawing 2 daggers from his waist. "You all stand back." "All right," Shi Zhaoding replied, having witnessed Li Yuan's formidable prowess and feeling confident in his abilities. Li Yuan raised his dagger and sliced at a branch, swiftly severing it and exposing the thick, white, viscous sap within. He dipped the tip of his blade into it, inhaling deeply, his expression turning serious. This trunk is filled with this slime. Just as Li Yuan was explaining, a vine struck him from above, crashing down upon his gas mask with tremendous force. To his astonishment, the dagger failed to sever the vine. Instead, it shattered the mask entirely. Vines began to emerge behind Guiyin and her companions, who found themselves overwhelmed, ensnared within the slime, needing to evade the advancing tendrils while fending off the one submerged in the viscous liquid. Damn it, Guiyin cursed, swinging her sword to sever a vine, only to find her ankle ensnared by the slime, pulling her deeper into its depths, tethered to the vine. Shaoyin, Shi Zhaoding, rushed to assist. But his legs were soon bound, sending him crashing into the bubbling liquid. Forget about me. Find a way to deal with this trunk. Guiyin shouted frantically, but her voice was quickly drowned out by the onslaught of the vines. Li Yuan, witnessing the scene, dashed toward the vines, slashing as he shouted to Guiyin, "Hold on, we're almost there." The vines swiftly entwined the two, twisting them into a spiral, while Yu Zhanxi and Shi Zhaoding desperately swung their weapons. "Hurry up, if we delay any longer, we are all doomed." Shi Zhaoding strained to lift his head. Yuan continued to hack away. "Shaoyin, I will pull you up." "Do not move." Shi Zhaoding shook his head vigorously, urging Guiyin to jump down. Yet Guiyin remained resolute, instead pushing Shi Zhaoding away. "Do not give up. This tree is peculiar. Its grip is immense. You must escape quickly, or none of us will survive." "Once the branches slacken, we will be safe," Guiyin insisted. Hearing her, Shi Zhaoding ceased his resistance, following Guiyin's instructions, extracting the vine, then descending along its length, with Yu Zhanxi and Li Yuan trailing behind, prepared to follow suit. The vine suddenly began to writhe violently, as if reluctant as Guiyin paused, halting her ascent, but the vines suddenly extended like serpents, ensnaring her and dragging her deeper into their grasp. "Shaoyin! Shaoyin!" Shi Zhaoding cried out, desperately attempting to intervene, but his efforts were in vain as Guiyin struggled against the tendrils, which thrashed about violently, coiling around her like a snake, her clothing now tattered. Revealing her flawless skin, "Bastard!" Shi Zhaoding roared in fury, seizing a crossbow arrow and firing at the vine. The arrow struck the vine with a crisp sound, yet it remained unmoved, instead flinging Shi Zhaoding away with great force. Seizing the opportunity, Guiyin lunged at the still twitching trunk. With a piercing sound, it was as though she had punctured a water sack, causing all the vines clinging to the trunk to freeze momentarily. "You all must leave. I will deal with this creature and join you shortly." Guiyin urged her three companions to depart first. Her abilities were sufficient for self-preservation, but she could not guarantee the safety of her allies. "We must go." Li Yuan assessed the situation. Remaining there would yield no advantage, and they could not reach Guiyin in the narrow confines of the hollow. It would be more prudent for them to exit and eliminate the surrounding vines and mushrooms, allowing Guiyin to focus on the larger threat without concern. Furthermore, the two would undoubtedly refuse to leave her behind. Thus, it fell upon him to make this decision. "Let's heed your counsel. We cannot aid her here. And outside, we may have a chance." Shi Zhaoding agreed, nodding towards the others. Indeed, almost immediately, the three hastened toward the cave's mouth, preparing to ascend, with a powerful push of her feet against the massive trunk. Guiyin propelled herself forward. The tremendous force caused the trunk to sway violently. Just then, the trunk suddenly extended its branches, and the thick roots lashed out like a venomous serpent. Guiyin barely managed to dodge as the roots lunged toward her. Appearing almost sentient in their pursuit, she raised her arms to shield her face. In an instant, the roots struck her, sending her hurtling through the air, crashing down into the viscous liquid. The foul-smelling slime, mixed with a hint of blood, enveloped her like tea that moment. The roots surged toward her once more, this time with even greater ferocity, as if intending to consume her whole. Seeing the roots approach, Guiyin did not retreat. She advanced instead. In her right hand, She clutched a dagger, while her left grasped a sharp thorn from the inner wall of the tree, plunging it fiercely into the roots below. These thorns possessed a potent corrosive quality. Once they pierced the flesh, they would immediately begin their destructive work. Soon, a significant portion of the dense roots was severed by Guiyin's relentless assault. That moment, the roots lunged once more at Guiyin. She unsheathed her dagger, continuing to strike at the roots. That a cacophony of sounds erupted: bang, crash, and snap. Ultimately, the tree trunk could not withstand such an onslaught and was brutally cleaved in two by Guiyin. Splitting apart with a resounding thud, it turned out that this imposing trunk was no ordinary plant. It had acquired a modicum of intelligence, perhaps even a semblance of consciousness. That it was aware of Guiyin's presence and chose to attack her first. Little did it expect that she would dismantle it in such a manner. As Guiyin beheld the trunk split asunder, joy surged within her. This made her task considerably easier, with the trunk's vulnerability exposed. Her attacks became far less arduous. That moment, a series of synchronized, subtle sounds echoed through the forest, signaling the fury of the creatures that depended on this great tree for their existence. A swarm of grayish-white spiders emerged from the ground, enveloping the entire trunk, creating a terrifying spectacle. The spiders bore an eerie hue, reminiscent of the yellowish-brown eyes of a dead fish, laced with blood, and glinting with a cruel, malevolent light. Suddenly, a colossal spider, as large as an elephant and clad in black scales, rose up and roared into the sky. Chapter 80. The Extreme Night. This spider was the offspring of the Spider King, its most formidable subordinate. During battles, the Spider King was comprised of these very small spiders. They were ferocious creatures, capable of exuding venom that could corrode steel, and a single bite could consume a human's bones. With a series of piercing, discordant sounds, the spiders lunged forward. Shouting, and Guiyin swiftly dodged. With a loud snap, a green snake, measuring a meter in length and as thick as a barrel, suddenly appeared where Shouting had just evaded. Its body was a deep, dark green, adorned with two massive antennae atop its head. The snake's visage was menacing, its mouth revealing sharp, protruding fangs, while its tail bore barbs, creating an overall terrifying impression. The creatures in this forest seemed to have gone mad. As countless flora and fauna began to attack Guiyin and her companions with reckless abandon, leaving them momentarily overwhelmed at this juncture, the mushrooms also commenced their frenzied spore release, filling the air with a hazy cloud of spores. Without hesitation, Guiyin led the three companions away from this chaotic and sinister locale. At this moment, Qi Shuheng and Shouting caught up, and the four of them convened to discuss their escape. Qi Shuheng suggested, "Why don't we take a detour? It's only about 50 kilometers, and if we quicken our pace, we should be able to make it." The others agreed at Guiyin, carrying compressed gasoline, tossed it behind her as they walked, while Li Yuan and the others ignited it with lighters, igniting a roaring flame that blazed with a vibrant orange hue, particularly dazzling against the night backdrop. The four of them sprinted alongside a stone wall, veering to the right. Despite the oppressive heat, they managed to endure the exertion without feeling overly fatigued. Rather, there was a refreshing exhilaration, as if even the sweat in the air was sweet. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from ahead. The group halted, looking up to see a vast thicket of towering rocks, reaching several dozen meters high, forming a colossal stone barrier that completely obstructed their path. "What do we do? It seems we cannot pass through," Li Yuan inquired. "Let me take a look," Yu Zhanhao replied, crouching down to touch the massive boulders. The stones were smooth and polished, solid and steadfast. After the four of them worked together to break through the stone wall, they finally managed to leave the area. However, upon exiting, they found themselves enveloped in darkness once more, with not a single star in sight. The sky was shrouded in thick clouds, and a fierce wind howled past them, laden with dampness and a hint of heat. The system indicated that it was 9 a.m., yet the night remained unyielding. Guyin's expression grew grave. Could it be that we were still within the attack range of some creature? Li Yuan also sensed something was amiss. "Surely, we haven't encountered a ghost wall," Shouting quipped. "Let us check the chat channel to see if anyone else is experiencing this peculiar situation," Yu Zhanqi suggested, extinguishing his cigarette. The group opened the chat channel. Coincidentally, they were not the only ones facing such a predicament. Many others were discussing similar encounters. Some spoke of apparitions, others of being trapped, and some mentioned colliding with ghosts or encountering shifting magnetic fields, with even a few speculating the presence of UFOs. Yet, none provided a definitive answer, as they searched through the chat logs without any fruitful findings. "What do you think?" Guiyin inquired. "I believe we must remain calm, regardless of the circumstances, that we need to devise a plan to find an escape route." Yu Zhanqi replied solemnly, "It's too late now. I propose we camp nearby tonight, rest well, and then explore our surroundings for a way out. That I concur." "I too suggest camping," Guiyin stated. "However, if we are to camp, we must prepare tents and provisions. That we need to ensure everything is organized before we can rest peacefully." "Indeed, that seems reasonable," Li Yuan agreed. "I have no objections, but I will take sole responsibility for the tent," Yu Zhanqi declared. "Sounds good," Guiyin replied with a smile. "I will handle the food." "Surely, no one dislikes fish." Zhaoding produced 4 fish, saying okay. At that moment, no one was picky about food, as Guiyin cheerfully remarked, as she skillfully created a hot pot cooking apparatus and produced a variety of vegetables and fresh meats. Consequently, the boys sprang into action, washing vegetables, preparing the broth, grilling the fish, and setting up the tent. Guiyin retrieved the tent and sleeping bags, while Yu Zhanqi began erecting the campsite. Zhaoding grilled the fish, distributing it among the group. Having developed a good rapport with Qi Shuheng and possessing a fondness for fish, he had learned a bit of culinary skill. Once everyone had eaten their fill, they prepared to rest, for after battling monsters throughout the night, fatigue had begun to set in. "Do either of you feel anything strange?" Guiyin asked. "It feels as if someone is watching us." Li Yuan frowned. "Do you hear that noise?" Zhaoding said, perplexed. "It seems like footsteps are approaching us." After listening intently, Yu Zhanqi confirmed, "Wait for me." At that moment, Guiyin suddenly heard a faint sound nearby and immediately stood, walking toward it. As she drew closer, a face emerged from a mound of dirt, startling her. "Ah, who are you?" Guiyin asked, warily eyeing the filthy woman. "Let me go. Help. Please, don't chase me anymore." The woman babbled, wildly swinging a stick, as Guiyin and her companions had been oblivious to her presence until now, exchanging glances filled with unease. The woman, in her frenzy, thrust the stick into her own chest, and blood gushed forth as she convulsed and collapsed before Guiyin and her companions. The chat channel was filled with a barrage of nonsensical chatter. The messages were not only illogical, but some did not even form coherent sentences. For instance, "Hey, did you know? I feel it's dangerous. Hurry and stop, or I'll die." "What is wrong with you?" "I'm going to die." "Are you crazy?" "Hee, you're such a pretty girl that I don't like men. I hate perverts, so I'm calling for help." "Hee, you're such a pretty girl, I don't like men. I hate perverts, so I'm calling for help." "Hey, are you okay?" "How did you know?" "Just a guess." "What on earth are you all playing at?" "I'm still sleeping here." "Who are all these people?" Guiyin pondered, recalling that she had heard a scream moments earlier. She surveyed the chaotic messages in the chat room, and then glanced at the strangely lifeless woman before her. She couldn't help but contemplate the bizarre nature of this night. Could it be that this darkness possessed the power to drive people to madness? Zhaoding had been feeling increasingly uneasy, sensing that something was amiss, but unable to pinpoint the cause. He turned to Li Yuan, who sat with an expression of calmness. Li Yuan remained silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up earnestly at Zhaoding and said, "Do you know something?" Zhaoding raised an eyebrow, internally lamenting. Indeed, though Li Yuan had not experienced it, he seemed to possess insight. "Yes, I have come to understand everything," Li Yuan replied nonchalantly. Though Zhaoding had not concealed anything, being so abruptly discovered made him blush. "Ahem, I just fear being too impulsive." Guiyin observed the two men, unsure of what they were discussing, their expressions serious, and she couldn't help but lean in for a closer look. Suddenly, Yu Zhanqi grabbed Guiyin's arm, pushing her against the wall. "Hey!" Guiyin struggled for a moment, but found herself unable to break free, feeling increasingly constricted and breathless. "Hey!" Guiyin called out again, while Yu Zhanqi completely disregarded her, continuing to confine her with his hands gripping her shoulders. He lowered his voice to ask, "Do you have feeling for Zhaoding? I heard that you and Shi Zhaoding share quite a good rapport. What do you think of him? Yu Zhani's gaze burned intensely. Fixated on Guiyin. Guiyin felt somewhat awkward. While it was true that she harbored feelings for Shi Zhaoding, it was currently rooted in mutual appreciation among teammates. Moreover, the way Yu Zhani broached the subject felt oddly unsettling. Upon hearing Guiyin admit her affection for Shi Zhaoding, Yu Zhani instantly felt a weight lift off his shoulders, his earlier gloom dissipating into ease. I believe we would make quite the pair, Guiyin remarked with a smile, her tone calm. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhani raised his eyebrows and a subtle smile graced his lips. I think so too. Shi Zhaoding, overhearing the exchange between Guiyin and Yu Zhani, frowned and turned his head to look in Guiyin's direction. Why Yu Zhani, noticing Shi Zhaoding's gaze fixed upon Guiyin, was immediately consumed with rage. He kicked a nearby tree and then pulled Guiyin into his embrace. Guiyin was startled and quickly pushed Yu Zhani away, glaring at him. Yu Zhani, have you lost your mind? Why is that guy staring at you? Yu Zhani shot a ferocious glare at Shi Zhaoding, as if he were about to breathe fire. You're insane. What's wrong with Shi Zhaoding looking at me? He is my friend. Guiyin exclaimed in exasperation, her face flushed with anger. How could he be so unreasonable? Moments ago, he had claimed that she and Shi Zhaoding were a good match, and now he was turning hostile. It was utterly shameless. Humph. Yu Zhani snorted coldly, disregarding everything else, and simply walked off with Guiyin in tow. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. You jerk. Guiyin glared at Yu Zhani, perplexed by his intentions. Let go of me, let go. Yu Zhani paid her no mind. Who told the guy to keep staring at you? Yu Zhani gritted his teeth, his earlier sight of Guiyin being gazed at by Shi Zhaoding fueling his desire to confront the latter. But you can't just kick things indiscriminately, Guiyin remarked, glancing at her soiled clothing. Who told him to keep looking at you? Yu Zhani retorted darkly, eyeing Shi Zhaoding. Shi Zhaoding smirked derisively at him. Who I like is none of your business, but you, Guiyin, are already taken, and yet your ex still clings to you. TSK, isn't that a bit embarrassing? Shi Zhaoding. Yu Zhani shouted in fury, pointing at Shi Zhaoding and cursing vehemently. Who told that guy to keep staring at you? Yu Zhani bellowed in anger. Guiyin, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, realized that Yu Zhani's jealousy was glaringly apparent. Why Yu Zhani shot her a fierce glare before turning to leave. Why Yu Zhani? Guiyin called out, bewildered by his erratic behavior. Why was he getting jealous? You two seem quite affectionate, Li Yuan remarked, lounging in a chair, observing Guiyin with a teasing tone. Our relationship is none of your concern. Guiyin retorted coldly. You should focus on yourself. Or are you just that bored? It's evident that your relationship is rather ambiguous, so allow me to lend a hand. Li Yuan chuckled heartily as Guiyin scoffed. I suggest you find some pretty girls to enjoy instead of pestering me every day. Only you would dare say such things. Who are you to dictate my actions? Li Yuan sneered dismissively. What do you think? Li Yuan's disdain and loathing were unmistakable. Your self-righteousness is utterly irksome. Upon hearing this, Guiying's countenance turned ashen. After a moment of silence, she lifted her head, calming the tumult within her. Inhaling deeply, and her tone reverted to its original coldness. In that case, I see no need for further pleasantries. Remember, from today onwards, I no longer have any ties with you. Let us mutually owe nothing to each other. I do not wish to see you again. On what grounds? Who are you to dictate my actions? Why should I just leave because you say so? Who do you think you are? Li Yuan shouted, his voice sharp and piercing. You know that I am someone who easily loses their temper, especially with provocateurs like you? Guiyin's eyes glinted with cold fury as she approached Li Yuan, a dangerous aura emanating from her, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to prickle. Yuan instinctively took 2 steps back, lowering his head in trepidation. He was afraid. Chapter 81. Utter chaos and absurdity if you are here to spout nonsense. Then kindly shut your foul mouth, or you shall bear the consequences, Shi Zhaoding said coldly, his tone exceedingly serious. Listening to the 2 men sparring verbally, Guiyin couldn't help but frown and interject. This is a private matter between Li Yuan and me. Is it really appropriate for you to interfere? The argument among the group intensified, escalating to the point where it seemed they might come to blows. Just then, Xiao Lang burst out of the car, sinking its teeth into Su Giyin's arm. Xiaoing circled above, emitting a sound that felt as if it could pierce the very soul, chirping incessantly. "Get lost," Shi Zhaoding snapped, his expression darkening as he lifted his foot to kick Xiao Ying in the belly, sending it crashing into the car with a cry of distress before falling unconscious. "Awoo!" Xiao Lang, filled with fury, let out a series of howls and charged at Su Giyin, baring its fangs in an attempt to tear at her throat. Upon witnessing this, Shi Zhaoding swiftly stepped in front of her. Bang! Su Giyin's fist collided with Shi Zhaoding's face, instantly swelling it up. Yet Su Giyin did not cease her assault, delivering blow after blow to her three teammates. "Are you all awake now?" Su Giyin gritted her teeth. Wiping the blood from her hands with a fierce expression, Shi Zhaoding, clutching his chest, stood up. "We encounter such chaos the moment we enter this wasteland. How could this happen?" Yu Zhani murmured in confusion after hearing Shi Zhaoding's words. "Are we the only ones facing this bizarre situation? Have the other participants encountered it too?" Everyone nodded in affirmation, as Su Giyin furrowed her brow. This situation was exceedingly strange. Logically, there should be more individuals experiencing such oddities. Who would have anticipated that this sweltering night would be so deranged? Even the usually taciturn Yu Zhani felt his ears burning as he spoke up, as Su Giyin crouched down to administer healing medicine to her injured Xiao Lang and Xiao Ying. Her heart aching as she observed them trying to prevent the four from harming one another, only to be inadvertently injured themselves. "Let me see if I have any mind-clearing medicines to concoct some. We could use some cooling oil to help refresh our spirits." Su Guiyin decided promptly, realizing they couldn't allow Xiao Ying to continue squawking indefinitely. It wouldn't last much longer. The group fell silent. Following Su Guiyin's suggestion to use cooling oil and some mind-clearing medicines to maintain their clarity, Su Giyin tended to her Xiao Lang and Xiao Ying. "Xiao Ying, you need to stop for now. If you see us about to clash, continue to call out. But if we remain composed, save your energy," she softly instructed, gently caressing the aggrieved Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying pecked at Su Guiyin's finger in acknowledgement. Su Guiyin also took some medicine herself, letting out a resigned sigh. All four of them were exceptional individuals, yet they were powerless against the mental challenges of the night, let alone the others in the channel. Watching the number of participants dwindle by 50,000 in just one night made it clear how terrifying this night had been. Thankfully, dawn was approaching, and the night lasted a full 20 hours. As the sun rose, the individuals in the chat channel gradually regained their senses. Su Giyin rubbed her temples, reflecting on how this night had been nothing short of a nightmare. She was relieved to find everyone still present, but simultaneously perplexed. The chat channel was rife with panic and confusion. Why was everyone reacting this way? Was it due to her injuries? At least it wasn't an isolated issue. "Help! This night has been far too bizarre. What should we do? How are we to cope with this night? If this continues, our minds will surely unravel. I think I need to sleep for a while. I don't even remember what happened last night. I am utterly exhausted. How did you feel last night?" Su Daolao, "Do you have any solutions?" "Yes, what are the veterans going to do?" Quickly brainstorm ideas with everyone. "What are you all reacting to? Is it because of last night's events?" Su Giyin offered words of comfort, but no. "We are merely contemplating why this issue has arisen," Shi Zhaoding questioned, frowning. "You all are truly..." Su Giyin couldn't help but laugh, but upon further observation, she realized it was indeed true. Everyone appeared fatigued, their eyes red and swollen. "That I found it." A spark of inspiration struck Su Giyin as she recalled a remedy that could elevate mental clarity, bringing peace and purity to the heart. Clearing the mind of distractions. The herbal concoction known as the Four Gentlemen Capsule, which nourishes qi and blood, comprised a variety of medicinal herbs including Codonopsis, cinnamon twig, biota seed, astragalus, donkey hide gel, Ophiophagon, oyster shell, and dragon bone. Among others, though the list was extensive, it still offered a glimmer of hope. This medicinal formula is merely intended for the replenishment of vital energy and blood in reality. However, amid the apocalypse, the addition of certain agents could remarkably alleviate the symptoms of psychological turmoil brought on by the night. For those weary souls after a night followed by a dark dawn, it is akin to a timely deluge of relief. The trio continued to gather the necessary herbs, with Su Giyin preparing 4 doses for her companions. While hastening to mass-produce this remarkable capsule, it was during this moment that Guiyin first acquired the transformative ability of no destruction, no creation. At that juncture, the impurities, injuries, and diseased tissues within her body had all reverted to their most robust state. She could distinctly feel her physical prowess, agility, and reflexes multiply exponentially, allowing her to cleave through trees and shatter bones without sustaining any injury or fracture. Her agility and reflexes were heightened. Her skeletal structure underwent a metamorphosis in density and resilience, enabling her to punch through skulls and concrete walls without any risk of injury or fracture, and even to break through steel plates. In her second evolution, Guiyin's skin exhibited a remarkable degree of toughness, capable of withstanding assaults from cold weapons, penetrating steel plates, and enduring falls from the fifth floor unscathed, her strength seemingly boundless. Now, as her body underwent further fortification, her stamina, endurance, and resistance to fatigue were significantly enhanced, alongside her organs' capacity for absorption, digestion, and healing. Her cardiopulmonary and respiratory systems mutated, granting her the ability to breathe underwater, while her nervous system evolved, amplifying her auditory, visual, and perceptual senses and allowing her to temporarily numb her sense of touch and pain. Logically, Guiyin had become exceedingly formidable by now, yet she pondered the potential directions for further evolution. She realized that the new avenue lay in the realm of mental fortitude, coinciding with the reward for the district's first resource box, which contained an agent to enhance mental strength. However, she had yet to find the opportunity to utilize it. Now, an opportune moment had arisen. Having dispensed the 4 gentleman capsules during the day, she would test this agent during the night, especially given that it was derived from a purple resource box, which undoubtedly held great significance. The task of disseminating information about the medicinal agent was led by Xiaoting, who announced in the channel, "Attention everyone, we have discovered a new formula for a medicinal agent called 4 Gentleman Vitality and Blood Capsules. This agent possesses remarkable restorative capabilities, capable of reviving the sanity of those on the brink of mental collapse." The crowd responded with exuberant delight. Yes, it's true. Xiaoting, you can't be deceiving us. How could such an extraordinary agent exist at this time? Of course, anything is possible. With little further ado, preparations were made. "Fantastic, Sue, you're amazing." As thoughts swirled, drowsiness began to envelop her. Her eyelids grew heavy, and eventually, she succumbed to slumber. After a brief hour, Guiyin awoke, sold the capsules for mental restoration, dined, and then resumed her rest, for a fierce battle awaited them that night. The night was as dark as ink, with the sky adorned with twinkling stars that shimmered brilliantly. Suddenly, a thunderous clap of lightning split the heavens, plunging the surroundings into utter darkness, where one could not see their own hand. A sudden gust of wind arose, rustling the dilapidated wooden pillars with a crackling sound. Guiyin lifted her gaze to the obsidian surrounding her. Her expression icy, a glimmer of light appeared in the sky, expanding until all present felt a surge of inexplicable thoughts flooding their minds, causing discomfort, rapid heartbeats, and hurried breaths. Guiyin was the first to react. She pressed her hand to her forehead, her face flushing slightly. "Stop! Do not think any further." Xiaoting also regained his composure, exclaiming in astonishment, "Just now, I seem to see fragments of memories, including visions of my childhood." Guiyin replied, "Thank goodness for the medicine. This night is overwhelming and long." As she spoke, she consumed the purple mental agent. Looking ahead, she found herself before a river, its waters rushing and roaring, creating ripples that echoed mightily. The banks were lush with verdant grass and blooming flowers, a picturesque scene reminiscent of a fairyland, breathtaking to behold. A powerful wind swept through, lifting her arm and tousling her hair. Surveying her surroundings, she realized she stood atop a lofty mountain. In the distance lay a snow-capped expanse, dotted with numerous caves and chambers. Guiyin forced herself to remain calm, repeatedly affirming that this was all an illusion, not to be taken seriously. To maintain her inner peace, she silently recited a calming mantra, centering herself in the vehicle, grateful for the restful day that had left her free from drowsiness. Then, She heard the ominous sound of footsteps thundering upon the ground, a chilling cadence akin to a stampede. Deafening to her ears, a roar resonated. A ferocious beast was bellowing. Suddenly, a tremendous crash shook the earth, and Guiyin beheld a river of molten lava stretching for thousands of feet, the scalding magma erupting like a great dragon ascending toward the sky, crashing into another peak and splattering flames before vanishing almost instantaneously. She understood this to be the molten core of the earth, surfacing from the deepest magma lakes, though the reason for its sudden emergence eluded her. Initially, she suspected she was hallucinating, but her three companion simultaneous exclamations confirmed her fears. "Oh no! A volcanic eruption! We must leave immediately! We cannot stay here!" They all dashed toward their vehicles, and Guiyin hurriedly climbed into hers. The earth trembled violently once more, as if the very ground were about to collapse. Their vehicle sped ahead, while behind them, a wave of searing light burst forth from the earth's surface, engulfing the land in an instant. As they spoke, the lava churned and spewed, a scorching wave of heat crashing upon them, compelling them to maneuver their vehicle at breakneck speed. I could see that moment. Guiyin confirmed that the magma indeed erupted from the magma lake. The expressions on their faces paled. "It appears there truly is a volcano." They nodded in agreement, accelerating their escape. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from afar, followed by the earth quaking violently, the previously tranquil volcanic region erupting with terrifying intensity. Just as they contemplated changing direction to flee once more, it was already too late. The terrifying flames surged forth, painting half the sky in crimson, a sea of fire sweeping across the ground. Regardless of the truth, it is best not to take risks. The danger is too great for us to withstand. Sure, Zhaoding shouted. Guiyin nodded in agreement. "I concur. We must turn immediately to evade the direction of the magma eruption." However, as they began to turn, a powerful vortex suddenly appeared, swallowing everything around it, leaving only a sphere approximately 1 meter in diameter. This sphere was black, seemingly filled with a seething, dark red liquid. The group stood in stunned silence. Perhaps due to never having witnessed a tidal wave of magma, they failed to grasp the disarray within their minds, solely focused on fleeing this perilous locale. Should they be ensnared by the lava, escape would be impossible. With the effects of the medicine allowing for a modicum of clarity, they were no longer lost in delirium. In this extreme situation of survival, they could hardly maintain their composure. Guiyin pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling the vehicle away from the advancing magma. The splattering lava struck the car's body, easily scorching it and leaving it riddled with dents. Chapter 82. The might of magma. The magma appeared boundless, seemingly eternal in its ferocity, emitting a pungent scent of sulfur. The sky was painted a blood-red hue, filled with the sounds of bubbling, boiling magma, which coiled like monstrous serpents, casting an eerie aura above. The sight was utterly chilling. "This place is terrifying," Guiyin exclaimed. The others nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite a spectacle. With another colossal rumble, the ground beneath them quaked violently, sending tremors through the earth. "Look!" Ching Imo pointed skyward, where the once calm sea of magma surged forth, creating thousands of towering waves that crashed toward them, like a gaping maw ready to engulf them. The temperature of the magma was so intense that even the slightest brush against it would result in severe burns, let alone an entire body. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed ahead, a mournful wail that seemed to resonate from the depths of the soul, piercing the eardrums and jarring the mind, leaving the group in a state of shock. "What in the world?" Zhaoding's face blanched, his steps faltering as he warily gazed ahead. Changmushi looked up and confirmed their fears. A murky stream erupted from the magma, stretching over 10 feet long and 2 feet wide, leaving a trail upon the molten surface. The group felt a chill grip their hearts, unable to fathom what creature could emerge from the depths of the magma, a sight beyond comprehension, yet it was undeniably real. Leaving them aghast, their hearts racing. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and all were transfixed by the unfolding spectacle, a shiver coursing through their bodies. Suddenly, their eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. Guiyin's gaze fixated on the front. It seems something is surfacing from the magma. What is it? Li Yuan asked, perplexed. It must be a school of gigantic fish, Cheng Mushi asserted with certainty. Gigantic fish. Such enormous creatures, can they truly survive in magma? Li Yuan wondered. These are not ordinary magma, but rather rocks. Perhaps these fish have endured until now due to the presence of the rocks, Shi Zhaoting explained. Regardless, our foremost priority is to escape, Li Yuan insisted. Let us hasten forward. Indeed. The group quickened their pace, yet the stone fish lurking in the magma were not inclined to let Guiyin and the others go easily. Suddenly, the school of fish lashed their tails violently, propelling one of them out of the magma, crashing into Guiyin and her companions and sending them sprawling several meters away. Upon rising, Guiyin noticed a shard beneath her feet. Stained with blood, it appeared that the colossal stone fish had fled from this very spot. They approached with claws bared, launching an assault on Guiyin and her companions. Be careful, Guiyin shouted. Spotting a 2-meter-long stone fish barreling towards her, she swiftly hurled her dagger, piercing the fish's head with precision. Shi Zhaoting reacted immediately, sprinting over and delivering a powerful punch to the fish's eye. The creature thrashed its tail and retreated into the magma, only to emerge moments later, clamping its mouth around the molten rock and then spewing it forth, a scorching spray capable of melting bone upon contact. Damn it, Yu Zhanqi muttered under his breath, seizing the moment to leap forward and strike a stone fish, killing it instantly with a blow to its head. He quickly pivoted and dispatched 2 more stone fish. But soon, the remaining creatures surged towards him like a frenzy. Yu Zhanqi was caught off guard, his abdomen struck by one of the fish. He cried out, collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. How are you? Li Yuan rushed over to inquired. I'm fine, I can still hold on, Yu Zhanqi replied. Li Yuan nodded, drawing his long sword and targeting the head of one of the stone fish, landing a solid thrust that caused blood to pour forth. The wounded fish became even more ferocious. Don't just stand there. Get to work, Shi Zhaoting urged. However, the stone fish moved with remarkable agility, darting around to attack the group, as if they could emerge from the magma at any moment. Locking onto Guiyin and her companions from the shadows, Yu Zhanqi received a gash on his left arm, fortunately not penetrating to the bone, which would have severely hampered his mobility. Shi Zhaoting found himself at a disadvantage in close combat and was gravely injured. A gaping wound in his chest, bleeding profusely, saturating his clothing, but we must escape at once. Guiyin gazed into the abyss of black magma ahead, her heart racing as if a terrifying beast lurked within. Yu Zhanqi stated, there must be abnormal creatures residing in the magma, and they are formidable. We must find an escape route, or the consequences will be dire. They had no avenue for retreat and had to press on. Watch out! A stone suddenly flew from the magma, hurtling towards Guiyin's head. Quick as a flash, she raised her sword to block it. Bang! The stone struck the ground, shattering into pieces as Guiyin felt a pang of fear. Had she not reacted in time, she might have been crushed. Clearly, Yu Zhanqi was also reaching his limit. Li Yuan, Guiyin, Yu Zhanqi, and Shi Zhaoting formed a circle, back to back. Li Yuan observed the uneven rock wall nearby, stepping lightly as if skimming the surface of water, using the unevenness to evade the oncoming stones. As Guiyin skillfully dodged, the stones crashing to the ground with a series of thuds, debris scattering everywhere. Suddenly, another stone shot forth, aimed directly at Guiyin's brow. These stones were exceedingly hard, harboring explosive force. Being struck would surely result in death. Boom! At that critical moment, Yu Zhanqi raised his arm to shield Guiyin from the stone. His entire arm going numb as blood congealed, he let out a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he staggered back 2 steps. Are you all right? Guiyin exclaimed, her face paling as she rushed to support Yu Zhanqi. Are you okay? Aye. Just then, a stone erupted from the magma, crashing towards Guiyin's head. Her weapons had melted away, but she reacted swiftly, smashing the stone with a punch. However, her entire right arm was engulfed by the searing heat, causing her to nearly shed tears from the pain. Guiyin was taken aback, not expecting such a bizarre creature to ambush them from within the magma. Had they not fought together, they would have faced grave danger. Yu Zhanqi hurriedly retrieved a first aid kit to staunch the bleeding. All 3 were injured, and had the magma not receded, they might have found themselves overwhelmed. Unable to evade the onslaught of both the magma and the relentless stone fish attacks. Are you all right? Yu Zhanqi asked, as Guiyin smiled, saying, they're not ordinary stone fish. What do you mean? Shi Zhaoding inquired, puzzled. They can breathe fire and even fly. I suspect the magma we encountered earlier was spewed by them, intending to incinerate us within it. Su Guiyin elucidated, oh, that's it. No wonder it fell a bit hot. I wonder if we'll be burned alive. Yu Zhanqi said bitterly. Li Yuan sighed. It seems unlikely. These stone fish are exceedingly strange. As if provoked or summoned, they erupted suddenly. I suspect they possess their own intelligence. What should we do then? Qi Shuheng frowned. Yu Zhanqi was also troubled. The four of them had joined forces, yet still could not withstand the stone fish. If the magma erupted again, they would have no time to react. If they are indeed stimulated or summoned, it implies someone is controlling them. I'll look around to see if there's anyone hiding, Shi Zhaoding stated. That shouldn't be the case. They might have some limitations. Otherwise, we'd have perished long ago, Su Guiyin reassured. Though all were injured and temporarily immobilized, they remained composed, knowing that as long as they did not panic, they would survive. These stone fish, while formidable, lacked intelligence. As long as they did not provoke them, humans were not at risk. Look over there, Yu Zhanqi exclaimed. The group turned to follow his gaze, spotting a corpse lying on the ground, blood pooling around it. It appeared to be one of the survivors attacked by the stone fish. They quickly understood that the stone fish were drawn to the corpse. For now, we should find a way to escape. Su Guiyin frowned. Suddenly, a distant scream pierced the air. Ah! Help me! I was wrong. Please spare me. He turned to see a stone fish pursuing two other survivors, one of whom had lost half an arm. Blood gushing forth. The remaining survivor, terrified, collapsed to the ground. He shouted, hurry and save him! Shi Zhaoding and the others were taken aback, unsure why he was so eager to help. Moreover, they were too preoccupied with their own plight to divert their attention to saving others. Yet, as they turned away, a few individuals fled, attempting to abandon this troublesome situation to Su Guiyin and her companions. Yu Zhanqi was furious. He never anticipated such a callous act. Without hesitation, he charged forward, grabbing the tail of the stone fish. Sensing its prey, the fish opened its jaws and lunged at Yu Zhanqi's arm. Its sharp teeth pierced through Yu Zhanqi's skin, blood gushing forth and staining its pristine scales. Yu Zhanqi, in pain, released his grip. The stone fish, now without a target, flailed wildly. Seeing the situation turn dire, Shi Zhaoding drew his dagger and, seizing the opportunity, lunged at the fish, plunging the blade into its neck. The fish's head rolled to the ground, splattering magma several meters high, just as another stone fish swooped in to attack Shi Zhaoding. Yu Zhanqi rushed forward, pushing Shi Zhaoding out of the way, and the magma fell upon him, instantly scorching his skin. Yu Zhanqi let out a muffled groan, collapsing to the ground, smoke rising from his body, multiple burns marring his skin, his face pale as a ghost. Unconscious and clearly out of combat capability. Brother Yu Zhanqi, Su Guiyin cried in alarm. Are you all right? Don't scare me. She quickly knelt beside Yu Zhanqi to assess his injuries. The stone fish, in pain, turned its gaze toward him, eyes widening as it prepared to bite. Its tail swept against Yu Zhanqi's back with tremendous force, sending him sliding into the rock wall. Yu Zhanqi fell to the ground, his head spinning, unable to rise for some time. He struggled to stand and continue fighting, but his body was devoid of strength. Shi Zhaoding rushed over to check Yu Zhanqi's injuries. What should we do? He asked urgently. Don't worry about me. Hurry and kill that fish. We can't wait any longer. Yu Zhanqi's voice had grown faint, nearly inaudible. With his last ounce of strength, Yu Zhanqi lifted his foot and kicked the stone fish in the abdomen. The fish let out a mournful cry, thrashing for several moments before succumbing to Shi Zhaoding's ferocity, slowly collapsing to the ground lifeless. Shi Zhaoding exhaled deeply, dropping his dagger. He hadn't expected Yu Zhanqi to be so willing to save him. Yet he himself harbored no desire to owe anyone anything. He took out his treasured purple potion and administered it to Yu Zhanqi. The potion dissolved upon contact, and immediately, Yu Zhanqi's breathing stabilized, his internal injuries healing rapidly. Upon witnessing this, Su Guiyin and Li Yuan felt a sense of relief, and they each placed Shi Zhaoding and Yu Zhanqi into their respective vehicles at this juncture. There was no other option but to abandon their cars and flee, for as long as the Green Hills remained, one need not worry about firewood. As long as they could survive, Su Guiyin could easily craft a few items to exchange for 2 new purple vehicles. Their team was currently equipped with purple vehicles, as they were exceedingly profitable. Initially, the group had contemplated dealing with the stone fish, given that it dropped enticing red supply boxes. However, under the present circumstances, with nighttime mental assaults, the threat of volcanic eruptions, and the stone fish, coupled with 2 injured members, Su Guiyin and Li Yuan found themselves unable to proceed any further. Chapter 83. A difficult night by the time the group departed. It was already past noon the following day, yet the sky showed no signs of brightening. The 4 of them consumed healing potions and prepared a hot pot, gathering around the table to cook their meal. Yu Zhanqi could not handle spicy food, while Li Yuan could only manage medium-spiced. Su Guiyin and Shi Zhaoding, on the other hand, invariably opted for extra spicy dishes. Consequently, the pot was a culinary marvel, featuring 9 flavors, with 3 varying spice levels and 6 other distinct broths. Mushroom soup, sukiyaki, tomato soup, curry, pig stomach chicken, and tom yum. They had also procured 6 dishes and a soup from the market. Ever since entering the extreme temperature competition, the 4 had been in a perpetual state of exhaustion, and now that they finally had time to rest, they were determined to indulge, leading to a remarkable increase in their appetites as they devoured 2 large bowls of rice. At the dining table, Su Guiyin keenly felt her mental state was exceptionally good, a sensation of relaxation emanating from within, free from the intrusive and bizarre fragmented scenes that often plagued her thoughts. She cast a glance at Li Yuan. Although he appeared carefree on the surface, the pressure he felt internally was significant. Now that they finally had a moment to sit and relax, it was only natural to indulge a little. The 4 engaged in lively conversation as they ate, with Su Guiyin listening to the latest news from the various leaderboards. It was undeniable that their renown had grown tremendously, each of them possessing a somewhat legendary tale that circulated through the chat channels, with others transforming into storytellers, embellishing their narratives. Alas, Shi Zhaoding sighed, popping a piece of beef into his mouth. "What is the matter?" Li Yuan inquired. "When will we be free from this daily state of mental strain?" Shi Zhaoding replied, savoring the tender beef. "Let us hope so," he added. The 4 continued to eat and converse, the table laden with sumptuous food. As dawn broke anew, the sun hung high in the sky, its rays still oppressive, waves of heat washing over them, reminding them of the sweltering summer. After they had eaten their fill, they prepared to set off for their next destination. Shi Zhaoding glanced at his wristwatch. It was nearing 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Su Guiyin picked up her backpack and stood up, declaring, "All right, let us get ready to leave." She hopped in her vehicle, and the other 3 quickly followed suit. Su Guiyin took the driver's seat, starting the engine and slowly steering towards the highway. Shi Zhaoding and Yu Zhanqi's vehicles were not original models, so they were still adjusting to Li Yuan's vehicle. While sturdy and durable, had suffered from a lack of maintenance and tire changes, and the intense sun had caused much of the paint to peel, with one tire deflated. At first, the highway was relatively smooth, but as their speed increased, the road began to crack, causing their pace to slow. Su Guiyin's vehicle was original and equipped with robust tires. She maneuvered the steering wheel expertly onto the road. Even though her vehicle was slightly smaller, its performance remained commendable. Yu Zhanqi had purchased his vehicle through the chat channel, subsequently upgrading it with some parts. Although compact, it was quite sturdy and boasted a high safety rating. He observed the surroundings through the vehicle window. They encountered few significant issues, the only concern being the potential depletion of fuel leading to stalling or the emergence of various other problems. All 4 vehicles had undergone special modifications, featuring bulletproof, collision-resistant, and explosion-proof capabilities, with remarkable stealth, making it difficult for anyone to notice them unless they were specifically searching. "Stop!" Yu Zhanqi suddenly called out, having spotted a chasm ahead. It was wide and sufficiently lengthy to induce fear. Upon hearing Yu Zhanqi's command, the other 3 ceased their movements, their gazes fixed on him, eager to discern his intentions. Yu Zhanqi slowly explained, We are currently at the edge of the highway, and ahead lies a gorge. If we were to fall into it, we would undoubtedly be obliterated. Li Yuan nodded in agreement with Yu Zhanqi's assessment, saying, I also sense something amiss. Given the appearance of this gorge, it must have existed for many years. Yet it has only now made its abrupt appearance, as Guiyin inquired with confusion. Isn't that strange? Indeed, it is sure, Zhaoding chuckled. Take a closer look and see if there is anything peculiar compared to other places. Guiyin turned her gaze and was momentarily taken aback that Yu Zhanqi lazily crawled out of the driver's seat, appearing unconcerned about the situation. As Guiyin furrowed her brow in contemplation. You're right. But how could the gorge appear at this moment? The wind and sand within the gorge were so fierce that visibility was obscured, compounded by the sunlight not penetrating, rendering the landscape within even more nebulous, leading to the misperception that it was a gorge when, in reality, it should have been a hillside. Sure, Zhaoding nodded in agreement. Yes, I concur with Yu Zhanqi's view. Guiyin questioned. So what should we do? We can't just abandon the vehicles, can we? Yu Zhanqi pointed to the back seat, suggesting, now that we've discovered the gorge, we can simply circumvent it. Ah, indeed, brilliant. However, how do we navigate around the gorge? That poses a challenge. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed from behind, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds. A black sports car was racing towards them at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle barreled into Sure Zhaoding's car, colliding violently with its rear. With a resounding crash, the vehicle jolted violently, causing Sure Zhaoding to nearly lose consciousness. Thankfully, he reacted swiftly, releasing the brakes and applying them to avert a rollover. However, his head still struck the steering wheel, causing him considerable pain. Who the hell is driving like a maniac? Sure Zhaoding exclaimed furiously, rubbing his head. These guys must be targeting us. Otherwise, what are the odds that we would be attacked just as we arrived here? Haha, it seems someone has been lying in wait. Sure, Zhaoding gritted his teeth. Wait a moment, this doesn't add up? Guiyin interjected. We've only just arrived here for less than 20 minutes. How could we have attracted attention? Moreover, this place is desolate and remote, typically devoid of people. Even if someone were to pass by, they would likely be mere travelers or tourists. How could they send such skilled individuals to hunt us down? The group fell into silence, contemplating Guiyin's words. Indeed, such a scenario was utterly illogical. After a moment of reflection, Yu Zhanqi spoke. If that is the case, there are only two possibilities. Either they are a military unit, trained soldiers specifically tasked with executing assassination missions, or someone covertly informed them to come after US. Li Yuan praised. Exactly. That hypothesis makes perfect sense. Guiyin nodded in agreement. The first scenario seems more plausible, but the second possibility could also hold some truth. Who might our enemy be? Isn't it easy to find out? Qi Shuheng remarked nonchalantly. How do we investigate? Sure Zhaoding asked. Wait, Guiyin declared. Let us observe the unfolding events. Sure enough, within 5 minutes, several more vehicles arrived, surrounding Sure Zhaoding and his companions. Then a few burly men donned in sunglasses exited their cars, encircling Yu Zhanqi and the others. Sure Zhaoding squinted his eyes and chuckled softly. Addressing Yu Zhanqi, do you remember what you said that day? Yu Zhanqi smiled. Naturally. Today is just the right opportunity to test your combat prowess. Sure Zhaoding grinned broadly. All right, enough of this banter. Guiyin interrupted the two. Noticing Sure Zhaoding's gaze directed her way, she added, since they are seeking death, let us indulge them for a while. Good. Yu Zhanqi stood up, stretched lazily, and loosened his neck before stating, you all stay back. Sure Zhaoding and the others exchanged glances, then stepped aside, allowing Yu Zhanqi to confront the group. While Yu Zhanqi leisurely crawled out of the driver's seat, appearing nonchalant, and approached the group, casually digging in his ears as he said, Hey, who sent you to hunt us down? We haven't provoked you, have we? Humph. Our mission is singular. To take your lives? A young man clad in a white shirt inquired. Oh, is that so? Then, may I ask if I have offended you? Yu Zhanqi continued to question. No. The young man replied coldly, clearly showing no intention of engaging with Yu Zhanqi. He merely wished to complete his task and depart swiftly. That all there is to it. Yu Zhanqi shrugged. Then how do you propose to resolve this? At that moment, a group of sunglass-wearing men in military attire had already surrounded Yu Zhanqi. The leader of the group asked in English. Kid, state your name. We are not nameless ruffians. You certainly are quite arrogant, you know why we have come for you. The burly man chuckled, asserting, we are here to take your life. Oh, you are indeed audacious. Yu Zhanqi remarked, touching his nose and speaking nonchalantly. Are you sure you are not here seeking your own demise? We're not here to meet our end. Yu Zhanqi leisurely crawled out of the driver's seat, exhibiting a languid demeanor as if he were merely out for a stroll. Brothers, take him down. Get him. Kill this brat. Several men in black immediately swung their fists and charged at Yu Zhanqi. Crack, thud. In an instant, several of the black-clad men were sent sprawling to the ground. All together. Finish him. Good. A horde of black-clad men surged forward once more, fists flying. Humph. Yu Zhanqi let out a cold snort and charged directly at the group, dodging left and right, then kicked two men away with a single blow, subsequently wrapping his arms around another, driving his knee into yet another adversary. Bang! The man's face was struck by Yu Zhanqi's knee, blood and flesh flying, and he spat out blood. With a jolt of his arm, Yu Zhanqi forcibly dislocated the man's shoulder, who then howled in agony, rolling on the ground while clutching his arm. The remaining black-clad men, witnessing their comrade's injury, became even more frenzied that Yu Zhanqi narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips as he clenched his fists and struck forward. Bang! 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 3 black-clad men were instantly sent reeling. Damn it! All together! Kill him! The remaining men yelled in fury that Yu Zhanqi wasted no breath, engaging them with swift punches and kicks. In a matter of moments, all but the leader lay defeated. The leader, seeing his men toppled, was gripped by fear and attempted to flee, only to find himself unable to move. Noticing the leader still standing, Yu Zhanqi approached him. Terrified, the leader stammered, Please, don't kill me, don't kill me. Yu Zhanqi cast a chilling glance at him and inquired, Who sent you? The leader hurriedly replied, It was the young master, he sent us. The young master. Yu Zhanqi raised an eyebrow, coldly asking, Why would he wish to harm me? It's because the young master wishes to be the top. Li Yuan's trembling voice explained, It turned out that these black-clad men were all under the young master's command, having long plotted to become the first and create trouble for Guiyin and her companions, thus ambushing here. Little did they know, these individuals were exceptionally formidable and ruthless, as one of them had already dispatched a dozen of their number in a single confrontation. As Guiyin scoffed, Your young master is indeed audacious. He dares to provoke me, truly seeking his own demise. The leader, flustered, hurriedly said, Our young master promised that if Miss Su lets us go, he would compensate you with a ton of resources. A ton? Guiyin narrowed her eyes, a smirk playing on her lips. Is that sufficient for your life? Chapter 84. Those with malicious intent. The leader hurriedly shook his head. No, not enough, no. Guiyin sneered. Then let it be $20 million. The crowd inhaled sharply. This girl is incredibly ruthless, asking for 2 tons of supplies right off the bat. Yu Zhanqi coldly scoffed. I think a young master is also courting death. With that, he delivered a kick to the leader's chest. The sound of shattering bones echoed as the man was sent flying back, crashing into a tree trunk, blood spilling from his mouth, his eyes wide open as he lost consciousness on the spot. Boss, the remaining 7 or 8 black-clad men looked on in panic. You underestimate us that much? Sure, Zhaoding said with a smile. Yu Zhanqi shook his head with a smile. No, they are not to be trifled with. If I am not mistaken, they are likely trained assassins. Upon hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. No wonder. The leader quickly added, Yes, we are indeed mercenaries, and not only that, we have all taken enhancement agents. The group's expressions turned grave. They hadn't anticipated that the enemy had consumed gene-altering liquid, explaining their heightened ferocity. Yu Zhanqi asked with keen interest, What agents? X-gene enhancement liquid, specifically designed to enhance human genes, boosting combat abilities, the leader explained. You are familiar with the X-gene enhancement liquid? Yu Zhanqi queried. The leader nodded. Of course, this technology was developed by the Federation Research Institute. Yu Zhanqi further questioned, If that is the case, why not directly inject the X-gene enhancement liquid instead of using ordinary gene agents for alteration? So that is how it is. Yu Zhanqi replied indifferently. The leader continued, "Now, do you still intend to kill us?" Yu Zhanqi chuckled coldly. "To kill you would be too merciful. Then what do you propose?" The leader asked, his voice trembling. Why Yu Zhanqi grinned wickedly. "It's quite simple. Surrender your vehicles and weapons, and I shall let you leave." "That is impossible." The leader immediately refused without hesitation. "Do you believe you possess the right to argue?" Yu Zhanqi raised an eyebrow, retorting, "Do not forget your predicament. Do you think you can escape?" The leader gritted his teeth, loathing Yu Zhanqi, yet could only humbly lower his head. "Very well, we will comply with your commands. But please grant us a vehicle." Why Yu Zhanqi nodded. The leader signaled for the others to step back, removing their weapons and equipment, casting them aside. They had been captured and saw no point in struggling further. It was better to conserve their energy and seek a sliver of survival while they still could, as Guiyin had no intention of stopping them, her gaze fixed in the distance, awaiting the passage of time. The group departed in a dispirited manner, and Yu Zhanqi turned to Guiyin and the others. "Let us go find something to eat and discuss what to do next." The others nodded in agreement. They did not inquire further about the young master mentioned by the black-clad man, but it was evident that he was quite formidable, and from the previous conversation, it was clear he was an enemy. Not a friend. A sliver of hope lingered in their hearts. Wishing to escape unharmed, Guiyin led the way, her expression grave as she surveyed her surroundings. She noted that most of the trees nearby were withered and dry. The ground overrun with moss, and the occasional remnants of a plant could be seen. These sights struck her as peculiar, resembling not a natural formation, but rather something artificially induced. Moreover, Guiyin observed signs of movement in the surrounding underbrush, as if animals or small insects were scurrying about. A lizard, about the length of a human arm, seemed startled and darted swiftly into the depths of the forest. There was undoubtedly something amiss here. It was not solely humans that inhabited this place. The group continued along the riverbank, where the water rushed coldly and the trees by the riverbank had perished, yet this particular area remained lush and vibrant with life. "Stop!" Guiyin called for the group to halt, raising her hand in a gesture for silence. "Everyone, conceal yourselves. There is danger here." The group immediately spread out, on high alert. Shouting crouched to examine the footprints on the ground, sniffing the air cautiously, when suddenly his eyes widened. "There's a scent of blood." "Is there?" "I don't smell anything," Yu Zhanqi remarked, having detected nothing, as Guiyin furrowed her brow as well, unable to perceive any scent of blood. Not even the odor of sweat. It was unscientific. She approached shouting, crouched down, and sniffed closely. Indeed, there was a scent of blood, though it did not resemble human blood. Guiyin nodded seriously, pointing at the footprints on the ground. Continuing, "These footprints extend in the same direction, likely indicating a hurried escape, and these individuals must have been injured, as they were running at double their usual speed. Should we pursue?" Li Yuan nodded. "I'm hungry too." Guiyin smiled, "Then let us hurry after them." The group followed the direction of the footprints. Zhaoting, wearing a pair of specially crafted gauntlets made from electromagnetic materials with immense lethality, led the way. He treaded carefully, prepared to evade any danger and respond swiftly with an attack. Guiyin followed closely behind. Though now possessing formidable strength, she remained cautious, unwilling to let her guard down. This place was too strange. They had traversed without encountering a single beast, and even the calls of birds had gradually faded, as if no living creatures existed here. Li Yuan and Yu Zhanqi brought up the rear, their pace slow, ever vigilant of their surroundings. They had been walking for over 3 hours, yet they had encountered no creatures nor discovered any sustenance. It was as if they had entered another realm devoid of life. Zhaoting felt the need to rest, but a sudden gust of wind swept past, dislodging a rock that obstructed their path. Beneath it lay a seething pool of molten lava, billowing thick smoke into the air. The memory of their previous escape surged through their minds, prompting them to hastily steer clear of the magma. After trudging for over 3 hours, they finally stumbled upon several corpses behind a massive boulder. The deceased were clad in black attire, each bearing a blade at their waist, suggesting they were highly trained assassins. They lay lifeless on the ground, their eyes wide open, devoid of breath. Zhaoting crouched down to examine the insignias on their bodies before shaking his head. Remarking, These are not members of the Black Tiger Gang. The four then convened in the chat channel to gather information regarding the organization of the black-clad individuals, arriving at the conclusion that a gang of convoy robbers existed. Yu Zhanqi inquired, if they are not from the Black Tiger Gang, could they be from the Black Dragon Society? Their insignia is rarely mistaken. We are unaware of the Black Dragon Society's emblem. Perhaps their markings differ. Shi Zhaoding pondered, suddenly struck by a thought. Could it be that the Black Tiger Gang and the Black Dragon Society are actually part of the same faction? It's a possibility. Shi Zhaoding replied, if the Black Tiger Gang was formed by the Black Dragon Society, then the latter must possess its own distinct symbols. Their differing insignias signify divergent doctrines. The emblem of the Black Dragon Society features the words Black Tiger, denoting a group of ferocious tigers, while the Black Tiger Gang represents a pack of avaricious wolves. Oh, that's how it is, Guiyin exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. Your hypothesis is astute. If they were not of the same ilk, the insignia of the Black Dragon Society would indeed differ. Shi Zhaoding recalled the man in the black robe, claiming to hail from the Black Dragon Society, a wave of doubt washing over him. He comes from the Black Dragon Society? Indeed, I suspect he is not affiliated with the Black Tiger Gang, as their emblems are markedly different. Yu Zhanqi remarked, I would prefer if he were allied with the Black Tiger Gang. It would simplify our plans. However, I am more inclined to believe he originates from the Black Dragon Society, as its leader is named Black Dragon. Black Dragon? Guiyin echoed. Yes, Yu Zhanqi continued, the emblem of Black Dragon resembles the black tiger motif we encountered earlier. Although this individual's design lacks the vibrancy and ferocity of the Black Dragons. Shi Zhaoding concurred. You make a valid point, yet I still find the situation rather peculiar. The Black Tiger Gang is a faction that would not kill us without cause. What do you imply? Shi Zhaoding interjected. I merely harbor suspicions, lacking concrete evidence. Guiyin suddenly interjected. I suspect they might be executing a mission, but why would the Black Dragon Society want us dead? Shi Zhaoding sighed. I cannot fathom it either. Life seems so inconsequential in this world. Enough of that. Let's focus on hunting and catching some fish to eat. Guiyin urged, kicking him to hasten his pace. Oh, what's the rush? Allow me to ponder a bit longer, Shi Zhaoding retorted, rubbing his backside and muttering. Is it merely about catching a fish? Why the excitement? Hurry along. Guiyin kicked him again, prompting Shi Zhaoding to begrudgingly roll his eyes and grumble as he dashed away. Guiyin settled beside the fire, observing the flickering flames while her brow furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. Yu Zhanqi approached and asked, Why aren't you resting? Fear not. We should be safe. Ultimately, we may face either extraterrestrials or have to continue living on this road. Both scenarios are not insurmountable for humanity. What if? There's no need for undue concern, Yu Zhanqi chuckled. As long as we survive to the end. What does the environment matter? There is always a glimmer of hope. Guiyin smiled faintly, choosing to remain silent. The atmosphere was eerily tranquil, devoid of wind or the chirping of insects. The surrounding silence was unsettling, with only the occasional sound of crickets in the grass piercing the stillness. This serenity allowed Guiyin's mind to relax, making her susceptible to fatigue. She closed her eyes and gradually drifted into slumber. A chill breeze prompted her to curl her shoulders and bury her head in her arms. Sinking deeper into sleep, observing Guiyin in a peaceful slumber, Yu Zhanqi approached quietly and draped a blanket over her. He then settled by the campfire, still feeling slightly dizzy, though somewhat improved. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noted the sun's brilliance today, its silver rays illuminating the entire forest. Suddenly, he perceived a white, misty form hovering around the sun, reflecting a soft blue light in the radiance, almost dreamlike. Why was it suspended in mid-air? Li Yuan, too, gazed at the moon, attempting to discern the peculiar cloud formation, yet it appeared to shroud itself within the lunar shadows, eluding clarity at that moment. Li Yuan's peripheral vision caught sight of a pair of pitch-black eyes. He turned to find a massive python fixated upon him. Startled, he dodged, only to have the serpent coil around him, rendering him immobile. His breath quickened as a shadow surged toward him. Another python. Just then, Guiyin awoke, her speed astonishing as she appeared before the python in the blink of an eye, drawing her blade to strike. The python, in pain, released its grip on Li Yuan, allowing him to escape. The injured serpent slithered away, and the other, witnessing this, vanished into the underbrush. Yuan exhaled in relief. Thanking her. Thank you, Guiyin, catching her breath, replied. No need for thanks. Zhaoting also breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, I thought you had been bitten. You scared me to death, Zhanchi remarked. It seems there's something up in the trees. As they approached, they were astonished to discover that the cause of the eerie silence was the consumption of living beings by the snakes. Perched in the branches was a snake egg. Just as Zhanchi leaned closer to the egg, it suddenly cracked open, the shell shattering around them, as a silver-ringed snake slithered forth, affectionately rubbing against Zhanchi's calf. With the egg broken, they could clearly see that the snake measured over 1 meter in length, its head elongated, adorned with fangs on either side, and a triangular scaled tail, its eyes a pale blue. At that moment, the others also noticed numerous snake eggs nearby, all of which had hatched, toppling the surrounding foliage. The hatchlings were poised to launch an assault on the group, and the silver-ringed snake turned menacingly, baring its fangs. Having spoken, the other snakes instinctively obeyed the silver-ringed snake's command, scattering into the underbrush and dashing toward a specific direction, their movements reminiscent of a tidal wave. It seems this snake is quite the leader. Zhaoting chuckled. Chapter 85. The silver-ringed snake. I believe snakes are relatively intelligent creatures. However, due to their lower cognitive abilities compared to humans, conflicts arise. The snake horde must have caught wind of something and come seeking vengeance. This forest remains perilous. Guiyin stated that in this forest, the greatest danger does not stem from fierce beasts but from snakes. Their numbers are overwhelming, and they exhibit remarkable teamwork, making them exceedingly formidable. With this little snake around, we should be shielded from snake attacks, Li Yuan proposed. So, does that mean snakes are now our kin? Zhanchi inquired. Zhanchi hesitated. What? Are you afraid of dying? Guiyin teased. I never expected you to be so formidable. Who knows? While snakes may not be as ferocious as lions or tigers, their numbers are daunting, and it's difficult to ascertain which of them is venomous. It's best not to provoke them. Besides, this snake was released by someone else, Zhanchi explained. Are you suggesting that this situation was deliberately orchestrated? Li Yuan frowned. This time, they did not encounter any peculiar incidents and successfully located another river. The banks of the river were lush and verdant, providing a pleasing sight. The water trickled melodiously, occasionally splashing droplets into the air. The group took a moment to drink, alleviating their hunger somewhat and revitalizing their spirits. Just then, Li Yuan felt a sudden chill creeping up from behind. He swiftly dodged, narrowly evading a lethal strike, and spun around to slash with his sword, forcing the assailant back, shouting, "Who goes there?" An icy blue dagger met his blade, and the assailant remained silent, retaliating with another strike aimed at him. Yuan sidestepped the attack, delivering a palm strike that pushed her back several steps. However, before he could press the advantage, 2 more figures closed in on Zhanchi from either side. At this moment, Qi Shuheng finally understood the source of his earlier unease. The adversaries were not ordinary foes, but rather skilled fighters exhibiting seamless coordination, launching strikes with precision and unwavering resolve. Although he felt a twinge of panic, his extensive combat experience quickly steadied him. As the 2 sides clashed, darkness began to envelop the sky. Retreat, Zhanchi commanded. The group swiftly disengaged from the fray and fled towards the river. Yet, the assailant was unwilling to relent, pursuing them. Just then, Zhaoting appeared before her, gripping her wrist with force and twisting it. The assassin screamed, dropping her weapon into the rushing waters, where it swiftly vanished from sight. Upon witnessing the scene, the remaining assassins hastily retreated, swiftly vanishing from sight. Only then did Zhaoting release his grip. Thank you, Guiyin remarked, her brow furrowed in confusion, but I haven't detected any human traces nearby. How did they manage to locate us? They cling to us like a stubborn adhesive, utterly impossible to shake off. I'll go ahead to investigate, Zhanchi declared, leaping over the precipice and successfully reaching the summit of the slope. Peering down, he observed a stream flowing gently, its bed adorned with various fish, shrimp, and crabs. Indeed, there's a river here, Guiyin noted. If someone truly intended to frame us, their malice is quite profound. even resorting to using snakes. Yu Zhanqi sighed that, in reality, the situation isn't as dire as you envision. Li Yuan interjected, shaking his head. Snakes have short lifespans and are still mere juveniles. The first person they encounter typically won't betray them. Yet we cannot dismiss the possibility of them suddenly losing their sanity. Yu Zhanqi countered, we must not jeopardize our safety. Indeed, we should set off promptly, Yu Zhanqi asserted. Throughout their journey, they encountered a myriad of snake species, even crossing paths with pythons. Fortunately, these pythons were of a smaller variety, posing no significant threat to them. However, the forest appeared unusually lively, teeming with venomous snakes, which rendered the group cautious, fearful of encountering any deadly creatures. Upon returning to their vehicle, the little wolf affectionately nudged Guiyin with its head, seemingly both playful and yearning, that Guiyin gently stroked its fur, saying, "Good boy." As she spoke, she produced a piece of jerky to feed it. The little eagle gazed longingly at the treat in her hand, drool trickling from the corner of its beak. Amused by its greedy demeanor, Guiyin chuckled, "What a glutton you are," with a smile. She extended the jerky towards its beak. It seized the morsel, chewing a few times before swallowing, then promptly extended its tiny tongue towards her. Such a greedy little creature. Guiyin shook her head. Offering another piece of jerky, It eagerly stretched its neck. Licking her palm, You still remember what you promised me back then?" she inquired, playfully pinching its ear. Upon hearing her words, it quickly nodded in acknowledgement. Guiyin laughed. "Do you still recall it now?" The little eagle tilted its head in contemplation, and after a moment, lifted its claw to point at the vehicle. She understood and patted its head. Saying, "We'll settle accounts later," it let out a soft chirp. "All right then, given your obedience, I'll let you off this time." Guiyin smiled, ruffling its fluffy head. The little eagle excitedly chirped, flapping its wings and flying around Guiyin like a child eager to please its guardian. Standing up, Guiyin gazed into the distance. Night deepened. The sky grew darker, and a fierce wind howled, carrying mournful sounds from the woods. They traversed the mountainous road, a gust of cold wind sweeping past, scattering fallen leaves and branches, which rustled as they filled the vehicle. Shouting rolled down the window, allowing the wild wind to touzle his hair. He sat upright, staring resolutely ahead. Guiyin, seated beside him, propped her elbow on the armrest, resting her chin in her hand as she observed him. "Are you feeling anxious?" she inquired. Shouting paused, then smiled faintly, shaking his head. "I'm not anxious." After saying this, he shifted his gaze, looking through the glass roof of the vehicle at the vast wilderness ahead. Guiyin tilted her head towards him. "What are you pondering?" "In my thoughts, I'm contemplating whether this trial will proceed smoothly." Shouting responded in a subdued tone. Guiyin raised an eyebrow. "Why? Are you afraid of dying?" Shouting chuckled softly. "I don't find fear to be an issue." Guiyin nodded. "Then there's no need for concern." Suddenly, she smiled at him, because this world is filled with countless unsolved mysteries and challenges, which cause the rules of existence to shift. We must undergo various trials to seek our breakthroughs. Shouting nodded in agreement. Acknowledging her words, "I understand. I will strive to do my utmost. We will undoubtedly survive and live even more vividly than before," Guiyin asserted, gripping his shoulder with conviction. Shouting smiled at her. In the desolate wilderness, they constructed a simple barbecue pit, gathering materials to prepare for grilling. Guiyin distributed food among the others, taking her seat beside the campfire. Shouting gathered a pile of firewood and placed it next to her. "Here, let us grill some food. Would you like some?" He gestured towards a nearby fish skewers. That moment, a gray rabbit leaped into the flames, and soon a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. The little wolf, having caught the scent, approached the fire, fixated on the rabbit. The rabbit struggled in the searing heat, its fur singed, and its anguished cries were heart-wrenching. "Waiting for the rabbit to come to you?" Guiyin observed, intrigued. This was the first time she had witnessed such a scene. Shouting picked up a knife and fork, preparing to skin the rabbit. Li Yuan, noticing, grabbed an iron skewer to poke at the rabbit's flesh. Yu Zhanqi remarked upon seeing the rabbit's meat. "This rabbit looks quite plump. Look, it's bleeding. It must be in great pain. That I'll help it alleviate its suffering so it can rest sooner." Sure Zhaoding quipped. If you don't believe me, feel for yourself. Guiyin found herself both amused and exasperated. The rabbit was already on the brink of death, hardly in a position to concern itself with its wounds. She picked up a piece of rabbit meat and offered it to the creature. Want to try? Li Yuan laughed. Don't worry. The rabbit's meat is tender. Yes, she spoke. She cut off a small piece and handed it to Sure Zhaoding. He quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. I'm afraid it's too hot. Guiyin couldn't help but laugh. Sure Zhaoding picked up another stick and began grilling fish, having already removed the bones and scales, cutting it into thin slices and sprinkling it with cumin powder. Let us play rock, paper, scissors, Li Yuan suggested, as Guiyin smiled, nodding. All right, the loser must drink 3 cups. Okay. The group began playing with great enthusiasm. Unbeknownst to them, a gust of wind swept by, causing the flames to flicker dangerously, nearly extinguishing them. With a loud crack, a branch broke. That, oh no, a tree fell. That, Yu Zhanshi and Guiyin were taken aback, hastily dodging the falling branches. They stood frozen, watching as a thick vine swept towards them, threatening their necks. However, the vine did not attack. It merely coiled around a wooden stick, moving slowly as if an old farmer were tilling the ground. The tree crashed to the ground, sending dust flying. At that moment, Guiyin stepped towards a tree trunk entangled in the vine. That a red fruit was wrapped around the trunk. Guiyin bent down and plucked the small red fruit. It was tiny, smaller than her fist, yet vividly red, resembling a freshly baked apple, glistening and translucent. Suddenly, the vines began to thrash violently. Guiyin released her grip on the fruit, and it was flung hundreds of meters away in an instant. Everyone was greatly disappointed. What a waste of such beautiful color. Sure Zhaoding sighed. Guiyin also felt quite disheartened, saying, these vines are truly bizarre. They even understand how to snatch food. That moment, Sure Zhaoding remarked. Not quite. The fruit should be growing on the tree. It just requires a special method to lure them over. Ah, I see. Guiyin's eyes lit up. I have a way to make them obey. Yu Zhanshi approached with a smile, gently stroking the plant, and immediately it ceased its agitation. Now can we eat? He winked at Guiyin. All right, she nodded. The group began to break down the apple, and after consuming it, they took a moment to rest before continuing their journey. The forest was vast and deep, the canopy of trees blocking out the sun, shrouded in thick mist, with many trees stripped bare, their leaves lost to the drought. As they crossed a slope, a sudden gust of wind rustled the leaves. Yu Zhanshi immediately halted, gazing up the slope. Before he could straighten himself, the world seemed to spin violently. An earthquake struck. The surrounding trees swayed wildly. Boulders tumbled, and the stream bubbled ferociously, creating a scene of chaos. That moment, the world seemed to be collapsing entirely. The earth's crust buckled under the weight, sinking inward, obliterating the trees and flowers above, leaving only a heap of ruins and rubble. The group dared not linger, fleeing the area in haste. The ground shook violently beneath them, and they ran desperately, breathing heavily. That was close, Sure Zhaoding exclaimed, patting his chest. If we had delayed for just a few seconds, I would have been buried here. Thank goodness we made it in time, Yu Zhanshi replied. Yes, Guiyin nodded, her gaze directed toward the nearby cave. It seems there might be something over there. Let's go take a look. Look, Guiyin pointed at a stone wall nearby, where several characters were engraved. Are there characters carved? Sure Zhaoding leaned in for a closer look. Squinting for a moment, there are indeed 2 characters here. Yes, that character 9? Qi Shuhing inquired. Doesn't T seem like it? Sure Zhaoding frowned and shook his head. It looks more like a symbol. A symbol. Yes, Sure Zhaoding continued to examine the text on the stone wall. This writing appears quite archaic. Let me see. Guiyin leaned closer, scrutinized, but after a long while, she shook her head. I've never seen this character before. Neither have I, Sure Zhaoding replied. Sure Zhaoding scratched his head. Never mind, let us hurry along. Perhaps there are other caves nearby. Seizing the moment when the ground was no longer trembling, they continued their journey along the road. However, to their astonishment, they encountered a surface riddled with bottomless fissures ahead. Can the highway still sustain damage? Isn't it a creation of the system? Sure Zhaoding scoffed. Ultimately, it was merely a means to challenge us mortals. Sighed Guiyin. Everyone, be cautious. Do not fall, Li Yuan exclaimed as he urgently swerved to avoid the cracking ground. Chapter 86. A sandstorm approaches. What is happening? Shi Zhaoting, upon glancing around, was suddenly struck by the desolation of the surrounding grassland. An endless expanse of green devoid of any weeds, where even the sounds of insects and birds had vanished completely. There is something over there. Guiyin suddenly pointed towards the horizon, following the direction of her finger. They beheld a swiftly approaching dark cloud that, oh no! A storm! Run! Yu Zhanqi shouted. Responding to his words, the group hastily adjusted their seats, striving to distance themselves from the storm's reach. Yet, it was evident that the storm was moving with alarming speed. Swiftly enveloping them in the blink of an eye, a deafening roar suddenly resonated throughout the expanse, as if the apocalypse had arrived. In the distance, a colossal shadow emerged on the horizon, resembling some monstrous creature. What on earth is that? Yu Zhanqi asked in astonishment. Forget about it. We must flee, he added, just as the storm surged towards them, and in an instant, the entire team was swept away. How did I end up here? A pained groan reached her ears as Guiyin slowly opened her eyes, feeling as though her head might split apart. You've finally awakened, Li Yuan said, sitting beside her, visibly relieved. Where are we? How did I end up here? Guiyin rubbed her temples, bewildered. Do you remember what happened before? Before? What transpired? Yu Zhanqi looked at Guiyin and said, You should tell him we encountered a terrifying hurricane. Our vehicle was scattered, and then we inexplicably arrived in this place. Guiyin explained succinctly. Fissures. Isn't that an earthquake? Yes, indeed, we did experience a significant earthquake. Fortunately, you all were lucky enough to be buried beneath the soil. Had it been a few seconds later, you likely wouldn't be alive now. Yu Zhanqi continued, his tone seemingly casual, yet his face was pale with fear. He understood that the severity of this incident surpassed any previous occurrence. In reality, it would undoubtedly be the largest catastrophe in human history, with an unfathomable number of casualties, verging on apocalyptic disaster with no glimmer of hope. Is it really that exaggerated? Guiyin asked, astonished. Well, I believe. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment, then voiced his thoughts. We should consider ourselves fortunate. Just look at the state of this place. What do you mean? Guiyin furrowed her brow. Ahem. Shi Zhaoting cleared his throat and pointed towards the outside scenery. You all should take a look outside. The three of them widened their eyes in disbelief. They found themselves on a smooth expanse of land, surrounded by lush vegetation. Furthermore, they observed countless gigantic spiders and centipedes weaving through the jungle, with the occasional sharp cry of various birds echoing through the air. Strangely enough, they also spotted two fearsome tigers lounging on the ground. No, this is more than just a dream, Li Yuan remarked. First, observe the condition of these trees. They are all withered and decayed, yet show no signs of rot. Moreover, every plant here exhibits a parched yellow hue. This indicates one thing. Their vitality is extraordinarily resilient. Even after the passage of time, they persist, akin to miraculous existences. Upon hearing this, everyone leaned in to inspect, and indeed, these plants were thriving with miraculous vitality. But what exactly are these plants? Guiyin inquired, examining the nearby flora and noting their remarkable resilience. Li Yuan added, Secondly, we are likely situated within a cave. Having spent some time here, I've noticed that the air quality seems entirely different from that above ground. Infused with a peculiar energy that aids in the healing of my internal injuries, I feel the same way, Li Yuan affirmed with a nod. How extraordinary! What could be the reason? Shi Zhaoting questioned. Puzzled, I'm not quite sure, but one thing is certain. The air quality here is definitely not akin to that on the surface, Li Yuan asserted confidently. In a way, Yu Zhanqi exclaimed incredulously, that we all share this distinct sensation. Guiyin nodded seriously. If that is the case, then the air here must be quite special. Perhaps, Li Yuan suddenly suggested, this place is the world beneath the fissures. Beneath the fissures? Is it the Earth's crust? Yu Zhanqi inquired. They had thought they were amidst the fissures, yet unexpectedly found themselves in a foreign realm. This world lacked the sun, moon, and stars, devoid of day and night, shrouded under a thick veil of gray clouds. Where exactly is this place? Cheng Mozhan looked around in confusion. That it appears to be a chaotic world. Guiyin explained, "It is teeming with countless ferocious beasts, each with its own distinct tribes." Ferocious beasts? Aren't those just creatures from movies? Zhaoding exclaimed in surprise that I've seen films before, but the beasts depicted there are entirely different from what we witnessed among the fishers. That's an entirely different matter. While these beasts may appear somewhat similar, they possess fundamentally different physiological structures. For instance, there are winged monstrous birds, horned dragons, fire-breathing wolves, and venomous scorpions, Guiyin elaborated. These ferocious beasts are not like those we've encountered before. They possess considerable offensive capabilities that, of course, there are weaker beasts that pose little threat, but they are incredibly united. United? Indeed, Guiyin replied gravely. The group fell into silence. So, what do we do now? Since this place doesn't belong to the surface and is inhabited by such formidable beasts. Zhaoding hesitated, his heart filled with apprehension. This was no trivial matter. We must urgently find a way to escape. Yu Zhanqi declared solemnly, if I'm not mistaken, these ferocious beasts won't let us go easily. So we need to leave as soon as possible. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. After surveying their surroundings, Yu Zhanqi suddenly remarked, I recall that when we first arrived here, it was nighttime and there was no sunlight. Logically, it should be quite dim. Upon hearing this, the group began to scrutinize their surroundings, only to discover that, apart from the pervasive darkness, a faint green glow drifted from afar. Is this an oasis? Yu Zhanqi asked. Indeed, Zhaoding confirmed with a as Guiyin gazed towards the oasis. She began to approach it slowly, when suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. The group immediately became alert, their eyes fixed on that direction. They saw Guiyin halt, a look of anguish etched across her face. What's wrong? Zhaoding asked, filled with concern. Guiyin gritted her teeth, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her complexion pale. I'm so hot. What is happening to you? Zhaoding shouted anxiously to No. I feel so unwell. Guiyin struggled to articulate, extending her hands to clutch her chest, as if something searing was igniting within her. What is going on? Li Yuan watched Guiyin with growing worry. So hot. I feel terrible. Guyin's voice had grown hoarse, her lips trembling slightly from the pained my body. It hurts. Don't scare us, Zhaoding said in a panic. Isn't there airflow here? How could you possibly feel unwell? I don't know. Guiyin shook her head vigorously, striving to maintain control and avoid succumbing to madness. Yet, the more she fought it, the more intense her discomfort became. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, tearing away the tattered fabric from Guyin's arm. The group stared wide-eyed at her body, which was now flushed red, veins bulging as though they might burst at any moment. What is happening to her? They gasped that moment. Guyin's consciousness was fading, her form curling into a tight ball, seemingly in great distress. Abruptly, a warm, comforting energy coursed through her body, and her condition rapidly improved. Her awareness gradually sharpening, Guiyin looked around in terror. She had distinctly felt her body transforming, seeing her veins, muscles, and even bones swelling and expanding, yet she was powerless to stop it. Fortunately, at that moment, a gentle force entered her body, aiding her in resisting that strange energy. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chang Mashu raised her gaze towards the horizon, and there before her stood a colossal mountain peak, soaring high enough to touch the heavens, as if it were a bridge between the sky and the earth. At its summit, there was a magnificent tree, shimmering with radiant light, its branches lush and verdant, casting a shadow over half the sky. Faintly, one could discern an ancient temple perched atop this giant tree. Chang Mashu stared in awe at the venerable temple, which emanated a sacred aura, compelling one to kneel in reverence. How beautiful! Yu Zhanqi exclaimed, his eyes filled with intense envy. What is that place? Li Yuan furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping over him. Listen. Yu Zhanqi's ears perked up as he attentively listened to the sound around them. What is that sound? It seems like crying. Wailings echoed through the air. Following the direction pointed by Yu Zhanqi, the group heard the mournful cries resonating from that area. A chill ran down their spines. The sound was steeped in sorrow and despair, as if recounting some harrowing tale. Over there is, Yu Zhanshi's pupils constricted suddenly as he gazed at the ancient tree ahead, realizing that the temple might be linked to something ominous. The others followed his gaze and spotted the temple adjacent to the great tree, yet they were perplexed about its connection to the ferocious beasts. "Let us go take a look. Perhaps we can uncover some truth." Cheng Mashu inhaled deeply. Although she was reluctant to confront the unknown, she understood that hesitation was a luxury they could not afford in their current predicament. The group exchanged glances and ultimately nodded in agreement. Immediately, Su Guiyin, Yu Zhanshi, Shi Zhaoting, and Li Yuan cautiously approached the temple. As they neared, they were abruptly halted by the ethereal green glow surrounding them. The group held their breath, carefully maneuvering around the luminous light. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching shriek pierced the sky, causing their eardrums to throb painfully. The piercing cry rang out once more intense than ever before. They instinctively held their breath, hiding in the shadows to observe. It was then they noticed several gigantic bird carcasses strewn among the grass nearby, their necks slashed open, the dying wails echoing from these lifeless forms. The cacophony of sound gradually diminished, fading into silence. The group remained silent, anxiously awaiting any further developments. After a while, when no sound were heard, they cautiously peeked out to assess the situation. To their astonishment, a massive shadow burst forth from the temple, an enormous bird. Over 200 meters in length, its colossal wings flapping, creating a tidal wave of air. Its beak, sharp as a sword, viciously struck another ferocious beast in the face, instantly leaving two gaping, bloodied wounds. Su Guiyin's expression darkened, her fist crashing into the giant bird, resulting in a thunderous explosion as its head burst apart. "Xiaoyin!" Shi Zhaoting exclaimed in alarm. Yu Zhanshi and the others hurried to support Cheng Mashu, their concern evident as they asked, "Are you all right? Was that a ferocious beast? Why did it suddenly attack you?" "I have no idea," Cheng Mashu replied, her brows knitting in confusion. "That creature's power is perplexing. It managed to penetrate my body and invade my mental realm, nearly rendering me senseless." The group's expressions shifted dramatically. Such a power was undeniably strange and sinister. They fell into a heavy silence, each taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. The once tranquil world had transformed into a realm far beyond their comprehension. Suddenly, Su Guiyin's face changed, her gaze fixated on the temple, her eyes ablaze with intensity. "What's wrong?" Li Yuan inquired, turning to her. Su Guiyin shook her head. "I sense something unusual." Her words sent a jolt of awareness through the others. "Let us hurry over and investigate." Shi Zhaoting urged with urgency. Agreed. Chapter 87. The mysterious figure in the temple. The group remained silent, caught off guard by the unfolding chaos. The once serene world had shifted dramatically, surpassing their understanding. Suddenly, Su Guiyin's expression altered as she focused intently on the temple, her gaze fervent. "What's happening?" Li Yuan asked. Noticing her change, Su Guiyin shook her head in disbelief. "I can sense an extraordinary presence." Her revelation startled the others into alertness. "We must investigate immediately," Shi Zhaoting insisted. "Right." The group prepared to delve into the temple for answers. However, as they took their first steps, the ground trembled violently beneath them. In an instant, they lost their footing and fell to the ground. A thunderous roar reverberated through the air, as if the very earth was fracturing. Soon, the mountains and valleys undulated like waves, reminiscent of a tsunami. The group felt ensnared in the eye of a storm, with everything around them warping and shifting unpredictably. Another resounding crash echoed, causing the ground to shake once more, plunging them into further panic. At this moment, they could no longer discern direction, only fleeing aimlessly to evade disaster. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated from the distance, followed by a violent shuddering of the earth, as though the entire world was quaking, their hearts racing in their chests. Then, a colossal beast, as massive as a dragon, barreled towards them at remarkable speed. Its body, as thick as a barrel, bore the head of a serpent, its blood-red eyes glowing with an eerie green light. As it opened its maw, razor-sharp fangs glistened ominously, while its tail resembled that of a scorpion, gleaming with a metallic sheen. With a piercing cry, the creature unleashed a cloud of toxic mist, The corrosive venom swiftly devoured the surrounding trees within moments. Ah! Cries of despair echoed as nearby beasts succumbed to the poison, collapsing lifelessly. Li Yuan, Yu Zhanxi, and the others quickly retreated to safety. Run! Sure, Zhaoding shouted. The beast roared in pursuit, its massive form crashing into the ground, uprooting countless blades of grass and earth, creating a deep crater. The sheer force of its presence sent chills down their spines. The creature roared again, this time targeting Yu Zhanxi. Run! He cried, sprinting away. Sure Zhaoding's eyes blazed with fury. He swung his sword, piercing the beast's abdomen. The creature thrashed in pain, desperately trying to dislodge Sure Zhaoding. While the beast was formidable, Sure Zhaoding was no weakling. He struck the creature's forehead with a powerful blow, sending it crashing into the thicket several dozen meters away. Breathing heavily, Sure Zhaoding glanced at the bloodied beast, relieved yet aware of its strength. Had he not wielded a weapon, defeating it would have been an arduous task. The beast's belly ruptured, spilling crimson blood. Sure Zhaoding pressed the attack, launching another punch at the creature. His gauntlets, forged from solid obsidian, possessed a hardness rivaling steel. With a forceful strike, he aimed for the beast's neck. The neck snapped, spewing forth a torrent of blood. Swiftly, Sure Zhaoding seized the creature's severed limb and discarded it aside. Let us go. The group hastily made their way towards the temple. Inside the temple, Guiyin and the others searched extensively but found no trace of anything amiss, ultimately abandoning their quest. This temple is truly bizarre, Guiyin remarked, furrowing her brow. What appears to be an ordinary temple conceals such a gigantic beast. What in the world is it? Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. What is happening? Guiyin inquired, perplexed. Roars erupted, reverberating with ferocity and malice. The group paled, recognizing that the source of these cries must be some terrifying creature. Another chilling roar erupted, followed by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching rapidly, echoing ominously. Is it possible they've found us so soon? The group stared in disbelief, realizing the creature was indeed in pursuit. The ground trembled violently as the footsteps drew nearer, urgency palpable in the air. They could smell the overpowering scent of blood, overwhelming and chilling to the bone. Suddenly, the beast lunged forward, appearing before them in the blink of an eye. The cacophony of monstrous roars intertwined in a terrifying symphony. The group turned pale, retreating in panic, desperately trying to evade the monstrous entities, but the creatures had already caught their scent. Ah! The sound of snapping trees filled the air as the beasts rampaged. Their speed was so overwhelming that all they could do was flee in disarray, refusing to linger even for a moment. Hurry! We must escape this cursed place, Guiyin urged, prompted by her words. The group dashed towards the grand hall of the temple. Outside, a horde of grotesque and massive beasts leaped forth from the underbrush, their claws bared, storming into the temple with a frenzied eagerness to attack. With a swift motion, Guiyin struck a beast on the head, rendering it unconscious. Let us hastily retreat. These relentless beasts will inevitably wear us down. Indeed, this temple is steeped in malevolence. We should not linger here any longer. The crowd murmured in a cacophony, expressing their unease about the peculiarities of the temple. Who is that? Suddenly, Sure Zhaoding pointed towards the entrance of the grand hall. There, a stunning figure stood on the threshold, clad in a flowing white robe, her long, raven hair cascading freely, her exquisite visage reminiscent of an ethereal sprite. Her skin glistened with an almost translucent radiance, as delicate as a petal. In her eyes sparkled myriad stars. Dazzling and breathtaking, a beauty beyond compare. With a tall and voluptuous form, her alluring curves were accentuated by her simple yet elegant gown, her slender waist so delicate it could be encircled with a single hand. Her long, snow-white legs resting upon the chilly stone steps, an enchanting chill and subtle fragrance enveloped her, refreshing to the senses. Behind her loomed a towering cliff, steep and unfathomable, resembling a sharp blade poised to cleave the earth in twain. The girl stood suspended in midair, gazing down at the assembled crowd within the temple. She smiled warmly, addressing them. Welcome, everyone. Who are you? Guiyin struggled to suppress her astonishment, fixing her gaze upon the girl. With a gentle smile, the girl replied, "My identity is of little consequence. However, my purpose is clear. You are all humans, and I wish for you to join my kin." She continued, "If you are willing, we can assist you in obtaining ample treasures and grant you our protection." As the crowd looked on in shock, the girl raised her hand and with a delicate motion conjured a bird from thin air, which whisked them high into the sky. Moments later, they landed once more before the temple. Though they had been transported, they still found themselves within its confines. The uncanny occurrence sent chills down their spines, prompting them to instinctively step back, warily watching the girl that we will not consent to join you. Guiyin declared resolutely. Despite the girl's formidable power, they held their dignity high. They would not bow before a monster. The girl's expression turned icy. "Since you persist in your foolishness, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As her words faded, she unfurled her wings and charged towards Guiyin. The crowd gasped in alarm, scattering in every direction as Guiyin brandished a dagger, engaging the girl in fierce combat, the blade slicing through the air as she aimed for her opponent. The girl countered, summoning monsters that whipped up a tempest, toppling Guiyin to the ground. The crowd gasped, astonished by the girl's overwhelming strength. Struggling to rise, Guiyin re-entered the fray with a powerful strike. The girl knocked Guiyin down again, leaving her bleeding profusely. Despite her grievous injuries, Guiyin fought to her feet, launching another assault against the girl. The battle raged on, both combatants locked in a fierce struggle. Once more, the girl delivered a crushing blow, sending Guiyin crashing against the wall. With a pained cough, Guiyin spat blood, her complexion pale, her eyes dimmed, several ribs likely fractured. The girl approached with an air of elegance. Looking down at her, "You are truly obstinate. Since you refuse to join my kin, then today, you shall all perish here. Stop!" A furious voice rang out as a figure rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Guiyin. "What do you think you are doing? Release them at once." The crowd turned to see Zhanshi, accompanied by a woman. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman exuded a charming cuteness. They both gazed at Guiyin with deep concern. The frost sprite ceased her attack, regarding Zhanshi with a bemused expression. "What? Do you intend to aid these humans?" "Indeed," the woman asserted firmly. "They are but ordinary people. I will not allow you to humiliate them." The girl chuckled softly. "They are indeed ordinary humans. Yet, even ordinary humans possess unique qualities that why Zhanshi confronted the towering beast, sneering, "Are you suggesting that you would use them to threaten us? Do you believe we are intimidated?" "By no means." The girl waved her hand dismissively. "I merely wish to negotiate with you. Oh." Zhanshi replied coldly, "I have little fondness for negotiations." The frost sprite smiled seductively. "Then I suppose you shall perish." With a delicate finger, she pointed at Zhanshi's head. Instantly, his eyes closed, his body swayed, and he collapsed to the ground. The girl then moved to Zhao, doing the same, causing him to faint beside Zhanshi. The girl effortlessly evaded Li Yuan's sharp sword. In a flash, she appeared before Cheng Mo's Hui, striking Li Yuan's chest with a palm. Yuan flew backward like a severed kite, crashing to the ground. Unconscious, the girl turned her gaze back to Guiyin, her voice icy. "Do you see? My power far exceeds yours. You still intend to obstruct me." Guiyin struggled to prop herself up, wiping the blood from her lips, and gritted her teeth. "You shall not succeed." The girl scoffed disdainfully. "You are simply asking for punishment." She spread her wings, summoning a tempest that Guiyin and her companions were buffeted by the winds. Nearly toppling over, Guiyin fought to maintain her stance, gripping her weapon against the swirling gales. The frost sprite raised her wings once more, unleashing a razor-sharp gust. Guiyin summoned all her strength to resist, but was ultimately overpowered, crashing against a stone pillar, unable to rise for a time. Coughing painfully, she eventually stood, wiping the blood from her mouth. "You will have to kill me to make me yield. If you wish to die, then I shall oblige you." The girl again flapped her wings, sending a torrent of debris hurtling towards Guiyin. The ground erupted as stones crashed down, leaving Guiyin battered and torn. Her body injured in multiple places as she fought against the onslaught of rubble. Despair settled in her heart. She knew she was running out of strength, and might not escape this place. The girl approached, her eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty excitement, the scent of humanity intoxicatingly delightful. She bared her sharp fangs, preparing to sink them into Giyin's neck. Suddenly, a long sword pierced the girl's abdomen, eliciting a pained scream. "Who?" she snarled, clutching her wound and glaring furiously at her unexpected savior. The young man clad in black stood before her, his face cold and stern, his eyes dark and deep, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace, as though a demon from the depths of hell. Be careful. He is incredibly powerful. We are no match for him, Guiyin warned through gritted teeth, pulling Yu Zhanqi back. "I'm fine," Yu Zhanqi reassured with a smile. The mysterious figure withdrew the sword from the girl's midsection. Blood oozing from the wound and pooling on the ground, he narrowed his eyes, flicking his wrist as the blade glinted toward the girl's throat. The girl swiftly dodged, but not before a strip of flesh was sliced from her neck, crimson blood gushing forth. With a cold grunt, the man swiftly maneuvered behind the frost sprite, placing his sword against her delicate throat. His voice low and chilling. "Do not force my hand." "Who are you?" the girl asked, her eyes narrowing. She did not recognize him, and during their earlier confrontation, his power had far surpassed hers. Chapter 88. The arrival of the foreigners. The man scoffed. "You still have time to leave this planet. Otherwise, death awaits you." "Huh? Do you think I fear death?" the girl retorted defiantly, raising her chin and fixing her icy gaze on him. "Even in death, I will drag you down with me." Her gaze fell upon Guiyin, filled with vengeful intent. If they would not submit, she would annihilate the earth and all its inhabitants. In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless, the man declared without hesitation. The girl's eyes sparkled with derision as she replied, "Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Such folly. Today, I shall slay them one by one." With a flourish, she summoned giant feathers, coalescing them into sharp arrows. The man's eyes gleamed with fierce determination as he raised his hand, wielding a long whip that whistled through the air. He moved swiftly, evading the girl's attacks, his grip tightening on the whip as he lashed out. One arrow was sent flying, crashing into the ground. The impact echoed as the arrow struck a nearby tree, shattering its trunk with a resounding crack. "You seek death," the girl shouted angrily, once more directing her gathered arrows toward Yu Zhanqi. With a powerful swing, Yu Zhanqi wielded the whip, whipping up debris and striking the arrows, causing them to tumble to the ground. With a nimble leap, the man surged toward the girl, arms outstretched, the whip spinning through the air as he struck at her. With a cry, the girl was sent flying, blood spilling from her lips as she crashed to the ground, utterly disheveled. Enraged, she rose, her nails transforming into razor-sharp blades as she lunged at the man. He furrowed his brow, ensnaring her waist once more with the whip. He yanked her forcefully, sending her crashing to the ground. The girl let out a heart-wrenching scream once more. Lying there, her eyes blazed with an inferno of rage. "How dare you humiliate me? I will take my revenge. I will take my revenge." The man cast her a dispassionate glance, his tone cold and unyielding. "You would do well to vanish at once. Do not compel me to take your life." The girl struggled to rise from the ground, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her lips. "You will pay for this," before her words could fully escape her lips. Her figure abruptly vanished. "Damn it, she has escaped again." The man cursed in frustration, scanning the surroundings, but indeed, the girl's traces had vanished. She must not be of this earth. Yu Zhanqi sighed. Analyzing the situation, it seems highly likely that everything we have experienced is intricately linked to these mysterious visitors. Guiyin remained silent, an unsettling feeling brewing within her. She couldn't shake the sense that the girl's identity was complex. At that moment, she couldn't help but think of Gio. The girl, the enigmatic man. They must be of the same kind, right? As they departed, unbeknownst to them, within a colossal planet, in a lavish castle, the girl was drenched in her own blood, sitting on a bed, her complexion pale and frail. Sweat beading on her forehead, her body trembling incessantly. Coughing violently, she expunged clotted blood, slowly opening her eyes to the unfamiliar room, murmuring to herself, "I will not fail." Suddenly, she noticed a gaping wound in her chest and glanced down. Her hand froze abruptly, terror igniting in her eyes as she gazed in disbelief at the hole before her, a wave of sheer dread crashing over her mind. There were no marks on her chest. Yet a fist-sized cavity remained. A melodious voice broke the silence. "Don't be alarmed. Please, remain calm." The girl turned to see a sweet-looking girl standing beside her bed. The girl was slender, her skin alabaster, her features exquisitely beautiful. Every movement graceful and enchanting, as if she had stepped out of a painting, untouched by the mundane world. She looked at the girl with a gentle smile. "Are you all right? Did you not wish to become entangled with this civilization? Why then do you don the guise of a human?" The girl, witnessing the newcomer's human-like appearance, angrily clutched her wound and inquired, "Other worlds?" The girl paused for a moment, seemingly comprehending, and quickly asked, "Does this world harbor others?" The girl nodded slightly. "Yes, the one you encountered earlier is one among them. They fled to this world during a war, establishing a base here, seeking refuge on Earth." The girl's eyes blazed with uncontainable hatred. Her teeth grinding, she hissed, "If I ever encounter that group again, I will tear them to shreds." The girl chuckled softly. "Do not worry. You will not meet them again, because you will never have the opportunity to leave this place." The image of Geo admonishing her flashed in her mind. Meanwhile, Guiyin and her companions departed in disarray. By the time they emerged, daylight had broken, revealing the devastation wrought by the earthquake's aftermath. The formidable man they had encountered earlier had left after dealing with the girl. "Are you all right?" Cheng Mo Shu inquired with concern as she observed his expression. Wai Yu Zhanqi shook his head. "I just suddenly recalled something. It seems we encountered a group of monsters attacking us in this very mountain." "That was an illusion," Guiyin interjected. "If such creatures truly existed, Earth would have been obliterated long ago." Yu Zhanqi nodded but sighed. "I hope so. It's just that we do not know when they will descend upon us again." Li Yuan, listening to their conversation, furrowed his brow in contemplation before asking, "Yu Zhanqi, was the dream you had about the otherworldly beasts being controlled by someone? Indeed, they were manipulated by someone, and that someone is an alien, correct?" Shi Zhaoding added. The extreme temperatures of the night were unbearable. The relentless onslaught of monsters and the myriad of calamities intertwined, leaving them utterly exhausted. Had it not been for the mental fortitude-boosting medication provided by Guiyin, they might have faced complete annihilation. Yet, despite her distributing the medication among the group, fatalities still occurred daily, as those with inherently weak mental fortitude found the medication of little use, unable to endure the night. This night, like so many before, dragged on interminably. The forest was eerily silent, save for the occasional chirping of insects and the calls of birds. "I sense that powerful disturbance has dissipated," Shi Zhaoding remarked, sitting by the campfire and toasting their rations. "Could it be that all of this has come to an end?" That night, none of them managed to find sleep, each lost in their own thoughts, until the early hours of dawn when they could barely close their eyes. In the morning, they readied themselves to continue towards the highway. Unlike the previous night, this journey was far from tranquil. The number of monsters had increased, and they grew more cunning, ready to attack at the slightest lapse in attention. Nevertheless, this did not impede their progress. The five of them worked in perfect harmony, swiftly dispatching the creatures that dared to strike. After traversing the forest and walking several kilometers further, they arrived at the foot of a mountain deep within the woods. The journey had been relatively uneventful. The monsters, having witnessed their prowess, dared not provoke them, lurking instead in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The scorching daytime heat felt as though it could melt the very air. Each breath a painful reminder of the sweltering conditions. Even with the aid of the cooling potions, thirst was an ever-present discomfort. "Let us take a break. I see the trees around here are withering. The rainy season should soon conclude, and we need to find a campsite quickly," Guiyin suggested, retrieving a bottle of drink and offering it to everyone. "This is a special concoction I prepared. It will ease your bodies considerably." "Thank you," several of them said as they accepted the drink, gulping down a few mouthfuls, feeling a significant relief wash over them. Shi Zhaoding gazed at Guiyin, a strange sensation swelling in his heart. Although they were of the same age, the allure she exuded was something he could never hope to match. As he admired her profile, he couldn't help but reflect that she represented a realm they could never reach in their lifetimes. After resting for a while, they resumed their journey, and by midday, they finally reached their campsite, which lay within a marshland. Once ensnared within, escape would be a formidable challenge. This marshland is perfect for concealment. We can set up camp here temporarily. Guiyin assessed the surroundings. I agree. Guiyin nodded, glancing around at the marsh with some hesitation. But what if there are venomous snakes or fierce beasts lurking within? What if? Do not worry. Little Wolf's sense of smell is quite acute. Guiyin waved her hand reassuringly. And there are no toxins present here. Guiyin nodded. Not only monsters dwell here, but other dangers lurk as well. We must remain vigilant. Rest assured, I understand, Guiyin replied. Now we need to discuss our specific plans. Does anyone have any suggestions? This forest is abundant with food. If we inadvertently consume something toxic, it could lead to dire consequences. Potentially even death, Yu Zhanqi frowned. Thus, I propose we explore the area first to identify which plants contain deadly toxins, to avoid unnecessary trouble. That I concur. Guiyin nodded. This appears to be our best course of action. Yu Zhanqi is correct. The marsh harbors many toxins, most of which contain lethal pathogens that if we recklessly consumed the wrong thing and succumbed to poisoning, it would be a grave injustice, Guiyin stated. I agree. Me too. Others echoed their agreement, solidifying their plan. The group then split into 3 teams to search for plants and animals within the marsh. They began to scour for traces of toxic vegetation. Marching through the forest required patience, so they proceeded leisurely, stopping to examine any poisonous thickets they encountered before destroying them. There are so many precious medicinal herbs here, Guiyin exclaimed, spotting a plant with intertwining red leaves and yellow flowers. What kind of flower is this? Yu Zhanqi inquired. I've never heard of it before, Guiyin and the others chose to focus on herbivorous animals, which were relatively few and primarily consisted of lower-tier plants, avoiding toxic flora to prevent unnecessary harm. Naturally, this approach lacked efficiency, leading the group to decide to simultaneously search for herbivorous creatures while gathering information about the marsh as they walked along the marsh. They suddenly heard a faint growl emanating from a distance. There's a sound. Yu Zhanqi halted, straining to listen. The noise is quite distant. It likely doesn't come from ahead, but rather from within the marsh. Everyone perked up their ears, and indeed, they heard the sound approaching closer. Be cautious, Guiyin warned, his face tense. I have a feeling this sound is rather unsettling. Indeed, it feels abnormal. Another boy chimed in, while Yu Zhanqi narrowed his eyes. Everyone, step back. I will take a closer look. As she spoke, she hurried towards the direction from which the sound emanated. Be careful. Guiyin cautioned before promptly following suit. Chapter 89. Trouble in the Marshlands. A series of thunderous roars echoed from within the marsh, causing a disorienting tremor that left everyone feeling lightheaded. The group held their breath, gripping their weapons tightly, their eyes vigilant as they scanned their surroundings. At this moment, none dared to relax. A sudden attack could easily cost them their lives. Thus, they cautiously retreated, awaiting the cessation of the ominous sounds. Roar, roar. This time, the noise was even more intense, accompanied by a resounding crash, as if the very earth were trembling. It felt as though, we must flee. We must flee. This is bad. The marsh is collapsing. The once placid marsh began to churn, and panic ensued as everyone dashed in all directions. Run. They fled in a frenzy, as if the marsh were on the verge of explosion. Mud flying everywhere. Splash, Guiyin fell into the water, struggling to surface. The surrounding muck was too deep, leaving him with no leverage. Coughing violently, he choked on the mire, gasping for breath, desperately fighting to escape the marsh. Yet his strength was insufficient to break free from the clutches of the muck. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual beneath the water. A chilling, bone-deep cold seized him, immobilizing his legs and chest. Crack. Guiyin distinctly heard the sound of his ribs breaking. Followed by an onslaught of excruciating pain, he opened his mouth to breathe. But it was already too late. A mouthful of mud surged into his lungs, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming him, nearly rendering him unconscious. In that moment, a hand clasped around his neck, yanking him out of the mire. The familiar scent of Guiyin enveloped him, and he gasped for air. Finally alive again, he lifted his gaze to behold a strikingly beautiful face. With lustrous black hair, Elegantly arched brows, a straight and high nose, and lips that formed graceful lines, her deep, dark eyes seemingly holding 1,000 unspoken words. She smiled gently at Shi Zhaoting and said, "Do not be afraid." Shi Zhaoting was momentarily stunned, a faint blush creeping to his cheeks. Having narrowly escaped drowning, it was rather inappropriate to entertain such romantic thoughts. What a transgression! He quickly dispelled his errant thoughts, focusing on regulating his breathing, striving to slow the flow of blood within him to survive. Otherwise, death would surely follow. Upon observing that he had calmed somewhat, Yu Zhanqi remarked, "You should rest for a moment. This place is perilous. Allow me to scout the surroundings first, if you will." Shi Zhaoting nodded, replying, "Then I shall trouble you." Zhanqi, he surveyed the surrounding scene, formulating a judgment. Drawing a dagger, he etched 2 lines into the ground, ensuring they wouldn't lose their way. "Zhanqi, your memory is quite commendable." Su Guiyin jested. "You know how to distinguish between dangerous and safe areas." That Yu Zhanqi humbly replied, "A little understanding here and there." Tisich. Su Guiyin shot him a disdainful glance. "This is not merely a trivial understanding." Yu Zhanqi shrugged. "After all, we've known each other for years. We know each other inside and out. You are quite unreserved." Su Guiyin laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Together they ventured deeper into the marsh, which grew increasingly treacherous, prompting speculation among the group. "We must have entered another space." Su Guiyin furrowed her brow, noting the oppressive atmosphere and the damp air. "I suspect something within the marsh is causing a climatic shift, leading to this aberration. This marsh likely belongs to that unknown creature. We must find an exit swiftly," Yu Zhanqi said earnestly. "This unknown creature is certainly formidable. It can influence the surrounding climate." "Indeed," the others agreed. Suddenly, a deafening roar reverberated through the air. The group looked up to see a grotesque, massive face materialize above the marsh. Be careful. "That's the marsh beast," Li Yuan shouted, shoving 2 of his teammates aside before swiftly dodging to the side. The others reacted quickly, evading the impending danger. Boom! A tentacle as thick as a water barrel burst forth from the ground, crashing down into the marsh, sending waves of water splashing several meters high, the mud roiling and exuding a foul odor. The creature resembled a crocodile, yet bore traits of a lizard. Measuring over 5 meters in length, its body adorned with jet black, rigid scales, its tail extended more than a meter, with razor-sharp claws gleaming like sickles, eliciting dread in anyone who gazed upon it. How repulsive! The sight of the hideous, fierce giant crocodile sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, their stomachs churning with nausea. Shi Zhaoting suppressed his urge to vomit, glaring fiercely at the crocodile monster that dared to attack them. The crocodile's crimson eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty ferocity, seemingly understanding Shi Zhaoting's threat, causing it to thrash violently, its massive tail whipping up a torrent of water and debris towards the group. Li Yuan propelled himself lightly from the marsh, soaring into the air, his short sword slicing through the air with lethal precision. Aimed at the crocodile's head, bang! The massive body of the crocodile monster fell to the ground at Shi Zhaoting's feet. An enraged, piercing scream erupted from its jaws as it thrashed its colossal form, sending mud and stones flying several meters into the air, charging towards Li Yuan with the intent to crush him into pulp. However, midway through its advance, it suddenly froze. Li Yuan remained steadfast, his right arm raised, sword in hand. The muscles in his arm tensed, veins bulging as he clenched his fist, then swung it with ferocity that a surge of overwhelming energy erupted from the short sword, akin to a volcano erupting, crashing into the crocodile's abdomen with a deafening explosion, reminiscent of a thunderclap. The forceful energy radiated from Shi Zhaoting as the epicenter, uprooting trees and scattering them into disarray. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. "Good heavens, this is utterly astonishing," Shi Zhaoting murmured in disbelief, gazing at Li Yuan's display of power. The others were equally taken aback, their eyes riveted on Li Yuan, who was undeniably formidable. "What do we do now?" Shi Zhaoting inquired. "Should we press onward?" The group fell silent, well aware of the perils that the marsh concealed. A moment's carelessness could lead to their demise amidst the unknown dangers that lurked. Yet they had no other choice. As they descended closer to the ground, the expanse of the marsh continued to widen, surpassing 20 square kilometers. If this trend continued, within a day, they would all be ensnared within the marsh, with no hope of escape. Let us continue to explore. Guiyin decisively chose, undeterred by the uncertainty ahead. It is better to press on than to await our doom. Since we have arrived at this place, we must not abandon hope, even at the cost of our lives. Moreover, I believe we will find a way to survive. Exchanging resolute glances, the group made their choice. Let us proceed. Danger abounds, and we must act swiftly to seek out the path to safety. Thus, a determined group set forth into the unknown. Along their journey, they encountered myriad threats, yet thanks to Li Yuan's exceptional swordsmanship and agile movements, they faced each ambush with ease, consistently averting disaster. However, as they ventured deeper, the troubles multiplied. Though the vegetation had long since perished, they encountered many peculiar plants. Some were vines, others branches, and even flower buds, all possessing strange and formidable powers. Ultimately, they came upon a tree stretching over 30 meters, adorned with a fruit that gleamed emerald green, resembling a meticulously carved jewel. The translucent fruit exuded an intoxicatingly sweet aroma, enticing all who beheld it. What a stunning fruit, Guiyin marveled, having never encountered such beauty before. Yet beneath its vibrant facade lay untold dangers. The group hesitated, uncertain whether the tree posed a threat. Charging forth recklessly could lead to dire consequences. Wait. Shouting halted everyone. He picked up a metal rod and gently struck the fruit. Sparks flew, and the rod shattered instantly. Such sharp leaves, such sturdy bark. This tree's bark is tougher than steel. It might withstand bullets. The group gasped in astonishment. I'll give it a try. Guiyin unsheathed her long knife, leaping into the air to deliver a fierce blow to the strange tree. The onlookers gasped, for though Guiyin wielded a weapon that was no mere trinket, it was still utterly severed by the tree's leaves. What sort of might could achieve such a feat? Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "That tree is quite sinister. We should take a detour." The others readily concurred with her assessment. Perhaps we have no other option. We must give it a shot. Shouting admitted. He sensed an impending danger drawing near, urging caution. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, stirring a whirlwind of dust that obscured their vision. The group quickly shut their eyes to avoid being disoriented. Suddenly, a dark object plummeted to the ground at the feet of the crowd. As they opened their eyes to gaze upon it, they were met with the horrifying sight of a decayed skeleton, long since rotted, with maggots crawling over its bones, emanating a foul stench. Whose remains could this be? Someone questioned that it must belong to a survivor who perished a few days ago. Another speculated. Abruptly, one individual's expression changed dramatically as he whispered, "This is bad. That tree has moved again. It's coming after us." Turning their gaze, they beheld a colossal ancient tree, towering over 30 meters high, its branches swaying as if advancing toward them, the rustling leaves glinting ominously like blades. The ground trembled violently, an oppressive and sinister aura enveloping them as though a massive mountain were bearing down upon them. With a thunderous roar, the ancient tree bellowed, its crown swaying violently, the leaves rustling with a menacing sound. Suddenly, it extended a gaping maw, spewing forth a viscous liquid that, upon contact with the ground, hissed and released a noxious vapor, corroding the tiles and enveloping the area in dense white mist. Be careful. Shouted urgently, swiftly dodging the cloying substance. Yet a nearby blade of grass was drenched in it, dissolving in an instant into a puddle of pus, leaving no trace of blood. The viscous liquid splattered elsewhere, immediately producing thick smoke and rapidly eroding whatever it touched. "Retreat! It's venom!" Guiyin cried out that moment. Everyone realized that these bizarre plants were not only toxic, but also possessed potent hallucinogenic properties. One by one, slender tendrils burst from the earth, resembling sharp spears lunging towards the group, with suction cups at their tips clinging tightly to them. With a swift motion, Guiyin severed the tendril, ensnaring her. However, as soon as it was cut, it immediately began to grow back frantically, enveloping her once more in the blink of an EYT. This juncture, the group found themselves embroiled in a desperate struggle. The tendrils proved remarkably resilient. Even Shi Zhaoting, exerting all his strength, could not sever them. Moreover, these tendrils harbored peculiar toxins that, upon contact, inflicted a burning pain upon their skin. Additionally, barbs embedded themselves into their flesh, making the wounds difficult to heal. Once injured, these tendrils would grow rapidly, ultimately dragging their enemies to a torturous demise. "What do we do?" Lunawai inquired. "Kill," Su Guiyin roared, swinging her sword at a nearby tendril. But it seemed almost sentient, deftly evading her strike and counterattacking. Under such circumstances, escape appeared utterly impractical. They could only carve out a bloody path. Yet, tendrils surrounded them on all sides, making any attempt to break free exceedingly daunting. Suddenly, Sugin noticed the tendrils receding like a receding tide. Following that, a familiar figure emerged into view. It was Lunawai, whom she had not seen in quite some time. Lunawai looked disheveled, her complexion pale, with several small wounds adorning her body and her clothing in tatters. However, at that moment, her eyes sparkled with unusual brightness. "Su Guiyin, it's you! How wonderful!" Together, they fought to dispel the encroaching tendrils. Once the tendrils vanished, Yu Zhanqi and Shi Zhaoting approached, expressing their concern. "Are you all right?" Lunawai shook her head that I'm fine. She then turned to Su Guiyin. "Thank you for your help in dealing with those creatures." Su Guiyin smiled in response. "No need for thanks. Encountering each other is a stroke of fate." Chapter 90. The final competition, Shi Zhaoting declared. "In that case, let us continue on our journey." The group nodded in agreement, trailing behind Shi Zhaoting as they pressed forward toward their destination. "Hey, Shi Zhaoting, wait for me!" Su Guiyin called out hastily. Lunawai pointed at Su Guiyin. "We just fought together, so we are companions now. Shouldn't you invite me to join your team?" Besides, had it not been for Su Guiyin's timely intervention, I might have perished at the hands of those tendrils. Shi Zhaoting pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. However, Yu Zhanqi furrowed his brow, for he had noticed a glint of cunning in Lunawai's beautiful green eyes as she spoke, as if she were concocting some devious scheme, causing an inexplicable sense of wariness to arise within him. He realized that while Lunawai appeared delicate, she was, in fact, quite formidable and would be exceedingly difficult to deal with. She would not relinquish her hold easily, it was likely. She sought to join the team with some ulterior motive. Indeed, upon persuading Su Guiyin to allow her to join their ranks, Lunawai's face broke into a radiant smile as she hurried to the front of the group. Exclaiming, "Thank you all," she then latched onto Su Guiyin, nestling against her side like a child seeking affection, tightly clutching the fabric of Su Guiyin's sleeve that Yu Zhanqi couldn't help but smirk with a hint of sarcasm. Shaking his head involuntarily. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Li Yuan inquired softly upon noticing Yu Zhanqi's reaction. Yu Zhanqi shot him a glance and replied calmly. Nothing. Li Yuan frowned in suspicion, although he generally maintained a laid-back demeanor. He was acutely aware of the subtle shifts in his surroundings and had clearly sensed a hint of wariness emanating from Yu Zhanqi. "What are you suspicious of?" Shi Zhaoting asked. Yu Zhanqi raised an eyebrow at the question, but refrained from offering a rebuttal. Of course, this was merely a reflection of his attitude towards Lunawai. Whether he truly held a favorable impression of her within his heart was an entirely different matter. Throughout their journey, Su Guiyin and Lunawai engaged in lively conversation, while Li Yuan and Yu Zhanqi remained largely silent, communicating without words, for the golden quality implied that she had completed the upgrade of the vehicle, signifying a significant enhancement in her combat capabilities. A remarkable leap that left everyone astonished. The upgrade of the vehicle culminated in an ethereal state. This was the system's definition of the upgrade. Su Guiyin was taken aback by such an unusual definition from the system. What did ethereal state even mean? Instantly invigorated by the prospect, she realized that she could stop wherever she pleased and drive the vehicle to other cities without the concern of exhausting herself from long journeys or encountering dangers, while also enjoying increased freedom of movement. The disc-shaped vehicle was remarkably swift, only slightly slower than an airplane, and could execute turns and drifts autonomously. The interior of the flying saucer was a riot of vivid colors, save for the black and white cockpit, appearing extraordinarily dazzling. Additionally, the internal structure of the disc was incredibly futuristic, the forefront, A partition separated the cockpit from the rear cabin, with the control console situated centrally. A small lounge to the right accommodating a bed, table, chairs, and provisions that to the left was an expansive glass wall, allowing external light to flood in. Seated within the vehicle, Guiyin marveled at the advanced technology. Astonished by its formidable power and endurance, the controls were remarkably simple and user-friendly, employing methods such as touchscreens, dialing, video calls, voice chats, and precise controls. The smartphones they currently used were intelligent devices, capable of providing real-time access to a myriad of information, including internet resources. As she activated a projector, a series of images materialized, showcasing the system's functional icons, including video windows for movie watching, displaying films she had previously viewed in reality. She began introducing the fundamental functions of the intelligent system, detailing an array of gadgets, 100 cameras, 3 phones, 2 watches, 1 battery, 500 coins, and a note, all of which could be activated according to a specific procedure. Naturally, this was limited to ordinary phone usage. The highest privileges of the smart device resided within the host's mind, specifically the brain. After outlining the basic functions of the intelligent system, the group found themselves in a state of awe. Though they were not overly surprised, having already recognized the extraordinary nature of the intelligent system. Yet, it was challenging to fathom just how impressive it truly was. If this intelligent system can do so much, can it not directly control the vehicle? Guiyin queried, "Is this intelligent vehicle system truly that remarkable?" Lunawai inquired, her interest piqued. Guiyin nodded. "Theoretically, it should be possible. If you wish, you can give it a try and see if it can drive automatically." Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits lifted. "I'll go try driving," Lunawai declared, darting towards the control panel in the parking area, eager to experiment with the intelligent system's various functionalities. Seeing Lunawai's eagerness, Guiyin smiled and suggested, "Why don't you take the passenger seat, Lunawai? This way you can observe the intelligent system's functions more closely and help us navigate. Oh, I see. All right." After a moment of hesitation, Lunawai agreed, her curiosity about the intelligent system's functionalities outweighing her reservations. "This girl is truly cunning," Yu Zhanqi thought to himself, feeling an unsettling discomfort at the abrupt change in seating arrangements. "Haha, this works out well. We can all sit in the back without worrying about safety." Guiyin chimed in. Why Yu Zhanqi scoffed softly. Easier said than done. After a brief moment of indecision, Lunawai ultimately acquiesced to Guiyin's suggestion. Her focus was not solely on the intelligent system. She was more intrigued by how it operated. Observing Lunawai's demeanor, the group couldn't help but shake their heads in silent exasperation. Although Lunawai was a beautiful woman, she had a tendency to act impulsively in critical situations. Guiyin couldn't help but smirk inwardly. It seemed that Lunawai had once again fallen victim to a trick. Over the years, Guiyin had engaged in countless deceitful schemes. Yet Lunawai persistently followed him around, cleaning up his messes with an oblivious smile. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Lunawai sat in the passenger seat, flanked by Guiyin and Chung Mo's Hun on either side. This fellow, Guiyin could only shake his head in exasperation as he observed Guiyin and Lunawai, feeling a deep sense of frustration that this man had usurped his rightful position. It was utterly despicable. Does this intelligent system possess any other functions? Chung Mo's Hun inquired, as Guiyin shrugged, replying, "Aside from its autonomous driving capability, it lacks any additional features. However, this function is remarkably powerful." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, acknowledging the impressive nature of Guiyin's intelligent system, which even he struggled to comprehend fully. To what extent does this intelligent system operate? Chung Mo's Hun asked once more. "It encompasses the entire mountainous region," Guiyin replied nonchalantly. "What? The entire mountain? That's rather exaggerated, isn't it?" The group gasped in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless by the revelation. Guiyin, too, was left dumbfounded, unable to articulate a response. At that moment, a storm of emotions surged within them. As the formidable capabilities of the intelligent system far exceeded their expectations, this intelligent system is indeed powerful, but isn't the resource expenditure rather excessive? Guiyin furrowed his brow. "It doesn't require any resource consumption," Guiyin clarified. "Within a range of 1,000 meters, My goodness, that's incredibly impressive, Sure Zhaoding exclaimed, taken aback. Li Yuan's brow furrowed slightly, as if he had realized something significant. If the existence of this intelligent system were to become public knowledge, it would undoubtedly stir up considerable turmoil. Guiyin concurred with this notion, having contemplated the dire consequences that might arise from the exposure of the intelligent system. Cheng Mo's Hun smiled gently, stating, "That is certainly true. However, for now, it remains a shared asset, inaccessible to anyone else that I believe we need not worry too much. At most, we might face a little scrutiny from others, but that poses no real threat." Indeed, Guiyin nodded in agreement. "I believe we should exercise caution. This matter ought not to be disclosed to outsiders. If it were to be revealed, the repercussions could be endless," Guiyin warned, her brow furrowed in concern as she wished to avoid attracting danger. As the car made its way toward the outskirts, Guiyin observed the vehicle's system autonomously navigating the road at a controlled pace, allowing for a more accurate assessment of the surrounding environment. Additionally, the various instruments within the vehicle monitored their surroundings. The car moved smoothly and swiftly, and Guiyin was now genuinely convinced that the vehicle had achieved full automation, that in the future, it would be capable of self-driving, enabling her to relax, watch shows, and enjoy snacks. This was a rule specifically devised by Guiyin, with the vehicle equipped with a dedicated monitoring program to oversee the surrounding area. That, of course, these were merely standard instruments. High-tech products might easily evade detection. As the car continued its steady progress, Guiyin suddenly heard a cold, mechanical voice emanate from her earpiece. "Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received a blank chip. Would you like to activate it immediately?" "Activate it right away," Guiyin responded without hesitation, her heart racing with excitement. Almost instantly, a translucent silver chip materialized before her eyes. She connected the chip to the vehicle's interface, and once the chip's information was integrated into the vehicle, the screen began to unfold a narrative about 9 participants destined to save the world. At that moment, her thoughts drifted to the altar, the ruins, and the 9 participants. Was it necessary to have 9 powerful figures? How could one become one of these 9? What actions should be taken to join their ranks? And why were there only 9 participants? All these questions formed an enigma in her mind. If there was a task to undertake, what approach should she adopt? "What's wrong?" Zhaoding noticed Guiyin's furrowed brow and couldn't help but ask. "Nothing," Guiyin shook her head, feeling a sense of inner turmoil. Seeing that Guiyin seemed preoccupied, Zhaoding chose not to press further. "What are you two thinking about?" Li Yuan cast a glance at the pair, his curiosity piqued. "Just a strange thought crossed my mind a moment ago." Guiyin replied, "Oh. Do share," Li Yuan urged, intrigued. "I want to become a superhero," Guiyin said with a smile, her lips curling upward to reveal a radiant grin, reminiscent of peach blossoms blooming in spring, vivid and charming. Yet with a hint of playfulness, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "I thought it was something serious." "So, you aspire to be a hero?" "I'm quite serious. Although I may seem lazy and unambitious, I genuinely wish to become a great hero and protect humanity," Guiyin asserted earnestly. "Haha, being a hero is a noble profession. I wholeheartedly support that," Zhaoding chuckled, "but being a hero isn't as simple as it sounds. First, you must be strong enough to grow to an incredibly terrifying extent, capable of effortlessly crushing your foes. I understand." Guiyin nodded slightly, comprehending the gravity of the situation. "That I recognize that I need to become stronger swiftly." "Absolutely," Zhaoding agreed. "So accept the challenge. I will assist you." "All right," Guiyin beamed slightly. "Please be advised, in 3 hours, the Extreme Temperature Apocalypse Advancement Competition will commence. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. This competition will select 9 participants from the entire region." Competition rules. First, you must survive, then pass the assessments to qualify. Failure to pass will result in death. Additionally, no external communication will be permitted. Each individual will be placed in different locations. Be prepared to face the competition alone. "Are we really about to face the extreme temperature highway race?" Guiyin murmured. "Everyone, gather your essential survival supplies. This highway race will be incredibly challenging, and the advancement competition will be even more arduous." Chapter 91. Chaos and transformation. Throughout their journey, they had witnessed the dangers and hardships of the extreme temperature world. and now they understood what needed to be done. The looming pressure of the upcoming advancement competition was palpable. "Let's all do our best," Guiyin encouraged, knowing they were not weak individuals. That Yu Zhanshi drove the most advanced off-road vehicle available, equipped with bulletproof glass, explosion-proof tires, and various electromagnetic detectors. He parked next to Lunavai. Exchanging a glance with her, their smiles strained yet polite. Lunavai, seated in the passenger seat, gazed ahead at the road conditions and softly remarked, "Are you sure we must go? I believe there might be better options ahead." Yu Zhanshi smiled slightly. "Haven't I always told you? This is the only place suited for our development." "Very well," Lunavai shrugged, turning the steering wheel as their vehicle sprang to life, clearly showcasing its impressive performance. Both were convinced that the other would be eliminated during the competition, so they refrained from further pleasantries. "Then, good luck," Lunavai teased. That Yu Zhanshi scoffed. "Ha! Who's to say who will win or lose?" At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted ahead, flames leaping into the sky, painting the entire horizon red. Both vehicles came to an abrupt halt as Lunavai looked up, that eye in the distance. A massive mushroom cloud billowed upward, the surrounding space warping as if the very fabric of reality had been impacted, causing the air to feel as though it might shatter. This, before they could fully comprehend the situation, another system notification chimed in. "The extreme temperature advancement competition has begun. Due to severe damage inflicted upon the extreme temperature world, the rules have become chaotic. All participants are advised to seek out patterns in order to navigate the competition." Duration of the competition, 12 hours. The competition will conclude once the time elapses. Note: death during the competition will result in the annihilation of your soul. Please refrain from cheating. What? It can still be destroyed? Leading to chaotic rules? Why wait until we enter for the rules to become chaotic? Isn't that just absurd? Regardless, the competition had to continue as Guiyin felt increasingly agitated, glancing at her watch. 6 hours remained until the competition began. That was ample time for her to accomplish many things. Taking a deep breath, she focused her gaze ahead, attempting to calm her frayed nerves, yet her emotions resisted her efforts. And no wonder that explosion had been so terrifying. It had torn through the air itself. Had the vehicle not been of good quality, it might have exploded already, but the older would never have been so easily unsettled. Clearly, this cursed place was far from hospitable. Guiyin now found herself in a rainforest, where rainwater cascaded down, drenching the surrounding trees. A chill wind swept through, chilling her to the bone. The rain obscured her vision, making it difficult to discern the environment ahead. The scenery was eerie, exuding an ominous aura, especially when she paused to listen closely, as if strange cries echoed in her ears. Furrowing her brow, Guiyin was uncertain of the source of the sound. Nor could she pinpoint the location of her enemies. She dared not be careless and slowly made her way out of the rainforest. Gun in hand, Guiyin found herself wading through water. The vehicle's speed necessarily reduced. She encountered a pond teeming with piranhas. But since the pond was small, it could be utilized to enhance her abilities. The water reached the wheels of the vehicle. Fraught with deep pits, torrents, and whirlpools, Guiyin acquired a radar device, enabling her to evade some of the hidden currents. The humid weather precipitated skin ailments, prompting Guiyin to slay piranhas in order to obtain a sculpture fashioned from fish heads, which granted her a 10 water drop bonus and a fungal ointment capable of curing skin diseases. The torrential rain rendered it impossible to exit the vehicle, with water rising to the windows. Had it not been for the vehicle's complete waterproofing, it would have surely flooded. Raindrops pattered rhythmically, splattering upon the blades of grass. Suddenly, the ground became soft and treacherous, spreading towards her like a swamp. Guiyin's pupils dilated in alarm as she forcefully pushed away the muck at her feet. However, the sludge was exceedingly viscous. After struggling for 2 seconds, she found herself inexorably pulled into the mire. She fought to free herself, yet the clinging mud chafed her wrists, leaving them bloodied. The foul stench of the earth caused her stomach to churn, yet she exerted every ounce of strength to escape. Aware that lingering too long in the quagmire could lead to suffocation, gritting her teeth, she surveyed the surrounding inky darkness, her mind racing for an escape plan. The mire consumed her deeper, and she scrambled desperately towards the bank. But the rushing sludge was relentless. Suddenly, A chilling sensation enveloped her neck, and upon opening her eyes, she beheld a long vine coiling around her, dragging her back into the mire. The vine bore barbs, sharp as needles. A mere scratch would be agonizing, let alone a deeper wound. Guiyin could not comprehend why such menacing entities existed in the arena of the ultimate advancement competition. She attempted to shake off the vine, but it seemed to have taken root, refusing to relent despite her vigorous efforts. The vine lashed out towards her face, and in a state of panic, she sought to evade its strikes, but her clothes were soaked in the muddy water, rendering her weapons useless. With a resounding crack, the vine struck her head, rendering her momentarily dazed, followed by a slick tongue ensnaring her body, pulling her forcefully into the muck. As Guiyin struggled to breathe, her chest feeling as if it would burst at that moment, the vine constricted around her neck. Coughing violently, she struck the vine's body with a punch, causing it to momentarily stiffen, allowing her to wriggle free. However, before she could catch her breath, the vine ensnared her waist and yanked her back into the quagmire. With a splash, Guiyin plunged into the mire, the sludge engulfing her throat, forcing her to cough violently. Blood trickling from her lips, she swallowed a significant amount of mud, desperately trying to rise to the surface. But the muck held her captive. Feeling a searing pain in her lungs, she fought to swim. But the sludge clung to her relentlessly. With a sudden rush, a thick vine emerged from the water, wrapping around her neck and pulling her back in the mire. Guiyin fell into the depths once more, thrashing her head and struggling to escape the clutches of the bog. Her legs flailed, arms swung, yet her efforts were futile. Coughing, she expelled a few mouthfuls of mud, her breathing becoming labored, the fire in her chest intensifying as death loomed closer. Another vine shot out, ensnaring her and dragging her into the mire. Once again, Guiyin felt the vine tighten around her neck, the sensation of suffocation overwhelming her. Desperately, she grasped at nothingness, attempting to climb. But the muck had consumed her, leaving her to writhe in despair. Gasping for breath, she lay in the mud, bound by the vine, unable to move an inch, feeling death's approach. At that moment, a man squatted 3 meters away, clad in a casual t-shirt and loose shorts, revealing well-defined muscles. His chiseled features and deep, three-dimensional facial contours became apparent as he rose and approached him. As her consciousness began to fade, she could barely discern his face, recognizing him as an Asian man, exuding a faint, fragrant aroma reminiscent of orchids in a mountain stream. She slowly closed her eyes. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the silence, and she opened her eyes to see a flash of silver darting into the mire. The Asian man halted, gazing at something in his palm as the silver light vanished into the mud. Swiftly integrating with the sludge, Guiyin observed the silver glow as wisps of green smoke rose from the muck. In less than 2 seconds, the mire receded, revealing a tender green plant. The plant shot up rapidly, reaching a height of 10 feet in the blink of an eye. Its branches lush and vibrant, shed the mud that clung to it, its emerald crown swaying gracefully in the breeze. Like a splendid gown, various colorful fruits dangled from its branches, appearing in shades of pink. Stunned by the extraordinary sight before her, Guiyin gasped in astonishment. "What is this?" "Fear not. We shall rescue you shortly." The man's voice was soft and melodious. He extended his hands to grasp the trunk, gently shaking it. The entire plant trembled, producing a rustling sound, followed by slender vines emerging from the mire, stretching towards Guiyin. Startled, she instinctively stepped back. The vines swiftly reached her shoes, subsequently wrapping around her knees, arms, wrists, shoulders, and neck. She felt herself completely ensnared, the tips of the vines piercing her skin like sharp needles. Agonized, Guiyin twisted her face in pain, tasting the foul odor that made her feel nauseous. Her consciousness blurred, darkness engulfing her, until she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Upon awakening, she found herself surrounded by impenetrable darkness, straining to lift her head and discern her surroundings. She could only make out faint glimmers of light, her vision hazy. Attempting to sit up, she discovered her body was stiff and cold, devoid of strength. She groped for the handrail beside her, but as she raised her hand, a series of sharp cracks echoed. Turning to her right, she saw the wall crumbling into fragments, with splintering, revealing a gaping hole. The loud crash resonated beside her. Who? Guiyin asked, her heart racing with trepidation as she focused on the opening. A flurry of rapid footsteps approached, sending a chill down her spine. The door creaked open, a beam of bright sunlight flooding. Guiyin squinted against the brightness, gradually adjusting to the interior's conditions. Her pupils dilated in shock. How could this be? How did I end up in this dreadful place? Scattered beside her were several garments, though she had changed after a shower the previous night. Surveying the room, she was horrified to find it littered with numerous skeletal remains, the stark white bones evoking a sense of dread. Her body froze, eyes fixated on the bleached remains, unsure of her surroundings. Intuition warned her that this place was far more terrifying than the swamp, shrouded in an aura of unpredictability. Her heart raced, breath held, as she scrutinized a particular skeleton. She noticed a dagger embedded in its chest cavity, blood still oozing, staining its clothing. The left arm bore 2 short knives, while the other arm was pierced by a long sword. Despite the severity of these wounds, they lacked fatal injuries, suggesting that the weapon wielded against them was a sharp instrument or tool, not that of an ordinary human. Suddenly, heavy footfalls echoed from behind her. Turning, Guiyin beheld a skeleton slowly crawling towards her. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew her dagger and charged. She thrust fiercely, but the skeleton deftly evaded her strikes. The skeleton retaliated, swinging its fist with great force. As Guiyin swiftly dodged, yet the skeleton's might proved overwhelming, and she was ultimately knocked to the ground. The skeleton trampled upon her, pinning her down, enduring the pain. She rolled over and engaged the skeleton once more. Her movements were agile and quick, yet the skeleton's hardness rendered her efforts futile. Another blow from the skeleton struck her, a sensation of her ribs fracturing coursing through her body. The excruciating pain overwhelming her. Glaring at the grotesque skeleton, she harbored a desire to tear it apart, but found herself powerless, compelled to fight for survival. Gradually, her movements slowed, her strength waning as exhaustion took its toll. Her mind growing hazy. Suddenly, she heard a familiar melody resonate in her ears. "You're awake?" A voice inquired beside her. Turning her head, she saw a tall, sturdy young man with black hair. "Thank you," she murmured weakly. "No need for thanks. It was a mere trifle," he replied. "Were you the one singing just now?" Guiyin asked. "Yes. Why did you save me?" She inquired, puzzled. "Because you're the first participant of Earth," he explained. Chapter 92. The Grand Finale. So, there's so many races in the universe. Guiyin chuckled bitterly. "Indeed, humanity is merely a small fraction," he affirmed. "The universe is vast, teeming with life." The youth sighed. "The universe is vast and boundless. Even the mightiest of races cannot fathom its true nature. I once aspired to explore the entirety of the cosmos, yet ultimately I faltered, for I realized my limitations. The universe is simply too immense. I have scarcely traversed even 50% of its expanse. Indeed, the cosmos is overwhelmingly grand. I remain uncertain as to where I might find myself. The only certainty is that within the Milky Way, myriad races coexist, procreating, warring, and ruthlessly vying for resources. I have heard whispers of legends that at one end of the galaxy lies a formidable civilization, one that wields power surpassing the fundamental laws of time, space, and matter, possessing the capability to obliterate worlds. Yet whether such a civilization truly existed remains a mystery. The planet we currently inhabit boasts advanced technology, with an average lifespan of 200 years, and its inhabitants are robust and intelligent. Upon our arrival in this realm, we encountered a peculiar group of individuals whose speech was archaic, their intonations reminiscent of certain creatures on Earth. Upon sighting us, they immediately became wary, brandishing weapons in our direction. To my recollection, I never engaged with these strangers, nor do I know their origins. The youth furrowed his brow and explained, "These individuals likely hail from another star system." "How do you know this so precisely?" Guiyin inquired, astonished. "So, there are numerous interstellar civilizations within the Milky Way?" she asked in disbelief. Indeed, the youth nodded, continuing, the galaxy is home to a multitude of civilizations. The planet we inhabit is merely a fragment of a moderate star system. In comparison to the technology of advanced civilizations, our technological level is rather primitive. Some planets host vast populations that revel in bloodshed, embodying a civilization starkly opposed to humanity. Though Earth may be barren, its environment is relatively tranquil and conducive to habitation that we once contemplated settling here to study the civilization of Earth. However, extremist factions seek to supplant you, a transgression against the cosmic order, prompting the Federation to dispatch us to thwart their ambitions. Currently, Earth's human society remains unstable. The planet we occupy is merely the birthplace of humanity. Humanity's present condition resembles a desolate yet fertile soil, awaiting other civilizations or factions to seize it and claim it as their own. At this juncture, human society must be established. Before its formation, a stable refuge must be sought to bolster your strength. As you would say, teaching one to fish is preferable to merely providing fish. After a few breaths, he declared, here lies a moderate planet, standing atop a floating peak. The youth gazed into the distance, where the scenery was breathtaking. Countless spacecraft and land masses hovered in the void, ships flitting to and fro. In the northern hemisphere, a colossal snow-capped mountain rose to 5,000 meters, its base cradling a vast lake, beside which stood imposing edifices. These structures, though rugged in appearance, exuded an ancient yet exquisite charm, offering a striking beauty. Surrounding them was a lush forest, its branches sprawling and casting shadows, enveloping the world in twilight. Within the forest lurked various ferocious beasts, occasionally revealing glimpses of rare birds and creatures that appeared to roam leisurely. Guiyin stood beside the youth, marveling at the majestic beauty of this world, exclaiming, I never anticipated that the civilization here would be so resplendent. It feels like a realm of fantasy, truly enchanting. Turning to Guiyin, the youth smiled warmly, saying, it is astonishing. When I inadvertently stumbled through the interstellar gate, I found myself in this magnificent and dreamlike world, and it has left me utterly awestruck. Guiyin gazed at the scene before her heart compelled to praise. Indeed, this moderate planet is filled with ethereal beauty. Just as they prepared to descend, Guiyin suddenly heard a distant rumble. She turned to see a grand fleet emerging within her line of sight. Advancing towards them, to the forefront loomed a massive warship, exceeding 200 meters in length, its design peculiar, resembling a battle blade. Its silver surface shimmering with a frigid luminescence, .8 colossal cannon barrels extended from either side, whirling and howling through the void, exuding an air of icy menace. What is that? Guiyin inquired, astonished, recalling that the warship appeared to be a conversion of a smaller transport vessel. The scale of this warship was staggering, 3 times larger than any transport ship she had previously boarded, even dwarfing an entire city. Truly unbelievable. That is an Imperial starship, the youth replied softly. The Empire represents the most powerful civilization in the cosmos, possessing abundant resources to manufacture countless formidable weapons of war. This warship is named Star Annihilator. Its speed is astonishing. Within mere minutes, it can breach the gravitational constraints and traverse to other star systems. I estimate its velocity could reach at least 10,000 kilometers per second. The youth's expression shifted to one of caution as he observed the starship, stating, moreover, the starship's weaponry is even more terrifying. I just employed my mental scan and discovered its defenses are formidable. Even a meteor strike would be obliterated, leaving no trace behind. Such is the might of high-tech weaponry. The destructive potential of such advanced technology is indeed alarming. Are we safe here? Guiyin asked, her expression grave. Fear not. The youth replied nonchalantly. These are Imperial soldiers. They do not come seeking trouble, but rather to assist in the construction of human society on Earth. We merely need to engage in dialogue with them to secure their protection. What dialogue? Sure, Zhaoding queried, bewildered. How could the Galactic Empire possibly aid Earth in establishing human society? This matter is quite straightforward. Guiyin smiled gently. The Empire has a dedicated government. Officials manage all affairs of the planet, adhering to strict codes of conduct and beliefs. ensuring that no unlawful or immoral actions transpire. Thus, the government's authority is extensive. Although the Empire's technological level may be comparatively primitive, they possess sufficient financial resources to procure low-grade engineering materials and construct such advanced warships. This starship carries numerous engineering instruments. They intend to assist in building human society. Many thanks, Guiyin smiled, yet their approach does not consider whether Earth's inhabitants can accept it. Our own conflicts, the cycle of life and death, are merely a fraction, a localized issue. Yet now, all able-bodied individuals on Earth, aside from the elderly and weak, are affected. Is it not cruel and heartless to even contemplate the inclusion of the elderly and infirm? Furthermore, with Earth's vast population and resources, does the Galactic Empire not fear rebellion from the inhabitants? Guiyin voiced her concerns candidly. The youth chuckled. Earth is the territory of the Federation. Even if dissent arises, it will hardly stir significant upheaval. The Empire is the mightiest organization in the universe, commanding numerous powerful subordinate civilizations. If they wish to conquer Earth, a mere word could annihilate all its inhabitants. The Empire harbors its own sense of pride. The youth continued. They are a nation deeply devoted to peace and compassion. In their view, all individuals are equal as long as both parties are willing to collaborate. They can share in mutual benefits. They hope humanity can unite, standing against external threats together, leveraging their strength to repel the incursions of other races. Therefore, as long as cooperation is mutual, the Empire will refrain from interference on Earth, at most dispatching patrol vessels as a precaution to avert chaos. Guiyin remained wary of this powerful faction, pondering whether they might seize the opportunity to strike against Earth. Suddenly, a small interstellar warship descended slowly, landing over 5,000 meters from Earth. The hatch opened, and thousands of fully armed soldiers filed out. Clad in black robes, their expressions stern, they bore rows of lightsabers hovering behind them, donned light boots, and wielded long guns and shields, radiating explosive energy. This was the standard configuration of the Federation's military. Please proceed to the Empire's starship base, announced a tall, fair-skinned female soldier, her presence striking. Her eyes were as deep as the ocean, and her voice was icy. As her words fell, she led the group aboard the interstellar warship, which activated and soared into the sky, vanishing above Earth. Moments later, a massive silver-gray warship appeared outside the solar system, its hull crafted from a special alloy, gleaming with a metallic sheen, its surface adorned with intricate arrays of symbols. Inside the ship lay layers of cryogenic chambers and isolation pods. Please hold on. The female soldier approached an isolation pod, tapping the screen with her command baton, illuminating numerous images, revealing the scene of Earthlings at a racing venue. She glanced at the screen and stated coolly, "Greetings, esteemed guest. My name is Lin Shuardut by the decree of His Imperial Majesty, the Emperor of the Empire. I am here to welcome you all." She paused briefly before continuing. "Greetings, esteemed guests. Our empire is a remarkably benevolent and peaceful organization, regardless of whether one is from Earth or not, as long as one adheres to the laws of the star domain, respects the protocols of the empire, and follows the regulations of the Federation government. One is welcome to join us. We wholeheartedly welcome the inclusion of Earthlings." She spoke at length, yet Li Yuan, Shi Zhaoting, and others found themselves utterly bewildered, their minds buzzing and unable to comprehend her words. Little did they realize that the Earthlings had only just arrived in this place, their souls as fragile as glass, and the Empire's communication devices were so advanced that it was entirely natural for them to struggle with understanding. Yu Zhanqi cleared his throat and tentatively inquired, "Miss Lin, may I ask when the Imperial fleet will arrive?" The female soldier regarded Yu Zhanqi as if assessing him, and after a long pause, she shook her head and replied, "I, too, do not know when the Imperial fleet will arrive, but we have arranged accommodations for you. Please follow me." The group followed her out of the isolation chamber, stepping onto a corridor adorned with soft woolen carpets. The surrounding walls were embellished with exquisite fireplaces, emanating a comforting warmth. Thick woolen rugs were laid across the floor, and potted plants adorned the corners, infusing the entire space with a scent of sci-fi wonder. As they traversed several lengthy corridors, they arrived at a grand door. With a click, the door opened automatically, revealing a vast plaza, its floor covered in a thick carpet, and a magnificent cathedral standing proudly in the distance. Lin Shuer guided them toward the cathedral's rear entrance. As they crossed through, the scene opened up to reveal an expansive garden, dominated by a towering white dome. Beneath the dome stood a colossal statue of the Virgin Mary, intricately carved from crystal, with soft woolen carpets underfoot and the melodious strains of a piano wafting through the air, surrounded by lush greenery. Esteemed guests, our empire possesses the most formidable armed forces and boasts the finest medical technology and living conditions, Lin Shuer said with a smile. Please take a moment to rest here, as we will soon arrange for your meals. Shi Zhaoding responded with a bitter expression. I cannot quite comprehend this situation, but I believe it should be a good thing. He glanced at Qi Shuheng, hoping for an explanation. Qi Shuheng smiled faintly. Since we are here, we may as well make ourselves comfortable at least. We're not a loss right now. I'm quite willing to stay here. Thus, Yu Zhanxi and Shi Zhaoding exhaled in relief, both agreeing with Qi Shuheng's sentiment. Chapter 93. The Conclusion. The support faction in the Alliance Star is a breathtaking star system, rich in resources and diverse minerals, in addition to the inhabitants of the Alliance. Other races also exist on the Alliance Star, with the most populous being the humanoid races, which comprise intelligent, wild, and half-beast types. Welcome to the Alliance Star. As the group stepped into the training space, a melodious voice greeted them, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing their cheeks, bringing forth a sense of comfort. Suddenly, the scenery shifted, and they found themselves standing upon a desolate desert. The heat was oppressive, with scorching temperatures baking the dunes. Boss, what do you think you will look like? A man clad in black battle armor, with hair dyed golden, stood atop a rock, gazing into the distance at the humans emerging from various spatial tunnels. Curiosity evident in his eyes. This time, Earth has suffered a devastating blow. Had they not arrived in time, the entire planet would likely have perished. However, they have also sacrificed themselves to become stronger. The other men grew somber upon hearing his words. I just feel he should be a hero, but it seems too tragic that if only he could survive. Their objective this time is the Alliance Star, which harbors countless mineral deposits, rare materials, and abundant resources. Hello, I am Alan Glass. It is a pleasure to meet you all. A handsome man in a white suit smiled and greeted them. He possessed blue-green eyes that resembled the depths of the ocean, drawing one in irresistibly. However, the barely perceptible smirk at the corner of his mouth added a hint of mischief, as if he were a fusion of angel and demon. I am Andre Roy. From Bear City, a voluptuous blonde, with an alluring figure and captivating features, bore a name fitting her essence, exuding an enchanting charm akin to a seductive temptress. Andre Roy, the chief researcher from Bear City. My name is William Strick. You are the most handsome person I have ever seen. His name was Carlos Blank, a computational expert. Though he appeared courteous on the surface, he harbored a sense of pride within. Viewing these individuals as mere simpletons in such a top-tier metropolis of the universe, one would easily find 7 or 8 exceptional computationalists among 100, or even 5 or 6 outstanding researchers. This was the root of Carlos's disdain for them. Hello, I am Andre Bell from the Polar Bear, a robust man with a mix of red and white hair, muscles bulging like a small mountain. Flashed a grin. The 9 members of the adventure team introduced themselves to one another. Ultimately, they decided to split into 2 teams, one led by Carlos Blank, dedicated to resource collection, while the other would follow Robertson Griffin to assist in exploring ruins, gathering intelligence, and facilitating the opening of a passage to Earth. Carlos, are you truly certain? Earth is still overrun by the bugs, and the Earthlings have yet to shake off the shadow of the apocalypse. I fear your team may face exclusion upon arrival. Robertson Griffin expressed his concerns not worry, Robertson. Although Earthlings possess a sense of rejection, given their previous technological prowess, they have long since abandoned resistance and are merely clinging to survival. Carlos Blank asserted firmly. Robertson Griffin frowned, wishing to dissuade Carlos, but upon seeing his resolute expression, could only let out a resigned sigh. I hope so, but I do not advise you to take unnecessary risks. After all, Earth is not just home to Earthlings. It is our shared homeland. If you were to encounter misfortune, it would sadden me greatly. Robertson Griffin patted Carlos on the shoulder, offering his counsel. Yes, I will promptly relay the news to the higher-ups. Carlos Blank explained nonchalantly. But Carlos patted his shoulder, stating, I will swiftly locate the spatial coordinates leading to Earth and set off to search for the planets devastated by the bug rays. That I trust you. Robertson Griffin nodded in agreement. I understand that you may have some doubts about the resources yet to be mined on Alliance Star. But trust me, this is a secret of the Alliance Star that should not be disclosed for now. I will reveal it to you in due time, Carlos Blank said, handing Robertson a crystal-clear orb. Carlos Blank's demeanor was resolute. However, you know that the people of Earth do not welcome outsiders encroaching upon their homeland, especially those from military or governmental institutions, Robertson Griffin reiterated, fully aware of how prosperous Earth once was, with a population of billions, accounting for approximately 70% of the universe's populace. Ha. Robertson, relax a little. Have you forgotten? I previously participated in the third cosmic catastrophe, and during that time, I witnessed it firsthand, Carlos Blank said, shaking his head bitterly. Now, Robertson Griffin sighed, if that is the case, then you shall be the commander of the team. I trust that you will not disappoint my expectations. Thank you, boss, Carlos Blank responded gratefully, nodding. The two had once been combat partners, later entering the Earth Research Institute together, and subsequently leaving to become the two most formidable scientists and computational experts on Earth. By the way, you just reminded me. You mentioned that this Alliance Starbase is used for storing supplies. Carlos inquired. Indeed, it is a base for storing human-produced goods, including food and fresh water, as well as various other equipment. Look, this is the production workshop, where we are manufacturing spaceships capable of carrying a transport vessel. There's also an armory that can accommodate heavy artillery, electromagnetic cannons, and laser weapons. Robertson Griffin elaborated on the facilities of this underground base. Clearly well acquainted with the place. Very well. We must secure this base, Carlos mused after a moment's contemplation. What are your plans? You mustn't act recklessly, Robertson Griffin exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Carlos's words, though their organization was a formidable entity within the galaxy. With no one daring to provoke them, that did not grant Carlos the liberty to act without restraint. Carlos showcased his masterpiece. These are the facilities and tools available here. That Carlos's jaw dropped in astonishment. He had never heard of humans wielding weapons. This is not a weapon in the conventional sense. Rather, it resembles an intelligent machine. The core chip we employ utilizes the advanced intellect of technology from Earth. The weapon we have modified possesses cognitive and combat capabilities comparable to those of sentient beings. How cool! Carlos exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, quite impressive, Robertson responded, a satisfied expression gracing his face. This weapon embodies the ingenuity of numerous scientists from Earth. Carlos meticulously surveyed the surroundings. The workshop was vast, spanning several thousand square meters. Inside, hundreds of individuals busily attended to their tasks, clad in blue-green protective suits, their heads adorned with metallic helmets, and their faces coated in a thick layer of dust. I require more detailed information, Carlos Blank stated. Where did we acquire these materials? Robertson inquired, astonished. When we departed the solar system, we collected several satellites and data from within the solar system. This information was likely transmitted from Earth. Carlos Blank elucidated, not concealing the origins of the data.IC. This is the habitation area for the Alliance inhabitants. Robertson pointed to an empty building. Carlos stepped inside. The room was quite rudimentary, cluttered with various tools. And a few Earthlings were laboriously moving cargo. They appeared to be fatigued. I have devised a comprehensive plan. What is your plan? First, we must drive the insectoid species out of Alliance Star. Then we will construct fortifications and confront them in battle. Carlos Blank said earnestly, seeking the opinions of Robertson and Griffin. Isn't your plan rather perilous? Moreover, your actions will surely not escape the notice of the Earthlings. Once they discover the presence of humans on Alliance Star, they will undoubtedly dispatch warships to bombard this place. Griffin expressed his concerns that we must keep this matter confidential. Rest assured, Robertson. We have ample time, he replied, producing a document from his pocket and handing it to Robertson Griffin. This contains the details of the entire Alliance Starbase. Familiarize yourself with it. All right, Robertson Griffin nodded. Perusing the document, he was astonished to find that it had been brought from Earth and was the most recent version. The Earthlings, with the assistance of Nine, had mastered the advanced technologies of Earth's post-apocalyptic wisdom and were attempting to establish another route to Earth within the solar system. Carlos blank shrugged, indicating his lack of strong feelings about it. This was all within expectations. So, what do you plan to do next, Carlos? I understand this is dangerous, but once you step outside Alliance Star, you will face a large-scale assault from the insectoids, making escape exceedingly difficult. I will exercise caution, my friend, Carlos blank smiled. You must realize that the numbers of the insectoids are overwhelming. Robertson Griffin expressed his concern that I know, but one day, I shall eradicate every last one of them. Carlos declared resolutely, very well. Robertson Griffin took a deep breath. If that is the case, I will do everything in my power to assist you. Carlos Bryant nodded solemnly. Now, let us discuss Earth, as you just mentioned. Carlos Bryant responded, somewhat taken aback. Robertson Griffin smiled. We are currently situated merely 100,000 kilometers from the moon, and one can clearly see it from here. Indeed, the moon is quite beautiful. Even Earth pales in comparison. Carlos Bryant agreed. What do you think of the moon? The moon. Carlos Bryant fell into contemplation. Consider this. We utilize the moon to construct fortifications on Alliance Star, keeping the insectoids at bay while we await the arrival of human reinforcements. It is worth a try. That is my idea, my friend. What do you think of the reliability of my plan? Robertson Griffin asked with a smile. Your idea is splendid, Carlos Bryant praised. However, you must understand that this plan requires the support of the military militia to have any chance of implementation. Yes, that is a challenge. I will endeavor to persuade them. There is no rush, that we have sufficient time to plan meticulously. No, not just plan. It is about execution. Carlos Bryant corrected him. It is execution. Robertson Griffin paused, suddenly grasping Carlos's intent. Yes, we must execute. Then let us divide our tasks. Carlos Bryant rose, taking a step forward. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, radiating an air of commanding authority. Carlos Bryant nodded, for he could indeed see the moon. Not merely due to his exceptional vision, but because his physical constitution was inherently suited for long-range observation. All of this stemmed from the mysterious bloodline he possessed. Our fortifications on Alliance Star could be easily breached by the insectoids. Fear not. We shall focus solely on repelling the swarm for the humans. We will ensure their safety, and no insect shall be permitted to harm them. I understand. Robertson Griffin's eyes narrowed, revealing a cunning glint. Carlos Bryant smiled slightly. You shall be responsible for this matter. I trust you. Ha ha. Robertson Griffin's hearty laughter echoed throughout the base. So, what shall we do next? Carlos Bryant shifted the topic. You are correct. We currently require the assistance of elite humans. What we lack most is manpower, which aligns perfectly with our needs. We have surpassed 500 personnel, and with the additional 300 from Moon, we can form a combat group of 200, and we can retreat to the moon at any time. A good idea, Griffin, but it carries risks. What risks? Robertson Griffin pressed. Constructing fortifications on Alliance Star requires a significant amount of metal materials and a contingent of laborers. However, in my recollection, these should not pose insurmountable challenges. Indeed, these materials are quite commonplace, Griffin replied. Laborers? Certainly, we must organize a specialized mining team. What do you mean? Do you understand now, Griffin? The population of Earth is vast and possesses abundant resources, which can be transformed into various mineral products. Are you suggesting we find individuals to join our team? Precisely. That I believe this would also be a boon for humanity on Earth. You truly harbor such an idea? Of course, my friend, and I understand. Carlos Bryant shook his head. You are mistaken. What do you mean? Griffin asked, puzzled. Examine this memory stone tablet closely. Robertson Griffin focused intently on the contents of the memory tablet, and with each glance, his expression grew increasingly grim. So, this means you can observe them at any time? Robertson Griffin exclaimed in astonishment. And you can track their movements, communicate with them, or even send them a letter directly, Carlos explained. Thus, we need not worry about others preemptively occupying this land. Exactly, so you may proceed to arrange this matter. Robertson Griffin contemplated before speaking. The content of the memory stone tablet was simple. It informed Robertson Griffin of the tablet's purpose. It could record the images of Carlos Bryant and his subordinates and store them in memory. Chapter 94, Conclusion. The Arrival of a New World. Robertson Griffin erupted in anger. Who designed this memory stone tablet? It should be artificial intelligence. And what is its function? It can leave messages for you, provide assistance, or even create robots based on the instructions on the memory tablet. What sort of absurdity is this? Do not forget that we are allies. Robertson Griffin was momentarily speechless. The function of this memory tablet essentially serves as our proof of traversing into this world. It can guide you and prevent you from becoming lost in the virtual space that in this way, Carlos Bryant need not personally land on a Lion Star for reconnaissance. Are you saying this memory tablet can directly record our images and upload them onto the network? Indeed, Carlos Bryant replied nonchalantly, I have studied the history of a Lion Star and visited the Moon Palace. Although it is now a desolate ruin, the ancient city of Alliance Star still harbors numerous remnants of humanity, including the core area of the city, which is the Moon Palace that I once dispatched individuals to explore Alliance Star, where traces of human activity were abundant, even including remnants of spacecraft. So, how should we utilize this? It is quite simple. As long as you adhere to the instructions provided, you shall execute the necessary operations. Robertson Griffin nodded in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Alliance Star is the largest natural satellite within the system and the only planet capable of sustaining life. Recognized as the mother planet and the capital of the system, on Alliance Star, countless beings reside, making it the heart of the life system at this moment. The Milky Way has transformed into a new visage. The once desolate and lifeless expanse has blossomed into a verdant oasis. Various trees, flowers, and grasses abound, painting a scene brimming with vitality. In this lush environment, the forests, flora, rivers, and lakes flourish with even greater exuberance, resembling exquisite and beautiful scrolls of art. This is due to humanity having supplanted carnivorous insects, improving living conditions, and allowing people to once again appreciate nature. However, this does not imply that humanity has entirely shed its primitive instincts. Fierce carnivorous insects still exist, albeit this time serving humanity rather than posing a threat to its survival. In a secluded corner of a valley, a crystal-clear stream flows, its bed alive with a dazzling array of fish. Shrimp and crab that a young man sits by the stream, fishing, while the nearby rock wall is etched with inscriptions. Suddenly, an enticing aroma wafts through the air. Gulping, he swallows hard. This delightful scent emanates from a small bucket before him, containing a vibrant red crab he caught that morning that he attempts to concoct a new vegetable juice with his delight. He discovers that this crab, known as spicy crab, is exceptionally delicious. Fortune favors me. The young man gathers his fishing gear and approaches the stream. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps disrupts his moment of excitement. Hey, mate, where you up to? The sudden voice startles the young man. Oh, I'm fishing. You're quite lucky to have caught a spicy crab. I toiled all night, and didn't he manage to catch a single one? The young man chuckles. Then hears his companion continue. My luck isn't too shabby either. Look at this little piglet I'm carrying. This morning, a soat dashed past me, and I managed to catch it in one swift motion. The young man replied, intrigued. What sort of piglet is it? It exudes a delectable aroma. Haha, your luck is remarkable. I know you've always envied me. This isn't bragging, but let us wager on it, shall we? Are you brave enough? What wager? Let us bet on this piglet. If you lose, lunch is on you today, and if I win, lunch is on me. What do you say? All right, it's a deal. They clasped hands in agreement, solidifying their pact. The young man then squats by the stream, intently observing the little creature before him. The creature seems to sense his gaze, lifting its head and grinning foolishly at him. The young man reaches out to pat its head, seeing its cautious demeanor. He cannot help but chuckle as he finds the creature quite clever, almost possessing a spirit of its own. Thus, he decides to tease it a little more, but he picks up a small stone from the ground and tosses it in front of the creature. It immediately turns its head, snapping at the stone with its claws. However, it collapses before it can touch the stone. The young man bursts into laughter. He scoops the little creature from the water and wipes the sweat from its brow with a leaf. Little one, from which country do you hail? The creature opens its eyes wide, gazing at the stranger before it, wagging its tail in a daze. Shortly after, it shuts its eyes again, appearing on the verge of slumber. This posture is quite endearing, yet its reaction astonishes the young man. Hey, are you still pretending to sleep? The creature remains unresponsive, eyes still closed. What a sly one, the young man mutters under his breath, rising to his feet and brushing off his trousers as he heads toward the village. Midway, a large bird suddenly swoops down from the sky, landing on his shoulder. The young man looks up to find a coin tied to the bird's wing. These earthly occurrences imbue him with a sense of vitality emanating from this planet, prompting him to align himself with the Geo-faction during the Alliance vote, aspiring to become a member that halts the faction of slaughter. Let us take temporary refuge here, Lin Shuer declared before departing. Yu Zhanxi and the others exchanged glances, supporting one another as they entered the room. The room was modest, consisting of 3 bedrooms and a living area, with only essentials like a sofa and coffee table, alongside a wardrobe, bathroom, and lavatory. The remaining space was rather cramped. Even the bed was small, clearly a makeshift arrangement. This room is surprisingly comfortable, Yu Haonan remarked. Such a place must surely be quite expensive. Yu Zhanxi surveyed the items in the room and suddenly noticed a small box on a table. He picked it up, opened it, and was astonished to find several thumb-sized blue stones inside. "Is this crystal, or?" he exclaimed in delight. Crystal was an exceedingly rare resource, rich in energy and spirit, essential for constructing spacecraft and even cosmic battleships, thus holding immense value. More importantly, the energy and spirit contained within crystal could be a rare treasure for ordinary individuals or beings of frail constitution, enhancing their lifespan and cultivation speed if utilized properly. Crystal? Yu Haonan approached, peering at the stones on the table. Is this really crystal, or? Such a precious resource is rare even in the Milky Way. Considering that Earth has long suffered from depleting spiritual energy, with countless years of accumulated veins now severed, rendering sufficient crystal nearly impossible to find. Is this for real? Chen Mingze leaned in for a closer look. Although crystals are indeed precious, surely they cannot be this extravagant. Yu Zhanxi smiled. These are not ordinary crystals. These are blue crystals, imbued with potent spiritual energy. Chen Mingze's eyes widened in astonishment. Crystals are a specialty of Earth, categorized into 3 levels: ordinary crystals, bronze crystals, and gold crystals. Ordinary bronze crystals contain exceedingly thin spiritual energy, where individuals can only absorb the energy through rigorous training, but the effects of bronze crystals are minimal. Only gold crystals can truly transform one's physique and enhance bodily qualities. In contrast, blue crystals are distinct. They harbor abundant spiritual energy, serving as a significant boon for martial artists and those with special abilities. The rich energy within blue crystals facilitates a swifter mastery of powers for those with abilities. Previously on Blue Lake Star, numerous ability users risked their lives to fish for crystal fish from the depths of the ocean, procuring the inner cores to refine their powers with blue crystals, amplifying their might, and some even ascended beyond S rank through the aid of blue crystals. Wow, how incredible! Chen Mingze exclaimed, cupping his face in excitement. I never imagined I would have the chance to see blue crystals. This is truly a windfall. Blue crystals, as the name suggests, are formed from pure crystals, each drop of crystal liquid containing dense spiritual energy, enriched with layers of ionization, acidity, alkalinity, and sulfurization. Thus, blue crystals are also referred to as radiation crystals, energy crystals, and spirit energy crystals. Let us dine first. Yu Zhanxi patted him on the shoulder, saying, I suspect we will have more tasks awaiting us soon. The group promptly took their seats. The meal brought by Lin Shuer comprised simple vegetable and meat dishes alongside soup. They picked up their chopsticks and took a few bites when suddenly, Shi Zhaoting stood up, clutching his stomach in distress, and hurriedly dashed toward the restroom. Yu Zhanxi and Qi Shuheng immediately rose in alarm, with Yu Zhanxi rushing to the door and knocking, anxiously calling out, Captain Shi, what's wrong? After a moment, Shi Zhaoting emerged, his complexion pale and weakly stating, I'm fine. Just a bit of an upset stomach. A little rest will do. Yu Zhanxi looked at him with concern, glancing at the others and hesitantly saying, I recall we didn't consume anything peculiar on Earth. Why would you suddenly have an upset stomach? Shi Zhaoting shook his head. I don't know. A silence fell over the group until Qi Shuheng quietly suggested, could it be that being in the imperial capital exposes us to too many unknown dangers? Upon hearing his words, the others turned pale, collectively recalling the terrifying beasts they had encountered. Yu Zhanshi shook his head. Regardless of the cause, we must exercise caution. Otherwise, we could easily find ourselves embroiled in trouble. Agreed. The group nodded solemnly. Following this, they resumed their quiet meal. After finishing, Zhaoding appeared somewhat revitalized. 2 days later, they boarded a dedicated passenger vessel. Arriving near the imperial capital, in the heart of the empire, this city stands as the most prosperous in the entire Federation and one of the most densely populated cities on the planet. The capital city encompasses a vast expanse of 6 million hectares, occupying a staggering 50% of the planet's surface area. Within this metropolis, the elite of the human race, beastkin, and various other intelligent species converge, creating a veritable den of hidden talents and extraordinary individuals. If one were to assert that the imperial capital serves as the political, cultural, economic, and technological hub of the entire star system, then it must also be acknowledged as the most perilous locale. Even top-tier ISIS-level psychics tread cautiously within its boundaries. Nestled in the northwest of the imperial capital lies a bustling port, adjacent to which stands a colossal skyscraper known as the Imperial Business Center. This grand edifice spans an immense area encompassing diverse sectors of the empire, including jewelry, pharmaceuticals, and entertainment. This particular moment, around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the streets teem with an incessant flow of vehicles, creating a vibrant and lively atmosphere. Countless shops line the thoroughfares, offering everything from jade and antique art to exquisite garments, handicrafts, and opulent jewelry. Numerous exclusive boutiques of luxury brands display an array of dazzling gems that captivate the senses. Among the myriad establishments, one shop stands out for its lavish decor, aptly named the Imperial Pavilion, which is rumored to be the office of the Empire's president. The store is abuzz with activity, filled with the sounds of lively chatter. This bracelet is lovely. May I try it on? Oh, this pendant is delightful. I'll take it. Wow, these earrings are quite stunning. Laughter and animated conversation fill the air. A young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, is selecting accessories. Clad in a delicate lavender dress, her lustrous black hair is loosely braided and cascades gracefully over her chest. Her charming oval face beams with a radiant smile. Her skin fair and tender, she exudes a subtle, refreshing fragrance that is most agreeable as she browses. She picks up a bracelet crafted from polished red agate, which glimmers with a warm, lustrous sheen under the sunlight. The sales associate enthusiastically introduces a newly launched thematic agate necklace, remarking, "This color scheme is perfect for you." Additionally, we offer platinum earrings, pearl necklaces, and diamond chains for you to mix and match according to your preferred colors. After contemplating for a moment, the girl points to the red agate necklace and declares, "I'll take this one. Certainly, miss. Please hold on a moment." The associate begins to adorn her with the necklace. The girl gracefully extends her slender neck, allowing the associate to fasten the piece around her. Once secured, the associate exclaims, "Miss, your complexion is truly radiant." "Thank you," the girl replies shyly, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. The associate carefully places the necklace aside and inquires, "Would you like to try it on right here? Our equipment can display the effect in real time." "That would be wonderful, thank you," the girl replies with a beaming smile. The associate leads her to an adjoining room where a measurement device awaits for an on-site test. The girl removes her shoes and lies down on a bed, allowing the associate to operate the equipment. This apparatus, a sleek silver-gray machine, features 3 curvilinear lines extending forward in a cylindrical form, resembling 3 razor-sharp scissors from the rear. Upon pressing the power button, the lines begin to rotate, forming a unique arc and creating a transparent orb at their center. Seemingly containing a mysterious essence that emits an eerie glow, the associate places the orb at the girl's collarbone and instructs, "Please close your eyes and face the mirror. I will assist you in wearing this necklace." "All right," the girl nods, as the associate's figure fades from her sight. She opens her eyes, which should have remained shut. The central arc, though smaller, manifests as a cylindrical shape with a pale green surface. 3 pea-sized transparent cores hover above the instrument's dial, appearing to rotate slowly. Once the device is activated, these cores release a soft green luminescence that mingles with colorful threads. Under the verdant light, the girl's already delicate skin appears even more translucent and flawless, mesmerizing all who behold her. As she dons the red agate necklace, the three cores whirl into a blossoming mandala flower. When the flower ceases its rotation, the red agate disappears. The associate, witnessing this, exclaims with delight, "Congratulations! This necklace was personally designed by the world-renowned jade artisan, Alpha, symbolizing happiness and joy. Upon wearing it, may you enjoy a life filled with contentment and everlasting health." Hearing this, the girl cannot help but smile, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Observing this scene, Guiyin contemplates her own future filled with promise. Each individual who has survived the road survival game on Earth and emerged victorious is granted passage to Capital Star, where the Federation allows them to live freely. Everyone can obtain their own identification documents, and the human race is duly recognized. This achievement is a hard-won right, granted to Guiyin and her companions after they successfully clear the game. Yet, it has been 3 years since their exodus from Earth, and only 2 individuals have succeeded in crossing over, alongside Guiyin and her team, in the vast cosmos, amidst the brilliance of the universe's heart. Humanity's standing remains minuscule, verging on the brink of extinction. 0.9 attendees, and Guiyin, along with her companions who have faced life and death, were the first to depart from this sparsely populated realm. They are more reluctant than anyone to witness this desolate scenario, opting to join forces to protect their fellow Earthlings. Ideally, they would restore Earth to its former glory, but such aspirations seem daunting. And Guiyin recognizes her own power as still quite feeble in the grand cosmic scheme. In collaboration with over 10 others, Guiyin has established road training classes in schools on Earth, nurturing talent. Every participant engages in cultural education and physical training, and upon reaching 18, they are dispatched to the road world for practical experience, ensuring a steady influx of new strength to combat the existential threats facing humanity from the cosmos. This strategy proves remarkably effective. Although the number of ordinary individuals on Earth remains low, the quality of those who do exist is undeniably high. Over the past 3 years, more than 90% have successfully completed the game, obtaining their identification as Earthlings, while the remaining 10% were unable to clear the challenges due to sheer misfortune. Consequently, the total population of humanity on Earth has reached 26,477, accounting for roughly 3/5 of the entire galactic populace. Despite the dwindling numbers, the infrastructure on Earth has not faltered. Through the efforts of Guiyin and her allies, they have established multiple bases during this time, each housing thousands of individuals in a secluded corner of Earth. Guiyin relaxes on a sofa, listening intently as a teammate recounts their experiences. You think establishing road training classes for minors might pose a threat to other nations? Another teammate expresses concern as Guiyin shakes her head. This is the only viable solution. We cannot simply leave these youths on Earth to await their demise, can we? Moreover, our classes do not interfere with any government or organization. Even the military tacitly approves of our actions. What is there to fear? Besides, even if others wish to intervene, they likely lack the means to do so. Pausing, Guiyin gazes out the window. The population on Earth has dwindled to such a degree that even with the passage of time, it is unlikely we will witness a life expectancy exceeding a century. Unless what? We construct defensive fortifications near various stars in the galaxy and establish protective barriers around them to ensure humanity's survival in the event of stellar explosions. Upon hearing this, the 3 teammates fall silent for a moment before sighing in resignation. Very well, we shall inevitably face a conflict. Indeed, the others nod in agreement. What do you mean? They lift their heads, filled with hopeful anticipation as they focus on Guiyin. Rising from her seat, she approaches the wall, pointing at a colossal star map. This map represents the galaxy, and as I mentioned, Earth lies at its northern extremity. I wonder how long it would take to reach the northern end. Someone muses, and no matter how long it takes, we must attempt it, Guiyin asserts. Since we have resolved to take this step, we must not shy away from the challenges ahead. All eyes turn toward Guiyin in unison. Have you forgotten? There are still a number of elders on Earth, though we have emerged victorious. Their survival is not guaranteed. With the degradation of the ecological environment, they will inevitably enter the road world. How many of them will survive then? Guiyin smiles. All right, old Su, shall we set forth? Indeed, advisor. Is there something of great importance? Guiyin inquires with curiosity. Indeed, it is as follows. The commander produced a document and handed it to Guiyin, remarking, shortly after your departure, several individuals with extraordinary abilities reported the discovery of a wormhole on the moon, which seems to harbor intense spatial fluctuations that I suspect it may be related to a spatial tunnel. Upon hearing this, Guiyin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is that true? She inquired. The commander nodded slightly, affirming it is highly likely. A military leader exclaimed with enthusiasm. That spatial passage on the moon may very well be our hope of escaping the galaxy. However, another commander countered, the stability of the spatial passage is quite precarious. Any reckless intrusion could lead to its collapse, potentially endangering lives instead of saving them. We must deliberate carefully, a soldier interjected, but the spatial passage lies on the moon. If we do not dispatch reconnaissance vessels, would we not be squandering this invaluable opportunity? The commander furrowed his brow, clearly caught in a dilemma. Commander, allow me to handle this matter. I am more than capable, a sudden voice declared, startling everyone. Turning towards the sound, they found Guiyin had quietly appeared in the command chamber. Rest assured, Commander, I shall proceed to the moon at once. Very well, but exercise caution, the commander replied, gathering all military leaders to discuss the news. As the first survivor from the planet transformed by the power of the future, Guiyin naturally had the opportunity to attend this crucial meeting. This is unthinkable. What if something goes awry? One military leader expressed concern. Commander, I am confident, Guiyin stated, her gaze steady and resolute as she conveyed unwavering determination. The commander, recognizing that anyone would go to great lengths for their planet and comrades, ultimately sided with Guiyin as proposal. As Guiyin led her team to confront their 16th adversary, she resolved to abandon all positions here. Acknowledging this, Guiyin nodded and turned to depart. Guiyin, what troubles you? The commander, who had been filled with fervor moments before, now felt a sense of unease at his partner's sudden silence. I am fine. Fortunately, there were steadfast companions by her side, accompanying her on this journey, ensuring she was not alone. Thus, she vowed to relentlessly advance for the sake of her home on the planet and the eternal strength it represented.